Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one here for the Eastern Europe TI-12 regional qualifiers. Then we've gone through two regions. We've got those teams to represent them in China. We have Azure joining the likes of some other incredible teams, and the Nouns as well from North America in 3-0 fashion. It's time for two more regions. We're going to be starting, of course, like we said, with Eastern Europe, and then we got South America going on at the same time as well. Should be another very exciting couple of days of Dota.
Should indeed. I mean, it was 4 or 5 days of really exciting stuff to be able to come through. Of course, it's going to come down to that best of 5 at the very end. And for Eastern Europe in particular, this is going to be a lot closer than what a lot of people were expecting. You know, there's been a clear standout top 3 teams in Eastern Europe all throughout this year. But, well, they're already qualified. So it really is that 4th spot for one of these teams to be able to make the most of their opportunity. Virtus.pro got their chance at the Riyadh Masters. Didn't work out too well for them. Now let's see what some of these other teams are able to do. I know Nemiga are really on the minds of everyone as to how far are they going to go. And then, of course, you've also got someone like NAVI able to, you know, be that long-standing name to contest. But like I mentioned, you see BetBoom, you see Team Spirit, and you see 9 Pandas. They're already qualified from the Eastern European region. So who's going to be that one team remaining that gets on through?
Yes, that's the ultimate question. Who is going to join the 14 teams that we now have at least guaranteed at the international? So we'll see who's going to be able to join them over in Eastern Europe. We'll take a look at the bracket and how everything is shaping up. One thing to also mention is the fact that we will have no best of ones. Everyone will make it through. So that's something actually.
Yeah, they're all buys. They're all buys on the bottom side, I think.
Yes. Just double checking for a second. I was a little bit worried. Yes, you're right. There are all buys. So yes, we have no best of ones, which we have seen in some other regions. But of course, you know, we're going to be kicking off in the upper bracket. Are there any standout names for you though? I know you said Virtus.pro might be favorites. You brought up Nemiga as well. Everyone's putting their eyes on. But are there any other teams that we should be potentially keeping in the back of our mind?
I mean, those are the big 2 for mine, but then you even have a look at down in the lower bracket, and teams like Storm, for example, have taken games convincingly off of some really solid Western European teams like Level Up in some third-party tournaments. So you really can't sleep. At least they're not going to be able to have those best of ones to, just a one and done sort of thing. But lower bracket, it's still a best of 3, and if you lose, you're out.
Yep, and then you've got kind of the experience on MoneyMakers with Bignum and Slayer. So we've seen them, of course, Slayer being on Vega for a ridiculously long time, and Hellraisers. I mean, he's played at the grand stage, and Bignum
just
as
with
well.
Storm, right? They've got Seneko as their 5, so I can't think of much better. Teams always seem to have that big boost as soon as Seneko joins, right? It's kind of like the Kaka effect, but for Eastern Europe instead.
Yeah, I 100% agree. There's something about Seneko that always gives him a boost to whatever team he's playing on. But we need to take a look at the schedule and how things are going to be shaping up for our day 1. And of course, we're going to be kicking off in the upper bracket. Every single series day will be in that upper bracket. We've got Virtus.pro up against Matreshka, Navi up against Nemiga Gaming, One Move versus Team Sexy, and HYDRA versus UALEIKUMNIHAO. I have not forgotten how to say the name as well, Denog. I know you were ready to jump in.
I was waiting. waiting. I gotta be there for my buddy. But no, it's going to be a great day of Dota. I would say probably this first series is going to be the most potential one-sided one. I know that Team Sexy, even though they are, I believe, the 7th seed, maybe they're the 6th at the moment, they've been taking some scalps in a lot of these third-party tournaments that have been going on as well. So it's not an easy feat for One Move, even though Team Sexy hasn't really been playing up in that Division 1 all that often in Eastern Europe this year.
Yeah, so we'll see how they've got some pretty strong names as well, like some up and comers that we've spoken a lot about. You've got like Seven Jesu, who's played on like Mind Games and Empire for a little bit. You've got Nefrit, H-Duo as well, who had a bit of a stint on Navi for a short period of time. So we will see. I think really the big thing in particular, and like that we can now dive a little bit more into now, and something you were starting to discuss, is that there was a clear top 3 in Eastern Europe. Like 2-1, 2-2, and 2-3. It was all Spirit, BetBoom, and along with Hellraisers, 9 Pandas at that stage. So And in every tour, Virtus.pro were always fourth. Every single tour they were 4 and 3. They lost versus the top 3, and they won versus everyone else underneath them. And so we were seeing though in those couple of tours, teams like HYDRA, like One Move, like Nemiga, they were able to take some maps off people though. Like they were not teams. They were no slouches at all. They were no easy victories. So
especially Team Spirit, right? Every single game went to 3 games a lot of the time for them. So it was really anyone's game. But that's the great thing about close regions, right? All these matches just become so much closer and so much more exciting.
Yeah, I think you mentioned before Nemiga. I mean, a lot of that I think is going to be because you take a look at Melreen. I mean, he's his up and coming position 2 that we got to see, I believe, at Dream League season 20 for Tundra. Yes, I think it was 20, not 19. But the big addition is actually Roger coming in to play the 5. So previously they had So Bad, which of course is a very gifted player as well, was on that was on the roster before it was Team Spirit, was that Yellow Submarine. But we saw what Roger was able to do with 9 Pandas at the Berlin Major. I mean, that was a 4th place finish, right? So yes. So, I mean, Roger has a lot of experience, which could be really vital to some of those players, because they are, pretty much 4 of the people on that team is very new and don't really have that LAN experience. So we'll see what Roger's going to be able to do in particular for Nemiga. That's really, I think, the dark horse for me.
Yeah, I mean, I had the opportunity to be able to speak with Melreen actually casting the Dutch tournament that was going on just a week or 2 ago. And basically he says, Roger's basically given us this sense of calm to us, a lot more composure. We're not taking panic fights. It feels like they're a lot more on the same page and they're not rushing into something that's unnecessarily. So it's just something that feels a lot more stable and secure for them. So that's really what I'm liking to see. And Melreen as well, in that interview, he didn't lack confidence as well, which is really what you want to see, especially with these young mid laners.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a known thing with mid laners that they're a bit ego driven, but you kind of need to be. You need that confidence, you need that ego, and we'll see Melreen. Of course, again, we're not going to see him as our first series, so we'll dive a little bit further into Virtus.pro and of course Matreshka. Let's start with Matreshka, who is a bit more of an unknown, I'd say, overall. I mean, really the person that people would be a little bit more familiar with is their position 3, Mellors. I mean, we've seen him on the likes of ASM Gambit in particular. He's previously played on Ooredoo Thunders, Ancient Tribe. He had a short stint on there as well. So definitely the more experienced out of all the other players. Could even be familiar with like Natty Narwhal, even Dark. So they previously played on a team called X3, which we saw in Division 2 for a couple of tours as well. So they've been together for a decent chunk of time. But this is definitely going to be a very tricky opponent for them to go up against in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be thankful that they've got the double chance, but they're like, man, Virtus.pro, really? That we have to go up against with round number 1. Again, the clear number 4 team for the entire Eastern European region. But again, I'm just going to reference back to this Dutch tournament. It was in 2 stages, right? And VP didn't get out of the first stage. They ended up getting knocked out by Alliance in the lower bracket. Didn't win a single series. So Level Up and then Alliance. So and everyone knows that Alliance have had their issues in recent times as well. So it wasn't exactly the greatest showing for them. Same sort of thing with the Riyadh Masters, right? They were one of those teams that dropped out pretty early into the event. They didn't embarrass themselves by any stretch. They were still competitive in a lot of the games, but they just weren't able to put the last final pieces together. And that's where I really feel like someone like, we talk about the Senekos, the Rogers, these people, Show Me the Slayer, that have had a lot of this top tier experience and top tier success as well, might give them that little bit of an edge that it might take Virtus.pro down a peg. Yeah,
so we'll see. I think a lot like we kind of spoke about Roger with Nemiga. I think it is still definitely the same with F&G for Virtus.pro as well. Like without a doubt, you have a little bit of experience coming through from Natus, but I mean, this guy is still incredibly young. Like hit the scene very strong with Bet Boom. We saw them have a great showing at what was a Stockholm Major, where I think they got like 7th, 8th finish overall. That's where a lot of the players really got their name in particular. And for him, I mean, he's also played at the International. He played last year with Bet Boom at the International. It was a They didn't make it out of groups, 19th, 20th finish, but still, nonetheless, it is something, and we'll see what him in particular is going to be able to do, and Virtus.pro as a whole as well. Because you just went back and mentioned Riyadh. I feel like they got a little bit unlucky there, where they got seeded versus that was 9 Pandas in the plains. So again, we're speaking about, they can't beat this top 3 in Eastern Europe. Unfortunately, in the plains, they got matched up against 9 Pandas. So who knows what could have happened there? But yeah, we at least that was some nice experience for them.
It was, especially on LAN, right? That's the big thing that they would have been making the most of. It's not like Virtus.pro don't have the resources to be able to get them in boot camps and that sort of thing, but nothing beats a LAN environment to really see what goes wrong and see what goes right. And honestly, the way that you get better a lot of the time is by facing up against a lot harder opponents. So obviously during the DPC tours, it would have been online. You wouldn't have been able to really dissect where exactly a lot of those losses against the top 3 Eastern European teams went wrong, but they should be feeling like they are. I think they would be very disappointed if they didn't get at least to the grand finals, if not win, right? I think grand finals is the absolute floor for them.
You'd got to say win as well, right? Considering,
of course, everyone wants to win, but like anything below grand finals is like really poor showing for them, I would say. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. So, yeah, we'll see. Of course, this is going to be, we'll see how much of a test it's going to be again with up against Matreshka, but how they haven't really, what have they learnt as well from that Dacha tournament in particular? That wasn't on the new, was it on the new patch? I don't know.
No, I think it was they were in Group A of like the first stage of it. So I think it was literally like the last days of the old patch.
Okay, so they've had North America to be able to keep tabs on. You've, of course, had China to be able to keep tabs on as well. We can speak a little bit about those heroes that we saw in particular, of course, with us covering China. I mean, for us, really, what we saw, a lot of the Venge, a lot of the Pango, which was very, very surprising. Pango getting first phase ban, the Primal Beast as well. We didn't really see played as much, but like almost every game was first phase banned. Of course, you put the Nature's Prophet in there, the Invoker, your Gyrocopters, any others that kind of...
Willow, I'd say, was another one. We saw a lot of Earthshaker as well. It's TI time. We're going to get Earthshaker coming back, and well, it looked reasonably solid. Of course, depends who's playing it, but yeah, it looked reasonably solid all throughout. And some Earth Spirit as well. I know you were a big hater of the mid Earth Spirit, but there were people that were able to make it work, 70 especially. So I'm keen to see if some of these teams are going to be looking to pick them up. I know I think it was Hellscream that was playing it a lot as well in some recent tournaments. So I'm keen to see what he's able to do with it. It's going to be an exciting tour. We know that not every single region has their same meta. It might be like the Vengeful Spirit is a China thing, because I didn't necessarily notice a ton of it in NA. And in NA, God, there's this one hero that I keep thinking has had a lot more focus, but we just didn't see any of it really in China. Maybe it was the Death Prophet or something like that. I'll have to go back and look into it. But for Eastern Europe, it's always really been the techies, a little bit more priority given over to that one. We might see a bit more Dark Willow. They love their Dark Willow, and it feels like it's in a really strong place right now.
Were there heroes in particular that you were expecting to get played more than what we saw in China?
I was expecting to see more Venge, honestly, but it was getting like first banned, not first phase banned. It was getting first banned a lot of the time, just because of how much of stages of the game, right? You've got a ganking tool, you've got really strong lane, and you've got save for the later stages. So maybe we'll see like heroes like the Shadow Demon start to fall off a little bit in favor of the Venge. We saw a lot of 5 Venge, but I could see 4 Venge working as well. If you're able to, obviously build up a lot of those stacks with the Wave of Terror, you can get a lot of that passive golden experience coming through, get to your level 12 swap timing really early, and get the additional gold as well for an early Aghanim Scepter, which is something that you might be able to get away with.
Just taking a look at the stats between China and North America so far, it looks like Ember Spirit, most picked hero, 36 games with a 36% win rate, which is very interesting. That's a lot lower than what I was expecting. Gyro, 34 games with a 50% win rate. Pango, 21 games, 66% win rate, so pretty high. One that standed out to me was Clockwork, 18 games, 78% win rate. That's F1's doing right there. So getting a win basically every single time Azure picked it up for him. He was incredibly solid all throughout those China qualifiers. And
Well, let's see if people are able to pick up the slack, because again, he's a universal hero. You can, look to scale. You could take out waves pretty easily, and even just little things like the rocket flare providing vision, because we did see a little bit of a reduction in those sort of heroes in recent times, right? The Beastmaster doesn't have that same sort of tool for global vision, and Clockwork, the rocket flare, got nerfed a tiny bit with the vision that it provides when it's flying, but when it lands, still provides that space that was just as good as ever.
Yep. So let us see. We will get into the draft very shortly, so we'll be able to compare kind of the metas in particular between Eastern Europe and China, which is always one thing I find very, very fascinating. Just, the differences that people have priority on, even just teams as a whole. But really, when you change to a different region, we get to see that a little bit more in a larger scale than just kind of team versus team. So we'll get to see what Virtus.pro and Matreshka try and pull out here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Just having a quick look through, we even saw a lot of Morphling come through as well, despite all the nerfs that he tended to get. And he looked really solid when it was a good Morphling game. But that's what I like. You know me, I like games where if it is a good game for the hero, it gets picked, but it's not like first pick material just because it's giga busted. And I really feel like there aren't too many heroes like that anymore. The Gyro is still certainly up there. The Nature's Prophet, absolutely. You can also say a similar sort of thing maybe about the Willow, maybe about the Invoker. Batrider still feels like a very strong hero, but certainly you never really want to see teams getting away with like a comfort first pick hard carry that just you can't counter. Yeah,
which is, were there any others but the Gyro that we saw kind of first picked? At least
not really.
Yeah.
Not that I can recall.
Trying to think if there were any others. No, we saw Naga in like a handful of games, like a very.
Naga's still really strong, but I think there are more counters to it now, right? If you're picking Naga that early, you're picking people that do build the Maelstrom. You're picking people that do get active in the first 30 minutes of the game. So I think Naga's second phase you can still get away with, and that feels okay to me. But first phase Naga should really be punished. It really only is the Gyro that's in this spot, especially considering the fact that we even saw it be flexed to a position 4, a position 5, if it is heavily counted out by some of the picks like the Morphling we've been talking about.
Yes. So, yeah, but this is a lot of questions that hopefully will get answered pretty shortly. Just trying to see. Looks like we do have everyone inside the lobby, so yeah, should be getting this one underway very, very soon. But I said that I thought Nemiga was probably going to be my dark horse. Maybe I'm also taking your answer. Are they dark horse? That's a good question. Maybe they're not. Maybe. Well,
I think
maybe sure.
Potential
maybe
favorites, considering their recent performances.
Even more than Virtus.pro? Can there be multiple favorites?
There could be multiple favorites. I'd say they're my top 2. They're my grand final expectations, but I think Nemiga, partly because I predicted them, but also partly because I have a soft spot for Roger as well as Melreen, I think they might be able to take it.
Yeah, and I guess also another thing with the addition for one move, we got Hakoda coming over too. True. With the position 5. So we will see, of course, he had his stints on T2 Hustlers, and really in Eastern Europe, everyone would know him from that VP or Outsiders roster. But we'll see. Previously, that was Pantomim that was playing. Sorry, that was Panta was at the 5. They had Gilgear at the 4. So no more Gilgear. I'm actually even trying to see, is he on a team? Doesn't look like he's on a team. So
I don't think so. The thing that I'm really looking at is Navi as well. Obviously, there are named TI winners from the first one. Dendi, unfortunately, knocked out in the grand finals of the NA qualifiers. But you did have Malik, who put through a pretty good showing as well for Quest when he was standing in during the Riyadh Masters. You also have Melody, position 5, one of the absolute top, he's 12k MMR as a position 5, which is pretty much unheard of. Yeah, so this is a very individually skilled player. So I'm keen to see what they're able to do. And that really, to me, obviously you're here, this is a great series to watch, but that's the series to watch for mine, the second one of the day between Navi and Nemiga. I think that'll be really close.
Yes, I 100% agree. And that's going to be a good test for Navi, because they blitzed through Division 2. There was really no one stopping them at all. It was a 7-0 series count. They only dropped one map as well, which, let's see, who was it even against? It was, they even dropped a map?
NAVI Junior, was it?
Looks like NAVI Junior.
Hey, let's go.
So we'll see how they're going to be able to perform. It's going to be really good test versus Nemiga, who again, like we're saying, maybe they're not the dark horse. Maybe those are, them along with Virtus.pro is going to make it into the grand finals. But we do have a draft underway, so enough talking. We get to see some action. We get to see how the draft is going to look between these two teams as well. VP on the Radiant side playing with first pick. We got Matreshka on the Dire side playing with second pick.
Yeah, VP chose that first pick, even though I still feel like second pick is strong overall in terms of what it can provide to your draft. I think early on you can get away with a lot of these surprise picks when you haven't necessarily revealed too much on this patch, right? Virtus.pro would be one of those teams that's probably scrimming against a lot of Western European teams, or potentially even, depending on location, maybe even a couple of like the Mongolian teams as well, because the ping difference isn't really that bad when it comes to that. But certainly a lot of teams like to avoid scrimming within their region, like we mentioned before, in the Dutch tournament where they got knocked out relatively early on. They didn't get many chances to play on this new patch, so they're going to be able to provide a lot of that shock factor potentially coming through with this first pick overall. And I gotta say, Aries, I'm very thankful that you finally decided to press the button to start the draft.
Yes, of course, my fault. So
yeah,
with the button now pressed, and now with the draft underway, it's reminded me a couple of heroes as well that I think might be very popular in Eastern Europe. I think one of them in particular is the Dawnbreaker, which we saw really only Chalice playing it in China. I think this hero is very, very strong at the moment, and maybe a big reason why they want to first phase ban it is because Kiritich has also showcased the potential back when Dawn was kind of popular to actually be played as a 1. So I think that's a hero we got to look out for, and Eastern Europe's always like their Razor too. So I mean, the Razor is not really too much of a surprise considering we did see it first phase banned a lot in China, but I think that will continue here. However, Virtus.pro, they're going to first pick the Gyrocopter.
Yep. Seems fine to me. I mean, the Rubik as well is an absolute Eastern Europe staple. I mean, you can flex the gyro. That's the big thing. It is one of those busted position ones that you can just do whatever you want with it, right? Like, especially, I'm going to mention a lot. I mentioned it a lot during the China qualifiers, the Almighty Minds buff, but the Wishing Well one isn't too bad as well. Just being able to stay at relative range on the Gyrocopter, use the extra mana regen to just spam out your flak cannon, not have to expend too much on like a Ring of Basilius or a Falcon Blade or anything like that, and just look to rush into that crit stick as quickly as possible, or the Ags. It really does come down to a bit of a personal preference there.
Do you know as well who the man is standing behind F&G? I tried to look on if they have a coach. I can't get any.
I can tell people by their eyes, not by the lower half of their face, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also a question on, do you just know who the coach is?
Looks like it might be a new addition, actually.
So at least May 3rd, G joined the team as a coach.
Oh, that is G.
That's a long time ago.
He had like a really long, long hair, long beard for quite some time. I remember seeing a video of him meeting up with Xiao 8 at like TI 9, I want to say. And he was like, hey, and Xiao 8 had this look on his face. He's like, who the hell is this guy? He's like, G, LGD International. He's like, oh, there you are. So it was really cool to see. So the man changes up his look every now and then, but I'm great to see him still in the Dota scene. Speaking of people, I mean, what do you think of Natty Narwhal? Do you think he's Natty, or do you think he's, taking a little bit of...
You've done this before. You've done this before.
What about Dark though? In probably the lightest room on the 5.
I feel like some very Eastern Europe wallpaper as well.
It's like African wallpaper to me.
Yeah, but I mean, like same with Retsu. I don't know. Like I mean, just like crazy wallpaper is. I don't know what I think of for Eastern Europe, and I mean definitely Dark's got that. But no, you are right. He's in a bit of a light room, not a dark room. This is getting a bit too cringe for my liking, though. All
right, calm down. Well, they haven't picked anything, and we're just seeing a lot of bans for a lot of stuff that has been banned a lot previously. I mean, you mentioned Chalice playing some unorthodox heroes. He was playing the 3 Silencer as well in China, so yeah, I don't think you can like take Chalice's performances as anything to like hang your hat on. This is not something that I was expected to see this early. Obviously, the Centaur, you're tanky-ish. You're able to survive in the lane quite well against the Gyrocopter as long as you keep it space. And I mean, you're going to be able to with a Rubik there, right? Rubik fixes a lot of these poor lanes, but maybe you just look to go now something where the Gyro is the front liner and you've got something that's able to contest into the Centaur a little bit more easily. The other thing I was about to mention was the Treant Protector. I really feel like we're going to see a lot more of it, even though we basically saw 0 in the Chinese region, just because going back to the likes of Go Black, who was one of the initial Trio Protector spammers, I think this hero got a lot of nice buffs. You know, being able to stay inside of the Nature's Guise when you're just using the Nature's Grasp in the middle of the lane feels really nice. Just a nice little pseudo buff, I guess.
Oh, you got your classic F&G hero though with the Chen. So you're just going to be able to pick up his Earth Spirit as well. So overall, you have supports are going to be very active across the map. Very intrigued to see how this Centaur plays, though. We have, of course, didn't get to see a Centaur game with all the new changes. Definitely got buffed up, but how much is going to be the big question. Centaur Rubik, very strong lane.
Is it a 3 Centaur or is it a 5 Centaur? We never know these days, but I think this is probably one of those situations where, I mean, I guess Squad can look to play both the Earth Spirit and the Earth Shaker, both ES heroes in the mid lane as well. So this isn't guaranteed an Earth Spirit being played position 4. I'll make Squad X.
Good old 1v1 Squad X.
Well, he lost that one, so let's not bring that up.
Oh, okay. Oh boy.
So they clearly want to be able to deal with the Satanic somewhat. We've seen teams be able to address the Gyrocopter somewhat just by going something like a Doom, where you can go into this like Mask of Madness, Aghanim Scepter, Satanic build and survive through a lot of what a lot of the attention that gets put onto you. But not if you're doomed and not if you're AA blasted. So they've got a very clear mindset here of what they want to be able to do to try and lock down this this gyro. But I gotta say, a Lycan going up against an AA and a Rubik feels pretty amazing.
Yeah, but I saw the Lycan. I'm started getting a little bit worried for Matreshka. This dude Lycan here is exceptional versus his 2 supports, like you mentioned. So you're now going to be able to ban out some mid laners that might prove to be a bit of an issue for you.
Even the Underlord in the previous phase helps about too.
Yeah, very true. So
I could have been happy with a mid Underlord in this sort of game, you know, just to be able to withstand a lot of the pressure. Like, you don't really run a mid Tide Hunter. Maybe it's going to be like a mid Mars, which wouldn't be horrible against a Lycan, against a Chen army, and even just providing a little bit of that damage dodge for the flak cannon with the arena. Also, nice way to be able to set up for those ice blasts as well, just dropping the arena. Whatever it is, though, they really want to be able to convert a stun into an Ice Blast or into a PA jumping in. Nothing like Avenge swapping you out. Nothing like, you know, is there anything else really that we can look to see there? I don't think Oracle's really going to change much of anything. And you've already got a Chen, of course, so probably not going to be the case. But what position 4s are we really seeing here outside of considering the Earth Spirit might be in that sort of situation, might save them? Maybe, you know, Aya's already banned.
Do you really think this Earth Spirit mid?
It could be.
So you obviously think it's more than likely the Earth Spirit's going to go mid than a support?
Say again? I mean, it could be either. It could be either still. Like, they're obviously the ones that are going to have to reveal first, considering they do have first pick. But my thing is that I still feel like they need a little bit of, like, save, basically. If they can disjoint whatever Matreshka's initiation is, they win the fight, period. And I just don't see them having that quite yet. If they're able to land that AI Ice Blast, it goes so far towards Matreshka's success.
Do you think the Earth Spirit and the Lycan can just minimize the effectiveness of the AA, though, inside the fights? You've already had 2 heroes to address. You're, like, getting on top of him, and you're going to make it very difficult to land a good Ice Blast if you are having to run for your life.
So far away, though. Like, you're always playing in the trees. You're never playing, like, anywhere remotely close. And, you know, if Lycan's spending half of his shapeshifts just trying to find you, then great. You know, that's exactly the sort of thing that they want. Okay. I don't hate this. I wouldn't have hated it for Matreshka either, to be honest, just as another way to be able to clear out. They don't exactly have a ton of reliable lockdown themselves. Maybe this does bump up the Mars in terms of effectiveness, right? Just to be able to have a pretty solid lane against the puck. Another little bit of control for them. Kunkka's kind of dead, so probably not going to see the Kunkka, but, you know, against a puck, a Lycan, a Chen, it feels not too bad.
If you're ever going to pick Kunkka, this is the game. Yeah. My concern with Mars is it does kind of the same thing as Centaur. I think they may be lacking some early game damage inside the arena. But like I said, I completely understand why you're asking for it, though, because it deals with the Lycan, it deals with the gyro. Arena's really good.
Okay. Pango's all right. it does do some of that AoE damage. You're able to minimize a lot of the effect, but I really just feel like Natus is going to be running around in these fights with absolutely no concerns. That's my main issue here. Like, Retsu obviously is going to be trying to farm up a Storm as much as possible, but if you don't participate in a lot of these early fights, Lycan is just going to rip your supports to shreds, and they are such a big part of your success.
Yeah, without a doubt. So yeah, we'll see how good of a lane he's actually going to have, though, for the Lycan. You playing with a position for Earth Spirit, not the strongest laner, and kind of wants to be making rotations as well. It's kind of interesting, right? Because both supports from Virtus.pro don't really like to play the lane too much. The Chen, you kind of want to play for your own game potentially and get a little bit more farm. With the Earth Spirit as a melee roaming forward, you're potentially going to leave and try and secure some, maybe a water rune or a power rune for Squad X on the puck. So very intrigued to see on how the supports are going to play for VP. But do we feel like the Pango fixes some of the issues that Matreshka have enough for them, to be able to potentially take this game, or do we prefer VP's draft?
NAVI Narwhal is going to have the game of his life if they're going to have a chance of winning this, in my opinion, right? I think the lane is solid for him. You've got good ways to be able to deal with the eventual, like, Zoo death ball coming from the Chen and the Lycan, but you've only got the Rolling Thunder to be able to make a lot of this control happen, because I really feel like they haven't addressed the puck quite enough outside of the laning stage, and I don't think that they've addressed the Lycan. If they're not killing people, at least 2, within that Rolling Thunder, I don't think you're winning team fights.
Well, all our attention needs to be put on Mr. NAVI Narwhal. Then we will actually find out if the man is juiced up or not. He's going to need to be with a performance like this.
From the cams, did you think?
Oh, he was looking like a healthy man. I don't know. Wasn't like we've. He's sure he's looking juiced. He's not
I just want to see Kiritich here. They're going to look to run into him as they do move underneath the smoke. It ends up popping, so FNG, still nighttime, so he doesn't get a glimpse of them just yet. They have a good idea of where he's looking to play, but it's not like they can look to dive underneath the tower this early on. This is the sort of play that you like to see from a team like Matreshka, who we know, odds on, they are not the favorites for this game. You got to go for these weird sort of plays, these things that are a little bit more unorthodox to be able to give yourself an edge wherever possible. So good on them for giving it a try, but good on Virtus.pro as well for potentially scouting that out and just playing uber safe. Because I think in a normal game of Dota, you would pick Virtus.pro to win this 8 times out of 10.
I think at least accomplish one thing with the smoke, just blocking up that camp inside the jungle. At least that is something that they're able to complete off the back of that. In regards to the bounties, nothing too crazy. 2 for 2. And we will see how our lane setup's going to be. Overall, like you're mentioning, really is going to have to be the game of his life for NAVI Narwhal. He should have a pretty good lane versus the puck, considering low armor, spam of the swashbuckle is always going to be annoying. We'll see if he wants to go into the orb corrosion. As this game goes on, though, there is not a whole lot that Squad X really has to be worried about on the puck. Maybe, it could be a chain control with telekinesis. I do think Rubik's one of the better supports against you, just considering the spells are really nice to steal as well. But yeah, it should be a pretty goddamn good puck game.
I mean, it honestly gets to the point where you need, like, a basher on the PA to be able to, like, convert kills onto this puck, because, again, they don't have the most reliable stuns to be able to make a lot of this stuff happen. Maybe it's going to be Laguna being able to steal, like, the Dream Coil, for example, just to be able to potentially hold that puck into play. Speaking of Laguna as well, he tried for a bit of a body block there, but wasn't able to succeed, and FNG has already given him the business. He's still got the blood grenade as well. He feels like he can go for the kill.
You're not dead if he just doesn't TP?
Well, you got the extra attack range, remember, from the Penitents. Oh, not enough. Ends up being able to salve just in time.
Is it... Okay, so it's just the Chen that gets the bonus range.
Yeah. I'm very sad that we haven't seen... Oh, yeah, lots of packet loss, sadly. I'm very sad to see that we haven't seen a Chen Witch Doctor come out yet, especially with the Chen, with the Witch Doctor buffs. I mean, Dendi was playing it mid in the grand finals there, so clearly it's a hero that a lot of people feel that they can make work. Do you know the interaction I'm talking about?
The Chen Witch Doctor one?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
So if you penitent someone and they're the target that gets death warded, it's like a machine gun because it provides all of that extra attack speed to all allies that are hitting onto it. So it is actually kind of crazy the amount of damage that you're able to output. Try it out in demo mode after this.
Okay, okay.
Just imagine it bouncing around, dealing that pure damage as well.
We even got to see Chalice play off lane Witch Doctor too, so...
It absolutely demolished Ghost's TB, didn't it?
I didn't see the entirety of the game, I just saw...
I think Ghost ended like 7th on net worth or something like that, so yeah.
Far out. Damn, so hopefully we get to see some other crazy stuff, because just game one. Maybe some crazy thing is not overly crazy, but Centaur. It's still a hero that we haven't seen in a very long time. Got some interesting changes with the, I think, the Hoof Stomp really is the one in particular, with there being no cast point anymore, and you can move while using it, which is definitely interesting. I think the double edge as well, just a half-second reduction in cooldown, and the damage getting increased is really nice, so... We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, for the top side, I think Sayush has done a really good job. This is what you need to do in any sort of melee lane, right? Especially when you're going up against someone that doesn't have a stun, like the Ancient Apparition, or at least a reliable one. You just need to make sure that you're pulling the lane, because there's absolutely nothing that the AA is going to be able to do to be able to stop you. And I feel like once Noticed gets into this Helm of Iron Will for himself, you're going to feel very confident on the Earth Spirit to just leave the lane. Just
what is in the role?
Like 4 minutes, basically.
What do we feel like the role then is for the Earth Spirit? I brought up probably like securing runes, some other things you're thinking of. Like, does he even think about ganking bottom? Is there stacks that he wants to be making?
I don't think you've got the greatest stack-taking team. Like, yes, you've got a gyrocopter, but he's just able to take multiple stacks at once anyway. And I feel like you've got a lineup that wants to be playing pretty fast-paced. So I wouldn't hate to see Sayush go for like a twin gate rotation through towards the bottom side, because like level 3 Chan's really strong.
I say a couple of Squad X missed last hits there. Natty Narwhal multiple times getting very close to getting the kills. Squad X playing on the edge without even wanting to pop the Fairy Fire.
So she's doing a really good job up on this top side, making sure to pull the wave. It might be pushed forward, but that just means that you're able to secure the Lotus for yourself as well. And again, it's just making sure that you're not getting dumpstered in the first like 4 minutes of this game. Notice we can see he's only 250 gold away from being able to pick up that Helm of Iron Will, and he's going to have a creep wave coming towards him pretty shortly. So things looking pretty good for VP on this top side.
Do we think Retsu will still be able to farm in this lane though? Or is it just going to be too much of a damage advantage for the Lycan with his walls?
I think he'll be fine, honestly. You also have the benefit, again, of the PA. Here's the Mighty Minds interaction just coming through there. You can just go back and look to use that. 7 HP regen is nuts, especially if you've just got the 1 point in the blur to be able to sit inside of that invis while you're taking those creeps.
Thank you for...
The downside, of course, is that you don't really have supports that are going to be able to stand in front of these towers and prevent the Lycan and the Chen from taking them. That's the real weakness, I feel, of this Matreshka draft. And
that's a lot that comes down to Natty Narwhal and potentially even the Centaur, right? To be able to fulfill that similar role as bottom. Kuratic in a lot of danger with the telekinesis back into the Hoof Stomp. Missile will give some distance, and FNG is still getting a lot of damage out onto the Centaur. Kuratic even wants to consider about terming. Has to be cautious though, but will be healed up from the Heal Troll Priest. So, is he done from FNG?
Very, very nicely done. He gets the tip given over as well. So now that he's level 3 on the Chen, I mean, you've got the second point in the Holy Persuasion, you could really look to make a lot of this aggressive stuff happen. A lot of people choose to go into the jungle and just look to be a little bit greedier and pick up farmers. We do see that kill up on the top side because of how well Sayush has been able to manipulate this lane, force them a little bit further back, and well, now Noticed, it really feels like he's set up for a lot more success. Might just be the last pull that Sayush looks to make, and then look to leave the lane, play around those 6-minute power runes. We just see if there's not going to be any stacks that are built up or anything like that. Might just want the level 4, but he's still far enough away. He's even got an urn as well completed, actually coming out to him on the courier now. So yeah, this is go time for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and use it straight away. Kick will be off the mark. He's not going to be able to continue on to Retsu. Nonetheless, we do see that in this lane, Starting to get a little bit more favor for Virtus.pro. There's still a decent chunk of last hits for Retsu if you compare it up against Noticed.
They know that this sort of stuff is happening, though. I mean, it's 6 minutes. You've got Lycan with his early items. Sayush isn't in the lane anymore. So it's a question of, do you rotate someone up towards top to try and help out with that kill? Is it going to be Laguna making that sort of move, or is he just prioritizing a little bit later stage into the game with Retsu being able to take some of these stacks? Really, this is why the movement by FNG is so great, though. He knows that this is what is being set up for. He's going to interrupt a lot of these stacks being made, and it means that the Rubik really isn't doing anything in this difficult part of the game. Luckily for Natty Narwhal, though, he still gets the Arcane Rune despite having no real support from the majority of his team. It was just an AA. And he is the one that's having a pretty good lane, right? As expected, he's only about 100 ahead of the puck, but he's already reached up onto his level 6. He's going to need to be mindful of calling out the fact that Squad X hasn't been in the lane for a little bit, had the potential to rotate down bottom with that Dream Coil. Looks like he wants to make sure that he's just, getting a lot of that early farm, making the most of a couple of early null talismans into the power treads, and then maybe make the sort of moves happen alongside the Chen with the Hand of God.
Yeah, what do we actually want some items to be picked up as well for FNG? Again, like we were saying kind of in the draft, that Chen is a hero that can find a decent chunk of farm inside the jungle. So what are some of those early items that FNG might be considering?
I think they're feeling like most of the lanes have gone fairly well for them, so you could feel confident in just being able to like dissolve them somewhat and then look to go for like a mechanism on the Chen just to be able to, ball up and go. But if he feels like he needs to do a little bit more of like the ratting style, I can see him getting away with a Solar Crest, both for just, getting one of those Dark Troll priests and using it to be able to rat into a tower on his own. You can also just use it onto the gyrocopter when it's eventually his turn to be able to join in into a lot of these fights. And speaking of the gyro, Kiritich is just sitting down on this bottom side. It's 7 minutes, so time for those neutral items. And he's just looking to take a couple of stacks that he's made for himself as well. Really feels like a nice flowchart sort of game of Dota for them. It's a lot of moves are very obvious, but if you just do your moves and execute your strategy better than what the enemy team's able to do, then you don't really care. You could be as obvious as you want, but if it's just too strong to deal with, then it doesn't really matter.
They're gonna make a play onto Kiritich bottom, and Inawa looking to try and rotate him with the use of the Arcane. We'll get some distance away thanks to the pig pole, a little bit closer back to the tower. It will be a 3 for 3. It's probably going to favor Dice, so all of the damage that Natty Narwhal can start to pump out. Yeah, Sayush can't really compete versus that at this stage, so they're able to get the kill. Of course, it's not onto Kiritich, who was their primary target, but nonetheless, it is a kill.
And Squad X using that time, feeling like he doesn't need to rotate. Couldn't have even done it if he wanted to. Didn't have the TP scroll available, but get some decent damage into the tower. And any time that you're able to do that without your Chen and your Lycan, that's always going to be a big benefit. So no real huge gain by Natty Narwhal moving down bottom for that kill. Sure, he gets a kill onto FNG, but it's just a Chen at the end of the day.
This is at least an injection of gold, so we are going to see a bit of a different item build for him. I think this is also a build that Melrain really likes to go as well, with the treads first before like a diffusal blade, so maybe it's just more of an Eastern Europe type of thing. We're actually going to see even Squad X his first rotation too. Going to be able to target down Dark on the Ancient Apparition. Coil will clip onto PA as well, who's out of mana.
If he wanted to.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to do it now with the extra rotations coming through from Matreshka. Natty Narwhal, he's got that Rolling Thunder back up, but the first stun's going to be there onto the puck. Is the chain control perfect though, Squad X? Telekinesis down, but it's not going to matter. They split their attention away as the Pango went over to the left side. So they were not to capitalize on maybe a bit of a weakness there from the puck.
He was expecting Squad X to be able to go over to the left-hand side with the Illusory Orb just to be able to catch him out there, but didn't take the bait, ended up staying underneath the tower. Not exactly the place that you expect to see heroes just at the 9.5-minute mark of the game. Natty Narwhal is able to get an Earth Spirit, but again, you end up losing 2. It really just doesn't feel good to be able to make these big early ultimate plays and not get too much value out of them.
Because it feels like those plays are going to be rinsed and repeated multiple times now for Virtus.pro. Like, we know the Phantom Assassin is a hero that can really struggle about farming inside the jungle. Sure, you know, the mines, the regen could be nice. Might be another kill onto Dark. Very awkward spellcasting.
Good thing they're in good spirits. I mean, you don't want to get too overly critical. It's the first series of the entire qualifiers. And no time for flames, you know?
My thrift reward.
For who? For me or FNG about the Earth Spirit rolling
FNG.
and
I know
missing?
you're going to flame. That's just your personality.
I'm actually even, but okay. What? Awesome, boss.
We got that 10-minute mark, and we can see here with the siege creeps up top with the Helm of the Dominator. You see Sayush making his move up top. He's very close to his level 6, actually gets it off of the melee creep there. So this is the period where Retsu just needs to leave the lane, and well, kind of like clockwork, you've got FNG moving up top as well. This is the death ball that I was talking about, that they don't have anyone to be able to stand in front of. Like, if you had a support Coddle, if you had a Winter Wyvern, you might be able to like keep this lane shoved a little bit, but you just have nothing to stop this death ball.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are you considering about mid in the next couple of minutes now for Virtus.pro as well? Or just keep walking down?
Yeah, keep walking it. I mean, force them to come back. I think if you're using the Rolling Thunder, then you really don't have anything else beyond that. Right now, Melis is doing his best to try and put his own pressure on the map, but you're always going to do it a little bit slower.
I don't know what forced out a very early glyph before the creeps were even at the tower. I don't, maybe bottom they were trying to protect the creep wave, but
that's the sort of thing that Melis is going to have to do, right? Like, his pressure forced a little bit of a mistake to come through, and because of that, they got to get FNG as well without having to use that Rolling Thunder. So these are the little things, right? If you're forcing awkward movements, awkward spellcasting, awkward use of the glyph, it can snowball into a lot more. Now they get a tier 1 tower without losing anything themselves. They lose a couple of supports, but doesn't really matter. Although mid tower going down doesn't feel that great.
No, it doesn't at all. This map is going to shrink at a very rapid rate. You take a look at the wards that's currently set up for Virtus.pro as well. One on the cliff by this top jungle area, even a further one to the north around the Mighty Mines. It is going to be very difficult for Retsu to be able to keep up in farm.
I'm a little surprised they didn't go for another kill attempt there onto Retsu. He was underneath the blur, but they saw his courier kind of walk left and then walk back right. Unless they've got their own vision there, the only way that he's going to be able to make that sort of movement if there was a PA underneath that stealth. So Sayush could have made the roll happen. You could have just kept running forward on the Lycan, but they're focusing on their own farm for right now.
Certainly.
Summoner up on the top side. Look at all the boys. The Skeleton Warriors with their rally. Looking to push in up here, and he is miles away from that Battle Fury as well on this PA. Last in net worth for the cause.
They're going to go?
Yeah, why not? Kick him out.
Oh, they're
wrong kick.
Missing the kick. Not going to matter in the end by the looks of it. Squad X and Sayush hand in hand, going to be able to secure the kill with the Diffuser Blade. Still not picked up from Nadi Narwhal. There's going to be no pressure to be able to continue with the chase. So another kill onto Retsu. And meanwhile, Kiritich is just free farming back at Virtus.pro's triangle. You take a stack at the Ancients, the hard camp as well. He's going to go shove out mid next. This Falcon Blade Crystallis is really ramping up his farming speed.
Yeah. And I don't think Nadi Narwhal has played this game bad by any stretch, but I really feel like some of his choices with where he's farming have been a little bit off, right? You mentioned that he hasn't gotten to the Diffusal Blade yet, and I've seen a lot of times where he's just been inside the jungle farming. That's where PA should be farming. She should be staying as far away from the lanes as possible, and Nadi Narwhal needs to be the one shoving out the waves because he's really the only one that has the capability for it outside of Melis, who was putting some lane pressure down there.
Oh, no way.
Wisdom Rune, man.
And I don't...
TP away, yeah. Easy done. All right, so now they got a Diffusal, so at least he's able to, put a little bit of that extra pressure on, but how much is it going to be? I mean, this mid tower really isn't under any threat at all with Squad X just able to keep it pressured. He can spam his spells. He's got a regen rune that he's been able to pick up because of how pushed in a lot of these lanes have been. No one, it's not really safe to be able to walk towards those power runes, and well, looks like him and Sayush are just about ready to go.
This is going to be the fight, man. You're down 6,000 gold. This is your blink reveal with the defusal. You lose this fight. It really could just be the end of this game. I know it's very early on, but the ball is not going to stop. They'll be able to get the initial stun, and they should be able to get the kill. Nice phase shift dodge. Squad X, not going to matter in the end, though. That is a much-needed kill for Matreshka.
Yeah, three ultimates used. No, just 2 the ultimates used, and they were able to steal the Waning Rift as well for Laguna. Not the worst for a Rubik, considering his extra cast range, but it is a lot expended just to be able to get one hero that's just going to be back up in another 15 seconds. So do they now just look to make this push happen down bottom? FNG has already got a bunch of his creeps down there. You've got, again, the 15-minute catapult wave to be able to play around with. And he's ended up going for the Solar Crest, realizing that, you know what, they're going to have so many parts of the map that they're going to have to deal with that they can't deal with all of them at the same time, right? Me on my own as a position 5 is going to force the same sort of movements as someone like Natus on his Lycan, who, by the way, has the Helm of the Overlord, so he's even got that ancient granite golem.
I think they might just roast now. I think they were pinging out Solar Crest with all these summons. It's up top.
To try and get the tier 2 tower before they get the glyph back in another 20-25 seconds.
Looks like that's going to be the call. They do see Melis farming underneath the Observer Ward.
I don't think
How do you
really care about the Centaur, to be honest.
Oh, it's a free kill.
Yeah, it's a free kill.
I like free kills in the free towers. No, you don't want both.
Okay, well, if you're not getting both, then that's all that matters. See, it took so long that the glyph came back.
Come on. Meanwhile, mid lane, Natty Narwhal is also going to try and put some damage into the tower, but Kiritich should be able to get there to help protect it. They are kind of setting up just in case, but a bit more difficult for them to start without the Centaur to actually jump in. So tower defended, tower taken, and now this opens up Roshan for VP.
Yeah. Could look to Roche, could look to go bottom to be able to... I mean, they'll see Retsu pushing out the wave even inside of the blur on this bottom side. He's actually got the Battle Fury coming out to him now at least, so he's going to be able to pick up his farming speed a little bit. But yeah, I mean, they're losing too much, in my opinion, for this early stages of the game. PA, we know, one of the best late game carries in the game, but she's going to need to somehow just get a crazy amount to be able to deal with this Gyrocopter, who is a good 2,000 or so ahead. And he'll have an Aegis as well. And an Ag Scepter in about 100 gold or so.
I mean, with that being said, you know, this carry-to-carry matchup is very favorable for the Phantom Assassin if you are same net worth as this game goes on. Yeah, that's the big thing, though. You need to be kind of on par with the Gyrocopter. So, you know, we'll see how much time they're really going to be able to make. It is a smoke from Matreshka that almost catches off Kiritich while he's trying to path back towards his farming pattern of the triangle.
Yeah, you wouldn't have had any way for either support to be able to join in and help him. No TP scroll on FNG. It was still on cooldown for Sayush, so would have been a very vital kill for them to be able to pick up. And it really feels like all they're waiting for is this silver edge for Kiritich, right? You mentioned that the PA is obviously great against the Gyrocopter, and he recognizes that, you know what, I'm going up against an AA, I can't rely on healing. They're probably going to land at least one good AA ulti on me, and I just need to make sure that I'm dealing the damage while I can before I end up popping. Because if it's like a 4-for-1 trade and your position 1 dies, you don't care, because you've still got the Chen and the Lycan to be able to make those pushes happen after a successful team fight.
See smoke off from Virtus.pro.
Yeah,
Kiritich is showing mid, so the Aegis carrier is not going to be here for the 4v4. Centaur's also not bottom, though.
they should know they're there, though. They wouldn't
Going to start on the Pango. Squad X going to be the first one. They should have to follow up as well, but the Stampede's going to do nothing versus the Coil. They need a little bit extra damage, and they'll find it. A good start to the fight for Virtus.pro, and now they can chase down more as well, so the supports tuck their tails and try to run. With Ancient Golem, it'll catch up to the AA, and they'll catch up to Laguna as well as Natus. Gets the triple kill, and like we were saying, inside the draft, there is not going to be many ways for them to be able to prevent the Lycan from running straight at you.
Bottom tower
And I mean, remember when Lycan actually had the Necro book to be able to make plays with as well? Imagine how hellish that would be for these guys. And it's still looking really, really bad for the AA and the Rubik. A little bit of a misplay there by 99. Well, if he was, you know, on point, he probably would have seen the sound for the Lotus Orbs being claimed down on the bottom side. Even inside the Fog of War, you could still hear him. But just being caught on the front lines and chain controlled meant that he wasn't able to be that big frontliner.
See what a perfect timing is.
Yags. Oh yeah, they're in a really good spot, aren't they? To be able to yoink away that Tormentor. Can even look to steal away the Wisdom Rune. They've done it once already without even having control of the area.
These fights even get a bit more difficult. Sayusha's got the Aghanim Shard. Nothing too crazy. Grip targeting allies.
Nice I was mentioning not having like that Venge swap if someone does get gone on. Well, now you kind of do with the Geomagnetic Grip.
I even had it queued up, so alright, it's going to feel very nice for him. We'll see kind of when the next shot call is going to be. Matreshka actually want to try and take the fight. Smokers 3. Kiritich this time is going to have some boys playing behind him.
You can't go on Kiritich.
Really?
I mean, he's got the Aegis. You got to find the puck. She's the one that
They see
needs to control.
So I'm just going to roll straight into them. I mean, they're forced to now jump the Earth Spirit. They will be able to guarantee the kill. Stampede along with Shapeshift was used. Squad X, can he close the distance? So he's got an Arcane Orb. So got the Arcane Rune to help with the Orb. He's going to be able to get the catch out Dark. They might just go back to mid now. Unable to get anyone out, so they see a tower that they can look to take down.
Probably didn't need to use the shapeshift there, and a good decision to TP out by Matreshka, but it really feels like they're trying to claw away anything that they can. A little bit of a play to be able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune. Laguna, nicely done. Is he going to be able to get away with it as well? Looks like he is. So, I mean, little things are going in their favor. It just feels like this huge wall that they're eventually going to have to go up against. I mean, at least you've got on Retsu that BKB. He was not...
Whoa. Retsu, that's some crazy stuff farming in the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew they were coming from top. I guess unfortunately the blur just expired at that timing, but... And those are kills you can't be giving up. Meanwhile, Kiritich as well is just solo killing the Rubik, standing as a blockade almost, so... The rest of Matreshka weren't able to connect down to bottom to get towards a Phantom Assassin, so a double kill in the end for VP, and they're even considering about maybe getting this bottom lane shoved in to crack the high ground or at least get some damage.
I mean, Kiritich as well even has the Specialist's Array, so he's got a flat cannon, but he's even got more attacks flying out in a lot of these engagements. Possibly be the last glyph of the entire game. That's so annoying, actually. Just the cripple working on the towers from the Lycan Wolves.
It just does expire though, nonetheless, but they've been able to gain an incredible net worth lead off the back of that for VP. You even have an Assault Cuirass. Yeah, wow. All right. That's a great ward outside the base.
Coming out as well. I mean,
they're going to see Melis. No attempt from Sayush. Spirit Vessel's out, so we're not going to really feel the tankiness out of the Centaur. They're going to be forced to commit to the fight with this Rolling Thunder, but it really doesn't give them anything. I guess it maybe forces VP to reset. It was Shapeshift used once again from Noticed.
I don't think it matters all that much when you're hitting up onto the high ground, right? You're much more worried about the Rolling Thunder. You could just use your units to do the majority of the work. And Kiritich,
Melis jump in. Oh, very nicely done. They drag him out of the Ice Blast. And now that was the full combo from Matreshka. It's going to be up to Retsu to get the damage, but all he has is a BKB and Battle Fury. They'll just shrug off the jump and force the Stampede back to safety of their base, but now you've given up what is probably a full set of barracks in the mid lane.
Yeah, you got absolutely nothing left. Our last glyph possibly of this game, and you've even got that Silver Edge completed on Kiritich as well. So if PA goes in again without that BKB, you're just going to get torn to shreds. Desperately trying to get that Ancient Black Dragon, just try and stop a lot of this push coming in, but they're not even going to be able to get a creep. Oh man, there's a DD bottom as well. Oh, fun times.
They're going to be able to scout at the DD now.
Radiant
See, do they drop the... I mean, dude, FNG's even got a pipe. So, you're already having difficulty getting the kills. That's going to be even more so now. And they're going to smoke. They know that this game, I mean, potentially one more fight with the double damage rune could be all she wrote.
Still no BKB for another 10 seconds on Red Suit. They would love to be able to catch out Natty Narwhal to be able to start things off.
And they will. What a jump in. Kick away as well. Breaks the coil. Meanwhile, Kiritic, couple of right clicks, gets the Ancient Apparition. And now they're just going to be putting multiple people into the grave. Retsu's going to actually jump in. But it's a 3v1. A BKB's activated, but again, he just doesn't really have the damage. It'll take him so long to get the kill onto FNG. Now Kiritic is here. DD's almost enough. Meanwhile, though, Natus is just taking a tier 3 tower. Didn't even care about the hero's objectives. The only thing on his mind.
Yeah, once you're inside that base, you really don't care about the shapeshift. It's all about the units. It's all about the howl. It's all about providing that bonus damage through to your units just with a Feral Impulse and, well, yeah, with the DD. This is just a draft that VP punished pretty effectively, right? Going a gyro early on, you're always going to be able to farm at a pretty good rate, but I really feel like the Chen just wasn't respected anywhere near enough.
And such a VP draft as well, with the Lycan also coming out too.
Yeah.
Just the kind of the double death ball in a way, so you're
Make an
going to
absolute
continue.
certainty of it with Roche.
Yep. Play that one a little bit safer for them, so they'll be able to back one off, get it along with the cheese. I mean, Retsu's one.
I'm actually going to look next time we're in a lot of these team fights, right?
Because yeah,
you'll have the Kobold Foreman, the Centaur Corsa, the Alpha Wolf, the Satan Tormentor. You'll have whatever creep Noticed has at the time. Just did bonus armor from the Dragonhide. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff.
yeah, it's just it's just so
Divine
much,
favor.
man. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, ages on Kiritic. Cheese gonna be given over to Noticed as well. I mean, he's even halfway towards a Hex, not that they needed it. Our bottom lane is where their attention needs to be to go for the finishing blow. Nothing else on their mind but one more push. We'll see how crazy the defense this can be for Matreshka. It's still only 9% for them. It's surprised it's that high. With this water,
It's always
again,
the case
man.
with a PA, right? Like, she almost has death, so maybe she blows someone up. Natty Narwhal, he's going for a BKB, just realizing, hey, I need to be able to survive, because he's been the one getting picked off towards the start of a lot of these engagements. And if that Pango is not rolling through, creating a ton of havoc, then he's going to have a lot harder time. And so will Matreshka now that you do not have the halberd that was sniped as it was coming back from the secret shop. Another good use of the Geo Grip.
This is huge. They're able to kind of get the flat cannon and the missile out. Early BKB usage with the backline stab. Retsu blows up one nonetheless. We'll see. They'll turn to Natty Narwhal as well. All right. It's not a bad start. They're going to actually buy back on FNG to use the Hand of God to keep Kiritic alive. They'll get the first life, but the buyback without Retsu is really the important thing. Without him inside the fight, there will be 0 damage, and there will be no hope of them being able to turn this into a victory. As Virtus.pro strike first in our first series of the day.
Really did feel like a big draft victory, this one, for Virtus.pro, right? Like, they just didn't have the supports to be able to deal with it. I understand where they were going for with the Pangolier, but we even saw in that very last attempt, the Ice Blast hit onto basically nobody. You know, they didn't have that reliable setup for a lot of these Ice Blasts. You didn't have someone that felt super confident to be able to stand in on the front lines outside of the Centaur, and he was just caught a little bit out of position there without the halberd, and he felt so much more vulnerable. So, yeah, pretty clinical victory in game one by Virtus.pro, and I'd say for them and their fans, this is exactly what they were expecting.
Yeah, a victory that a lot of people, like you said, would be expecting for them. So they're able to, nonetheless, game one jitters of a TI qualifiers might be there. So you're able to get that out the way, get a win under your belt, and we'll see how they're able to continue performing as well for them. But it was a great showing. You know, set yourself up with a Virtus.pro draft, an FNG draft, really. In particular, we saw what you said, I think at some stage throughout that game, like it was really like a checklist style game. I can't remember exactly the word you used. Flowchart type of game where you just go, you know, from one tower to the next, and then all of a sudden you've got Roche to take, and then from Roche you go, you know, tier 2, and then just very, very clean Dota.
Yeah, exactly. They hit every single point that they wanted to this game, and there wasn't too much opposition resistance coming through from Matreshka, right? Like, this is the big thing as well. Even just the lane, right? Soyush being able to pull the lane so the Lycan got up onto his level 3s, and then they were able to push the lane after that so that he could get the pull off and secure the Lotus through and make sure that you're able to make rotations once he got his early items. Like, everything just went absolutely perfectly in every single fight. Unfortunately for the Matreshka supports, it was just Natus running them down every single time with nothing they could do about it. And even if he was able to finish that Glimmer Cape that he was going for on Laguna and his Rubik, he would have eventually been able to just go into a Nullifier as well on the Lycan. And again, what can you do?
Not a whole lot, especially if you're 21,000 gold behind at this stage of the game. So not much that we would have been able to see differently for them. So Virtus.pro, exactly what we need for them, though. This is, again, a team probably one of the favorites heading into the qualifiers. So they're able to get that victory where expected. We would give them MVP to. It was a good team performance.
Yeah, I'd say Natus or FNG, one of those. Probably for me, it was just the pressure being put on the map. I mean, Natus ended the game highest net worth, so I'd be very happy to give it to him, especially considering he had the highest killed participation as well. Probably had the highest tower damage done at the end of the game. I haven't exactly checked, but yep. He had second highest, only behind Kiritich. So I think the Lycan Natus is definitely the one for me. Yep. How about you?
Yep, I'm happy with giving it over to Natus. I think great showing overall. Nothing wasn't like a scary Lycan game, but we still nonetheless was able to see him.
For the supports, it was scary.
Oh yes, no, for the supports it was very, very scary. It was an incredible pick overall, and we saw it was a pretty instant pick as well. They did not need a lot of time to be able to decide whether the Lycan was going to be good for them or not. So this is 8-0 and 10, 85, make it 86% kill participation for Natus. So yeah, very, very, very good game one.
Even just the decision to buy the shard, right? They knew that they had issues being able to deal with the lanes constantly pushing in. And I mean, how long was the game? 28 minutes? It felt like from 15 minutes onwards, Virtus.pro were never on their side of the map. It was always just playing in Matreshka's area, taking away all of their territory and taking away all their farm. It meant that PA had to be in really risky positions. And I mean, we saw what happened as a result of it. Getting picked off in that bottom lane just as she'd picked up the BKB was the final nail in the coffin. So very, very nicely done. And game one going over to Virtus.pro for them and their fans. Hoping that game two is a similar sort of thing, but Matreshka, they want to fight to stay in that upper bracket. So we'll have a short break, not too long. Hopefully the draft will be up not too long from now, and we'll see you guys very shortly.
A great performance from the boys on Virtus.pro. They're going to be able to start things off with a game advantage. We'll see if the favourites for overall, potentially, of course, a lot of expectations for them to make it into the grand finals. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with that strong start so far. What do we want out of Matreshka when we look towards his second game draft?
Don't lose horribly in the draft, basically. Just don't lose, forehead. But it's just things like, if you see a Chen, you know they're going for push. Yes, you can do Chen in a lot of different lineups, but you got to go with like the absolute staples that Virtus.pro have been making a lot of their successes happen on in recent times. And you got to say for FNG, Chen is at the absolute top of the list. So that maybe the Witch Doctor is something that you have to worry about, but Witch Doctor, you could somewhat counter it, right? He's a squishy boy. Just get in onto him and blow him up. Chen, a lot harder to have to deal with, both for the lane as well as what it's able to do in the grand scope of things.
Do we even think the gyro needs to be looked at potentially heading into this next game if they're going to first pick it overall? Kiritic had a good game. No complaints at all. Definitely felt like there were some other components that were a really big reason why they won. But do we still want to see the gyrocopter just banned out for Matreshka?
If you do, like, what heroes actually got banned in the previous is what I want to know, because something is going to slip through if you end up doing that. And the main thing that I'm going to be concerned about is that I really feel like Centaur is a bit of a do-nothing hero. Like, you don't really ever hit this massive spike where you're like, holy crap, we've got a Centaur, you know? Whereas Underlord, you've got that global potential. You also have the aura that's always going to be effective. Whereas Centaur, you just kind of exist, and it's kind of nice to have the Stampede to be able to dodge. I guess if they've got like huge teamfight ultis that revolve around a small sort of area, like a Death Prophet, then Centaur can be good. But outside of that, I wouldn't be like blind picking a Centaur.
Yeah, I think that's one of the really nice things about the puck pick, right? Where you already, we spoke a lot that the puck didn't really have too many things he had to be concerned about. And then you really address the Centaur Stampede. Like, it can be nice to be able to reset out of fights, but not if you get coiled. So overall, the pick for them to be able to give it over to Squad X, one of his better heroes, and he looked very solid on overall. The bans were Dawnbreaker, Razor, Io, and Nature's Prophet for Matreshka in that previous game.
Dawnbreaker, Io, Nature's Prophet, and who?
Razor.
I mean, I'd let the Dawn through. Like, it's got some level of flex, but we didn't really see it much at all in China, and for pretty good reason, right? Like, some of the buffs feel okay, but it's certainly not on the same level as your Nature's Prophets, your Razor, your Io. Like, those can fundamentally change how the game is played. Whereas Dawn, I guess the only really thing that you need to worry about is the Solar Guardian, right? It means that you can keep lanes pushed out, but also still join the team fights. You can get away with being a bit greedier on supports. I just think back to like the old T1 days where Zephyr was the one playing it and really making so much space for the rest of his team.
You're a Dawn hater. Very interesting. I'm a Dawn believer.
I'm not a Dawn hater. I'm not a Dawn hater at all. I just feel like it's not a top 5 hero that needs to be banned out in the first phase.
Yeah, I believe at least a lot of the priorities, because they can flex. Notice has a very good Dawn, and Kiritic will play it as a 1 as well. So I think that's something we're looking at. I'm at least a first phase Dawn believer. So
as a pick or a ban?
As a pick.
As a pick, I believe in it. I don't believe in it as a ban because you've got the flex.
Well, if it's a first phase pick, does it not warrant a first phase ban?
It's not something that I think deserves a ban at the start of a meta. I think once things start to shift around and we understand, like, scissors cuts paper, but paper covers rock, like that sort of thing, then maybe it could shift into that sort of thing. But you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, it does come down to that sort of thing. So I don't know. I'm just not feeling it. I really didn't feel the Centaur. I respect them for their decision-making behind the Ancient Apparition pick, but I don't think you can go down that route if you've also got a Rubik already picked up. So maybe they just need to change up that first phase for something that is a little bit more multifaceted, I guess. Like, if it was a Coddle Centaur opening, I would have been like, you know what, maybe this can work, right? Because Coddle might not have the greatest combinations with Centaur, but you could pick like, an Ember Spirit, or even the Pango feels pretty all right with that Chakra Magic being given over to him to reset a lot of the cooldowns. And obviously it would have been able to deal with a lot of this push a lot more effectively. But
you'd say probably the biggest issue is just the 2 supports they had. Like, as soon as, like, Rubik Centaurs are... Well, okay, so and the Centaur as well. But overall, would you say like the two supports enabled that pushing lineup, right? Like Centaur at least is still in some way going to be able to. It's not as good as your Underlord or your Mars or your Tides, but it is still okay to be able to deal with like a Lycan and Chen. But if you're gonna go Rubik Centaur in your first phase, you can't then AA with the enemy team having a chance to be able to pick a Lycan, especially when it is one of Natus's best heroes.
Yeah, and I mean, if there was any chance to do this sort of thing, like to try out an AA against a gyrocopter as that counter to it, this was the game to do it, right? Game one, you've still got the double chance available. It's against a team that, let's be honest, you're probably not expecting to beat. But if it was able to work, then you suddenly get this big confidence boost towards you and your team and being able to move on forward. It's just that they really got caught out by the draft.
Yes, they did indeed. So hopefully, at least now, heading into the second game, we don't see them with the pan squad down. They'll potentially, have that idea of what's going on here. So we do get, I will find out. Matreshka going to have first pick. Virtus.pro will have Dire. So that is at least the selection. So of course, it was the opposite prior in regards to VP having first pick. So we will see, where the gyro goes. Was Avenge even banned? It wasn't. So that was a hero that you were mentioning. It went completely untouched throughout that draft. That was a hero you were mentioning that maybe...
No, it got banned, like second phase or third phase, didn't it?
Third phase, sorry. Yes, you are right.
Yeah, I was thinking, because I was like, well, they can't venge because blah, 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 and then, all that sort of stuff. But I mean, it was a pretty ingenious thing just having the Earth Spirit be able to use that shard on it to be able to act as that pseudo venge swap. So very nicely done, not even putting himself into harm's way for it all. So I think Sayush played this game pretty effectively as well. I'd honestly put him up there as probably my second MVP for that game in particular. I think the off lane just went incredibly well for them.
Yeah, a lot of that, what came down to, like you were saying, how you need to play it is just dragging the wave early on, avoiding like those first couple of levels in particular, and then once you got the helm, we saw that the Lycan was fine. They even got a kill in that lane in particular. So we will see. Just update everyone. We are having some connection issues, so we should nonetheless be able to get the draft. Yes, that's the big one. So sometimes it happens, but should be able to get this draft underway very, very shortly for game 2.
Always when I come home after a long day's work and just want to play some Dota and coordinators down. Damn.
I mean, there's no better way to fix a day than playing Dota, right? With all the mentally sane people that are there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
I was watching Sing Sing playing Baldur's Gate the other day, and he was saying like one of his characters, I think, is a druid that has the ability like speak to animals, and he's like, finally, my 15 years of playing Dota against animals is going to come in handy. So it was a pretty good one by him. But,
yeah, that's very interesting too. I mean, it's true in a way, I suppose. We do have some very interesting people over in the Dota scene. Colorful people, yes, without a doubt. But we'll see. We'll see how those colorful people always impact the scene in a bright way. Definitely, without a doubt. But just to re-update, we are continuing to have some issues. So we're going to send over a quick break. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too long. And when we come back, we should get our Game 2 draft underway. Well, apologies about the delay. Danog forgot to press the button to start the draft, but he's done so after I had to tell him multiple times to get this one underway, and we are good to go. Game 2 draft up on our screen. Matreshka going to be on the Radiant side playing with first pick, and of course we got VP Die side playing with second pick. So just for a bit of a recap, because I know we did have a long break with some issues. VP, very dominant game 1 performance. What was like under 30 minutes, 28 minutes. We saw really for them, key thing was the pushing strategy. The Chen from F&G, we saw the Lycan come out at great timing in the draft from Natus against an AA and Rubik, and the Death Ball was just a bit too much to handle for Matreshka. So they were kind of big things. There was a lot as well sprinkled over the top of that. We got a first pick Gyro from VP as well. A really good last overall pick from the Puck, minimized some of the effectiveness from the Centaur. So with that being said, let us see now what we have in store for game 2.
We will, and just as a reminder as well, people might have forgotten who was playing which side had which pick. It's basically the flip of what happened last time. So this time around, Matreshka, Radiant first pick, and last time it was Virtus.pro, Radiant first pick. So how does that change up the draft and the bans? Well, we can already see Virtus.pro are actually the ones to get rid of the gyrocopter. They clearly value that as the strongest hero of this. And honestly, getting rid of the gyro is kind of a multifaceted thing, right? If you get rid of the gyro, then you're not quite as worried about going for, again, another one of those pushy Zeus sorts of strategies. You would have to say gyro, one of the better heroes at being able to just set up for anyone that's trying to run up into you.
Interesting. A Darkseer. So VP banned that out in the first game. It was Primal Beast, Darkseer, and the Invoker. So this time Darkseer will get let through. Let's see what the response is going to be. Of course, you know, you're looking at some of your 5 supports like Oracle and Enchantress. Maybe you're looking at something like a Faceless Void, some of the better carries to deal with it. We actually even saw the Sven from CTY over in China. They actually they picked it into the Darkseer.
Yep.
What do we think the reason is behind this pick?
I mean, for multiple reasons, right? You can A, keep up with the Darkseer with the Warcry when he's looking to run around using the Surge. B, the Wall of Replica really doesn't do that much when you use it onto a Sven. He obviously needs the God Strength to do the majority of his damage, and even dissuades the Darkseer from going something like that normal punch. Also, just something for the lane, right? If he gets a little bit too greedy, and if you're able to confirm a lot of these kills with something like, oh, I don't know, a Crystal Maiden or a Venomancer or anyone with a stun, like we saw a Vengeful Spirit, for example, I believe, be the combination with the Sven that time around, and it really just makes the Darkseer's life a whole lot more challenging for the laning stage as well as the game.
Radiant team ban.
With the supports that were mentioned prior, the Oracle Enchantress, just like some purging supports, do we think they need to be considered from Matreshka to protect the Darkseer, or they're not too concerned?
I mean, they're clearly not too concerned. I really feel like there's a lot of teams that just feel that the Darkseer is going to farm anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like, the lane might not go amazing, but you're going to be able to recover. My issue with that sort of mentality, though, is that if you're going up against a team like Virtus.pro, who have just shown are very capable of punishing like a greedy draft or a draft that isn't able to deal with like full-on push, you're going to have a rougher time. So if I'm them, I'm a little surprised they got rid of the Oracle. I would be getting rid of the Enchantress, just because I feel like it provides multiple different factors, right? Like, you could just use the enchant both aggressively onto the Ion Shell creeps, or you could just use it onto the Darkseer if he tries to surge away from a lot of early aggression, and it pushes the lanes and puts some tower pressure on too. So that'd be my main thing that I'm really looking out for here, is for FNG to be able to pick up that edge.
Okay.
Radiant team pick.
Ow. Oh, we got the Venge. Okay, so
It's fine too.
was
Just a strong lane.
Yeah, and Flex as well, right? Which is another important thing now for VP.
Mm-hmm. Even just the damage increase as well combos together quite well with the Sven, enables a lot more of these one-shot styles. Of course, Sven eventually one of those heroes that does like going into the Blink Dagger, but earlier on, if someone's out of position, swap into the Stormhammer makes it pretty damn easy for him.
Radiant team pick.
And look at Laguna looking like a frat bro with his polo shirt, with his cap. Looking good though.
And a better beard than me.
True.
Not hard,
Better
but
than most. Can you? Can you grow anything?
10 seconds.
No,
What about a mustache?
No, even that as well. I mean, I have something,
You're my little
but
bro
it's
for a
not like
reason. you gotta step it up, man.
some
You need to
like
get on what Nutty Noel was getting on.
yeah, maybe to help out, but it's some like shitty 16-year-old porno stash thing. It's not even. It's just not. It's not good, but it's okay.
We're gonna get you doing November. So raising it for a good cause.
That's true. That's true. And, oh, I don't know. I might look a bit ratty though.
That's half.
But it is for
you
a
think
good.
I
Yeah.
look good when I grow a mustache? No, that's half of the thing. I look horrible, but you know what? That's not what matters. What matters is this game. We got a coddle though, so. I don't know how I feel about the coddle this game. So it's probably going to be a mid coddle with Natty Noel playing it, just because most of the time you see a coddle, you want to see it as a position 4 if you're not running it mid. And I feel like with a Clockwork Darkseer, it's just such a standard combination, and it means that the Darkseer is going to have a lot easier time in the actual laning stage, especially now that they're probably not going to go one of these like purging supports. You could still go the Enchantress now, and I think it would be totally fine, but I'm expecting to see something like a Puck come out here at this point, honestly. I mean, yeah, Amber's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with this as well, right? You've just got ways to be able to get out of the cogs. You don't have a ton of lockdown. You've got a way to be able to secure the coddle in place. He doesn't really want to go anything like a Greaves or a BKB super early on, or a Lotus Orb, so you really are going to suffer from things like the Mystic Flare. And Matreshka right now don't have like a saving support.
5 seconds.
I was also looking towards the puck. I think that would have been a great pick for VP, but nonetheless, of course, I mean, like all the things you mentioned, nothing wrong with the heroes that they've gone for so far from Virtus.pro. So we'll see what the response is going to be. Probably, I'd like them to pick that carry, just because, I mean, you see the Sven, and you're going to be able to then protect it with a couple of bands heading into that second phase.
Just trying to think of what they actually want to have against the Sven as well. Like, is it something that deals a lot of like more magic damage? I was about to honestly say the Huerta with the magic damage. I mean, it's something that Retsu actually does play a fair amount. We saw him play the PA. That's his most played. Huerta is number 2. And up against any sort of high armor, Huerta is always going to feel very good. But as kind of is the case with heroes like the Bloodseeker, for example, you need your BKB. Otherwise, you are just in a very vulnerable spot. And well, right now it might be a pretty decent carry-to-carry matchup, but if you are the one that gets jumped on, you are squishy as hell. So, you know, the Blink Dagger timing for the Sven is going to be very important. Level 12 timing on the Venge for the extra swap range is going to be very important. And just avoiding getting caught out by these Ember Spirit rotations, slight Searing Chains into the Mystic Flare, going to be very important. But this is certainly one of those games where a BKB is important, a Hurricane Pike is important. There's a lot of important items that you're going to need to be able to pick up here for Retsu, and well, I'm going to need to see some of his supporting cast help him out a little bit with some 4-staffs as well.
Can we be looking at something like an Axe for Noticed? Just thinking of like a jumping hero to be able to combine with a Sky that's low cooldown.
And also with a Taunt that's going to be able to, you know, go through the Pierce the Veil as well. Feels kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, just kill yourself with the Blade Mail, right? So don't really have a great read on that hero as a whole. I know it's been getting buffed ever so slightly every couple of patches, but yeah. Well, what do you feel like there's some other heroes that you would probably put ahead of the Axe in this position for Noticed?
No, I'm pretty favorable with it. I mean, what are some other things that they may be able to get away with? Could they get away with a Doom and just like look to scale on that? Because a lot of the times with the Muerta, a lot of your regen comes through from A, the Satanic, and B, like the spell Lifesteal. And again, if you're going a Doom, you're not healing up. It's the same sort of thing with a Coddle, right? A lot of your utility comes from having an ult and then having the Illuminate go off from that with the healer's component as well. And that takes that away too. So I wouldn't hate seeing something like a Doom. What else could we see? Maybe a Beastmaster?
Yep. There's got a very good Beastmaster, and like you said, maybe Coddle is one of the better supports to deal with the push, but still like Roaring to Mystic Flare can be really nice. In a Beast with the Sven is nothing too crazy, so it's also, I mean, he definitely doesn't buff up attack speed like some of the other carries, but he'll enjoy it. Still have to see Matreshka, like if they're going to put the Coddle mid or not. So we'll find out now.
Virtus.pro's turn to pick.
Well, we might not find out now. You never know how this is going to be. Is this going to be a Shaker 4? Is it going to be a Clockwork 5? Is it going to be a Shaker 5? Is it going to be a Shaker mid? You don't know. I mean, Shaker mid against Ember Spirit feels pretty damn good. So that is something that they're also, I'm sure, considering. And it is one of those Natty Narwhal heroes, but so is the Coddle. So they're keeping them guessing right now. I was actually racking my brain when you said that. It's like, is there anything that goes between the 2 and the 4 other than like a Monkey King? And, well, Shaker's the one.
All right, well, let's go back for the Lycan. So it is going to be Natty Narwhal playing the Earthshaker. So we will see mid-ES. But again, noticed back on his Lycan. This time it's going to be an ultra last pick, though. Do we think it is as good of a game as what we saw in game 1?
Not as good, right? Like, you've got the Laguna to be able to deal with it somewhat. You've got the Cogs as well to be able to provide that thing that, you know, even if you do buy a BKB, you can't run through. Same sort of thing with the Fisher. Same sort of thing where you kind of need like a nullifier to be able to deal with a lot of what Retsu is going to be pumping into. So it's a lot later stuff. I don't think they're going to be able to run over this game quite as easily as previous, but I'm also struggling to see a place for this Keeper of the Light just generally in the game as well. You know, you might be able to build up a bunch of stacks, but there's no one really that you're wanting to be able to make a ton of plays with. I guess you could be able to get like, you know, double enchant totem off, which feels kind of nice, but it's not like this super easy to execute draft by Matreshka by any means.
Yeah, how do they even look to set up the lanes as well for Matreshka? Are you wanting to play Clockwork with the Darkseer and then Coddle and Muerta, which I feel like you're okay with the first half, but then the second half sounds a little bit weird with the Coddle Muerta lane?
I think Clockwork Muerta feels fine. I know that means that you don't have this Iron Shelled melee target to be able to put the second one onto, but I think Muerta Clock is probably one of the best combinations that you could ask for, just because the Cogs, you can deadshot them, they're not going to be running away, you can still keep hitting on into them, so it effectively gives you an additional stun for the laning stage and protects her when she's at her most vulnerable. Even just the Clockwork against the Lycan Wolves in the lane too. You know, obviously they're going to deal a lot more damage with the Battery Assault to that too, so I'm probably leaning more towards that. Of course, it is going to be Laguna playing the Keeper of the Light anyway, so that gives us an understanding of how they're looking to set a lot of this up. But again, I'm interested to see what he's going to do this game on the Coddle, because I don't see an easy way for him to sort of make things happen, you know?
Sure. We'll see how he is going to be able to help the boys, and honestly, what this mid Earthshaker is going to be able to do as well. I know this hero is, I think, really we saw it mostly played as a mid. I know it didn't get played too much, but like whenever we were getting it, like Bali and Riyadh, more often than not, I think it was played as that too. Of course, now it's changing a little bit, especially with, you know, in China we saw it. I don't even think we saw it once played in the mid lane. So very interesting. Another thing to mention, noticed doing this sentry shenanigans down the bottom side. So yeah, he did. So again, if anyone hasn't seen this, because I mean I've only seen it a handful of times now. I think it was I really think it was Bet Boom. I don't remember who I saw it first now. I thought it was Bet Boom at Bali. Did he do it at Riyadh that we saw?
I think so.
The reason behind it is just the creeps are going to aggro the sentry once they get in tower range, and then
we'll be able to have a look.
It's going to kind of drag the wave back. So yeah, we're going to be able to see this actually come into play. So it just stops it for a little bit of time. And then you'll see now Radiant, the way you kind of play against that is Dark and Retsu need to go up inside the lane and body block the dire creeps or drag the aggro so they don't go underneath their own tower. The reason for this is just... and they will not do it as well. So now this is going to bounce back into VP's side of the lane. So yeah, very crafty stuff.
Interesting way to be able to start things off. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more, and we see the strength of the Clockwork here. They're already able to get rid of almost both Lycan Wolves at the very start of that, so Natus forced to deny both of them up. I think they ended up getting one of those kills secured, and it does give them a lot of experience in the lane too. So yes, the lane will be bouncing back, but at least you're dealing with the Lycan Wolves in some capacity. We're gonna see a lot more of this Shaker mid, I feel, in Eastern Europe, just because for Team Storm, you've got Nicky Cool, who plays an amazing mid shaker as well. So he dominates lanes that he really shouldn't, like the Queen of Pain, for example.
Yeah, how are we expecting Squad X to play this lane in particular? Because we know like Ember can be pretty versatile with his skill build as a whole, whether it's, you know, you've got a Mirana in your game or like an Earth Spirit. Maybe you want to put a couple more points in the chains. If you're against a low armor hero, you can max out Slide and Orb Corrosion. But what about against the Earthshaker?
It's going to be a really weird one where I feel like do you trust your own last hit ability, or do you try and just secure experience for yourself? Because I really feel like Natty Narwhal is not going to let him get a single range creep, and you're just going to be able to like out level Squad X in this lane and be able to, you know, hit up onto those big timings a little bit quicker. I mean, Enchant Totem starts to scale really damn fast, so you know, if you're going into this this Flame Guard build, sure, you might be able to keep the lanes pushed out a little bit further, stop the pressure onto yourself, but you provide very little protection for yourself as well.
We are seeing, at least down bottom, a lot of resources expended between the two sides. Dark, those two tangos and some stick charges. Retsu as well has got some one charges and some tangos, so they should be okay for the moment. Again, Equilibrium very much favoring Dire currently. How's the other side lane looking up top? Kiritich is, well, he's free farming this lane. 15 and 4, 16 and 4 make it compared to the 5 and 1, so the Sven's off to a great start.
That's just off the back of FNG. They've even got a stun up in 1 second. Ooh. Not going to be enough. Didn't use the blood grenade for it, though. And you should be able to get another pull-off here on this hard camp. So I really like how VP in particular are understanding the strengths of this this Lotus pool. They really want to make sure that they're securing it every single time. They're making sure to shove the lane out at like 2 minutes 40 in both side lanes. I think I've seen it happen in Game 1 and Game 2. So it's just a good understanding of what's going to give them those a little bit of a power spike, especially when it's going to be the thing that secures your first blood.
We were kind of talking before about maybe the role of Laguna this game with the Coddle. What about his, you know, opposite position for this game with the Sky? Are you, I think in particular, are you considering about making stacks, considering you do have a Sven?
I suppose so, but I mean, you've got Avenge who could look to do a similar sort of thing. Like, it's going to be a little bit more awkward, of course, just because you want to make sure that you're A, getting up onto your level 6 to be able to save from the eventual hook shots and all that that are going to be coming, but B, you're not exactly, you're a position 5, right? So you're not going to have that same sort of potential to be able to make a lot of those attacks happen. But I mean, they're playing on Dire side. They've got a very healthy control over the jungle, and they should look to maintain that, because another area of this draft that I'm seeing is a little lacking from Matreshka is their tower taking capabilities. Like a Shaker, a Darkseer, even a Muerta who needs to be, again, farming up for that, probably going to be Maelstrom into the BKB, is going to be a little less present, I would say, in a lot of these early engagements.
I like this though from FNG. Rotated mid for the second water rune timing, so he's able to take that out of the hands of the Earthshaker. Squad X got the other one. Meanwhile, FNG is almost solo killing Laguna, still hunting for that first blood, and it's going to be FNG that finds it. Gets a bunch of solo experience as well. They'll slightly overlap their stuns, but there wasn't really any kill threat. Just trying to, you know, punch back on Malice.
Just another one of these damn universal heroes, man. The Vengeful Spirit able to do so much in the laning stage, just with a bunch of branches, and now with the magic wand completed as well. An additional little bit of stats given over as well. Makes it even easier for him.
Love seeing 2 enchant totem hits and Squad X loses like 1600 health. Sorry, 600 health, not 16. That'll be good at this stage.
And this is what I was talking about when it comes down to that like XP advantage that he's going to have, right? He's got about half a level on Squad X right now, 3 points in the enchant totem. It scales incredibly quickly. So you got to make sure that you're trying to dodge out a lot of this consistent aggression, because, I mean, if he times it correctly, he might be able to, in this next wave, hit the Echo Slam and be able to get that surprise kill. Still, though, he's doing pretty well in terms of net worth on Squad X.
Yeah, no, he's actually playing this lane very well. I've been paying attention to it more than the others, so been very impressed. I'm just very worried on, like you said, this Eastern Europe Earthshaker with the changes that we got with the Enchant Totem attack range. I'll hold that thought, because Sayush and Dark going toe-to-toe should favor the clockwork, especially with the rotation from Natty Narwhal, and they don't even need it. Dead shot from downtown. And What happened? Okay, Hasterin got denied, so weren't able to pick that one up for Natty as well.
But the thing is, this is a really bad situation. You know, Natty Narwhal wanted to be part of that kill. Yes, it still goes over to your Muerta, so it's not the worst, but by that time, it means that the Ember Spirit was able to have a free lane just for a little bit. You know, he's finally not getting harassed by those enchant totems, and he's been able to pick up his own level 6. So much more survivable now in the lane. You're probably not going to get caught out by an Echo Slam.
What's going on? Bit of a dive up top. We'll have double stun to be able to help cut him down. That is a much needed kill. Well, a very good kill. Not much needed, especially with how well the lane's gone. Even Squad X is actually coming top.
I mean,
so they should be able to get the kill.
Time.
Yeah, they'll be able to get that along with the kill. They give it to Squad X, I think definitely with him being here. So another refill of the bottle. Meanwhile, got another fight as well going on. It will be Sayush that somehow finds it. Dark's going to be able to get a solo kill nonetheless, so he gets the experience, but it was 2 Wisdom Rooms to favor the boys on VP.
Yep. At the Skywrath, I believe, only got one of them, though, because it was the Ember Spirit to be able to pick it up. So it's still going to be a little bit of a, not slow, but it could have been a faster Mystic Flare combination looking to come out. So I'm really expecting to see the Ember Spirit as much as possible, but also just where exactly is Sayush going to be looking to make a lot of these next plays happen? Like, is he going to be given the lane for even a very small amount of time just so that he can hit into that?
And they're going to make an attempt mid in the next couple of seconds. They got a nice backstab from F&G. Sayush is even walking down the lane as well. Maybe they're even just trying to get set up because you do have that power rune spawning very shortly. Laguna's already nearby. I don't want to care about that though. I'm an Echo Slam used, but Natty Narwhal might not even get the kill in return, so that is huge for VP. You won't be able to get the power rune, unfortunately, for Squad X, but that is Echo Slam now wasted, and you slow down this Earthshaker's game.
And I'm finally seeing the value of the Flame Guard, right? Basically, it was setting up for that timing where so much of it was soaked up by the from the Echo Slam that it really didn't put a dent in him at all.
And is there like much comeback potential for an Earthshaker if he doesn't absolutely body his lane? Because he's now 500 net worth behind the Ember.
It comes very hard. You know, a lot of the times when we see this Earthshaker, you pick it because you're like, all right, this guy is going to absolutely dominate the lane. There's not much that they're going to be able to do about it. It provides a lot of extra rotations from the side lanes. And I mean, I guess from the one thing that it's going to result in, it means that the Muerta is going to have a little bit of an easier game, right? We've seen Sayush spend time away from this lane. They were even able to get rid of the Courier, so we don't have the Helmet of the Dominator yet on the Lycan. It's only coming out to him now, so it's probably like a minute or two slower, and it allows the Muerta to be set up for a little bit more of a game, right?
Speaking of the Muerta.
Backstabbed.
Yeah, but Sayush isn't here, though. I think they need the extra damage from the sky, and meanwhile, Dark is doing a really good job to address Sayush inside the lane. So another kill for the Clockwork. He might get ran down. Fisher's going to be able to prevent that. I'm very impressed with Dark's early game.
Mm-hmm. Clockwork's just a really solid hero as well, in general. Really being that frontline bodyguard for the Muerta, playing his role to perfection. Still, though, can't really say the same thing about the top side. I mean, we mentioned about enabling Retsu so much. Kiritich is the one that really has been enabled. He's already got about a 1,500 net worth lead over the Muerta on this Fen. Understandable because you've got that inbuilt steroid, but actually, Dark looks like he'll be dying for the first time here. Oh no, he gets a regen rune. They can keep the pressure going if they want. They've still got about 2.5 fire remnants to be able to play with. Obviously won't need to, but I'm really expecting to see this pick up for Matreshka around that time that the Maelstrom does come out for Retsu.
They're really looking to try and shove Retsu out of the lane, though, before that Maelstrom. Got the catapult
this is the
timing.
time that they made it happen last game, right? First catapult timing, they took top tower, well, they took one of the side towers, and then afterwards they rotated to mid after putting pressure on the tier 2. So let's see what happens this time. Really going for a deep dive here. Look at it.
Dark's in a really good spot once again. Dude, I mean, his Clockwork's position has been exceptional. Mystic Flare was used, but I'm glad we saw it on the stream. Retsu was able to sidestep that one. Another kill into the sky, and that is the catapult timing now wasted as well. I mean, you just mentioned how valuable it was for VP in game 1. They will get nothing out of it in this second game.
And this is what I love to see, you know, teams that learn from their past mistakes. One, they made sure that they were much more capable of addressing some sort of like big death ball style strategy. And two, they know that VP play this flowchart style of Dota, right? They're able to identify their big strong points and they're able to play around them perfectly. One of the big ones is that 10-minute catapult wave, and they set up for it perfectly. So I really like a couple of these little adjustments that they've made so far. But they're still going up against a damn good team. As we see, they're looking to go for a bit of a backstab onto him.
Finally, this time it'll pay off. Just needed the Ember Spirit. Did someone? Okay, I thought someone TP'd down bottom and it got cancelled, but no, not to be. So they get the kill, they get the tower. Meanwhile, Kiritich is going completely uncontested top. I think even got a glimpse of Dark and is maybe thinking of a solo kill. Already level 10 from Kiritich, so he is having one hell of a start this game.
All right, so the next real thing that we're going to be looking for, couldn't ask for much of a better rune, to be honest, for Natty Narwhal to be picking up the Invis rune, because he's only 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger timing, and look at the wards set up by Dark up top. They know that this is where Kiritich is picking up a lot of his farm to the right-hand side of this tier 1 top tower. That's the area that he's going to be farming in the next minute or so, and that's where you really want to make sure that a smoke is going to be able to find him and pick him off. Nicely done by Squad X, though. Making sure he's keeping the lane pushed in, forcing some sort of movement to be a little bit more obvious. When they want to make the move right now, but he's just not going to enable them to. Even noticed. Look at this. They realize that they want to make something aggressive happen. I mean, the Blink Dagger is still going to be a bit of a surprise, but...
It's got to be huge, though. Like, it needs to be a huge jump from Natty Narwhal. Oh, what a sidestep, Sayush. I mean, that kind of reveals what's going on now. You still don't know where the Earthshaker is.
No, you do now. He's just set up. He's underneath the vision right now, and they're actually going to make the jump.
Over the top they go. Natty Narwhal, they're going to make sure they separate themselves, but the Silence, they don't have to care. They'll get on top of Dark as well now with a mega kill streak picked up for the Ember. And meanwhile, Kiritich has activated the God Strength top lane as well, so this tower as well is under assault.
Really, really nicely done by Virtus.pro. That play in particular, right? Just forcing them away. I don't know if you can walk up into this, man.
When you're getting kills on Moeta down bottom, Kiritich is solo killing Melis up top. Another round of the cleave. He'll use it on the illusions instead. Well done. Oh, Kiritich, beautifully done.
Oh, playing so damn well, man. They're really in the mood. They're saying, you know what? There was a little bit of a break, but he's gonna steal some of the stacks too. This is getting out of control even faster than last game, and I was complimenting Matreshka before about how they'd made a bunch of their adjustments, but VP are just playing on a different level as they make a jump. They're trying to get him.
A little bit awkward there. What's the call from Kiritich now? Is he actually going to stand and fight? I mean, he's got the boys to play behind him. Weta's going to try and come in with the Pierce to Veil. FNG will mitigate some of the damage. They should still be able to get the kill onto Kiritich. But now with Squad X here, he's out of mana on the Ember. Is it really going to prove to be too much of an issue, though? It's a 2-for-2 currently. For Matreshka, it's an all-out retreat now as Mel is slowed down. They're going to have the walls to continue chasing. They try to jump in for the Earthshaker, but he's not going to have the damage to turn it around. Maybe draws their attention away, and he'll do just that. So it will, in the end, be just 2 kills apiece.
Plenty of stick charges to be able to play around with, though, on Natty Narwhal, so he felt confident in going for that dive. Just look at that. The surprise factor, they finally were able to kill off this Fen, stop him from farming, get a good injection of net worth over to the Earthshaker as well. So he's looking to not be locked down by the Searing Chains. Basically, nothing's going to stop him once he decides to go in, right? Other than the Venge swap. And I mean, with a Blink Dagger, you obviously get the advantage of having that quick burst potential if you're able to prepare the Enchant Totem for it.
He hasn't even...
Again, a lot of these wards placed down by VP as well, right? There was one that just expired right on the Twin Gate. There's one underneath. There's one inside the jungle. That was a little bit more obvious, but it still just provides so much vision, and it makes you so scared to have nowhere to be able to pick up this farm for Retsu. He's going into the Dragonlance, but I mean, if these wards are allowed to stay around, it's just going to result in more and more deaths for him if he doesn't have that saving tool in the BKB.
Dude, Kiritich hasn't even touched his Ancients. He's a quad or a 5-stack even. That's just crazy, his net worth. He's doubling the Moeta. Yep. He's even got a Wisdom Room as well that they've left.
Wisdom Rune, making his own stacks. This is just a single. Ooh.
Radiant are
Now, this is the thing I was talking about with FNG, right? Venge, you might not play too much on that bottom side of the map, but if you're able to pick up, build up a lot of those stacks, it can really start to snowball into something else. And, well, we still got that Mystic Flare to be able to play around with. Squad X with the double damage coming through, and well, priority number one is still going to be Mr. Retsu.
Ooh. Actually going to pass him. I think what if he keeps farming off to the left? Looks like they'll read it pretty shortly, though. He's got an observer on the cliff, but it's not going to matter. As soon as the smoke pops, it's a bit of a beacon of potentially where he is. And now they're going to be able to jump over to the clockwork as well. Great usage out of the DD. I mean, they're going to start to TP down because I know this tower is going to be under assault pretty shortly. I guess Lycan's not here at the moment. Do they actually want to take a fight? Nani Narwhal. So that's his Echo up. Very close to level 12, though. So, like that.
I don't think so. I think as long as you're not losing your towers, I think you're generally okay with things. Well, not okay with it, but like, don't panic. Don't overextend. You've got lots of other lanes pushing in, right? Tier 2 towers are being assaulted in all 3 lanes, so make sure you just pick up a lot of that easy farm, get into the BKB, make sure you've got the Pierce the Veil active again, and they're only 700 gold away from a Dragonlance, so maybe Muerto will be allowed to finally stand on those backlines and just start wailing in. She's getting pinged out again, though. And once more, this is after she got ganked previously. It's like they want to make the play top, though, realizing that Retsu's not going to be there. They're just Roshan? See, oh, are they going to get Roshan and a kill onto the carry? That would be an absolute disaster, but luckily for them, they've got this ward set up on the high ground. The sentry was placed before the fact. Yeah, they see that there's 2 people down here. They know that they can take this.
Very good read from FNG. Doesn't have a buyback, but instantly once he's able to scout that out, the TPs are going to come through. They're actually going to run straight at Matreshka. They don't want to give them an opportunity to take a fight in a close proximity area where the Echo Slam can be an issue. And as soon as that's the case, along with the Shapeshift used, it's an all-out retreat from Radiant. They won't be able to stop the TP out of Melis. And they won't get anyone else as well. Sit up from FNG. I mean, it feels like that's just the experience from him.
It is, but again, you're not accomplishing multiple things at the same time, right? This is probably the first time there's been a somewhat even trade coming out from Matreshka. You're going to lose Roshan, but it's at the cost of making sure that Retsu gets a little bit of that extra farm. He's going to be able to pick up that Dragonlance. He's also got a Gossamer Cape. Feels really nice against both the Sven and the Ember Spirit to be able to protect against a lot of that damage. And even just hitting up onto the level 12 as well. You know, an additional 50 attack damage that you're getting from that, an additional second that you're going to have for the duration, and 15-second lower cooldown, so you're not going to be as punishable.
Oh, Melis down bottom. Really nice play. He's going to use the Greaves to get out of the silence and should be okay to this without the blink on Kiritich. So, I mean, that was where they were trying to scout out the Muerta previously, right? But they'll run into the darks here. So then we do see how much damage that these 2 supports are able to dish out just with the Venge and the Sky together.
You can tell the VP are a little bit worried with how much farm Retsu's been able to pick up in this last little bit. The line being drawn on the map by Kiritich was to basically look to invade inside the stacks, make sure that he's not scaling at the same space as us. And, well, looks like they should be able to get a quickish kill onto Dark. And it just feels like a game of cat and mouse right now. Retsu continuously running away from any sort of aggressive attempt onto his life. Yep, just goes bottom. They just patrolled through for me. All right. I'm going to wait until these creeps are hitting into my tower. Not even wanting to reveal on the map for a split second.
And VP are very good with their Tormentor timing of when to occupy the enemy side. It was similar to last. Took a fight like 19 minutes in around that bottom tier 2 area. Now this time there won't be a fight, but nonetheless, a shard picked up for FNG. Very nice shot.
Even just look to bounce it off like a wall of replica illusion onto a hero that you actually do want to take down. But it's a similar story with Natus, right? This is the Lycan's really scary initial timing. Doesn't even have the level 2 on his ulti yet, but he's still got a Helm of the Overlord creep. I mean, you just consider some of these auras as well, right? We don't even have a single point in the Vengeance aura. But you've got that, plus the Helm of the Overlord aura coming through for the Sven, who is already hitting like a truck. What are you supposed to do against this?
Are you poking high ground with this?
Yeah, possibly. Or some sort of a response.
Radiant's top tower has
You know, you don't want to give Muerta the time to be able to get into this period where she feels a lot scarier, and she's not bad at high ground defense as well. If you're able to get some, like, cheeky dead shots off the trees back into the base, maybe you can isolate a hero. But that's not the place that she wants to be right now, farming on the bottom side of the map. Very close, though, to the full Hurricane Pike.
are fortified.
Oh,
We'll
just
expend
getting
a cliff. Yeah, they want to go and try and take her out. They got a really nice observe ward deep inside the lane as well, so they'll see if she retreats that way or back into the jungle. They're going to be able to catch her though. It's only Sayush at the moment, so a little bit slow to be able to get there. Now you are separated with 3 heroes towards top. They're going to spy out Melis, swap back instantly into the stun from Kiritich. Beautiful setup. Standing on top of the Vengeful Spirit's location, so he's able to get that damage out as soon as possible. Now this could be another opening for them to get more damage into the tier 3 tower, knowing the glyph is already...
Yeah, he was able to dodge out Retsu, the gank attempt, because of the lack of smoke, so lack of movement speed. They weren't able to go right over towards that observer. He'll be fine. But also, was she forced to TV back? Yes, she was. So Retsu would love to have his level 15 right now. Was able to finish up the Hurricane Pike, but he needs that extra 35 damage just to be able to dish out a lot in these small little windows that they're going to have. You know, it's not much just having a hook shot to be able to play around with, like a vac wall, these sorts of things. You might need to even get a little bit lucky with the Gunslinger procs as well. I know you're a fan of this. They're instantly going to be able to get rid of the Observer Ward. And when you're in a losing situation, it doesn't always feel like the time that you want to be buying a gem, but they just need to be able to leave their base. Might want to just wait for like 40 seconds, wait for the Aegis to expire, and then make their play.
Again, man. Another swap outside the base. They're going to try and take the fight. There's going to be no buyback out of the Darks here. The Echo Slam's not going to be enough to turn the tides. They'll deal with the Ages, but the Pierce Veil is going to expire shortly. Once it does, they'll try and turn to Retsu next. And Inarwell's going to help the retreat with the Fissure onto 2. So a lot was used.
Mostly by Matreshka.
Whoa. Nat, can he get away though? I mean, you're just trading your life for that. You are positioned 2 for a support, and FNG knows it. Now Retsu as well is going to get dived under the tier 4 tower, and he is not in a position of buyback. He needs every single gold he can get to be able to buy some items.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a fight that looks like it was just so far in VP's favor, but it's because of the tiniest of things, right? Just Natty Narwhal blinking in there with the Acro Slam, like half a second after the BKB was already activated. Nice 4-man back wall, but again, it's up against a Lycan, it's up against a Sven. This is not really what you're scared of when you don't have the God Strength, when you don't have the Shapeshift form. Those illusions don't really do all that much. Yeah, just Echo slamming into it. Ember Spirit that had already had the BKB pops didn't provide them the chain lockdown that they needed. And yeah, like you mentioned, without the Pierce the Veil, how close? He is 6 experience away from level 15 as well. Maybe he would have had the damage to be able to take someone out if he had just been able to farm one more wave. And again, they killed the Sven, but he had 25 seconds left on the Aegis when he died. So I really didn't think they cared that much. They're very happy with that trade to be able to secure a lot for giving up very little, getting a full lane of racks. Everything going well for VP right now.
See if that stops short here, though. I mean, 21,000 deficit. This is a desperation smoke.
You need Echo so badly. It's another 10 seconds away. They don't have vision to be able to see that they've just placed down this Observer Ward. So that's a plus. They've still held on to the gem as well on Laguna. Retsu, he's finally hit up his level 15. He's also got a Hyperstone delivered through to him. No Mjolnir just yet, but they're just trying to force one person to be there on their own. The only one remotely close to that would be Natus. The rest of them are all roaming around together because this is the period of the game where you've built up another of a net worth lead that you don't need to be super greedy. You don't need to go for too much more farm. You're strong enough to be able to just ball down these lanes, and that's where the line is being drawn on the map by Kiritich.
Yeah, even though the smoke doesn't get them at 5, that ward placement will scout out currently VP's position. So they know they're grouped up as 5, and they know they might potentially be coming towards this a triangle outpost area. So they are making sure they group up, and if you're ever going to win a fight, it's around a higher ground with a ward set up.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, but do they even need to go here? That's the thing. They've already taken tier 1 top. What's the point of going up onto that high ground?
Bottom tower has fallen.
It's by far your weakest area of the map to be able to play around with, and I believe they actually used 2 smokes to be able to go for that that previous attempt there. So they've got none at their disposal. Lots of
Man, another swap out. What? Nutty Narwhal's going to do as much as he can along with the wall, but they are just tickling Virtus.pro with the net worth lead they have. They can shrug off all the ultimates. All the wombo combo is not enough for Matreshka to turn the tides. They'll deal with the base in quick succession. And Squad X going to hold them back as well.
Just a little bit of the lack of respect for where VP would have been, right? Like you mentioned, they've got vision up on that high ground. They had vision of the Dire ancient camp, so
Ooh, what
area
is
right
that
now.
crit?
Yeah, that's a pretty big crit, and they just instantly call the GG rep to us out of here. And very understandable, finishing in 1-6-5 on his signature Muerta, but up against the Sven, as farmed as Kiritich, it really wasn't going to be able to do that much.
I must say that might be one of the quickest GGs I've seen after one of the quickest DCs I've seen after a GG was called. That was an instant record breaker right there. But
He had a copy
Matreshka, yeah, copy pasted and had a command in to get out as soon as it was used. So, yeah, I mean, this is expected though. Really, at the end of the day, this is expected. VP to look as clinical as they did. Like we've been saying, there was a clear top 3 in Eastern Europe, and then right underneath it was VP, who've always been trying to crack into that top 3. They haven't been able to do it, but so far they're going to start off their TI qualifier run in a very convincing fashion.
I was impressed by VP this game, even with the result as expected. It's just the manner that they did it. They had a really big timing available for them on Matreshka, and VP just did basically exactly what Matreshka didn't want them to do. They kept the pressure up. They made any sort of rotations really obvious. So there were a few wards that probably could have been de-warded after a kill or two ended up getting on the board. But it's just the little plays like that, right? Making sure to use the cleave onto the wall of replica illusion. And you got to say, Matreshka just wasn't completely on their game today.
No, they weren't. But hopefully, after this series, they can look back at it and see what some of the mistakes were, and see if they're going to be able to work on that for their upcoming lower bracket game. I believe they dropped down to face Storm, who, like you've been saying as well, with Nikki Cool, they are no easy feat. Nikki Cool was someone who people are expecting to be potentially young up and coming mid laner, and that's led by Sineko as well. So that is still going to be a very opponent in that lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is no dig against Matreshka. I'm probably favoring Storm for that one, just because I have been quite impressed by them. I think they've got the goods to be able to make it even as far as like top 6 as a lower bracket starting team. But for VP, nothing's changed for me. Still top 3. Them, Navi, Nemiga, they're my top 3 candidates, but it really is anyone's game once we do start getting down to the nitty-gritty. And I mean, then their next game is going to be quite hard, right? We talk about top 6. That'll be top 6 secured for them already after this game 1. And it's going to be against one of those other 2 teams in Navi and Nemiga.
Yes, and those are the teams we get to see next. But of course, got to work out where that MVP is going for this game. What are we thinking?
For me, I think, just his movements, right? Like, yes, they were telegraphed, but the one that impressed me the most was the rotation towards the mid lane, right when they wanted the Shaker to be able to make a play, and he just wasn't allowed to do it because Natus was just so far on the front foot. When do you see a Lycan move towards mid lane at like 12 minutes? It's so rare to see it, and I think Natus just has such a good grasp of this hero that he understands, what is the big things that we need to be scared of, and well, he was the scariest hero for me in this game. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I was going to make an argument for Squad X. I think you're playing up against an Earthshaker. It's a lane that's a losing lane. Earthshaker should win that, and he actually did incredibly well with a 500 net worth lead, and then was able to make a lot of plays across the map once he got the power. And I'm fine with Natus being able to get it once again, but
we'll let production decide.
All right, Ember or the Lycan. You guys
or FNG. Just give it to the supports.
No, don't give them too many options. So let's leave it with 2. And all right, Natus gets it. So Yeah, well deserved. And this is a back-to-back Lycan performances from him. So we've known since Bet Boom, like this really hasn't changed. Notice one of his better heroes is the Lycan. Overall, his summons as well. You put the Beastmaster in that category too. So now with your upcoming series, if it wasn't known, it is now known. You really need to look towards the Lycan and how you're going to address it. Let's take a look at a bracket though. Of course, one series in, but we get to see how it is shaping up now with Virtus.pro moving over to the second round in the upper bracket. And like we said, Matreshka, they're going to face Storm down in lower bracket. They're all best of threes until the grand final, so at least you won't have to play those dreaded best of ones.
And this top half of both the upper and lower bracket is really tough. You know, that is really where I'm expecting to see the teams that are making a lot of these big money moves to be able to come out here. And, well, I can't wait to see the outcome of this next game. I think it'll be the closest game of the day by far, and I think there's two teams that have a lot to prove, with Nemiga riding high off of some pretty decent recent results. Even though they came in 7th in the DPC tour, that was not with Roger, and Roger, it just feels like he is such a good mentor for Melreen. It's coming off of Navi as well, having really good performances coming out from people who've had to stand in across recent tournaments. And I don't know if Navi's back yet, but they're certainly going to be able to make some surprises happen throughout these qualifiers, I think.
Oh, well, let's not get too crazy now. Let's see if they're able to make it at TI. We might say Navi's back, but
we will say Navi's back if they make it to TI. Come on, none of this maybe. None of that. I got it out of Yuma when they qualified to the Dutcher event. They said Nigma is back, so we'll see if Navi is also back.
We will see if they're back as well. But like you said, this is going to be a very difficult opponent and probably the best series of the day as well. So we are one series down. We're going to send to a break, but when we come back, the ever so exciting Nemiga versus Navi. We'll see you guys then.
secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome one and all. We have some European Dota to witness, Eastern Europe that is, as we are now deep into the qualifiers, the second series of the day. The road to TI for Eastern Europe will witness Nemiga Gaming taking on NAVI. And of course, to bring you this action is myself, Snare, and my boy Lizard. Fam, I feel like I just saw you a few days ago. How you doing, bro?
Well, you did see me a few days ago, right? Like, we worked together, I believe, Snare. Do you forget? There was China 2 days ago. You forgot? I'm that easy to forget. Come on, man. No, I'm doing fine. I woke up, I watched the first series a little bit, like kept an ear out on Danog and Ares casting, and yeah, looking forward to our game.
This game should be very interesting to watch between NAVI and Nemiga. Nemiga, of course, found themselves ending 7th in Division 1. NAVI came 1st in Div 2, so I like these little bit of a mismatch. So let's witness what the draft has to offer for us. Nemiga, they had second priority, so they chose Radiant. NAVI had overall priority, and they decided for the first pick. We've been seeing a little bit more that teams have been favoring the first pick because with only that initial pick for the first phase, some of these heroes like these Brewmasters, these Vengers, there's so many good heroes that make such a major difference if you can grab them before your opponent.
But so many, right? Like, that's the thing. So many good heroes, like in Chinese region at least, in NA as well. So I don't know. I'm back to roots, back to Eastern European Dota, surrounded by all the guys that I flamed and got flamed by in pubs, and some really fresh faces, some teammates as well. Like Roger, haven't seen him in quite some time. Looking forward to seeing what he can do on Nemiga, and just overall, Navi has an interesting squad. Like, they have a couple of more or less fresh faces, combo it with a couple of players that have been around for a bit at least now. I'm not sure. I know it's your favorite team when you came back into Dota. When you came into Dota, we just talked about that. I'm not sure if this is the Navi's back roster, but it's looking all right.
I kind of like the fact that, like you mentioned, they have some fairly fresh faces, you know, paired with some experienced players. We saw Malik, of course, playing at the Riyadh Masters, got a very decent result with Quest Esports, so we'll see how much further they can take this Navi team. And they open up the draft with Gyro. This is a hero we've seen throughout many regions. When he's available, he gets picked. That started to end at the end of the Chinese region qualifiers, but it's still prevalent here. First overall pick, Gyrocopter. Feels like we're back in 2014, fam.
Yeah, just counter it with Morphling instantly, ban out the Ancient Apparition afterwards, and play your Dota. Easy. Right? Is that how you do it? Or just go some Slardar plus Lifestealer, you know, like good old Gyro counters. There's just a lot of them. Like, the hero is in a really good spot, and he's always been one of these Eastern European team favorites. At the same time, I do think that you can deal with him with the right picks, right? Like, we have seen in CN already in the qualifiers. We have seen some Morphlings take him down. We have seen some other ways of destroying him, like some Lina on the mid lane. So, yeah, I think that first picking it is good, but you need to protect him.
Yep. Fortunately, they will still have a raft of bans in order to be able to do that. And Nemiga, they go for this Pangolier. I wonder how the draft is going to shake up. I mean, Roger has just recently joined this Nemiga team almost entirely for these qualifiers for TI. And also what's interesting about Roger is he's the only person in this lobby right now that has played at TI. Everybody else is going to be a newcomer if they make it.
Is that true? Absolutely. Yeah, it is absolutely true. Like, looking at all of these players, even... Okay, Nemiga has a J4 as coach. Did he ever make it? I feel like he should have, probably, like with Power Rangers or something like that.
I think they came close in some qualifier, but I don't think he made it all the way.
Yeah, that's possible. That's very possible. I believe that. In any case, yeah, interesting. And he's also been quite good recently, standing in for some teams, like playing in majors as a stand-in, and doing quite all right. So no wonder that he got picked up by an org that's good. He also played for NAVI back in the day, right? So a lot of history involved with him. But you see this NAVI actually, interestingly enough, they're the one banning Ancient Apparition. It's like they ban AA, these guys ban Wisp because they don't want Wisp plus Gyro. But doesn't that enable you to just go Morph into the Gyro? Or am I overestimating the matchup?
I think you're not, especially now that they've picked up Vengeful Spirit. We've seen already some lineups being ran with like Venge Beast plus the Morphling as your primary carry. You're already, like you mentioned, it's so good into Gyro, it now gets even better with the buff up of Venge. And you can bring the Gyrocopter to you, so you don't have to waste waveform trying to catch up to him. I really think Navi need to be able to demonstrate that they have anti-Morphling tech with these next two picks. Treant, not necessarily that hero, you know. I mean, sure, Morphling does play a lot around the burst, but you can still get through these living armor stacks quite easily. Maybe Lion makes you a little bit skittish, but I'm fully with you that Morphling would be an amazing pick for Nemiga right now. Navi, though, with Treant Lion, some decent support for the Gyrocopter. You've got some team fights starting, some instant hexes, some big overall as well laning prowess coming with these heroes. So I kind of like it. Also, we don't see Tree all that often, Liz. What happened to the boy?
I don't know, like Treant is, for me at least, pretty sick still. I do like him. He's one of those griefing heroes. You run into the lane, you kind of last it your carry, you know. If you want to grief, see Eastern European style, you pick Tree. That's obviously not why he's picked here. I won't continue BSing. He's pretty strong with Gyro. He always was. You like to protect him. You like to have one hero that can keep the enemy team in spot, and also in the laning stage is solid. So I do like it. The Lion is kind of interesting. I think the hero is on a rise. Like, he's been picked quite a lot in other regions as well. I feel that he's a strong position for at the moment, but Nemiga Gaming at the moment really have a pretty damn solid lineup. Like, everything that they've got, I like, as long as they find the right ways of dealing with the Gyro in a carry-to-carry matchup. I think the combos that you see, like, I like Venge quite a lot at the moment. The Arena Egg is pretty good. Pango, one of my favorites as well. Some pretty neat things happening on their side.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun happening. Nemiga Gaming, honestly, if I looked at this draft, this feels like we're still back in China, bro. Mars Phoenix with Venge Pango? Looks like exactly a CN draft to me, if you were going to just ask me what heroes would come out. With the Navi draft, I guess the Treant Protector is the one specialty hero that we haven't really seen in other regions so far. But does feel like they just need a bit more damage. Or at least, I don't think they need that much more initiation, right? Lion already provides a lot of control and fight start. So for the mid lane, are you going to go some Storm Ember or something else, do you think?
I think Ember would be pretty good, like you called it. They go with Beast. It's also pretty good, gives you some solo push while Gyro is farming up, gives you this hero that's just insane at the moment. You already see the two supports on the side of Nemiga, so you can actually easily and freely go for the Beast. There aren't many heroes that can deal well with him and the Gyro. Like some PA or something like that is okay, but it can be dangerous. You are playing into living armor as well, so I do like the Beast. I think it's a better pick than just selecting your mid laner, because if you look at the bans, they have only 2 left remaining, and all the spirits are left in the pool besides their spirits. So you can go for your Ember, you can go for your Storm. I'd honestly like both the same. The amount of catch on Nemiga is not great, and it should be a solid game for either. They ban out the Storm and Quap. I think Ember into Pango is still good. I think it's a solid option for them. If you want to go for more catch, less damage, Puck is alright, but I mean, I don't think it's necessary. Like, you can put Puck into Pango and have that Dream Coil later on, but if you want to go that route. But you might, like you mentioned it yourself, they might struggle a little bit in the damage department. Still, it's possible. It's not bad by any means. He's still dishing out quite enough of damage.
Shockingly, okay, I was about to say Navi's still not banning Morphling, but okay.
No.
They take him out at the very end. It was the correct ban to do. They pick up the Ember Spirit, provides them that damage. They already have so much control. Every hero in the game that they have right now has some kind of lockdown, which is always nice to see.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking, like, is Nemiga actually sneaky? Are they gonna cheese us up a little bit? Because Morphling was an obvious pick for 3 picks already, and you could have picked it and covered it, and AA was banned out, and there weren't really many heroes that counter him, so left in the pool. I'm thinking Morphling was an amazing idea, unless they had something sneaky up their sleeve, some Arc Warden or stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. That hero feels a bit dead at the moment.
You got a lot of time to think about this on the side of Nemiga. What carries are left still in the pool? Slog doesn't feel like it makes that much sense. There's just way too much control and burst. You can't necessarily go for Drow. They have lots of reach on you. I don't see them picking up Ursa. Lane doesn't feel that good. And fighting heads up with so much control would feel also very annoying. Like, what is here? Like, we've seen some Bloodseekers come out in a similar position when the team wants a hero that can maybe play faster than the enemy. But even that, there's so many ways to actually kill that hero off. I don't know, man. It does feel like a cheese pick has to be the solution here. Is Muerta good in this situation? I don't know.
It's okay, I guess. Not amazing, but in my opinion, like, you could have just picked Morphling earlier. If it's that much of a problem to pick a carry, why not pick it 4th or 3rd? And like, it's, if you pick Mars without the Phoenix, your life isn't over, you know. Like, you can still find different combos. There's Dark Willow even. There are different types, but they're really taking their reserve time, and this worries me. Whatever it is that they pick, it worries me. You could still go for some, I don't know, could you go for a Drow or something ranged into the gyro? They do have catch, like they have Ember, they have reach. They go with the PA, so
okay.
The first thing that I mentioned, why go for PA? There's like 2 slight reasons, I guess. The first one is the Beastmaster, and the second one, I won't say that she's amazing into gyro. I would just say that she's in a good spot at the moment, so like, that's it. She's in the meta and she's good versus Beast, so they pick it up. And it gives them like some late game hard carry potential. Like, you already have a really good lineup that can fend on their own, but with these last 4 picks, I would say that Navi has a more well-rounded up lineup. Like, they have the push, they have the map vision, the map control. It's easier for their carry to join the fights earlier. They just have in my opinion, an easier game to play. But anything can happen. This PA can roll out of control. You have amazing teamfight on Nemiga as well.
They do have great team fight, but I'm very worried for Violence game here on Nemiga. He has to wander and deal with instant disables. There's lots of BKB piercing disables. There's a ton of magic damage. There's uncontrollable damage from this gyrocopter that you can't always avoid. There's just, I don't know, man. This feels like a tough game. I would not want to be Violent in this situation. You have to play the edges perfectly. It's also surprisingly difficult to play into the Treant Protector. That living armor, like, PA relies on being able to burst heroes, so any instance that makes it more difficult to do that makes her just a worse hero. I mean, there's a reason we don't see her often into, like, TA, for example. I don't know, man. I feel like Nemiga, I like the team fight for the first 4 heroes, but that one little step they needed to end the game, I don't think PA is going to fit that bill. And like you mentioned, I'm really worried about their potential for pushing. It feels like they can only push towers if they win a comprehensive team fight. And even then, Treant Protector, if he's alive, makes the push take a little bit longer. The team can come back. So I'm heavily favoring Navi for game 1, which obviously means that Nemiga is going to win easily.
No, I do like your points. So how does Nemiga get out of these problems, and what do they need to do? I guess they need to shut down the Ember.
Yeah,
I feel like he might be that one, not weakest link, but if you shut him down, perhaps they'll struggle when it comes to damage in that mid game. How do you shut him down though? I don't know, maybe some Yule's Blink on Mars. I feel like that's something you need, because your catch is really damn small. Like, it's insufficient on Nemiga.
I definitely think this Mars, it's all going to come down to him. Like, Papango lane should be acceptable through middle, but they need to enable Mars, and then you just keep hunting this Ember Spirit whilst PA is farming. I think that's also what frustrates me about their draft, is Gyrocopter can show up with just BKB or Aghanim Scepter, one or the other, and still be effective in a fight. PA is just not that hero. You need like 2-3 items to arrive. So there's just, the early spike just feels so much easier for Navi to accomplish and reach.
It's an interesting matchup. If you choose your fights properly, maybe you can join a bit earlier with PA this game. Maybe. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look at this. Going to block the graveyard, getting some observer wards out. Okay.
He has already embraced his support role.
They're like, PA, buddy, you know what kind of game this is going to be for you? Don't worry, we'll play 4v5 for like 20 minutes, 25, and then we'll let you know when you can get involved.
It's pretty smart, right? Like, you're playing into Gyro and Beastmaster, blocking the Ancients is probably a really good idea. So she does that immediately. That's XS Vampire, by the way, this guy, Daniel. Yeah, that was his nickname before.
I know XX Vampire. I remember that name.
I remember it as well. He used to spam, I think, like Rubik and Io in pubs long time ago. So it was pretty good.
Good now. Yeah. Game 1. Navi versus Nemiga. Both of them, it is the upper bracket, so losing isn't the worst thing in the world. You can find yourself having a lower bracket run still, but it's always better to take the easy route into the latter portion of the tournament.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
What's happening in these lanes? Anything crazy so far, Snare? You ask me always the same question, I'll ask you. Where are we gonna see some bloodshed early on?
Bottom lane has some potential for bloodshed, I think. Top, maybe a bit more in the top lane. I don't know, because both lanes have a little bit of heal. They have some repositioning. So it's... Actually, we might have one of those games where it's fairly quiet for a while. I think that's going to be the case, yeah. Top lane...
Quiet?
Like, yeah, it's going to be quiet, man. People will trade hits, but just trade regen.
Wait.
Kind of kill each other.
Laning stage quiet in Eastern Europe. I don't think that goes together. Like I look at these lanes, I feel like there's just a ton of kill potential on both sides. So we'll see, yeah. Like maybe some spear to the tower on Gyro or some stun spear on top. Same goes on bottom lane. Like they just have a ton of damage. All of these heroes. PA and Phoenix probably not the strongest combo, but they can get on top of Lion easily.
All right, how about this? I bet you that 4 minutes, we still won't have a first blood by 4 minutes.
I bet you 1,000 shekels that we will have it.
All right, I got you. 1,000 shekels on the line. Vazia, don't do this to me, buddy.
Let's go, buddy. Let's go.
He's getting ran down right now, but homing missile hits him, but he's a bit too far away on the gyrocopter to finish him off.
Chase.
Scream also falling low, but no. He protects my shekels and makes sure no first blood happens.
Oh no. My dreams and hopes in shambles. They're now just gonna chill. No one is gonna fight. I can see it. Snare was right. I was left.
Now there's still hope. Malady is playing a bit aggressive right now. Does have 6 1 charges on the stick, so just waiting for Hellscream to draw out the spell. They're gonna jabate him deeper into a fight.
What I'm hoping for is the Lotus. Like 3-minute jabate Lotus. Let's go 3. Go for it, Melody. He wants it.
Thought Nature's Grasp, so he's trying to zone them away so he can get the Lotus. He's going for it. He's gonna get it. And they're too far away to stop him. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. I feel like you might have been correct at this point. But maybe they're just debating you, we'll see. I have faith. I have faith in my Slavic brothers.
Let's go. Some action could still break out. If the lanes do just keep going as static as they are, which team do you think benefits the most from that situation?
I think they all lose their passports. They're not... They can't be Slavs, cold Slavs any longer. No kills, 4 minutes in. Slav cards revoked. But
Sorry, y'all.
What did you ask again? Who has an advantage or?
Yeah, who benefits most from just like a quiet early game?
It depends on the last stats, right? So far, what's going on. Who's suffering?
Daniel,
Let's go!
Fire. It's gonna end up being first blood, but it's just over 4 minutes. Counts for me. Mid lane, we also saw Malrine able to get the kill with the help of Hellscream onto the Ember Spirit. So
Rigged.
quick kills for Nemiga right after the 4-minute mark. Thanks,
Rigged.
boys.
Rigged. My shekels. Anyway, well, right now it obviously benefits Nemiga, right? Like they got on point on 2 different lanes, 2 kills, especially the one on mid lane.
Tower is under attack.
Being able to, damn, like Pangolier versus Ember. This lane shouldn't be this difficult. Like he has a full level on him.
Yep. Straight up level. So very shortly we could be seeing Malrine with the 6-minute runes making a rotation elsewhere on the map to see what kind
Top
of
lane.
action he can cook up in the top lane. Have a
Should
lot of
be fine.
HP being lost from Hellscream, but has some one charges, heat homing missile under a tower, so should be A-okay.
Yeah, Pangolier, look at that. He's already level 6. He might. Nah, he's just gonna go back mid, right? Takes that bounty, rotates back mid.
Yeah. If he had boots, he might have made the move to the top lane, but without the boots or a haste rune, would take a little bit of time for him to arrive. Rather just get farm middle, put more pressure onto Melior on this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, you have a level on him, so any sort of rotation, he's in way more danger than you are at the moment on the mid lane, so he has to be more careful. Looking at the sidelines, those side lanes, nothing extreme happening at the moment, right? Only extreme thing is this Mars and his last hits. Like he's extremely underfarmed. Malik,
Might get a kill onto Malik down bottom here. The Fire Spirits have connected. One more right click is all they need. And Violent was very disciplined about not making the initial jump onto the Beastmaster. Not gonna get trapped under the tower. In the meantime, Malady will find himself taking a tumble in this mid lane after they force out Malrine to use his first Rolling Thunder. And with the help of Hellscream, it's a very easy kill to pick up.
yeah, he's taking this bounty rune on bottom, but I don't think he can rotate down. If he might, but it doesn't have Rolling Thunder, so probably for the best just return mid, continue farming, defend the tower. It has a Carti anyway.
He's actually so farmed on this Pango. This Diffusal Bait is going to arrive very quickly in this game. That'll open up so much space on the map. And that's one of the keys, right? We were talking about them depressing the Ember Spirit in the early game. But if this Pango can get off to a good start, we've already seen in other regions just how much work this guy can put all by his lonesome, applying solo pressure on the enemy team.
Yeah, there are some nice things against him. Like you have the Treant, right? Like you also have the Roar. Phoenix is dead.
Yeah.
So it's not
happens.
it's not the cleanest game for Pango. It's not like one of those free games, but it's still pretty solid. I feel like the game is much easier for Ember to play overall if he has a decent start. Until some Blink Yules on Mars, he should be, if Mars even buys that, should be kind of free to do whatever. Not a lot of catch.
Well, Ember should have phase boots once getting one more CS, and at that point we start thinking about where can he possibly go to leverage his influence on the map.
Under attack.
If they could kill Violent and slow down this PA and use the timing on Malik to push out this tier 1 tower, man, that would feel so good for them.
That would probably be one of those like textbook moves, right? Like your Beastmaster gets the Dominator, it's flying out right now. You utilize it for the tower. But you need to be careful because Pango has had a really good time, right? And usually when you're not pressured, you're just farming up the jungle. You always have enough regen, enough of HP and mana to join the fights, resources. And people underestimate how much just pressuring someone means. You know, he's always on the back foot, TPing base or regening or using all his mana just to recover.
You're in that offlane syndrome, man. You're in that Mars situation where you're spending the whole game, you get to BKB, blink, and nothing else. You're just playing the game from the back foot.
Yeah, it's just about these early game rotations and how they measure up. If you're having a bad start, it's much easier, it's much harder for you to answer all the rotations. Hellscream should be fine.
So, still very light on kills overall. Haven't seen the Ember make a move just yet. Daniel is nearby him, though, with a smoke, and I think they're going to use it. They're going to try and do something, it looks like. There we go. Smoke popped. And the target is indeed going to be bottom. Classic rotation, like you mentioned. But the Pangolier is aware of this. He's already nearby, waiting in the wings with Rolling Thunder to break this up. And a perfect scan. It's directly onto these heroes.
Yeah, they're just reading them like an open book. Like, this is really nicely done from Nemiga, unless they leave.
Let's see what they do. They actually might go top lane. Oh, look who comes bottom. Malady took the Twin Gate. He was going to try and make a pincer maneuver happen. Instead, he springs the trap of Nemiga, ends up dead and wasting a lot of time for the Navi lineup.
That's the wrong neighborhood.
Hashtag outplayed, bro. Like you said, they're reading them like an open book. They knew what was coming. They go to the right chapter, they check the index, make the turnaround play.
Hashtag my dog is barking so hard I'm muting myself all the time, but yeah, like it was an interesting play. I guess 3-end being down bottom also helps Navi a little bit because they don't fall into that trap, they don't overcommit. So in the end they just lose a position 5. Better a position 5 than a full-blown fight, right?
That's definitely true.
Mars steeping bottom.
Though. They're coming bottom with Mars, and they're going to try and use the first arena of the game. Roar connects before the spear, so Vazia unable to make the full combo happen onto Malik. As a result, this Beastmaster is still alive. He's taking quite a lot of damage, though. And after this Rolling Thunder and a couple of right clicks, his life will eventually come to an end. That is a kill onto him, but that's a 4-hero rotation to make that happen. Not the worst thing in the world for Navi.
It's not really that difficult to leave now. You have the Twin Gates. These 4-man rotations, they're not what they used to be. Back in the day, you do that, you lose so much. But right now, you just use the Twin Gate, go back top, life is good. They did lose mid, though, and that's quite big.
Mid tower gone. Ember Spirit gets back just before Hellscream connects with any spells. Okay. So Navi, they get a tier 1 tower mid. They're still getting farm on the Gyrocopter top. And I think Nemiga realized they want more out of the map because they smoke again here, Liz. Hellscream and Roger heading to the top lane.
Yeah, they're just moving a lot, but can they convert into taking towers? That's the question. Let's see.
Shigetsu aware that something is awry here, getting himself well back. Vazia sadly did not have access to an arena to block him in. So Shigetsu's fine. He's actually not going straight for BKB Ags. He started with the Chrysalis. Been seeing more of the Gyrocopters go for the mini crit first into the Aghanim Scepter. Means you have an astonishing amount of damage output by the time the Ags arrives.
Yeah, it's a good old build. There was Ags build, there's also this build, like Ags, and then you go crit or crit into Ags. It's not that bad. Bot lane, Egg has been used, but you need to swap for this.
Yeah. It's whatever. We got the tier 1 tower down to a 3rd HP. We dodge a rotation to the top lane. We're not going to be able to get the counter tower immediately, but Melior's still going to try. He's in the area on the Ember Spirit, trying to make sure that these creeps keep getting zoned away. Maybe you catch someone out, but no. Instead, they're going to go back middle. Look what they find. They see Violence by himself. Do they have the damage to make this happen? Daniel does not have access to Finger of Death. He's shy by maybe 2 creeps. And as a result, Violence will survive and get himself to safety.
Yeah, he didn't get the level 6, and also they missed the searing chains on PA, so just not enough damage to take her down at this point. You need a Finger. PA is having a pretty decent farm, same goes for Pango and Gyro. What I'm really surprised about the new patch, or the last couple of weeks of the new patch at least, is the offlaners aren't really, interestingly enough, dominating as much. I see a lot of games in which they're sacked. Obviously, Beast is a different kind, he's still gonna recover, but teams aren't as reluctant to just leave the offlane. You know, sack him, rotate around mid, use the Twin Gate more often.
That probably coincides with how heavily focused a lot of these games have been towards the carry performance, right?
Roger, my man, I know we're boomers, both me and you, but Midas?
Instituting that Midas technology, man. Top lane, Right now, Vazia not gonna get killed off. He might actually make a turnaround. Gets a young Arena out onto Melody. The spear follow-up misses, doesn't get the connection, but they might still have the damage overall. At the same time, Shigetsu going onto Hellscream. Melody's still alive. Malreen's gonna chase him down, but it's taking so long. Rolling Thunder puts him very low, but it still doesn't finish him. Melody even shows up to finally bring down Hellscream. But Melody was able to make so much space for his lineup that they get a counter kill. It doesn't interrupt them all that much.
Yeah, they're really not letting this bottom lane fall. Like, look, again, Bangalore just TPs in, 14 minutes in. It's very rare to see a Beastmaster not take a tier 1 tower by minute 14. They're just, yeah, it's their tower, and no one is taking it.
Amazing what you'll find laying on.
Speaking of protecting towers, we now have a point into the living armor from Melody, so if you fail to take their towers, they can begin the healing job, making sure that these things stay as topped up as possible.
I'm still thinking about the Midas, by the way. Like, back in the day, there was a patch or two in which Midas was decent on Phoenix. Like, this item overall isn't that bad on the hero. Phoenix is a type of a hero who, like, it's nice to have items on him, but like, no matter what you buy, it will still be fine. Very nicely done by the Wildkin.
That was so nice. South Hurricane to get onto the high ground. Phoenix will try to get out of this. Fire Spirits are out onto Melody.
that's
Do they have the attacks? They do. Just the final one before it triggers out. Melayor gets that. In the meantime, Malik was able to push down the tier 1 tower at long last.
Yeah, two heroes will almost certainly kill the egg. Always, as long as they're in position when the egg is...
Waiting for Beastmaster, and I think they might certainly kill him as well. Rolling Thunder out. They got the Diffusal Blade swashbuckle hits, so
yep.
Malik will end up 100% dead there.
What's also nice for them is they managed to dodge the gank on top lane at the same time. So Violent actually dodges the gank while they're killing Beast. He was literally threading the needle between 4 heroes. Yeah, they get the Beast. And the carry survives.
Very nicely done. This game is still very, very even right now, though. Like, the overall net worth leader is this Gyrocopter, but PA, with a Battle Fury, certainly going to try her best to catch up ASAP. Gonna come down to these next few rotations, which right now, Navi is trying to make towards middle to reveal the Blink Dagger, but Melayor already far enough back that he's not under threat anymore. Are they going to smoke middle? It looks like they want to. Roger's picking it out. He has a smoke at the ready. They just need to get rid of the Cardi.
I feel like both teams should be okay with fighting right now. Maybe Nemiga have the upper hand. They smoked up and the blink is there, right? So it should be a bit easier for them.
They also have an Observer Ward that just barely scouts Shigetsu, but he's going the wrong way. This is not what they wanted. They wanted him to go left. He goes right to meet his team. And they're gonna come back. This might be a big fight here, Lizard. They jump on the Gyrocopter. They have the damage out. Arena Spear, but they don't kill him off just yet. There's been a big hold on from said Gyro. And with his Aghanim Scepter, he's laying in so much damage. Finger of Death back onto Pango, kills him off. And Gyro is still alive.
Still alive.
Too. With the Aghanim Scepter putting in so much work. Malreen trying to escape at long last at the end of the fight, but he ends up dead instead. Navi don't lose a single target. Shigetsu having a living armor on top of him, having some inner beast aura, having this Aghanim Scepter, doing so much work in the fight that it's impossible for Nemiga to bring him down.
Yeah, and so much damage. That was insane. I feel like maybe if the arena was just a... I'm not sure, actually. Is it good that the arena caught only him, or would it have been better if they caught more heroes in the arena? That's the only thing I'm thinking. But overall, really nicely done by Navi. They were the ones smoke on, so the vision wasn't completely in their favor. And they still managed to take a really good fight, saving the Gyro. The Sunray perhaps was not connecting on the Gyro for as long as it could have. But maybe an egg was necessary earlier too.
The fight that might break out again, Melody, he gets caught out first, but these heroes on Nemiga, especially Roger, not the healthiest at the moment. So not so sure they have what it takes to keep the fight going.
Yeah.
Maybe in that fight as well, if they manage to get off the Supernova, that might have also been different, some additional damage on forcing them to play around the egg, but things just went perfectly for Navi. And speaking of said supernova, it does get triggered now. They get a beautiful 2-hero stun out. Can they actually kill off this egg? No, they cannot, but
God.
will die first. Vazia, he's also going to lose his life inside the arena that he costed. At least it buys time for Malrine to roll out of here, but Malrine is sticking around. Denial's out of mana, so he can't stun him up further, but Roger might be the one get caught out. Melior will miss with the searing chains, but they should still have the damage with the slide. Turning this into another 4 heroes dead. Yes, you get the Aegis, but man, was it expensive.
The amount of damage that Navi is dishing out, like, remember in the drafting stage we were talking about damage. This gyro just covers everything. You don't need anything more, just the Ags and crit, and it's looking ridiculous in these fights. Ember obviously helps out with Maelstrom and Orb of Corrosion spam, but damn, gyro is just doing a ton of work.
Yep. Gyrocopter, baby, and that gave him his full BKB as well. It just arrived off the courier.
Do you think PA kind of felt forced to join that fight? Because she still doesn't have a BKB, right? And very rarely do you see them join before a BKB or a Dazo, at least after Battle Fury. But I feel like Navi won the fight earlier with Gyro being there, and PA was like, yeah, I guess I have to join too.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it at the beginning of the game, right? That's just the dynamic of having Gyro versus PA. Gyro can show up, frontline a little bit for his team, force you into an awkward engagement. And Gyro was the first one up the hill. Even though they found that easy stun onto Phoenix, he's like, with half HP, I can force this to happen, get the supernova cost only onto me. It's awesome. Fight becomes easy afterwards.
Yeah, the Living Armor, the Leech Seed, and also Overgrowth, obviously. Coming in clutch by Malady.
Treant Protector, man. I'm so happy that we started Eastern Europe game with Treant Protector, you know? Feeling like I'm watching Goblag right now. Feels great.
I'm feeling like I'm watching Illidan. Ruining my games again. Right-clicking heroes down.
This game is about to be ruined as he gets blinked on by Denial, XX Vampire. Sets up Shigetsu for an easy kill. And now we have a Gyro with a mega kill streak, a tier 2 tower about to fall. And Navi just looking completely dominant in game 1 so far.
Yeah, already going up the hill. He has to be a bit... well, does he have to be careful? I guess so. He does have BKB, but on the right side, who's caught?
Hellscream. They even overgrowth him to kill him. To be fair, he did get the Wisdom Rune for the crew, so it was a worthwhile death, but ultimately it's still very easy for Navi to kill him. And the fact that they were able to post up 3 of their cores on a tier 3 tower with their supports down bottom, and they didn't feel that afraid, that's a problem for Nemiga.
I guess because of the Vengeful, right? Like she is probably the scariest one when you're pushing high ground here. Mars is obviously one too, but being swapped into tier 4s and then speared into them is never fun.
Yeah. Did they scout that smoke? I think they did. They might have seen the smoke happening. They're set up for the fight. Navi starting to get ready. Melior is making his way towards the area, and he definitely knew. Shigetsu was there waiting to pop a smoke. Malady's waiting in the trees. In Nemiga, this is not their area of the map, despite it being their tier 2 tower.
They have a decent ward now, and they have a level 2 egg. Maybe they could fight around that, but it's not gonna be easy. Beastmaster with the BKB, Gyro with the BKB, Ember with the BKB. These guys just wanna end this game.
Yeah. Ember Spirit will scout out Roger. He's gonna start poking him to try and draw out an early supernova. Also got hit with some flag cannon shot, so they should know there's a ward nearby. Will they de-ward it in time? Oh, what a blink back. Denial draws out the arena but doesn't die. They kill off Roger with a sleight of fist. Look at this Vengeful Spirit dying too for Hellscream. Both supports are gone and it's cost them nothing. In the meantime, homing missile connects onto Vazia. He is certainly going to die here in the trees. Denial blinks on top of him, hexes him up, sets up the very easy kill, which Melior will happily claim. And while all this is happening, Malik and Shigetsu happy to push down the tier 2 tower, and now they're on the high ground, hoping to put damage on the tier 3 as well.
Yeah, there are some buybacks. There's still a BKB on PA if Violent moves back. It's hard to defend against without him, but Jar is already on 50% HP. If they could poke him a bit, but there's no one to poke. There's only Pango here.
Also, if this was last patch Pango, where Swashbuckle's still disarmed, that could be different, but with it only applying a slow, it doesn't have as much counter push threat in these kind of situations. Although Mars is up in 5, so they need to decide right now. Are we committing or are we getting the hell out? They will. Oh my god. Phoenix jumped in, hoping to dissuade them from entry. Ends up dead instead. Does have buyback though. Will be forced to trigger it out. At the same time, they swap back Mars to keep him alive. Primal Roar onto the Phoenix. It's an instant dieback onto Roger. Violence also gets caught out on the low ground. Forced to pop a BKB just to escape this fight. But he will not be allowed to do so.
GG.
There's way too much control. There's way too much damage. And the game is just way too over right now. Navi take the W, they get the team wipe, and they put themselves ahead in this best of 3 series.
That was a bit faster than I expected and a little bit more convincing than I expected. But Navi, we talked about this in the pre-game segment, like they did have a little bit of an easier draft. It looked a bit easier, and definitely in the end they made easy work out of Nemiga. I'm not sure exactly what Nemiga could have changed. Perhaps some items like could have been done a little bit different. Perhaps that Midas on Phoenix wasn't super necessary, even though I don't think it changes a lot. Like the rotations from Dire were all on point, going down on the bottom lane with the Beastmaster a little bit late, yeah. But they made sure that Gyro had pretty significant advantage on the enemy team, and this fight here just decided the game. At this point, like honestly, it was kinda even, but it's one of the worst fights that I have seen with the first smoke ever. Like what, first or second big smoke, right? Like you want to reveal your first item. They wanted to reveal the blink and they literally lost the game there. This is the second fight that they attempt. Here PA still doesn't have a BKB, she's trying to fight. Yeah, eventually you just lose all the damage that's necessary. Like PA is buying a BKB to be able to fight, but then she doesn't have enough damage to fight, right? And Gyro, he doesn't need a lot. He had a silver edge in the end, like he doesn't care. Roger, we're not gonna mention this part. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, you buy back instantly, you die. I think this game pretty much comes down to what we were talking about, that because PA can't get involved, Navi realize, wait, we're effectively playing this game 4v5. Let's just leverage the numerical advantage we have. And unfortunately for Nemiga, you know, we spoke about damage in the draft. Most of their big damage was going to come out of Violent. Like, Malrine can massage these heroes, soften them up, but Violent is supposed to be the one that brings them all over the edge, bursts them down, then you move on to the next target. If Violent's not ready to fight with the PA, that means Navi, you have Malady to just keep elongating these fights with living armor, with leech seeds. Malik is making it easier with the inner beast aura as well. And it just becomes too difficult, honestly. Like, this is one of those games where if that smoke you mentioned, if that doesn't happen and they're able to finish the BKB on PA first, and then they go for a move like that, everything's different, right? Because then you have access to that burst damage in the fight. Well, because that doesn't happen, suddenly Gyro is an item ahead, and you are definitely a game behind.
And they might be able to take down Gyro before he kills pretty much everyone in that first fight. I agree completely with that, but unfortunately they weren't, and in this kind of a game, I know Ember did well, but Gyro, come on, you give the MVP to him, right? Like, it's...
Yep.
Like,
I fully agreed.
Yeah, like he did kind of everything right, survived these fights on very low amount of HP, still managed to dish out the most amount of damage, even though he's being targeted, like stood his ground and knew exactly how to move. But like, I feel like giving an MVP to a Gyro is very similar to giving Lina an MVP in the last patch, so don't expect me to be doing that very often.
He even did the right thing in terms of neutral items, man. He has a Vampire Fangs going for himself for that additional lifesteal. He actually took the most damage on his team because he was just willing to post up and say, come at me or I'll receive this damage. Remember that push bottom? He's the one that's standing in front of the tier 3 tower. He's the one that's eating the tower pot shots because he knows he'll be fine. He'll be okay. So great game coming in right now from the side of Navi. That puts them 1 game ahead of Nemiga. And that's a very scary place to be if you're Nemiga. At the same time, though, let's be honest. If you can redo this draft, you pick Morphling instead of PA, and we have a very different game going. So for Nemiga, a lot to think about. They just go back to the draft and jig a few things up. We can probably have a more competitive game, too. We'll find out if that's what happens after a small break. So don't go anywhere. The road to TI for Eastern Europe continues right after a small break. Welcome back, one and all, for some Dota. We're here in the TI qualifiers for the Eastern European region, witnessing Navi take on Nemiga. And Lizard, I know a lot of your homies are in this game, but what would you tell them if you're hollering at them? What's the DM you're going to send to Nemiga to get them back in the game?
Hey, I don't have a lot of them here. I know some from pubs. Roger is probably the only one. Like, I'm too old, man. Like, years are passing. I'm not seeing these kids anymore in pubs. Anyway, it's a TI qualifier. I don't think anyone needs a push when it comes to morale. I believe these guys are all pretty damn solid at just resetting their mindset and going next. Maybe something that they could change is, like, I don't think it was that easy to execute the draft, like on the side of Dire actually, but they executed it much easier than it seemed. Same thing goes for Radiant. Like, Radiant had this, the other thing goes for Radiant, that is, they have this quite telegraphed draft, but it didn't check all the boxes. Like, it's easy to plant an arena and an egg, right? But because of the fact that it's easy, it's also to be expected all the time by Navi. And also they didn't have any objective taking capabilities. Maybe that was a problem for them, right? Like we discussed that earlier. On one side you have this beast, he's constantly pushing, he just needs a bit of farm and that's it. And on the other side you're just frantically trying to find a way to deal with that, either by blocking the camps, preventing him from getting Overlord. But he still will. Like, you might delay his tier 1 push, he's still gonna get that farm and he's gonna come knocking minute 15, 16 on your tier 2.
Yep. We're gonna see whether or not they do have a better way to check all those boxes in our Game 2 draft as we are about to get started. Nemiga, this time around, they have priority, so they chose first pick, which most teams are probably gonna be doing, especially if they can do what Navi did, get that gyrocopter, back him up, and then protect him appropriately in the bans. So let's see what they've got cooking here. For Game 2, Navi will remove Chen, no Nature's Prophet, no Earth Spirit, and no Razor. So 2 heroes banned away from Roger. You're not going to play your heroes, fam, sorry. And Nemiga, here's the switch up. This time they banned Beastmaster. They recognize how much work Malik did on that hero, and they're like, good job, buddy, you're playing something else this time.
Yeah, I think it's for the best to get rid of the Beast. Dawn was banned out in Game 1, and now it isn't, and Nemiga snatched it up for themselves. We have seen some position 5 Dawn, we have seen some offlane Dawn. I think the hero is in a good spot. We'll see if Nemiga have a strat, or is it just one of those heroes that they just like running and that's it? Because you can have some strats around her, like global presence that she brings is game changing, and it should make it a little bit easier for them to get those early game ganks. By the way, like, I don't know, every time you ask me what went wrong, what they need to fix, like in Game 1, I kinda... It's kind of a pressure to make stuff up. And I realized, like, in Game 1, honestly, like, the draft wasn't amazing, but it was solid enough. It's just that one singular fight that went completely badly for them. These teams might still be very evenly matched. It all comes down to how they play out that mid-game, that post-laning stage, that is.
I guess Dota's always been one of those games that can cascade very heavily off of one singular event, and that just changes the entire makeup of the game. So Nemiga, we'll see if they can utilize the Dawnbreaker better. On the bright side, they also banned Gyrocopter, so there's one less completely busted hero to worry about. But I like that Navi stick with the Treant Protector. I really think he did a lot of work, Malady, on this hero. Just for the overall game, like, Living Armor looks decent, but Overgrowth and Nature's Grasp as spells just seem so conceptually broken right now. So I like the fact that they're sticking with it, and there's other heroes they can try and combo the team fight with, even if it's not as effective as it would be with Gyro.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, imagine some Treant Phoenix for Navi back to 20, I don't even know what year, when Phoenix came out. It's possible. I also liked their Treant plus Lion combo. It didn't look that bad. That was the combo, right? Like in the last game, it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. I feel like it's also doable. More carries banned out this time around than in the first game. Still, mid laners completely untouched. This is very different to what we're seeing in other regions, where like a Pango goes out, Ember goes out very early on. Eastern Europe, they just let it all go through. And Rubik ban, what are they picking, like an Enigma or something?
Well, they get the Lion back once more. They don't want to give away instant hex, I guess, but still, a lot of respect being shown towards Roger here, with both his Chen, his Earth Spirit, and his Rubik being removed from the field of play. I wonder, do you think they're setting up for maybe some Medusa pick on their lineup by taking away Lion and Tree?
It's an option. I don't think it's that bad. Like, you have a lot of protection for her already. Like, the new Pugna-esque mana drain on Lion feels good. It's not mana drain, it's, what is it? Regurgitation. How do you pronounce that word? Help me out.
Regurgitation, yeah.
Regurgitation, yeah. It's that. Like, you throw up mana into her. Anyways, to less disgusting things, we have Skyrat on Nemiga. Like, you wanted the Treant on one side, you get the Sky on the other. This is like the Eastern European duo of supports to look out for.
10 seconds remaining.
All we need now is something to hold a hero in position for the Skyrath ult to land down, which makes it doubly interesting that they decided to ban out the Faceless Void, because that's been a long-standing combo.
Yep.
However, we did see Vazia play the Mars in the previous game, and that's another combo. It's either Mars or like LC from an offlane position that helps the Skyrath the most.
Yeah, LC looks pretty good in the patch. Is it a great game for LC? Not sure. Like, you have the Living Armor, you have Lion as well to mess with you when you duel. But overall, I think it can work once you get the BKB. It looks like a really good game for her. But this is also an option, right? Like, the Dawnbreaker can be a core. So Nemiga actually get an Oracle first.
Okay.
How many games of Oracle have you seen? I've seen a couple of banned Oracles, but I haven't seen way too many played.
I can tell you, sir, that in the regional qualifiers across all regions, there has not been a single Oracle pick. There's been a lot of bans, yes, but not a single pick. So we're graced and lucky. We're going to be seeing the first one.
Nice. I want to see now why it's banned, why is it like that? And look at Navi with the Weaver. Also haven't seen maybe I have seen one. I think I've seen one. I'm not sure in which region. Or maybe it was a pub, I'm not sure, but... Yeah, like, you see these heroes, these Oracles, Skyrats, you get on top of them, you use your Swarm, bring them down easily. I have to read the patch notes, though. I'm not sure if Weaver has been changed a lot or not.
Received a couple of changes, but not that many overall.
Aghanim Shard upgrade reworked.
Yeah, they changed how the mark thing works. You get it through Sakuchi now. I guess for me, the big thing about this Weaver is, like you mentioned, can eat the supports alive later on. But in the earlier portion of the game, presuming that this is an offlane Dawnbreaker, you don't play heads up into her, like in her face. So you can either get yourself away from Sellyhammer or not have to trade with her for Luminosity. So I like that option. Sort of like when you play these Drow Rangers, you just outrange this hero.
Yeah, the problem still remains the same. Like, she hits really damn hard, and you're playing into silence. They didn't have instant catch up to this point, but now you also have Dragon Tail to worry about. Like, Dragon Tail and Skyrat, if you're not careful as a Weaver, like, that can blow you up easily. So already you honestly have to be quite careful when it comes to your positioning in the game. But if you see that Dragon Tail used, the game is kind of free for you. Atos perhaps can come in handy for the Skyrat, one of the items that he can think about buying.
I sort of love this Nemiga draft the more I look at it, because they have so much combo break. If you go onto somebody that isn't Dawnbreaker or Oracle, they can provide some counter initiation. The other two heroes, Skyrath is not that easy to catch. You shouldn't be on the front lines anyway. And DK is so tanky that you almost guarantee these spells will land. Yes, there is a lot of lockdown between like Pulverize, Lion spells, but only one of those spells is in the Overgrowth, the teamfight spell overall. So just having Dawn or Oracle will definitely ensure the hero that gets gone on does survive that initiation.
Yeah, they just got to protect the Weaver somehow. Ban out the... Yeah, it's always like that, right? Like, the illusion heroes need to go. Naga is probably one of the worst ones at the moment because of the item build that she goes for. Brings a lot of control. The web is also very annoying to play against. What else do I hate playing against it? Or people hate playing against this Weaver? Heroes that can get on top of you easily are also a nuisance. But Naga and PL, like back in the day, were both very, very annoying.
I guess it's also made better in this game that Void is gone already, so you don't have to worry about that if you're Weaver.
Yeah, heroes with a lot of catch and a lot of reach, which Void fits both. You don't want to play against them as well. You don't care that much about glass cannons, like some snipers, drows, whatever, that stand in the back. You can deal with those. These illusion-based can be a problem. They just blow you up way too easily.
You know, outside of this Lion, for Nemiga, this yet again looks like a pretty decent Morphling game, if they are going to go in that direction. Like, Morphling matches up extremely well against the Weaver, and stealing Sakuchi always feels incredible for a hero like that. The other heroes, you know, if you don't get burst down, which they can sometimes struggle to do, you can just own these fights, and you have so much backup with Dawnbreaker Oracle. Or they can go...
Nightstalk. Oh, yeah, that's like old school counter. How did I forget completely about it? It's really good. Like, what's a Weaver gonna do if he's ruptured? That's pretty much it, right? It's as simple as that. Plus, you can't escape the fight low HP if he has thirst on. So, really nicely read and picked up by Nemiga. Now the question is, can they rotate this Weaver? Like, can you put it? I still think you need to play it on a carry position. There's a chance that you put it like off lane with Treant, and then you put this primal mid, and you last pick a carry that's a bit better into all of this. But yeah, I don't think they're doing that. We were carry, and now the question is primal mid or off lane? Because that's also interchangeable. If they wanted to, they could get some Timber here, like he's still in the pool. Doesn't look that bad. Besides the shard on Bloodseeker, like, you can actually dish out a lot of damage to these cores. Skyrat is annoying, but...
If only Beastmaster was still in the game, but that's why bans exist.
Lycan?
Game more complicated.
Just
Lycan, I wouldn't mind Lycan either.
It's the same problem. You're playing against Rupture, but he has to Rupture one of you too. So you just make your summons, pop your ulti, and you send them on these supports. It also gives you some tower taking.
Can they play LC, do you think, for Navi?
Into Oracle, you're not going to get any dual damage. That's the problem, right? Like, you're playing into Oracle, you're playing into Dawnbreaker. They can, sure, and it's good to clean the silence, but I actually like this a bit better. You know, I had that feeling. I didn't like the Lycan too much. I didn't like the LC idea, but I couldn't put my finger on what I wanted. I feel like Tide is okay. It also combos nicely with Weaver. The Gush is good with Weaver. You get some frontline. He's a decent laner into the Bloodseeker. Like, overall, I think this can work.
Before this, they didn't really have that much push potential either on the side of Navi. Now, at the very least, you would just buy some meme hammer, I imagine, coming out from Malik. And that gives them some little bit of tower push. Got more team fight. Lane against Bloodseeker is, you know, it's whatever. It's a lane against Bloodseeker as a melee hero. You don't expect much out of it. But I think the big thing as well, you were mentioning in the previous game how we've seen a lot of these offlaners sort of getting zoned out of the game, being left to fend for their own devices. And I think what we're probably going to end up seeing more of is those heroes in particular always trying to have a backup plan in taking Ancients. Tidehunter can definitely do that for you. So even if he has a bad lane, can still somewhat recover. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with this. For Nemiga, though, I do think their draft is way better than it was in Game 1. And it doesn't suffer that same problem of, at some point in the game, you're 4v5. You can start playing the game super early, as pretty much all these Nemiga heroes just need like one item to really be online for the early game.
Yeah, I think this is a true test. Like, first game, it just went real bad, real fast. I think we should see Game 3, unless Navi is just a much stronger team. Then it's kind of, you know, even if your draft might be a bit weaker, if you execute it properly and the enemy team doesn't execute theirs, you still take the game. There are ways for Navi to win as well. Like, this Weaver can become very big. Like, the combo with Tidehunter is great. If you crush the Bloodseeker, maybe the Rupture won't matter that much. But for me, Nemiga Gaming have perhaps an easier road to winning this match. Like, Just structure the damn Weaver later on in the game, and he's not going to be able to do a lot.
I mean, they only get on the side of Navi some major burst damage much later. They don't have it early on in the game like they did in game 1. And there's a lot of tanky heroes on the side of Nemiga, lots of sustain, lots of heal. So good luck, Navi, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a game 3. But the teams have to play themselves into that position. So let's witness if Nemiga has what it takes, Liz, to get into a game 3 situation, or if Navi, like you say, is just that much better as a team.
With a charming personality.
Let's go. Let's see if Old Man Roger got this.
Yeah, Navi sending some good lucks. Meanwhile, yeah, I can finally use my Russian DK answers. I won't wish you good luck, or you'll win. So that's pretty much it. I mean, makes sense. Why would you ever wish good luck to the team you're playing against, right?
Yeah. I can imagine wishing them good luck, but telling them to have fun, no.
No, I
hate life.
No, I'm the opposite. Like, we can all have fun and be happy, but I don't want you to win. I want the points. I want to go to TI, stuff like that, right? Like, it's kind of fake. Everyone is fake. Too mean. Good luck.
Type, good luck, have fun in a game against Lizard, he's gonna flame you. Like, what the hell is this, bro?
Yeah, shut up. You don't mean it.
Game 2, about to start with a pretty standard rune trade, it seems. 2-2 for both sides. Nobody gonna suffer too much damage. Although there is a bit of a difference in terms of the ward placements. Nemiga, obviously playing from Dire side, have opted to try and protect the bounty rune slot and a bit of their jungle.
The sentry on bottom lane. The play has been made on the tier 2 tower. It's gonna delay the creeps that are going into the lane. Meanwhile, Navi is trying to actually body block, it looks like, the dire creeps. But if they do this, they might take a lot of damage. Let's see what happens. But an interesting play nonetheless.
Got
Oh, snap! Oh, snap!
Yeah, 3 CS under the tower, not bad. Nothing denied.
Trying to put in some harass early on, but it's not going to last. Unfortunately, it is a Dawnbreaker. She's going to hit level 2 soon, and she'll be A-OK in the lane.
Tell me, Snare, minute 4, what's happening? Do we see any kills? How many shekels are you putting?
All right, 200 shekels.
200?
200.
I put 1,000 the last time.
Okay, 2,000 shekels.
Okay, 2,000.
First blood is only going to add 5.
What do you choose, though?
It's going to take even longer. 5 minutes first blood is going to happen in the top lane.
5 minutes? Oh, that's very specific. Okay, I am... So, by minute 5, first blood is going to happen on top. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. My shekels are on. It's not happening. First blood might happen, but not top. There you go.
Okay. Basically, I'm expecting... I'll even tell you who the hero that's going to be that's going to make the rotation. It'll be Meloyol on Primal Beast just before he hits level 6. 5 minutes in, going top, and that's where they're going to get their kills.
You know what?
Shekels, baby.
You might lose your shekels, but if you win, it's going to be glorious. It's going to be a glorious prediction. Do you have the script? Is that what it is?
Downloaded the script. And the script for this early game tells us so far, in anything surprising, for me the big surprise is how well this DK is doing in the mid lane. Like, Malreen is not supposed to be winning this hard, is he?
What is it? 11-5 versus 6-2. It's hard to play against DK, but yeah, he's really crushing this primal mid.
Doing a phenomenal job. Sadly, it is DK versus Primal Beast, so the two of them can't really kill each other. Just have to trade CS and trade farm. See, bottom, same kind of trades are happening. Top lane as well. Everyone's just trading, man. No, people are nervous. It's TI qualifiers. You don't want to be making mistakes at the moment.
Yeah, but usually what happens is when players don't want to make mistakes, they don't do anything, right? Like they just become very passive. I don't see it here. Like, they're still doing a lot, so it's enjoyable if nothing else. No first blood still though.
Just keep it going for 2 more minutes, y'all. Get me my shekels. I'll be very happy.
Anything crazy so far? I'm not seeing any strange things. I'm waiting for Hellscream to see what he is queuing up as the first item on Skyrat. Besides that, like, the lanes are quite, I guess, very, very close. We were going for Falcon Blade. There are some players that don't go Falcon Blade. I really like it on Weaver. It delays your Maelstrom by a bit, which delays your further farm, but you get a lot of mana for Weaver that way.
I personally think Falcon Blade is a necessity on this hero.
It doesn't have to be.
It's so squishy without it.
Like, you can... There are other options, like you can go Magic Wand and a Raindrop, something like that, to compensate. But I'm on the same boat as you, I always buy it.
So far, so good though in the bottom lane in terms of CS for this Weaver. And Dawnbreaker also getting decent CS for herself. We see Malady tanking up quite a bit of damage, but making space for Vazia to take the same from Shigetsu. Unfortunately though, too much sustain in both directions in this bottom lane, so nobody is going to die.
Top lane.
Nice.
Is that a TP?
Everything that's gonna It's a TP out. Shout out Lion. Whew. Daniel saving my prediction early on.
No, how did he save? If you get the first blood by minute 5, you won.
Yeah, but it has to be Primal Beast that does it. Primal Beast has to be the one that goes top.
I think you lost. I think you lost, yeah.
Wait, there's still time. There's still time. He's gonna get a bounty rune. Or the bottle refill. Anybody dying? Nope. No one's dead.
No one's dead.
I lost.
Yeah.
GG. Yeah.
I'll give you Tsunami's contact. You can give him the cash, and then he can give me. He's used to that already.
So who wins out in a game that looks like this yet again? Very static and quiet in the early game.
I think they're quite similar in the way they want to play the game. Both teams should be fairly active post the laning stage. So you want to do well in the lanes, but the lanes are even, so there isn't really any big winner. Besides the DK, he's definitely winning this mid lane.
Yeah. Been crushing the mid lane matchup, and now he finds himself with the first blood bonus gold. This is going to change the game fundamentally. He gets to the 6 well before the Primal Beast and start applying pressure with not just level 6, but the Sea Dragon arriving at the same time. This is beautiful time to be a Malrine DK.
They want to dive even. Like, they have 3 heroes here.
Oh, look at this. They're actually going to dive with the Fortune's End onto Daniel, hoping to catch the Primal with it, but that doesn't happen. Daniel should end up dead, however, as he dives to the right click of Malrine after being set up with the nice Purifying Flames. And they're continuing the fight, looking towards Meloyol's life. Malady forced to make a rotation, but Meloyol might still be dead here. So much magic damage from Hellscream. There's going to be the Purifying Flames into a Fortune's End, and that kills him off, granting a double kill for Roger in this early game. This feels such a good thing to have happened to them as they also get a tier 1 tower. Malrine, can they get him out of here safely? Roger trying his best. They threw out all the spells. Malrine is still alive, regenning with the level 3 Dragon's Blood, and he's A-okay. He survives, Lizard. They get the tower, they get the kills, they get everything in this mid lane for the DK.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Power spike from the DK, power treads, 2 bracers. He wasn't even really hitting that tier 1 tower. However, Shigetsu, he might fall here as well. They have the silence.
Oh, he doesn't even get the Young Wisdom rune, so if he dies, it's going to be a death for nothing. But Vazia is also very low, eating a Swarm Bug. Yeah. Unfortunately for the Weaver, it's only the level 1 Swarm, so it gets easily dealt with, but he almost killed it with Dawnbreaker in that situation.
Yeah, they didn't really want to fight him because he had Healing Lotus there. If they went on him, it's probably a bait, Raindrops, Healing Lotus, he survives. Yeah, like, they need to recover elsewhere. This mid lane was a disaster, obviously. Dragon Knight has had way too much fun. Like, you need this Primal Beast to perhaps rotate somewhere and recover, but... You know, my problem in this game for Navi is... Only thing Bloodseeker needs to do pretty much is rupture the Weaver throughout the game. if Dragonite has a good matchup in the mid lane, if he finds enough farm, like he can be the carry, like he can be the one buying Midas, going like Black Dragon and stuff.
What do you think? Are we gonna see him go for like Midas Axe for the DK this game as mid lane? We do finally get to see Meloyol and the boys get a kill using like Pulverize going. And bottom, we might have another small skirmish here. Vazier's already used the Selly Hammer, but Malrine has shown up on the DK. They really want this kill on the Weaver. They might be forced to settle for Malady, or maybe just settle for the tier 1 tower as Malrine just pops the DK form. He's gonna dare them to come to him or lose a tower for doing nothing.
Tide is rotating in. Can he def this? He does have Ravage and the Meme Hammer, but they need more.
Meme Hammer gets the stun out. Malady's gonna try help out from inside the tree. Swarmbug does connect onto this DK as Meloyol also makes an appearance. They throw in the Pulverize onto Oracle. They want to kill off the healing support first and foremost, but he's alive right now. Malrine able to get the turnaround onto Shigetsu with the help of this Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. The DK now has more allies streaming into the fight. They look for Meloyol. Violent ruptures him for his efforts. Gets the kill, collects that lane tax for having made the rotation, and with so many heroes being available, surely they just push into the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I think so. There's no Ravage as well. They should be able to easily clean this up. Once you go for the tower, you really want to take it immediately. You're playing into 3 and you'll just spam it up and if you don't, so... It looks like they will remain, at least with a couple of heroes. But that whole rotation by Navi felt a bit forced. They had the Ravage, sure, but the resources were lacking. They didn't have full HP, full mana on their heroes. Weaver was really low. He died while using time-lapse. Kinda unfortunate for him.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those situations where you make that kind of move, you don't have the damage. It happened to them in the mid lane with Malrine, and Malrine is back middle again. His Midas fully complete. They are going to be hunting down Malady in the trees. They have vision of him, but he's a little bit too fast. Gets away to safety. They need to do something drastic, and that drastic measure is going to come from a smoke from Meloyol, moving with Daniel to the top lane even before the Lion has level 6.
Yeah, can they kill the Bloodseeker though? Let's see, he's got a lot of armor, but Weaver is also around. If they can connect with Shigetsu, he moved back.
Alright, he did move back. He should be dead here.
Anyways.
Have the Pulverize if needed, but just some magic damage and trample ends up being good enough.
Yeah, even without the Weaver, more than enough damage.
They will end up losing a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, but they gained a tier 1 top. I guess we're not that far away from the Maelstrom being available for the Weaver. And at that point, we need to see Shigetsu really accelerate in the net worth department.
Yeah, it's...
Have you always felt like this Weaver hero has these weird spikes where laning phase, you feel very strong. There's like 20 minutes in the mid game, you feel terrible, but then you become like this beast again later.
I think it all depends on the items that you're going for, really, and the heroes that you're playing against. Like, Weaver can actually be strong 24/7. Mid lane Malik, they're going on him. He's got Ravage. If he wants to pop it, he's actually just fine regardless. I feel like that Weaver can actually scale linearly if he doesn't have a lot of catch on the enemy side. It's more about who you're playing against than anything else. Like this game, he might even opt to go get some Lincolns. You're playing into Bloodseeker after all, and the silence from Skyrat.
I was literally about to ask you about Lincolns for those reasons and the DK stun. I was like, that doesn't he just need Links, get himself out of trouble?
Yeah, I think Lincolns would be pretty damn solid for him.
This game stayed middle. They're actually going on to this Tide Hunter. They're going to try to bring him down. They threw in the Mystic Flare. They even utilized the Solar Guardian to make sure they get that kill. Sadly, they don't find the deny. The Meteor Hammer damage burns the tower away, but they still pick up a Tide Hunter kill.
Yeah, which is what they came for. He's gonna take that tower no matter what. He's just Meme Hammer spamming it anyway.
Very even game at the moment, still slightly favoring Nemiga, it feels like. With these heroes very much poised to keep scaling, but things could turn in a hurry, especially with, like you mentioned, this Ravage still being online. They have all their spells from Navi, so outside of the Weaver, they could try and make something happen. before these major power spikes when Nemiga arrive with like multiple BKBs and the like.
I'm just waiting to see if they're going to use this Weaver more actively, and it seems like they will. They smoke him up, they move bottom. They're expecting perhaps Malik to be gone on, so setting up a kill around him would be a nice idea. There's also the 14-minute Wisdom Rune.
They had this high ground observer ward which did scout out the Bloodseeker, but they should also know that Oracle is behind him, so killing him not that easy. Tumbler's Toy, Finger of Death, they get all the spells out, but there's the Oracle with the false promise. Ravage though arrives and connects onto 3, sets up for a kill onto Oracle. They really want to keep this fight going with the Overgrowth enabling them to kill Bloodseeker as well. But Vazia, what a huge star break in the middle of the fight, brings down Denial with the help of Hellscream. It's a 2-for-1 engagement, but they're still chasing forward for Navi. Shigetsu looking for a way to bring down these heroes as they also onslaught into Malrine. He's completely isolated in front of the graveyard, and this DK will finally die.
That's a Wisdom Rune.
Sets them up to take a tier 1 tower. They get the Wisdom Rune as well as it respawns. Yeah. And things massively turning in favor of Navi.
Yeah, huge mix-up for them. Thinking that this Weaver will farm or fight, well, it seems like he wants to fight some more. And it's such a good decision because they needed to come back into the game. They were struggling, DK was getting way too big. And now, yeah, they tamed the beast. He's 7.6 net worth and Weaver almost caught up with him. Like, really nicely done. Even the Ravage, he waited quite a bit for it until there's at least another hero. He clips the Dawnbreaker with it too. Like everything, the way they played this fight, Lion almost survives even going backwards. He actually, yeah, he did die, yeah. So, well played by Navi.
Fantastic fight. They also get to finally kill Malrine, who was on a fairly decent streak as well, so gave away a bunch of gold in the process.
They're so unfortunate on top lane, like the Weaver just moved past them like a millisecond before they planned that ward. They see him now, though.
Yep. Malrine is thinking about it. He wants to jump. Hellscream is a bit too far away, though, so he can't close the gap for the silence into the Mystic Flare. And he's still alive. Mystic Flare does clip Shigetsu, but he will live. Daniel, not going to be so lucky, but his job has been done. He ran the interference, prevent them on going on the bug, and buys time for his carry.
He was also almost very unlucky because Rosh came out of the Twin Gate and hit him. So he stunned the Lion. He does manage to live. Tidehunter, however, can he TP out of this? He's
actually just standing around like he wants to fight here. He's got some backup coming. Meloyul makes a big move. The Rupture duration is now over, so Malik is fine.
Yeah, he had that mech to work with. He never even used it. He was feeling all right. Yeah, and they did use most of their spells on top lane, so he knew at max there are 2 heroes here. That's it. The others are on top.
Malrine is also going back top with Hellscream. They have 5 seconds until they have access to Mystic Flare. They would have loved to blink Mystic Flare with the DK, but looks like Navi played this very carefully. They laid out a sentry ward. As soon as they scout the observers, they immediately back off. Like Lion does the right thing, doesn't commit his life to D-ward, waits a little bit to see what's happening elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, he gets the D-ward now. No, like, I'm impressed by Navi and how calm and collected they were after a really bad laning stage. Like this is usually how teams do play with Tidehunter, right? Like you might not rotate a lot early on, it might be rough, but that first Ravage just wins you the fights. Or second in this case. Meloyul.
See what this Rupture does for them, because they Rupture out onto Meloyul. Look who came forward though, it's Malady. On this tree, he was hoping to Overgrowth, but got instantly silenced by Hellscream. And they burst him down instead.
Oh, Weaver, Shigetsu.
Actually comes through the Twin Gate, able to time-lapse back onto the other side. They may be setting up for a fight here, as Daniel, he went through the Twin Gate, hoping to maybe find some Impale targets, set up Malik for a Ravage, but instead just ends up dead. Nobody is getting through this area, my friend.
I think what he expected was a Weaver on the other side that he can help, but Weaver time-lapsed. Lion, unfortunately, does not have the ability to go back in time. So, yeah, he's being very sacrificial for the best so far, and he's honestly not that far away from Blink Dagger anyway. 1500 gold, Like, perhaps he could be a little bit less sacrificial and just finish off his blink in one of the lanes.
How far is he away? 600 gold. While Svazia about an equivalent amount of gold away from picking up a Deso, so a lot more damage coming in from Nemiga fairly shortly. But they can't do anything until they get this BKB from Bloodseeker, which is also not that far away from being complete.
Is under attack.
Yeah, one really nice thing for Nemiga is that they have these 3 cores that will scale the same into the late game. They have the Midas as well. So overall, come late game, I'm really not afraid for them. Even though they're playing into Weaver, I feel that they might be stronger. Violent. He's got the BKB.
It's been delivered right now, so he could try force a fight here. Ravage comes out. He's got False Promise and he uses BKB. They're also bringing in the Solar Guardian as well. It crashes in onto Malik. At the same time, Meloyul goes into the fight, and with the help of Malady, they bring down Oracle, and now they pulverize and bring down the Bloodseeker. Finger of Death directly onto Vazia. He's very low on the HP, and they finish him off with the Earth Spike. 3 heroes dead. That's the gold for the Blink Dagger on the Lion. And they knew that fight was coming, Nemiga. They thought they were set up to protect the Bloodseeker, but everybody who came to help him just ended up being additional victims.
Yeah, there's a really cool ward around the tier 2 tower on the mid lane, scouting a lot of heroes, so they knew what they're playing against. And Nemiga, they just aren't as disciplined as Navi, I feel like. They're taking these fights, 3v5, 2v5, just because it was a cool bait. They had the BKB, it gets popped on Ravage, like you have Oracle as well, but Navi always bring that one extra hero, right? They always make sure that no matter what, we're taking you down. Even if you have that False Promise, it's gonna be 5 heroes on you. So it won't really matter, you'll still die from the sheer damage.
Dude, I love Shigetsu's build. You went for the Manta style first, you know, it beefs you up as a hero, but also has you get the Dispel against the Silence, and then you get the Lincoln Sphere, so they can't jump you in the first place. And now, since you're killing a Dawnbreaker, there's some bonus gold for all of these items. As they give Shigetsu the kill, Vazia progression towards BKB has been drastically slowed down, and NAVI feel like they're in control of the game again.
It's pretty good, I like the build. Like, you very often see some Dragon Lances, Kadis just tanking up, but yeah, I do like the Lincolns. I think it's really necessary. Manta as well is a really good item on you. Not something that you see in every single Weaver game, but when you're playing versus Silence, like you mentioned, it comes in handy.
Helps him against the Silence, helps him against the Roots of Roger. Just very good itemization. And right now, he doesn't seem to need massive amounts of additional damage. His team is taking care of that very, very well.
They're baiting on the Bloodseeker again. He still has that BKB, obviously. A second less, obviously, but
they're actually going to smoke up themselves right now. Nemiga, they go in onto Malady. They should be able to burst them down. They come in with the Solar Guardian as well, but the beautiful chain disables from Daniel, opening up space on the back edge of the fight. Meloyul hunting down this Oracle with the BKB ready to go. They have the Ravage available as well. It stuns absolutely everybody, and they get rid of Roger. Now what can else they do? Daniel will draw stuns away from Malrine, as well as the Vazia Dawnbreaker, but that means that Meloyul can just easily re-engage. They really want this Dawnbreaker. She's so low. She's dying, but it's only Meloyul, as well as Malik, trying to make this happen. Fortunately, they have a lot of ground targeting damage, so they do find the kill. At the same time, Shigetsu, is he gonna get silenced here? He will. Can he get away from this Bloodseeker? He doesn't have any.
Let's go.
They're chasing him. Violent really wants this kill, and Violent will get it. What a chase down from this Bloodseeker, and that is why you pick him into Weaver. Finally, Nemiga find a good fight where their carries and cores end up winning out, and they're not done just yet. As Malik looks like he wants to keep this fight going. They see that Violent is a bit low, but now Roger's respawned, giving Violent the backup that he needs. He's chasing forward. There's going to be a False Promise to break away the Pulverize. He's still alive on Violent, but they need him to heal somebody up right now. He's still low on the HP. Meme Hammer drops onto his face. Malady held him in position for so long in this fight. Violent finally getting to drop down another Blood Rite. It only silences up Malik on his Tidehunter. Somehow none of these heroes are dying, even though the fight keeps going. And eventually both teams will call a truce, call it quits, and end the engagement.
Breathe, Snare, breathe. Deep breath in. Slow breath out, let's go. That was a really long one. Just crazy fight and a very even fight as well, because both of these teams had the ward on the cliff, so they saw everything that was happening. Weaver saw the Dragon Knight saw the Weaver, and like one of the reasons why Primal Beast and Tide Hunter were surviving for so long is first they're tanky as hell, obviously. You're not taking these beasts down anyway. But Dragon Knight, he was always kind of like he was in dragon form, but he was never really hitting anyone. He's just waiting for Weaver to show up so that he can jump on top of him, use that sun. And I feel like for Nemiga that's the main prize, right? Like they did manage to kill off the Weaver, they didn't lose the Bloodseeker. They should be happy with the fight. Plus now they get the Aegis.
Yeah. A lot of positives happening for them in that engagement. Aegis going into the hands of Violence on his Bloodseeker. And even though they have a net worth deficit, they have managed to upgrade Bloodseeker and DK into those upper echelons of the net worth graph. Okay, we're about to finish a Mjolnir not too far away from this Bloodseeker as well, so it's going to enable him to keep farming on the map a lot faster than he is right now.
Yeah, and it's much harder now to fight into the Aegis. Like you can use that Ravage, but then he still has another life. You have to be really careful what you do and how you approach the fights. Most likely, like you mentioned, just chill, farm up some more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess Weaver after the Lincolns, yeah, Skadi of course. It's really good this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skadi feels phenomenal. You have what, 4 healing heroes on the enemy lineup? Of course I want a Skadi.
Yeah, it just tanks you up as well. We'll see after that, maybe he can complete the Mjolnir. But first, I love that they're actually the ones pressuring.
Yep.
They're the ones pushing high ground. It's like, yeah, Aegis, I don't care.
They're putting these meme hammer drops, and Nemiga have to make a decision. Are we coming back to defend this or just letting this one go? They do take a Tormentor in the meantime, getting some Shield of the Scion. Best upgrade.
Best upgrade.
It's so bad. In this game, it's like I'd be so mad. If I'm Roger, I'm like, dude, you know how good Reign of Destiny would be right now?
It took me like 1 second to react. I'm like, wait, Shield of Scion, isn't that... oh, yeah, it is. The worst shard in the game, yeah. I guess some armor in this instance versus Weaver can come in handy if he gets on top of you. Right, like if you're spamming a lot of spells and he tries to kill you off, you have a medallion, you now have that bonus armor.
I mean, they have Swarm and Ag's Gush, so all of a sudden, I do want some bonus armor, thank you.
He's gonna die in 2 hits anyway, but but sure.
No, it won't be 2 hits exactly, now it'll be 2.1 hits. You've made a slight difference.
What's happening on the other side, by the way? We talked about Weaver's items. Mjolnir completed on Bloodseeker, Manta on Dragon Knight to get rid of that overgrowth. He's getting closer to Axe as well. And Dawn just working towards BKB after the Dezo.
BKB feels very essential. She suffered that 1 death earlier on, which heavily delayed this item, but I don't feel like they need it. They still can keep the Dawn farming on the other side, try and muscle through this tower. Double damage rune on Bloodseeker for a few seconds. You know, level 2 DK ultimate. Yeah, this tower's dead. Like, they can save it for a little bit, but it's definitely gonna die.
Yeah, they're not even spamming. Just used 1 living armor and that's it.
Top lane, Meloyol does find Vazia, opens up on him with this Pulverize. There's the follow-up from Daniel. Did trigger the Blade Mail, so won't take the full combo just yet, which buys time for Roger to show up with some healing spells. They haven't even committed the full False Promise, but now reinforcements are en route. Malrine, I think he caught a little bit of vision onto Daniel, but not enough to start a fight. Daniel finds 2 heroes with the Earthspike, Bloodseeker and Malrine, but they still have False Promise ready to go. They pop it now, but the BKB from the Bloodseeker, he still gets held in place by Overgrowth, so he's gonna have to back himself up. Almost died through False Promise. That'll end the fight, nonetheless.
They're poking, they're prodding, but they're not really ready to fight on Navi as well. they smoke up once again. If they can pick off these supports first, it would be good. Perhaps you don't even have to worry about Oracle. He doesn't have ulti anymore.
Oh, Lion! Yet again, finding two heroes with the Earth Spike, setting up for an onslaught from Melayo. Ravage comes through as well. They've already killed off two, and with the Pulverize to set up for the Dawnbreaker, we make that three. Violent comes back from his first life, but in the meantime, Malrine was left all alone to fight against these Navi heroes. A fight he'll end up losing as Melayo gets a double kill. Violent doing his best inside the base, healing up on the Bloodseeker though. Look at Violent go! He should be able to kill Melayo, get back the HP. Now he turns onto Malik as well. Malik ran down, giving a triple to the Bloodseeker. Shigetsu had to flee, run far away from the fight. But Violent living up to his name, turning it up against Navi and saving his team fight as well as the team's game.
I was ready to talk trash a little bit on Nemiga. I was like, what's happening? How are they unable to take any fights properly? It's not like they're in a bad spot. They're just letting Navi dictate completely the pace of the game because of the Ravage, and they're getting like these dual impales constantly off online. He's playing out of his mind. But yeah, Bloodseeker, like you said, saving the day. He's now got a full Manta completed. He's getting really damn big, and he doesn't have to care about Treant Protector anymore, which is really huge on Dire. Like, he's one of the biggest issues that they've got right now. The overgrowth is stopping them from doing anything in these fights.
Oh my god. Just looking at this fight again, you know, you always forget how value that Aghanim Shard is on Bloodseeker against these super tanky heroes. It was on full display in that fight. Well, we've got a game on our hands now, Liz. 1k gold lead only for Navi. They did not manage to do real damage on any of these high ground structures. The next Roche not that far away from coming, so probably going to have a fight around the pits to determine where this game goes.
No, I really like it as well, and we're going to see some big items, right, on both sides. The Skadi will be completed on Weaver. After a creep wave or two, he should have it. Mid lane, though, Roger...
He's gonna get himself bursted down here. And they might keep going. Melayo going on the high ground, has Pulverize at the ready. Malady sets them all up with a 3-hero overgrowth. Malrine does not have a BKB to protect himself, so will be pulverized, will be killed off. And the rest of the Liga just need to flee. Hellscream barely manages a TP attempt out. But Navi still showing they have a lot of punch themselves.
Oh, that's not Navi. That's Roger showing himself a little bit too much. Like, he was way too deep. No reason being there. Gets picked off as Oracle. Like, yeah, you want a ward, but Oracle is just one of those heroes. He just completely changes the way the team fight is fought. And if you get to eliminate him first, like, you can win every single fight versus the team with Oracle. Plus now you're taking the gem away from them.
Oh yeah, he was carrying the gem, that's true. Okay, that's huge.
Yeah, bonus gem.
That's a big deal. Like a Treant Protector with a free gem? I don't want to play against that.
Yeah, good luck having any map control.
You know, things are also starting to get to that very scary part of the game where Weaver is encroaching upon level 25. About to hit level 20 now. Has Daedalus being flown in soon as well. And Shigetsu, I mean, already been pretty decent with the damage output, but it's about to get absolutely insane.
Yeah, let's see the smoke. There's Aghanims on DK. Violent. He had the right idea. Like, his smoke broke, but Malik already moved high ground. Oh, this could be huge.
One major advantage, right? Where for Navi, they have, what, 4 different heroes that can initiate fights for them? Nemiga kind of only have the one in the DK, so if Malrine doesn't find a good DK stun, how do they even start their fights?
Yeah, they're not really starting. If you look at the way Nemiga is playing, they're always putting one hero up front and then hoping that someone goes on him. You use false promise and then you counter initiate. For them, that's probably the easiest way, but Malik, let's see, there's a good dire ward on the cliff scouting them.
Yeah, they know this is coming, have a lot of awareness about what this engagement might look like, but...
They just don't know, they don't know when Roche can respawn. That's the problem for Radiant, so they might have to go in.
50 seconds. Oh, look at this, Malik. He misses the gush on the high ground, so that means the DK can blink out, but yet another great stun from the Lion. Now they're setting up onto this Bloodseeker. Violet gets off his BKB, doesn't find the false promise just yet. Finally it emerges. It leaves the Stormbreaker in the dust though, so Malik is gonna be forced to die early on, hopefully not.
Oh, the finger,
the violence, and they get the finger on him. It denies any additional heal, he dies. Malik's Ravage bought them enough time that they can control the team fight, kill all the main heroes to bring down, and force Nemiga to retreat to the base.
I don't know why am I expecting just so much more work to be done by Dawnbreaker and DK. They are literally, I mean, just looking at the fight recap, they're really not doing a lot. Like Bloodseeker does 6,000 damage, meanwhile DK and Dawnbreaker, they do like 2 each. And that's been the case for every single fight so far. The Ravage, I feel like in the fight came a bit late. False Promise connected on Bloodseeker, but he was silent, so he couldn't really do anything about that. And they still win a fight, even with the good False Promise by Oracle.
That was a great young finger of death. I think the main problem, Malrine spent a lot of that fight just trying to find who to deal damage on. And then he's like, well, I can't actually do anything. If they had a BKB on this DK, this could have been different. Because he had to spend so much of the fight as well just ostensibly dodging stuns. Because if he gets stunned, there's nothing more he can do really. False Promise always has to get used on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, that's truly the magic word, BKB. Like he needed that. The magic item. Without the BKB, Dragonite, I feel like just isn't doing enough. Manta, Aghanim's is great on him. Especially against the Treant Protector, but I guess Treant as well is not only with Overgrowth, the Living Armor is really hurting them. Now you have Aegis, you have Cheese, and you're gonna have a Refresher on Tidehunter. A full Refresher in like what, 1,000 gold?
Yeah.
If you want to wait even.
They might as well buy out now, right? He just has I mean, he can sell the cloak. Guess he's not going to use it for the rest of the game. Shigetsu needs a force buff to keep him alive here. Actually took a lot of damage. Time-lapse is back into Nemiga. That's a confidence play if I've ever seen it.
That was such a nice setup by Nemiga. They just didn't have enough control fast enough. I'm not sure. I feel maybe someone should have popped Linken's like Oracle with Purifying Flames a bit sooner. They just didn't have enough control, and then Lion blinks in, forces him away.
Speaking of control, are you down for this nullifier? He changed his mind from getting Abyssal Blade, which he had queued up earlier for violence.
I did like the Basher as well. Right? Just having the Basher to get on top of Weaver with the Rupture. To get on top of anyone, really, it helps. Some more control. Nullifier, however, he probably recognizes that he just has to deal with some of these spells, some of these buffs that are being thrown on. Like the Living Armor probably being one of the biggest ones. How do you fight the Refresher Tide, though? That's the question.
How do you fight Refresher Tide? Daedalus on the Weaver. Full Heart BKB. SN Kaya coming soon with a Blade Mail Primal Beast. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very difficult. Not an easy endeavor by any stretch of the imagination. They're gonna try though. They're gathering themselves up bottom, and it looks like a fight might break out shortly as they smoke up Navi heroes, 4 of them moving forward. They're baiting with Shigetsu. They see Violent though. They know for a fact he has backup, but they have so much control. They get the swarm, 1 to 2 heroes. There's the Blink Ravage.
And another one.
The Oracle. The second one will be there. Finger of Death onto Bloodseeker. He is dead. Malrine gets pulverized into a straight Overgrowth, so he cannot escape the fight even with his BKB. And once this BKB ends, his life is going to be forfeit. They jump after him. He does manage to blink into the base though. So Malrine outplaying them a little bit. But Bloodseeker and Oracle not so lucky, and the buildings in the base not going to be able to move away as well.
He's outplaying them, but you just, at this point, if Bloodseeker isn't hitting him, there's just no way to kill the Primal Beast even. He's way too big. Heart, Kaya and Sanj, 5k HP almost. Like, look at him. And Living Armor on top of all of that. He's just... this is just looking nuts.
Still have 30 seconds without Bloodseeker. He does not have buyback. They are not aware of this, but once they see him not buy back now, they should be very much aware that, all right, we just keep pushing, boys. Got a melee Rax down bottom, looking for a second one through the mid lane. Malrine will mount as many defenses as he can, but to what end? They know that they're going to get the lane of Rax. 2 full sets through mid, through bottom, and this game just looks much, much easier for them to play up until they get the W.
Yeah, Malik moved back in, just uses that Meteor Hammer to complete the range racks, but if you're Navi, you have options. Do I finish the game now? Do I wait the refresher and Ravage and then finish the game? In any case, it's their game to end.
Just got the full Mjolnir for Shigetsu, with the Titan Sliver available as well. And unfortunately, we've seen this a lot with Bloodseeker, right? That if you miss your super strong timings on this hero, and the enemy team just gets an item ahead of you, it doesn't feel like there's much comeback for you anymore. Like, Violence, is anything he can buy right now that fundamentally changes how this game is played?
I think he's strong enough even right now. It's just that Navi is stronger and that's it. He doesn't even get to hit. They control him through the BKB. If he can get them down low so that the thirst charges hit in, I feel like that Aghanim's shard could do wonders against the Tide and the Primal Beast, but you have 2 Ravages to work against.
Even Weaver's tanky enough right now that he should be worried about Aghanim's shard. Has 3k HP on the Weaver. Nice, nice, nice. Feels good.
Suffering from success.
You're too tanky, so you made yourself worse against Bloodseeker. Well, Aegis will expire. I'm not sure that changes how strong they feel for Navi, but there's also no reason for them to rush, right? They can just control the map, wait for the next one. Like, you know that at least one of these heroes in the Dawnbreaker is also not going to get that much stronger by the time the next Aegis emerges, so there's no real rush. Can just start chilling.
Yeah, if they knew that there are no buybacks on all 3 of their cores, or they just need a little bit of gold, I feel like they could have easily jumped this with double Ravage. But like you said, it's a TI qualifier. This is probably the time to be as disciplined as possible.
Yeah.
Take it slow. The first game they won in what, 24 minutes? Like, they have more than enough carry on time for game 2. Carry over time, that is.
Everybody's chilling. Lanes are being shoved out. Nemiga is stuck in their base. And you know, normally when you see a team stuck in their base like this, if they have like an Enigma, if they're the ones that have Tide Hunter, hell, even if they had a Treant Protector, then suddenly you feel, you know what, we can still take some big fight on the high ground, but they just don't have that. They have so few tools for large-scale team fight, especially large-scale defensive team fights on the high ground.
What's with the MKB Dragon Knight, by the way, queued up?
I'm not sure.
Trickster's Cloak?
That is 17% evasion.
Yeah,
Big deal.
I'm trying to figure it out as well, but I'm unable to. They do smoke up. Top lane, Violent is under vision.
Oh no, this is the worst person to catch first. He's under vision, only has a 6-second BKB. Does have Oracle to help him out, and there's going to be the first chain disable coming in from Daniel. False Promise will be needed here, and now the Ravage comes out, catches 3 heroes. They can run down Oracle and kill off Roger. He does have buyback. Meloyol, though, comes into the middle of the fight. Pulverize onto the DK, even through his BKB.
Ravage.
He ends up dead here. The second Ravage comes out. It doesn't catch all the important heroes, but it does set up an easier fight. In the meantime, Shigetsu is just cleaning up house. He kills the DK, he kills Violent, and now they're gonna kill off Oracle and remove Nemiga's hopes of winning game 2. GG, well played is called. Navi get the 2-0 and move forward in the upper bracket of the Eastern European qualifiers.
Do you think it's... Did you really expect it to be this easy? Like, I know that you, in both games, you favored your drafts. I did a little bit at least, but I didn't expect the games to be this one-sided. I expected Nemiga to be putting up a little bit more of a fight, but they just got handled. Like this second game, okay, they played a little bit better, but even when Navi looked like they're really being beaten in every lane, like if you remember, mid lane really wasn't going well, the rotations were great. Violent got so many kills on that first. What did he get, like a mega ultra kill very early on down bottom? It still doesn't matter, because Navi just plays the game more strategically. They're always
Much
there.
better map movements. I think it's the thing that you mentioned in that one fight that we saw bottom, that Navi always shows up with everybody. They just have that +1 available, like no matter what.
Which is weird, because they're the ones playing against the Dawnbreaker, right? So it should be easier for Nemiga to take these fights. But Nemiga had so many, from minute 10 to minute 15, 16, they had so many fights in which two heroes get caught, picked off, and then they still continue fighting, and then everyone dies. It's unfortunate for them, but today Navi was just better.
I guess we had that period in the game when Malrine, from the very good start in the laning phase, was trying to roll around with Hellscream to get those easy kills, stunned into Mystic Flare. But I think only, 2 of those moves actually connected, and one of them was on a support, so it didn't feel that impactful. But also, I think Daniel had their number, man. He's always at the start of the fight finding a key Hex, a key Earth Spike, forcing them into either a subpar False Promise or a bad position in the fight, and just making life so much easier for the rest of his crew. What a player. Denying False Promise heals with his finger as well, so he overwhelms them with damage. He was really, really, really on it on his Lion.
Yeah, the control was really on point, not only in this game, in the last one as well. Just catching everyone, catching the Phoenix so many times in the last one, this time around. Yeah, just being a nuisance, breaking smokes, hiding in trees, juking them. Overall, I'm not sure if I would give him the MVP. I still think Weaver played a pretty damn good game. Same can be said for the Tidehunter. But yeah, it's a team effort after all. I'll let you decide on the MVP.
Oof, it's a tough one. They took a lot of good fights for Navi. I think we definitely don't give it to Shigetsu. He played a good game, but his team is the one that set him up for success.
I think the Tide. Yeah.
The Tide. I was about to say the Tide. Malik did really, really well. He was always in the right place, in the right time with his Ravages, itemized correctly for this game. And there was a long portion of the game where they were just trying to get through that tier 1 tower bottom, and he's just chilling there, you know, being Tidehunter, doing his thing, preventing them from top lane, and then be able to come bottom and say, cool, I will help out, protect the tower forever, I'll meme hammer them when need be, and if they try to fight me, I have Ravage, I'm willing to use it pretty much all the time.
And he probably has the most Eastern European score in this game, so he really needs to get the MVP. 3-2-22, like that's perfect. It can't get better than that. Yeah. Just pure perfection. The shard, the build that he went for. He did sacrifice himself 2 times early on, trying to take down towers, but it was more creating space and just baiting the enemy team to go on him. If I die, I die. I still take your tower, IDC.
Yep. And also early on he baited Violent into rupturing him so many times until Violent remembered, wait, this is a Tidehunter. If I rupture him, he just stands there and waits for me to come at him. Eventually I have to, and then he'll ravage me and I die. So let's not do that. Shout out to Navi. They get themselves a 2-0, and they will be joining Virtus.pro in the next portion of the upper bracket. That one is definitely going to be a matchup to watch out for. But for Nemiga, you know, there were some signs of life. You know, we did get to see them adapt their draft going into Game 2, which is a lot better. Their lanes were a lot better in Game 2. I think it just honestly just came down to the 2 things, right? You mentioned the one, strategic moves from Navi were much better, but just some individual decisions that Nemiga made in this game weren't necessarily the best, like Roger getting caught on the other side of the map by himself, Violent, you know, not just running away from the team, sort of forcing his team into a bad fight around their Tormentor down bottom, which got him and other heroes killed. But if they can tune those up here, Lizard, they can actually maybe still have a decent run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I feel like Navi is a much cleaner team at the moment when it comes to the plays that they're making. And for me, yeah, I get what you're saying, But I don't think the TI qualifier is the best time or the best place to be tuning up just the normal moves across the map and just like the cohesion between your cores. You could see that they had a good idea, like Roger protecting Bloodseeker baiting out the Ravage, Dawnbreaker moving in, but then there's no DK. Or if there's DK there, then there's no Dawnbreaker. You know, there was always someone missing in Nemiga. The moves that they were making in this game too weren't necessarily always bad. Like early on in the game, when they were forced to play as 5, it looked solid, but it only looked solid when it was kind of given to them. Like it can only happen that way. It's not like they made it happen.
Well, they did not make it happen in terms of getting a dub, but NAVI were able to show their quality and show why a lot of us, me included, have them as the top seed to come out of these Eastern European qualifiers and grab that slot for TI12. That's what everyone's playing for, and all the teams today still have a shot at the cherry of getting themselves into that big tournament. Of course, we're not done for the day. Myself and Lizard are going to be taking a little bit of a break until tomorrow, but we still have some more Dota 2 action with One Move taking on Team Sexy coming very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, go grab some water and return to witness the road to TI and witness which Eastern European team will go all the way to represent the region at TI12. Until then, peace out, y'all. We'll see you later for some more Dota action.
met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
That is right. It is time for the international qualifiers as we get into the next series of the day. We've got One Move versus Team Sexy coming up here at the TI Qualies. And of course, my name is Nomad. I'm joined by T. We're going to be taking you through the final series of the day. T, Governor, how's it going?
Good. Yeah, it feels good to be back. We got some, some proper dopes back on. Like, none of this whimsical stuff. This is the meaningful things. People are going to be crying potentially at the end of this series. Their TI hopes shattered because they have to go to the lower bracket. So this is the dough I'm here for.
Yeah, maybe not the tears just yet. It is double elim, so there's a chance that people might be like, hey, it might not be too bad. So yeah, fingers crossed there won't be any tears today. I don't want to see no tears. But yeah, there's definitely going to be, some tough journeys. This is EEU, and I think EEU doesn't get enough respect. Like a lot of people are like, they brush it to the side as one of the less important regions. But technically, this is the second best region. They managed to get themselves the second most DPC points, and this is a team with 3 slots as well, too.
Yeah, and it's because, at least for the region, they've been locked in at always having the same teams get to the majors, which probably helps them with their DPC point distribution, right? Like, what is it? It's Spirit, BetBoom, and Pandas, right? They're always there.
Yeah.
And then after that, VP's always 4th. One Move is always 5th. And everyone else scatters around the place, mixes up. So for me, it's like, One Move is like the expected team to have to do well here, because historically, over the last 3 tours, they've always been 5th. VP's always been 4th. So surely these have to be the best 2 teams out of the rest of the region to then go in. But maybe they get surprised because, yeah, new patches. It's spooky.
Yep, they're shaking things up, and what we've been seeing is, well, nothing of much kind of regularity happening. Everybody seems to have their own ideas, which I love. Everybody's bringing new stuff to the table, and it's been very entertaining to watch Dota over the last few days. The other regional qualifiers which have been going on right now have been pretty epic. We had some fun stuff with Bait versus Nouns last night. We had some great games earlier today. Unfortunately, 2-0s across the board, but maybe that's going to change here. Let's get into talking about these teams, because of course, Team Sexy versus Team One Move is the match we've got coming up here as we start things up with a Gyro and an AA. Both of them have not had the most success this season. And I find it interesting that one of the teams, One Move, has really shaken things up for these qualifiers, whilst Team Sexy has stuck to their guns. They've just said, hey, we're just gonna stick with the players we know and try and make it work. So yeah, which strategy do you prefer, or do you think it's hard to say just on a general basis?
I mean, all I want to see in this series are some sexy moves. That's all I want to see. Win or lose, that's all I want to see. But I think going into a TI qualifier, making changes, it's always kind of like the last resort, I feel, because you're either desperate where maybe the foundations of your strategies just weren't good enough. So it's like an easy excuse, like, oh, let's change a player, maybe that'll fix it, right? And I'm kind of the believer of a team that sticks together. If you can just get over that hurdle, you'll probably do better than trying to throw in a brand new player, unless that player is some like star player, like loud voice who can really kind of direct an entire roster in a new direction. But that is rare to see in Dota, at least. You don't have many of those players. If you did, we'd have a lot of incredible teams that just popping up every other day. But yeah, we'll see if it pays off. I think One Move hasn't been the most exciting team to watch throughout the DPC. They've just been there. They've just kind of been like, they turn up, they play. Like, maybe this is the qualifier with a couple changes. They get to actually start kind of showing us some good Dota.
Yeah, they're kind of always on the precipice of elimination as well, which is never a comfortable place to be. 5th, 6th have been their finishes in Division 1 so far, but at least they got there. Team Sexy, they came in for Tour 2, they got 3rd and they got 2nd, so, they will be joining Div 1 next time around, but Yeah, haven't seen the light of Division 1 just yet, but they're ready to prove themselves. I mean, I don't always want to say I favor one team over the other, but it would be really cool to see Team Sexy come in and, you know, just take a win early on in these qualifiers because they've been sticking together. They've been grinding it out. They've been playing every tournament they can get their hands on, and I think that's always a cool attitude.
No, 100%. Again, we're not really mentioning the draft right now, but it's like when I'm looking at the research, at least, Team Sexy, they just played a tournament where they were 2-0 down in a best-of-5 against Team Storm, another Eastern European team. They come back swinging to win the whole series 3-2. On the other side, One Move, they're playing in their own third-party tournament. They just lost it, you know, lost 2-0 in a best-of-3. So it's like, I'm just seeing like the grit, and like Sexy just giving me that grit. And I didn't think I'd ever say that sentence on a broadcast. That just sounded so weird. But again, luckily, it's their team name. I'm allowed to say it. I can be as sexy as I want today because it's in the wheelhouse of the teams that are playing. But yeah, let's look at the draft a bit. We are many picks deep now. Of course, Team Sexy starting with that first pick gyrocopter, very prevalent right now due to the changes in 7.34, 7.34B. In North America, it was top 4 hero contested. Even in China, when they concluded their qualifiers top 6. This hero with the Aghanims change, getting that additional hit during your flat cannon, it is insane. The amount of just damage you provide, the farm speed, the lifesteal as well with Satanic. Like if you get locked down, you're still pumping out additional... it's insane. It's the side gunner, sorry, I forgot to mention. But a good counters to it. It's the Sven, it's the AA, it's like these explosive heroes that can either prevent your healing or just put you in such a vulnerable position. So I kind of like some of the bans from Sexy. Some of the picks from One Move are kind of tailored towards the gyro. Of course, Faceless Void. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, they got a lot of circles on the side of One Move, which is definitely one way of trying to take the fight to the gyrocopter. Just get on top of him, cause him some issues, try and counter out his huge amount of damage. I mean, the thing is, his range is so big now on the flat cannon as well that it's not even like you can just slow him down and stay around the outside. You either commit to trying to bring him down or you stay the hell away from him. That's kind of if he gets the farm that he needs. And it doesn't look like One Move are going for this kind of run at him, find him in the jungle. You know, it's kind of, if anything, I would say a kind of slow draft with these two supports. I don't get this whole go in and get them kind of vibe from One Move right now. Would you agree?
Yeah, I feel like One Move's drafting for the TI qualifiers. You know, it's like that. We are going to hit our creeps. When we see the fight, we'll take the fight, but we're not going to try and break the game early. We're not going to try and do these super crazy moves that we might have done in a previous series because this is very much reactionary, and Team Sexy, they identify that. Like, they have so much aggression. Like, this first pick gyrocopter, I feel like every pick One Move has done after feels like a counter to the gyro, right? It's the Fade Bolt damage reduction, the AA to remove the healing with the ultimate, Dawnbreaker with the healing of the Solar Guardian, maybe the evasion with Ags, Void for the Chrono, like everything is anti-gyro, but there's still an Inkswelled Ember Spirit running at you, now a Lycan to take your early towers. You mentioned One Moves can't really do much on the map. A Lycan will always punish those types of lineups, so maybe One Move is a little bit too one-dimensional with their draft right now. I didn't even mean to do that. I wasn't. No, that wasn't. That was just me saying words, and it become a thing. Okay.
Sometimes the magic just strikes. You know. Sometimes it's true. But yeah, they need. I don't know. Like you have the Dawnbreaker, which can kind of be that hero who can sit under a tower. Then you can go and make plays on everybody else, and kind of just have the Dawnbreaker ulti in. So they have at least one brick wall sort of hero. I would like to see Dawnbreaker have a good lane here, which I imagine she should. I mean, Rubik will be her laning partner, right? Rubik Dawn sounds pretty good, but then AA Void sounds kind of garbage, so...
10 seconds
I think with Dawnbreaker, at least, there's that... Like, you know Dawn can do a lot of damage with Desolator. And, like, this blink, right? So you jump on top, you get the hits off, and suddenly you're, 100 to 0ing some heroes. Issue is, it's like, can One Move get that type of build from a lane that will potentially be somewhat gyro plus one type lane? Will Dawn have that? Dawn Rubik's a super potent lane, so I would expect that to find good farm. If not, maybe you can get kills. So if the Dawn can maybe pivot towards a damage dealing off lane build, then you pick up like a high magic damage mid laner, then they could maybe cushion the aggression that Team Sexy is going to be bringing. But I think if Dawn doesn't itemize correctly and this mid lane pick doesn't provide that like kind of early game presence, they will have issues of being a little bit too patient and stagnant with their heroes that they have.
Yeah, I can definitely see that possibly arising. Final bans are interesting here, actually. Marcy taken out of the pool by 1 move, and Sexy getting rid of the Earthshaker at the moment. So respecting the possibility of some crazy stuff coming out in the middle lane.
Yeah, let me think. So I remember this Team Sexy always being that little bit left field team where they're down to throw in like that one slightly quirky hero. But when I see their lineup, I kind of think they are just looking for that final support, surely. Marcy, of course, is that 5 position that can just pair with the Gyrocopter. Grim can then play 4 with the Lycan and then move towards the mid. You kind of want your Grim to be the 4 position in this type of draft because you know Lycan is self-sufficient, and then you will get those combos of Grim plus Ember. We'll see how they do operate with the bans, but... Or the pick, sorry. I want to see them pick up a strong 5 position. They could just go like Undying just to have that Tombstone save potentially. And it's like, oh, you chrono my Gyro, who cares? I Tombstoned him. Then you play Dota, but maybe they don't.
All right.
Ricky. Okay, see, I told you they would go left field. I didn't. So Ricky does. Sure, bro.
Left field. All right. I mean, I don't think I dislike it, you know?
Where's it going?
Surely it's like the mid Meteor Hammer Ricky, right?
Okay, so what we're saying, Gyro's been flexed to 5, and then yeah, I could see that. Yeah, Gyro. Yeah, maybe. Because you got an Ember as well, so it's like Ricky. No, okay, Ricky carry with Gyro 5, Grim Lycan as your offlane duo, Ember mid. Ooh, okay. That's kind of the vibe I'd get from them. Yeah,
I'm not sure I like that as much, you know. I think you're right, but I don't think... I don't know. I feel like this Gyrocopter is just a carry now. I don't... Sure, Rocket and Shard does decent damage. Like, it's cool, but it's still not, you know, just a stun or a save, or like, you know, it's not an impactful support hero. It just does a bit of damage and it's kind of mess, so...
Okay. Nice Timber.
Interesting. Yeah, Timber's Timber.
It just... There's no perfect killer for the hero, right? There's no instant nullifier buyer for the Ags. There's not really like a Yules buyer, again, to get rid of that. In the lane as well, if Gyro is your carry, it's kind of whatever. If Ricky's your carry, doesn't matter. Lycan lane's there, not a great time. So this Timber should have the perfect lane, or at least a lane where he gets some form of lead no matter what. And that is, of course, good for the hero. And when we're mentioning one move having that defensive style of lineup, you throw a Timbersaw into the mix, he naturally delays the game long enough by like 20 minutes of aggression that the Voids, the Dawns, these heroes will always find their farm to then take over in the mid game. So yeah, overall quite a nice pick. It's a very solid draft from one move. Like, there's not many holes in it. It's just if they play too quickly and make bad moves, they'll fall apart because they won't have damage. They will be scrambling for items, and suddenly Lycan and Ember will destroy the map, right? So if they're disciplined, this draft is super scary. If they're not as disciplined, they could just fall victim to completely getting run over. And it is a support Gyrocopter. I just saw that 9 class had it picked up.
Yeah, okay, so it will be position 4 on the Gyro. Again, it's not something I'm like kind of fangirling over, really. It doesn't really tickle my pickle, but we'll see. Clearly they have an idea behind it, and maybe it was more about the kind of debate, you know, like make them think it's a Gyro, make them pick these kind of big counters to it, and then take it in another direction. Go for the more kind of brawly assassination style of carry, and I believe that conceptually it will be stronger against One Move's draft. I do think that One Move tried to answer the Gyro carry and have been led down the garden path a bit. But again, it's about making the Gyro work now as a 4, and it's about seeing how much they can get out of this Ricky, which is now the carry of this game. So yeah, let's get into it. Game number 1, we're in the upper bracket of the EEU TI qualifiers. How exciting.
Again, upper brackets, you know, you got one lifeline before you get to that spooky lower bracket. But can Team Sexy, they were Division 2 qualifiers in the second tour. They then, in Tour 3, got second place to get to Division 1 for next year's whatever DPC creates. So they didn't ever really get to taste Div 1 Dota the entire year. And now they finally get to, you know, punch up and try and go up against the middling move and, yeah, see if it pays off.
And again, you know, I'd love to see them get, like, you know, at least one win. I'd like to break the 2-0s, which have been happening recently. Of course, with this format, that is kind of expected, but it would be cool if they could get a win, especially coming into it and getting the first chance to kind of prove themselves, as you say, against the Div 1 guys. And yeah, we'll see what they can do. I mean, we both said that we kind of think their drafting is definitely cooler, better. I don't know, I think we're pretty even on the draft, but definitely a cooler draft coming out from Team Sexy.
Yeah, it just feels like they don't have nerves, you know, like they're drafting for themselves, and that's always super cool to see. Like some of these teams, when they enter TI, you have that like awkwardness of, wait a second, NA just concluded, and you know, Beastmaster was OP, or sorry, let me just rephrase, Ember was OP. They picked it, but maybe we need to pick Natus Vincere as well, or you know, it's like they didn't get carried away. It's cool, and we are going to see the Ember versus Timbersaw mid matchup. It's always a fun matchup because it's the debate of, does the Timbersaw go for the bottle? Do you rush the Vanguard? Do you need the early regen? We've seen some people try and buy just boots and lose the lane instantly. So this isn't a simple Timber crushes the lane. Ember does have a lot of slight spam and ways to just bully the Timbersaw because of the lack of levels in the early couple waves.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one to keep an eye on, that's for sure. It does look like he's going for the bottle at the moment, and won't be long until he gets there. So both players will have their bottles pre 2 minutes, and be the old rune rush coming in. Meanwhile, I want to take a look towards the top lane a little bit as well, because this is the gyro lane. You know, this is the hero we were talking about. Oh, hold on. I ain't correct.
A massive gyro lane.
Yeah, it's a gyro versus an AA on the supports. You know, it's very kind of like meh. And I do feel like Sexy could have just had a free lane if they'd gotten a proper pos 4 and they were able to just run this one over. But yeah, I don't know how strong gyro is in the lane compared to other position 4s.
But draft advantage, and like I mentioned, look at this mid lane. Oh, it's so much fighting, but it doesn't matter. Like at any minute, it could just die. And I feel so bad because I'm betting the observer, because it's like we're looking top, but I'm just seeing it, and it's the fun of the mid lane, and we'll see if we miss the kill. Don't forget though, Gyrocopter, when he gets his barrage, 7.34 slow resistance. AA has a lot of slows, so there's a win there. We're gonna see Gyro go zoomies whilst he's slowed. Imagine if he had barrage, that he'd be what, he'd just 20% quicker.
Yeah, we're taking the same amount of damage, but he would have been a little bit faster in doing so.
There we go.
All right, bottom lane, meanwhile, of course, it is the Ricky and the Grimstroke. Grimstroke, this hero looks like it's coming back a little bit. We've seen it quite a lot in professional play, so, in the high MMR pubs, so expect that to boil over into pro games, and we've seen a bit from him so far.
Yeah, the biggest change for Grimstroke was the fact that you can decide when Inksor concludes now. It gives you that ability to either double click it instantly for a TP cancel, you just let it run the entire time to build up that damage, get a bigger stun, and just having that kind of control over the spell just allows you more freedom in the fights. And of course, it's a classic combo with Ricky because he's very mobile, so you're always going to get that stun on top of him because Ricky blink strikes in, throw the spells on him, you know, fights are going to be good. And yeah, CS looking pretty good right now, 16-0 for the Ricky. Everyone just happily farming, and there it is. Ember does get the kill on Timbersaw. At any minute you'd miss it, but of course, we hire only the best observers in the game. We're not going to miss it. And we're not going to miss any other kills, ever, in this entire game.
Well, he will be fired instantly on the spot. That's how it works.
Or promoted. Could just be a really weird workplace environment.
Yeah, I'm promoted to upper management. When the fingers give out, that's what you do. Like coaching, isn't it, T?
Pain. Pretty much though, you're very accurate.
So far so good. You know, CS looking pretty decent on both Nefrit and Jesse.
Oh, 9 class.
Wow. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a death for the Gyrocopter, taking a step a little bit too far forward up here in the top side.
Yeah, he tried to just body block the small camp because, of course, he didn't have any sentries available, so he was throwing his body in to stop that pause from occurring. Of course, Nefrit is going to be reaping the rewards, being able to just free farm up from it. But yeah, I think still the winner of this would be probably Team Sexy, though. Even though, like, Gyrocopter did die, just the idea of your Lycan hitting creeps, 12 denies, you're Ricky pressuring and free farming as well. Like Team Sexy are the team that needs to leave lanes with that little bit of like one item each, and then they can try and break the map. But if they lose their lanes, their draft will always be missing. Like they can't fight and dictate when chronos are used, right? They can't pressure. So yeah, I think so far Team Sexy should be pretty happy with the events unfolding.
Okay, all right. We'll see how they kind of utilize that coming into the early mid, but right now still early days. Mirage has to say he was very grateful of that bottle refill in the middle lane because he was getting kind of rocked just in the damage trades from Ankrad, but luckily the TP came in from the gyrocopter that died and yeah, refilled the bottle, and now he's feeling a little less sad. But this power rune is going to be pretty important. Remember, it's always a big deal if you can manage to push out to get level 6 before the 6-minute power rune comes out. And looks like he might be able to get that just in time from this wave. We'll see. But oh, even dropping the fortify so that he's forced to come in and take even more harassment. But yeah, 6 now grabbed by Mirage, so that'll make things much easier. He's actually going to TP back just to make sure that he's got full health and mana. Doesn't want to rely on the power rune, which I think is probably smart, as the supports are making their way over as well.
Yeah, but Rubik, he's been bullied out to the bot side, and now it's going to be that top fight, 9-class Ember.
Yeah, Mirage just jumping on in. Does grab the invisibility rune and immediately looking over towards Hakoda. He's got the 6, he's got the resources, and will probably just be able to run down this ancient apparition, and that'll be a freebie for him. Iconrad, not much he can really do about that one. And now they're actually turning their attention towards the Timbersaw as well. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of reactive armor up, but Ironclad's got to be careful. In comes till the end as well, and that will secure the kill.
No, and that all boils down to the fact that this Grimstroke was able to bully out Rubik before the rune engagement even started, forcing it to become an inevitable 3v2. And yeah, nice move from Team Sexy. You're mentioning the importance of rune control. Ember got a solo kill on Timbersaw. He got the rune, a couple more kills. And look at the CS, like I mentioned earlier. Look, Lycan 41 for 23 to the 26-3 of the Faceless Void. Like this Lycan, like the levels don't look too crazy different, but just the fact that he is just holding the wave the entire time. Like, we've not really had to look at top lane, but if you looked at the minimap for the last 3-4 minutes, it's just been parked up in front of this tower.
Ooh, middle lane. Raj gets run down. He didn't have the remnants up because of the last engagement.
Yeah.
Iconrad realized that and just chased him down immediately when he came back. And yeah, Emma not really realizing what the plan was until a little bit too late. So
he just got hit by the chakram and died. Of course, he had the remnant potentially could TP out to regen up, but of course, not quick enough to do it. And we did see the 1-for-1 split on the wisdom room, so neither team going to be pulling ahead from the 7-minute mark.
Rotation down to the bottom lane now is might have been caught going a little bit too aggressive, but again, it's Ricky. He's such a slippery little rat, hard to catch out, even when he is overextended.
Nifrit gets ganked, but then he ganks you. Oh, I just love how much aggression is coming out from both of these teams. Like, they're just really going at it, and Rubik, he steps into the river. Should be going down here.
Looks like it, and Gyrocopter looking like he's going to fall as well. That'll be another one. Meanwhile, Afterlife trying to get to the high ground, trying to get away. Hakoda also trying to throw some spells in, but Mirage is just not giving up the chase, and, well, that'll be 2 heroes for 1 for the side of Team Sexy. But up at top.
Ooh. I don't think Nifra expected them just to be lingering out around this long. Like, he used his ult, ran into the void, went to the camp. Everything was happening bottom, and yeah, maybe got a little bit too relaxed there. So Ankar's getting a couple cheap kills that I wouldn't expect him to get potentially in other scenarios, right? Like this quick Ember kill mid, that's an overextension, a quick Lycan kill top after such a great lane. Like, it's couple overextensions coming out from the mid and the off lane from Team Sexy, but still the pacing of the game is kind of what they want, that kind of loose aggression wide across the map, pairing up your Grimstroke with the Rookie, letting your Gyrocopter kind of run free and just throw some random stuff out. If he's not doing that, then his hero will fall off, unfortunately, in that support role. So they are kind of playing to their strengths, but just giving away a couple kills that might be a cause for concern later down the line if Timbersaw is to continue scaling like he is.
Indeed, but Saxia trying to make a movement up top now to recover from this. And, well, Nkushi is, of course, going to be that target as he time walks straight into them. It's going to be so much damage coming down on him, but the save comes through from Afterlife, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Nkushi has fallen down. Meanwhile, till the end, getting chased down as once again, Eigenrad comes back in, looking to try and finish off the Grimstroke. Will be able to do that, but now the ultimate gets popped from Nefrid as he's jumping in. Just wants to bring down some supports here, and Agoda will certainly be falling as well. So double kill from Nefrid. He's even looking for more, but Afterlife is long gone, taking that twin gate to get himself out. Eigenrad's still in the area, and he's going to pick up a kill onto 9 class for this, but
now he dies.
Out of the smoke, yeah, he's in a ton of trouble. But is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. They will be able to kill him off. Even the Satsi getting involved in that one from Nefrit to make sure they get the kill onto the Timbersaw, and that's just a great maneuver there from Team Saxi in the end.
Just bring the numbers, and also it's just the fact this Grimstroke, this Phantom's Embrace was so clutch, right? Against a Faceless Void, you're going to have that silence. He jumps out. Now he has to hit it twice, giving just enough time to Ricky to smoke scream. And then on the Timbersaw, Timber threw out the Chakram. That disarms him. So as long as you can get the Phantom Embrace onto the Timbersaw during Chakram, he can never kill it himself. He was by him. Yeah, he just couldn't do anything as well. So yeah, Grimstroke, really beautiful spell usage there to then kind of amplify his team's abilities to take that fight. And you're going to be looking out for Grimstroke in these early engagements before, you know, BKBs and ways to get rid of this bug come out. It is going to be super potent. I'd love to see if he throws some more levels into it. You know, who cares about your first spell? Don't push out waves. You got a Lycan and an Ember. Up that Embrace.
Embrace. Don't kill creeps.
Embrace it till the end.
Absolutely. Beautiful. It was funny though, because like the Ember was just silence, obviously had the Chakram, so he just followed him. He was just literally staring at till the end, like the moment this Embrace is gone.
Chrono top lane.
All right, they're going for the big one, going for the Gyrocopter, and yeah, they will be able to bring him down. Time walk out as well to make sure there's nothing. Although Nefrid, he wants to follow this. He sees that homing missile coming on in and wants to follow up from it. So going in deep here onto the Faceless Void, and they're going to be able to bring him down. Huge play from Nefrid as they move across towards the AA as well. This Lycan, he is getting way too much on this map.
I mean, to be fair though, 9 class in the draft, the Gyrocopter bait to support. Force one move to draft these heroes, basically. And in the game, they see Gyrocopter, and I think they're playing with the mindset of he has to be the core, because they keep jumping him using such big spells, overcommitting, and they might kill him off whoop-de-woo, but Sexy are always in position to capitalize and punish, and yeah, not the cleanest of executions so far from one move. I think they are very desperate to take any fight they can.
I mean, they just chronoed a Gyrocopter position 4. They are absolutely desperate. And if they get the freebie kill from that, Void gets his Midas, you're kind of going, all right, you know, it feels bad, but it's fine. The fact he dies afterwards, it's not all right.
Yeah. And it's a very difficult game because you need your Timbersaw to be in the Lycan area to soak up that kind of structural aggression. But then you have no way to play the map because he's your strongest hero. So it really is an awkward situation to be in, and yeah, as soon as Timbersaw is elsewhere, it just opens up Team Sexy to make these wider moves. And Dawnbreaker, I don't think we've even mentioned her once. She threw out a Solar Guardian top, but instantly landed into a Ricky smokescreen. That's something we really haven't mentioned. And okay, they are going to be killing off Lycan in top lane. They finally find him and truly, you know, get a kill, but need to replicate that a couple more times maybe. Yeah. Don't die now, brother. You're doing good. Blade Mail, okay.
Less shovel. Yeah, Blade Mail and Afterlife. I mean, it's like kind of annoying for Ricky in the early game when he doesn't have like Tricks of the Trade, doesn't really do that much early.
It's against 9 class, mate. Go on, don't sugarcoat it. They just really hate Gyrocopter.
Yeah. They're going to go 5 Blade Mails to counter this Gyro 4.
I think late game Blade Mails are pretty clutch. We don't see them too often, but especially against like the new age Gyrocopter. I'm pretty sure it used to be an old strategy against him. You just buy like 2 Blade Mails and just throw the body in. It's like, hit me! Then he has Satanic and doesn't care. But, you know, I'm sure there's legs to the strategy.
Indeed, indeed. Is New Age Gyrocopter what the avatar for this these qualifiers is? You know, that awesome card for the graphic?
Yes. Yep, it's actually a leaked cosmetic for the TI patch. We're just teasing.
One of the designers was just like, I've got this really sick design about you just buff gyro real quick. I'd be very appreciative.
I got you. Yeah.
Interesting that 9class actually just going straight up for the shard. He's not going to leave it down to chance of waiting for the torment or anything like that. Just straight in for the shard. No glimmer. No, not even boots. Just brown boots shard.
I think especially in this type of role where he's kind of bodying the engagement, if he does go for that one item first and doesn't win the 50-50 on the shard, the entire reason of support gyro is lost, because if you get shard at 30 minutes, which gives you rocket barrage on your homing missile, they're already too tanky, right? So I think it is one of the few heroes that you just lock in that shard, you get it, and you try and just play your game. And if anything, it helps your team, because now maybe a Ricky gets a smoke screen upgrade, or the Lycan gets summon wolves. You're now pushing the shard towards a core that's going to even be stronger in that decisive 20-minute fight that's looking towards that Roshan, that Aegis. So yeah, I'm not opposed to it at all. I think we kind of get a little bit swayed by the patch, you know, like when you see Tormentors, it's like, oh, no shards anymore, just get given them. But then it's like the timings are off. I think some players just kind of get a little bit too autopilot. So yeah, I love seeing players not care about it and just really just invest in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, ooh, they've actually scouted out this Roshan and they fire in the AA blast. It's a lot of damage. I think the Ricky's got to be a little bit careful here, but no, he doesn't care. He's sticking around. He's staying by his granite golem.
The guts for this as well, because like they see Dawn bottom. Okay, they just saw Timber mid. Like they had no idea where Faceless Void was on the map. Like they had no clue where he was, and they were, you know what, we're gonna commit to this. Like other teams might have just backed out, but just seeing Timbersaw mid probably gave them just a little bit of hope that, okay, if they're going to fight us, they need to be 5. So if they show they're not going to be here, but still quite a risky one if one move was ready to play there.
I'm a little disappointed, actually. I feel like that could have been an opportunity for them. You know, we talked about the circles they have in this draft, right? They've got the Chronosphere, they've got the AA Blast, they've got the Solar Guardians. So Roshan Pit could have been a really good objective for them to try and take the engagement, but they're actually going to try and defend this tier 2 instead. I am so surprised they're not just splitting the map here. Well, here we go. Angrad looking for the easy kill into the Grimstroke to start things off here and may well just be able to get it, but no. He's able to spike through this at the moment, thanks to the smoke cloud, thanks to the silence as well coming out. Dodges out the AA blast. He's playing so well, but Yesu might be the one going down instead. Yes, he will. He'll go to try and TP out in front of their faces. That's going to happen. In comes the chains indeed, and now the rocket chasing down Pantomime. Oh, that's a lot of damage. They'll just smack him down. The Grand Golem doing so much work, and they found the Void as well. Cancel out the TP. They'll bring him down as well. Oh my goodness. One move just getting absolutely demolished here in the top lane.
Yeah, and I think you kind of described it perfectly. It's they either contest the Roshan or they split the map. I think trying to go for the middle ground, which is don't contest Roshan but then take the fight after, you're doing it based on a smoke and that perfect initiation, or you're not doing it at all. And I'm not seeing that kind of one good call getting made right now. It's a little bit of everything occurring, and yeah, unfortunately for them, not really connecting. But yeah, I'm loving the way that Team Sexy are playing right now. Like it's just offer up a gyro, get a Roshan, and just go. You don't care if you have an Aegis, just use it straight away. Just continue chipping down kind of the layers of one move's lineup. But still, they die, they respawn. Guess what? Chrono's still available. Their ults weren't used. It was kind of a one-sided fight. Try and get that kill. Now Ricky doesn't have Aegis.
All right.
He has to be dying here.
Freebie? Well, he is going to be able to get off the Drinks of Tree, which is going to dodge the cold feet, but no, it's not going to be enough to actually save him. But they're coming onto this fight regardless. In comes the Dawnbreaker, though, to try and fight up into this. Mirage, he's out of mana, and he's out of health. He's going to be going down as well. 2 big cores lost on Sexy already. 9class still sticking around this one. Wants to try and make something out of this, but there is no salvaging to be done here. In fact, it's just going to be another death. Oh, my goodness.
I take it back, no man. I take it back.
Yeah, that was not it, Chief.
I love the way they were playing, and then it's like as soon as I say it, I look at Ricky, I'm like, boss man, like they have Chrono, like just chill for a second, but go back to your team. Like this is the only time that they can like get back into the game, right? It's the wait a second, we lost a fight but didn't use anything. Why not go kill a Ricky real quick? No Aegis. So it's like this will be the theme of the entire game now. It's when can one move make a fight? If they dictate the engagement, they'll always be up to 100 to 0 a core, right? When you have a Void, some core is going to die inside that Chrono. So Sexy need to like offer up that hero. It's been gyrocopter for the first 18 minutes of the game. And
Iker right here. Is the rocket going to arrive in time?
Oh.
Need to. So much damage coming out from this gyrocopter. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm never doubting this Shard Veil build ever again. This is
no, you shouldn't. It is only 700 damage. It's 700 damage, but still, it's...
All right, it was mostly the Ricky's attack.
It was mostly the Ricky, yeah. But still.
But
he is
the last two fights he did the most. So, yeah, that'll save me.
Oh, Ember, what are you doing?
I believe that's what we call a feed, T-Governor.
He got the Rubik style searing chain, so of course a little bit of extra control there, right? But still.
That was pretty wild.
Okay, I'm going to sit back. This isn't going to be a quick, aggressive game. This is going to be one of those ones.
I mean, you know, Team Sexy, they've got a lot of panache. They've got a lot of cool stuff about them, but at the same time, they're a Division 2 team. You know, they got
rough around the edges.
They're technically in the no man's land between Division 1 and Division 2 at the moment. But yes, we're not surprised to see a little bit of a couple of questionable moves coming out like that. It's about having that talk, finding the leadership to be like, guys, we just need to play it smart, and we'll be absolutely fine.
And about that, Afterlife, of course, completed the BKB. So now once he jumps into the engagement, he isn't going to be hindered by the Ricky's smoke screen. He can, of course, now just throw out a BKB, kind of look at where he needs to go, and then throw out that Celestial Hammer. And if they can kill off the Faceless Void one more time...
Oh, he's going for the camp. That should seal his fate here. Although, in comes the Dawnbreaker, trying to save the day, but it's not going to do enough. And now she comes smashing down straight into a smoke cloud. Into
Force the BKB.
Phantom's Embrace as well. BKB is going to come out. She's trying to survive and actually fight back into the Reiki. Yesu, he's getting kind of low. A-Blast is coming through here as well, but Yesu's actually going to be saved up. He's got the wand, which heals him up so much. They bring down Afterlife instead, and now the Timber Sword's going to be the target. He's going to get brought down as well. And this is a bad place to lose a fight. They're going in for more here. Hakoda's going to be the next target. Mirage should be able to get this one without too much difficulty. All right, Ghost Form's going to make things
the rocket
longer, but Mirage will be able to grab that one with the slight. And that's all 5 heroes dead on one move, and a pair of barracks just waiting to be taken by the side of Team Sexy.
I mean, what a banging move, right? The fact that they smoke around with just Grim Ricky, this combination is so good, right? The bug that I was mentioning earlier, plus the Embrace, plus, the Inkswell and the smoke screen, like there's so many forms of just control to prevent a Void from time walking away. And he was, what, like 2,000-ish away from a BKB? Like when he gets BKB, that entire combination is removed. So for Team Sexy, it's like, this is the time we have to keep doing this. Like reset, try and go again, find that window. Of course, you will run into a chrono at some point, but if they can kind of navigate around that, get the jump on the Void, they can, you know, look to take more. And I think they need to be super careful because, of course, run into chrono, die, suddenly BKB's online, the game gets even. Find the Void, kill him, get another Rax. Game's looking really good. So this will be the pivotal moment in the game where will they lose their grip on it? Will they give one move their kind of entry into the game? But no, they're smoking up. They are kind of reading the fact that they want to keep going pre-BKB. And fair play.
Yep.
Void is exactly 1,000 gold away now, so this is the window of opportunity. You see the Lycan moves to bot lane. He pushes out the towers. He needs to kill, of course, tier 1 and tier 2, because the Rex is secured right now.
Yeah, the read was that the Faceless Void was taking Ancients here. Hasn't been the case. You know, they scan it, they check the area. No one to be found, so they're just going to take it down. I mean, this could be a good read from one move as well, being like, okay, which of our lanes has towers in it? The bottom lane. Let's not play around there. And it does seem to be the right call, but it will give up this area of the map to Team Sexy, who can take the Ancients themselves and maybe even the Tormentor if they want to, plus the towers. The noose is getting very tight for one move.
I think I prefer Team Sexy to move from bottom back to mid, take away that second tier 2, and then it gives you that one window of if we get that one fight, suddenly it's mega creeps. Because right now it's like win fight, get bottom lane, have to do the entire procedure again. Sure, they're going for the Tormentor now. Who will be lucky enough to get the shard? And congratulations, Ember Spirit. You are the victor today.
Indubitably, those burning fire remnants, super annoying. Just plonking them into team fight, and then, yeah. They do way too much damage.
No real blink initiators though on the side of one move, so you're not going to see the effect of cancelling out that tide initiation or something, but for sure, always nice to pick up.
Just a heads up to Ricky players as well. Something he did nicely during that Tormentor is that he didn't use Tricks of the Trade on the Tormentor, because when you do that, you do risk killing your supports because you stop taking damage. You do a ton of damage. I've done it like 3 times already. I've murdered a support by using Tricks of the Trade. So, yeah, shout out Yesu. Although they're coming in right now.
Are they all going through the gate? Get out of here! Get out of here! Run! 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 There we go.
They all make it through.
Faceless Void has the BKB though, so in regards to the control of Team Sexy, all of their control is soft control. None of it is that perfect lockdown. It's the homing missile has to connect on you, the Inkswell needs to charge up, and everything else doesn't matter, right? So the Faceless Void should, in theory, be, you know, uncontrollable in the fight. He will have free movement as long as he presses BKB and doesn't get clipped by one of the 2 spells that I mentioned.
Okay, so following on from that, what does a good fight look like for the side of one move? You know, he gets up this BKB, they can't use their spells on him. Does he just chrono the Ricky?
No, I think it's you need the Timber Sword to be at the center of the engagement, which then allows the Dawnbreaker to kind of maybe save him and allow Void to then time walk into that, oh, they've clumped up. Because when you look at the cores, again, it's a tri-melee core lineup. So if they're all barreling onto a Timber Saw, one chrono, that's all 3 heroes connected, AA can layer on top, right? So I think it's less about the Void and more about how they set up the entire engagement. Allow the Timber Sword to be up front, have the vision to protect the supports, and then give that Void the time and patience, because most of the fights right now in the game have been save the Void, save the Void. Okay, we've saved him. What can we do now? And we're yet to really see them have that perfect kind of just logical engagement. It's just very reactionary right now.
My God, I can't believe I missed this, but there was a moment in the game where Ankrad had the full combo. He had the Trident. He had Kaya, Sand, and Yasha.
7.34C has been just released. Breaking news.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course, Manta. It might look really weird on a Timber Saw, but in this game, I've mentioned the couple of CC that they have, but any kind of dispel against these roots and stuff is going to be very handy. So yeah, not opposed to it.
Yep, universal hero after all, so a little bit more armor helps out as well. And now, once again, one move, they are looking. They're wanting to make something from this BKB for a while here, and of course, if they get a kill now, if they get a fight now, they can look towards Roshan as well. And they are setting up in a pretty good area here. They've also even picked up a gem on the Timber Saw as well. That was Hakoda's gem, which he's passed on over, so
very
view this as their timing. This is really interesting plays from one move. You know, this is very decisive from them.
Oh, go on, Ricky. You got the Manta, of course. Maybe he starts looking to use some Manta illusions to bait out. Oh, we've seen this before.
Yeah, immediately they'll go onto the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter is able to get off a good bunch of his spells, but will be going down. Immediate buyback coming out from the Gyrocopter as well as Ricky engaging on the front lines here. They just want to try and bring down the Timber Saw as quickly as possible, but Ankrad up to the high ground. Even thinking of TPing out of this one, but no, changed his mind. Timber Chain down to the low ground. One move are holding their ground. They have used one of these big spells with the Dawnbreaker ulti, but they're still holding on to that Chrono T.
Just the discipline. They understand that if they miss the Chrono, the fight is near impossible. That ability to kill the Ricky off, to burst that key core down, isn't going to be present. So I think one move, they understand that it's very, do or die in this next engagement. I'm trying my hardest not to make really crap puns here.
It's just dangling there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dangling, but I'm not biting. I'm not biting.
This is the biggest fight of the game we're leading up to, and
you can say it.
This, the Gyrocopter, I'm not doing it. The Gyrocopter just immediately buys back. Wants to make sure that they're not giving away anything here. It's just so tense. And meanwhile, the lanes aren't looking that great either. Bottom lane is just shoved in super far. Middle is also looking kind of rough. But they don't care. One move, they have one thing on their mind right now.
I want to see Lycan use his summons to actually play on that mid lane. I want to see him have constant map pressure. He's got the shard balls running down other lanes. Throw that Ancient, because if this was 33 right now, he would be just hammering on this tier 3. Like, guys, if you don't do something in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to take this eventually. So not happening right now, and now one move. They are into the Roshan. Of course, Chrono is available. They have the vision advantage.
They need some sort of vision in the pit, so that's going to come from the Ricky
They're baiting on the Ricky illusion.
Forwards. Yeah, they just need to know what's going on. They see it's going on. Now one move immediately going to get themselves out of the pit. So the Grimstrike ult, he's actually just using to Afterlife, who could just die here. Doesn't have to buyback either, so can't jump. They found the Ricky down that ultimate. Meanwhile, inside the pit, the Chrono Spade comes down. Yasu's dead. They're going to take down the Roshan and the Ricky in the same Chrono. Oh no. Onkushi turning through this fight right now, but he is going to lose his life. Meanwhile, Hakoda gets brought down by Mirage and Nefrit on the sidelines, and now they want to catch this Spaces forward on the other end. He's got no BKB, but they managed to get a buyback on the Dawnbreaker. She can come jumping back in on this fight. Looking over towards Class here, will take him down. Now looks towards Nefrit, who's in mortal form. Shapeshift no longer available. Angrad does get brought down on the sideline. Mirage trying to come back in to try and fight up this one, but Nefrit gets smacked in the face by the big hammer of Afterlife. As the fight does continue, there is a remnant available for the Ember, which allows
Ultra kill.
Pantomime as well. Yeah, but I don't think a Rampage is coming right now. He needs to get himself out. A remnant, TP, and it should be enough to get him away. No bashes today, no right clicks coming through. What the fuck just happened to you, Gav?
Such a drawn-out fight from Team Sexy, and one move, yes, they used the Chrono to kill the Ricky, get the Roshan, but they used all their resources, and the position of the fight, it was so condensed. The northern side of the Roche pit, that's no way to play out a fight. You're basically on the low ground with no kind of vision game. You're tucked into the corner. The supports just got absolutely ran down by the Lycan, the Soulbind reconnected to kill off the AA with some extra cheap spells. So for Team Sexy, it was like the best of a bad situation. Like, yes, they get Aegis, but they can't use it really. It's just awkward. And once again, when Void doesn't have BKB, the smoke screens, the phantom embraces, just the random spells, sorry, getting thrown out. It is
sure there are
one of those games.
This fight, people getting sweaty.
Yeah, luckily there's no pudge, but yeah, it really was just a point of one move still aren't deciding the fights, if that makes sense. They are just kind of, they move to an objective, they get it, but they're still using the spells based on Team Sexy's fight. They're not doing it in their own way, and it is going to be the bane of this draft, where unless you're ahead by like 10k and dictating every chrono, it will always feel like, let's just see what we can get from the situation. And yeah, right now they're not really getting much.
I mean, it's also this Lycan shard as well, right? Like, the fact that they were trying to play this stalemate game up in the top side where they were like, okay, we need Roshan. We don't want to just run in and hit it, though. We want to just hold this area and force Team Sexy to come to us if they want to contest this Rosh. And they did this for like 2-3 minutes until they realized that their lanes are just getting shoved into oblivion by these bloody Lycan wolves. So, realized that they had to commit to the Rosh, just started hitting it, and then that kind of puts Sexy in the position where they then get to make the decision, as you say. So, Lycan shard, very good, and literally everyone on Team Sexy has shard now. They're very much shard enjoyers.
Oh, get a Tormentor. Get yourself some free economy. And I guess something we haven't really mentioned as well is like we've talked about the control of Team Sexy a lot, but for one move, they don't also have a lot of control themselves. So when you think about the 3 melee heroes of Sexy, yes, Chrono should, in theory, be very good against them, but there isn't that plan B, C, D to go, okay, don't have Chrono, but don't worry, we can lean on this spell to then take the fight, right? And that's why I think they're so confident, because Lycan, he runs to the far right of the fight. Ricky, he tanks the Chrono, and then Ember's obviously remnanting over everything. So it's a noisy fight, and for one move at least, it is so hard to kind of see through that, because they just, they need to just do one smoke, I feel. Like one play where they control from the start of the fight to the end. It's like, we have killed X hero and now we're doing this purpose. But for now, it's not occurring. We'll see if they can make that adaptation. Ember Spirit is close to completing the Aghanims. Ricky himself is close to completing the Daedalus. It's going to be an insane amount of damage inside Tricks of the Trade.
Yeah, this timing is absolutely insane. The Daedalus Aghanims, especially when you throw a Manta into the mix as well. Like, yeah, stuff dies, basically.
You have 2 vessels to go on as well, right? Like, you jump on the Ember, he takes you in. You jump on the Lycan, he runs on in. It's like there's going to be so many forms of just utilizing this Tricks of the Trade. And will we see... no Lycan Ags. He's going for an AC. The game's already too stable, you know. There's no need for any little mini wolves to run around, but I couldn't think of anything worse than playing into that. Yeah, exactly. No invisible lad.
If they wanted to do that, there is a chance he didn't have to go for the Daedalus and could instead, you know, go for Basher or something and then get the crits from the wolf form. And That could have been kind of hype, but alas, another timeline. Not in this one.
Yeah, I like the stable timeline we're in right now with the 12k lead, the 34-minute mark.
Yep, but, you know, it doesn't feel like a 12k lead. It does feel like they're showing a lot of respect towards the side of one move. Of course, it is all about the next Roshan, which is going to be a long time coming. I don't think anybody's going to be approaching objectives until that point. But maybe we'll see some smoke action. I mean, this is kind of the golden window where you can make a smoke, you can make a play, and if it goes wrong, you'll still have your cooldowns back in time for the Roshan fight, which is the big thing. So, yeah, we'll see one move start to make that play.
They've smoked for the Tormentor.
Yep, smoke ganking the Tormentor.
Yeah, we got it good. Okay, Rubik got it. Okay. A little bit of repositioning can obviously help out.
Yeah,
with the smoke screens and whatnot.
But still good.
Oh, wait, no. He, of course, Ricky has a shard, so you can't lift him out of smoke screen anyways. All right, I take that back. Rubik shard's useless. Yeah. You just wasted a smoke. It's not even a 7.34 change, us. Even, you know, a couple patches beforehand, but that one always catches you off guard. When it first appears, you're like, I tried Oh. Ricky shard. To give context again, you can't target your allies with anyone who's inside the smoke screen with Ricky shard. So it makes things a little bit harder to try and actually support that fellow. He needs to be a bit independent for his window until he can get out of it.
Yeah, and for some reason it gives -5 armor as well. So
yeah, why not? Throw it in the mix.
Yeah. God damn it, Ricky. Why do you have to be so annoying? I do like watching Ricky though. He does some cool backflips, you know, jumps around the file. Very, very active carry. Kill focused as well, which is cool. Talking of kills, how many has he actually got this game? It feels like it's not many. No, it's not. 2, 2, and 13 on the Ricky, so definitely not the explosive game you kind of wanted. Still got the money, still been grabbing assists and the hero does farm, but not the kind of snowbally game you really want to see when you pick this hero. This is, I mean, if we're talking about standout performances of this game, it's been Nefrit for me so far.
I think it's been a very stable game for sure. Like, it's just been when you're lane through just deny advantage and just constantly be there with your team, ready to take the fight, absorb a couple of deaths in top lane, who cares? But you just, yeah, he's always on that.
Jeez, that was aggressive. All right, well, I said no high ground pushes, but you know what? If one move aren't home, then Sexy are going to force them home. Knock on that front door, just drag everybody back into the base. Like a giant vacuum across the map, sucking everyone back to their high ground. A bit of an economic advantage now to be gained by Sexy, and also trying to set up the map for, of course, this next Roshan, which could spawn in 5 seconds, but probably
it's going to spawn in 1 minute and 13 seconds.
It'll spawn in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 35 seconds, my goodness, get to go, go. Yep, it all becomes about this top side now. Or potentially one move could make the risk and set up bottom and then try and either portal in, which is a terrible idea, or just set up for bottom and hope that they don't take it in time. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 minutes until daytime, so the Wolf's already scouting top, so if they're... Oh no, he's microed and sent it back to his... No, he microed. He selected all units. No! And then he resummoned.
Okay.
The Roshan's about to respawn, boys.
They could have the perfect timing on it if they'd put that wolf in and kept it alive, but they're going for the smoke play. They want to try and get some action happening on this map right now. And one move. Are they positioned well? Oh, well, Hakoda's certainly not, but maybe he's a canary. The canary in the mine's just being taken down early to warn everybody else. They will get themselves to the tree lines and TP out, I would imagine. Yep.
And now to Roshan, maybe?
I hope so. Yeah, Ricky's on the way. Yes, you know what's up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, Roshan has been scouted. The TPs are coming. All right, so Sexy getting it together. It's good. Class just... I like how everybody else kind of goes around, takes twin gates, TPs up, and Class on the Gyro is just like, yeah, I'm just going to walk through their jungle, which they do have warded, so I guess he feels safe, but... Roshan.
It goes so quickly.
Yep.
Like, Cloak and Dagger hits plus Daedalus. Ooh, it's like 1,500 a pop.
Yeah, rips him.
All right, we've described how difficult it is for one move to take the fight, and now you throw an Aegis into the mix. Like, sure, the Faceless Void has what, Mjolnir, BKB, Manta. He's still probably a couple items away from really being that commanding Void that you want to see. And the last time that I remember Ricky had this Aegis, he did die quite quickly by himself. So maybe that is what one move looked toward to do, but they are
actually
probably not going to do that.
Lifespans of Aegises in this series.
Not great.
Not long. I think we're on 20-second average. So maybe this one already lasting a lot longer. Let's see what they can do with it. I think it's going to come down to, obviously, the Chronos, but more importantly, who can get. You know, you don't really want to catch the Ricky on his first life. You want to try and catch the Ember, but he's super fast. He's also now got a Refresher Shard as well, so 10 Remnants is what we're going to be looking at here, plus the restore time. Maybe push that up to 12, maybe 14, who knows. It's a tough old time. I have no idea what one move can even do against this. I think they just have to rely on landing some really big ultis and maybe some buybacks as well.
They're playing for their opponent's mistake right now. You can see how Void is really disconnecting himself from the team, right? It's always wherever the body of Sexy is, he moves away. He hits that next jungle camp. He crosses the map to kind of mirror the movements, and he's desperately trying to farm. And that honestly should have probably been what they were doing 20 minutes ago, instead of taking that tier 2 fight into that first Aegis. But again, hindsight is a powerful tool. Satanic is complete on the Faceless Void. He is incredibly tanky.
But Ricky is currently leashed together right now, and yeah, that is so much work being done by the Tricks. Till the end, there might just be the one ball down first. Too far in the front lines for him. Gem on the deck as well. They're going to go back in for it here. Class says, I know what I must do.
It's my gem.
Mangushi really wants to bring him down here. The BKB even going to make a pop and Tricks of the trade inside of him as well. Class actually just holding his own up on the high ground here.
Chrono.
In comes Mangushi. Chrono comes down to the two of them, takes down one. Should be able to remove the Aegis as well. AA Blast completely missed time. Meanwhile, Mirage is going on the backlines, taking down supports. He's farming these position 4 and 5. Now, for trying to get involved in this as well, but he's taking a lot of damage into Mangushi and Afterlife dropping down the ultimate, trying to keep him alive, and will be able to do so for the time being. But again, it's just the Mirage show. He's jumping over left, right, forward, backwards, taking down supports, forcing out the buybacks. But yes, who's now in some trouble. Faceless Void gets on top of him as well. Mangushi, the one guy, kind of uncontested throughout this entire engagement. Mirage looks towards the Ember Spirit. He's gonna fall. They make the defense on the side of one move.
Oh. Team Sexy showing a little bit of instability in their ability to go high ground there, right? You know, they're throwing some spells in. Grimstroke instantly dies. He has been instrumental in all these engagements, but him stepping up into that kind of tier 3 area just allowed one move to execute him, and then from there it's survive and take the fight. And yeah, we're going to see the replay here. Just not the best initiations. Ricky, of course, it looks so promising, but there isn't that extra level of control to bring it through. And of course, now because Grimstroke does step up, everything's so disjointed. I love the fact that Mirage was just cutting through the backlines, but it just left their poor old Ricky Gyro so defenseless. Maybe if Ricky jumped to the right, so then it was a choice of one or the other, but yeah, alas, one move. They finally get that fight they wanted. Mangushi, and now we mentioned him just getting Satanic, but look at him. He's now just about to get the MKB, so this is where the game gets spicy. We're very much back on an even playing field.
Such a tough early game for this Faceless Void, but he's able to just keep his head in the game, make the comeback, rely on his hero, and yeah, does so very, very nicely. And using that shard just to pop the rocket without taking too much damage or getting stunned in the process. Yes, he's going to jump in here. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Ricky. The Tricks of the trade. Ripping through the Void's defenses, and he's got...
Oh, Nefris is on the backline.
Because of this could be great. They bring down the Ancient Apparition. Nefrit did pop the BKB for this one, so can't go absolutely ham here. But with the... Oh, no, they managed to catch out the chains. Phantom Mem on the high ground.
Void has no mana.
The trades. Mangushi all alone. No mana for a TP. No mana for a BKB even. He could just get brought down here. Let's see what they can do. Mirage jumping in. He's just trying to control him up, bring him down. The right clicks are coming, and Makush, there's nothing he can do about this. He's going to fall as well. The Faceless Void is dead. He has the buyback, though, to get back into the game, but that was such an awkward retreat from one move.
And they don't have buybacks on the supports. Both of them used in that previous engagement, defending their base. So now for 1 minute, Team Sexy have free reign to look for wherever they want. The lanes aren't in the best spot to instantly capitalize on the siege, but they're bringing it through in triple ninja gear. Man, thanks for pointing that one out. Against the Faceless Void.
As well as double by the Vices on the side of Team Sexy just picked up now for them, so...
That is disgusting. You've got Ricky hiding, Ember with the Remnant spam, the Lycan with a shapeshift, all high movement heroes in the shadows.
Non-stop. Hex is coming out from nowhere.
That's just Megas. That's just it. Done.
Looks like it, yeah.
No one skipped a wave. No one was able to do any of the fun shenanigans. It isn't really built into their heroes, so... Yeah, there we go. There it is. Just falls.
They want more. They want the win. There'll be 10 seconds before the supports are back, but by that point, the Ancient is going to be exposed. They're holding on to this Fortify. Oh, never mind, they're using it.
They got it. It's over if they don't.
Yeah, I guess. Till the end just dies straight off the bat again. Has to be said, this Grimstroke has been...
Don't chrono him.
Yeah.
What a way to lose a game. Like, you start by chronoing the 9 class in the early game, and then you lose by chronoing 9 class in the late game. That would have been a poetic end to the game, to be fair.
Yeah, that would have said something. I don't know what, but it would have said something.
We're going into a game 2 with an L to our name, or what?
Yeah, probably that. Probably that. Okay. Yeah, as our observer is pointing out, we got some level 25 talents coming up as well. Some very broken ones at that. You like Sleight of Fist? Because I like Sleight of Fists, and now we got 3 of them every fight. That's really cool and fun. Backtrack's also going to be there. The Howl just taking away all your damage is kind of cool as well. I'll never understand why Howl reduces total attack damage as a thing, but it is.
Yeah. Why does it need to be like that? Who knows? Now, the real question is Lycan the counter to Jericho to carry? Because, of course, he's built around flak and physical damage, so, you know. Nighttime engagements, Night Stalker and Lycan on the same team. Jericho takes the fight, you just ultimate on Night Stalker, Howl on Lycan. I could see it working. Some carry Lycans, offlane Night Stalkers. Theory crafting some drafts here, if you want to... Any teams want to try and get to TI.
Yeah.
Not too late. It's not too late. Oh, Hakoda, it's a bit late for you. What do you...
Yeah. Well, that's your buyback AA going down, and...
Got him good.
That's a pretty important one, so... I think it's time to bunker down on the side of one move.
Okay, I'm trying to see, okay, what's the item that one move might have? Like, is there anything... Void's not even close to Rapier. I was like, maybe like Rapier territory could be that play-in.
He's got 300 gold, Chief.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have any of that 300 gold to put into, you know, any ISOs, any, you know, stocks or bonds or whatever. He's not going to be able to, you know, extrapolate that into more monies. They're not close to 60 minute for a pirate hat, so yeah. Aegis will be respawning in 5 seconds time. And the lanes, of course, against Mega Creeps will move aren't going to really be able to get out of their base to contest that, so you expect Team Sexy to take that with ease. It is going to be spawning on the dire side, so Refresher Shard is available, a cheese, and an Aegis if they are to claim it soon.
The whole platter. Yeah, it feels like
All right.
we were kind of just waiting.
No, man, I got a question for you. I got a question.
For it.
If you're playing pubs, would you rather be the team that has Mega Creeps but can't end, or the team that has is stuck in your base but wins every high ground defense?
Oh, I'd much prefer being the team stuck on high ground and winning every fight. You don't have to worry about decision making. You don't have to worry about. You're not going like, oh my god, why are we messing this up? You're just like, we've already lost. I have nothing to play for anymore.
I played a game yesterday. I spent 35 minutes at my tier 3. We won the game. I felt like an absolute king. Just Thank you for providing me 5 creeps a minute. Feel real happy here. But then again, one move aren't winning every defense on their high ground, so it's not as if this scenario is even relevant. But maybe if they win the next fight, like this is the type of game that like one defense from one move scares Team Sexy, and then it becomes the okay, wait for the next stages. One move continues to passively farm the mega creeps coming towards them because. So maybe.
I saw something absolutely unhinged.
Go on.
Class just... I thought he accidentally popped his BKB. No, he sold his BKB
for a hex.
Fireside the Vice.
Hell yeah.
You just...
Let's go.
Like, well, gonna sell it anyway. Just might as well use the last charge, the final charge of my BKB.
It's the making of a stalemate game. It's you selling items. That's now to be fair though, selling a BKB for a hex at this stage of the game, that can just surprise your opponent, especially when you're smoked up just outside the base. They can find the jump. This could be it.
The hexes. They're going to be fighting a farmyard. Uh-oh. They get the 2 big heroes inside the Grimstroke holding. This could be absolutely...
Double hex.
They need to help him. They need to do something, but the double hexes just keep them locked down forever. The buyback's there, but the Void doesn't have it. The game's pretty much over unless they can pull off a miracle here, one move, and they're trying to do so by just laying into the Ember, but he's just gone, and now chase them back into the base. Afterlife trying to get himself away. Will get back into that fountain. I mean, they've taken down the Aegis on Yesu, but that's not going to do nearly enough to save this game. The Ancient's starting to fall, and I think, my friends, this might just be it. The Fortifiers are coming out, but they're not fighting heroes. They're fighting little piggies with all these hexes coming out. I mean, sure, the Temper's able to do a little bit on the sideline, but the Ancient Apparition just gets absolutely cut down. The Ancient will explode, and GG is called. This game, number 1, will go eventually to Team Sexy.
Fair play. I think they deserved it, right? In the way that they, of course they won, but the way that they drafted this gyrocopter, flexing it to support. You know, I think one move, they saw gyrocopter, and it was quite a basic way of looking at the hero. I don't think many teams have tried to push it into that support role, but when you draft in this kind of face-up value, teams will punish you, and Team Sexy, they did it. Push it to support, you pick up such potent heroes like Ricky against that Void, Mirage on his specialty Ember Spirit, Nifrit just commanding the game on Lycan, and then of course till the end on his Grimstroke. I think Phantom's embracing the early engagements, destroying Void, into the late game, the perfect soul binds to layer the hexes. Like, I don't know, I feel like if you just remove the slight macro awkwardness of the team, the draft, the play, it was really fun to see, and I think they should be in good stead to go for a second game and maybe just move on in the upper bracket, but we'll see if the drafts are going to lead this way again, because this was a very unique game just to the fact that the draft was so kind of decisive in the fact that it kind of controlled the play as well.
Yeah, it was a very nice Ricky pick finally. Like, sure, the Ricky didn't kick off and get like tons of kills and tons of damage out the bag, but that wasn't really the point, you know. It was all about this smoke cloud causing such issues for the Faceless Void, for the Dawnbreaker. It was just very awkward. And they played the draft pretty well. Like, sure, they made some mistakes, but, you know, we're not expecting perfection from these guys. We're just expecting promise, and I think they absolutely showed us that in this series.
Yeah, I think that at least if you look towards one move, like the big change that they're going to need to make in that next one is get Munkushi into the game, because he was, what, 18,000 hero damage at the end of this game on a Faceless Void. Like, the Grimstroke did nearly 15,000. Like, he was only 3,000 above the lowest hero on Team Sexy. And I think for them, at least, they need to have one hero in their lineup that gives them a little bit more, let's go make a play. Because when Dawn is waiting for that reaction, Void's waiting for that reaction, and Timber's been relatively shut down due to some early pickoffs, their draft is very much lost, and they're waiting for many, many items. And yeah, we'll see. That's the big adaptation I want to see, at least from one move. But for Team Sexy, keep going down this line. I want to see if they have more like pocket picks and drafts to kind of confuse their opponents, because they're not drafting too crazily. It's just like, I just want to know if they have like a, okay guys, we win game 1, all right, game 2, let's first pick this hero, and now they have to try and decide what to do against, I don't know, Nature's Prophet, but then suddenly it goes to a completely different role once again. So yeah, it'll be fun to see.
Yeah, and I think this one move draft could have worked, but they needed one more hero. They needed Clockwork, I think. I'm not sure many other supports can really do the same thing Clockwork does. Maybe like a Spirit or something, but you just need like a strength melee support who can kind of roll in and start getting stuff done to start these fights in a non-committal way. Because Timbersaul's not that hero. Timbersaul doesn't have any stuns or slows, really. He just kind of jumps in, throws around some chakrams. Like, he's damage, and you didn't really have that kind of throwaway initiation you needed to start fights and then give space and give information to your Faceless Void, to your Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
It is so hard to play with the support duo, I would say. So, yeah, so some real issues from one move here, and I think, you know, it's back to the drawing board for them, honestly. I'd like to see them either adapt this or come out with something a little bit better.
All right, Nomad.
Yeah.
You get to decide the MVP, and if you're wrong, I'll be upset with you for the rest of the day. Or they've already picked it, so I have no idea, actually. You know what? I'm going to assume it's picked. They haven't. Okay, Nomad, you get to pick it. Go, be quick.
All right, I am going to go for...
Come on, man.
I mean...
If you know me, you know what to pick.
But I know you're looking at the support. I know you're looking at 9 class, and I will agree.
Wrong.
Will agree. The guy,
okay, fine, we'll go with it. No, go with 9 class anyway.
Gyrocopter anyway.
Yeah, go with him.
The guy found his sword. He was like, you know what? I will play the Gyrocopter to get the drafting advantage. And he was great. He did damage in the early games. He made the magic happen. He sold his BKB for some reason. I like
for a hex, yeah.
Yep.
Again, so I think you hit the nail on the head here. The fact that he was able to kind of take up the reins of the hero, even if it's not maybe in his repertoire of big 4 heroes, it just allowed him just to control the game through the draft, of course. And on top of that, in the early game, he was playing with that foresight of, if they jump me, who cares? Because I'm going to be tanky enough in my early levels. He goes for the shard. He doesn't hope for the Tormentor. And then throughout the entire game, the BKB, selling it for the Hex. Like overall, a super clean game. And just below him, I'd give it to Grimstroke as well. Because I think Grimstroke, this is a hero that will be rising up as people kind of feel out the game. Because for Grim to do good, you need other heroes in the meta to be relevant, right? Like you want to be against Sven, you want to be against Nature's Prophet and these types of heroes. And suddenly they're good. So now Grim's going to rise up again. So this was the first game where we really got to see it be a powerful hero. So yeah, overall, good stuff from Team Sexy. Game 1 was quite fun. And Nomad, it's your job now. I was about to do it for you, but I don't want to do it. Your call, mate.
Don't take this away from me.
No, I won't take this away from you. It's all you got.
Yeah, hell of a game 1. Team Sexy, can they make it a 2-0 and be the kind of lower seed team which comes back and fights up against their older counterpart? Or will one move figure things out and take us to a third game? We'll be finding out after this short break. Oh, hello there, and welcome back once again as we get into game number 2 of Team Sexy versus One Move. Ironically, with your casters, Nomad and T-Gov. T, how you doing? Are you ready for round 2?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I'm low-key enjoying Team Sexy Dota right now. It's aggressive. It's a little bit left field. It's not too crazy. So I'm just hoping they have more strategies to kind of surprise us with. And yeah, it's refreshing. I'll be honest. I think One Move draft is like the most obvious version of Dota to play in a TI qualifier. And there's no flame to them. Like, if that is very stable, it's super safe, especially when TI, you're playing for the entire DPC to get to this point. You don't win this qualifier, you now have to wait another 3 months for another DPC circuit to start. Like, I'm not opposed to drafting this way, but like, I love when a team comes in and just breaks that mold because it is so refreshing to see. Like, I don't want to see the usual. So yeah, I don't want a game 3. I want it to be, boom.
Absolutely. And I feel like, the Dawnbreakers, it seems to be popular in this region. We haven't seen an absolute ton of it. Definitely better than it used to be. But yeah, like, it's not that jump in and make plays. I just want One Move to give themselves some playmaking potential. They just didn't have that. Everything they could do was in a fight. Everything that they could achieve had to be done in a 5 versus 5 scenario. So when it comes to making moves on the map, it just didn't happen, and they couldn't do it. So they didn't, and yeah, like, they didn't give Team Sexy the opportunity to just get pickoffs all across the map. It didn't really happen. They were able to force the game to a 5v5 state, but it didn't really make a difference because they just couldn't play any other way than what their draft allowed them to. So let's see what happens for the next draft as we jump into game number 2.
Yeah, a lot of bans, of course, coming out. We had the change to the draft order, which was incredibly exciting to see. I think if there was any changes I wanted to see pre-TI, I wanted to see that shift in first versus second pick. Of course, now, if you are second pick, you've got, 4 bans in the first phase, and then suddenly there's like an extra wave of bans. It's like, it's very refreshing to see. I think it's still very early days where teams are still kind of calibrating where they want to go. I think certain teams of player specialists or hero specialists might move down the power rankings, because if you have 4 bans against that star player, they might not have a puddle to play with. So we'll see how it really affects some of the TI teams. But we get to see a rare, well, not rare, but at least a Razor pickup. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, this here has been seeing a little bit of play across the board. It's somewhat back, I suppose. And yeah, very interesting stuff. Very interesting changes to this guy. I like the shard. It's kind of stupid, but I like it.
Yeah, so a lot of heroes are now getting this like soft pull in their spell, right? Like you got like the EMP one, Sanking, I think's got it. Razor's got it as well, right? Like this, you start at Lincoln, it's like, come to me. So, oh, come on, mate, leave me alone. You got my damage already. You don't need me as well. So yeah. Overall, not opposed to it.
I like how it's like an 100 movement speed slow for them and 100 movement speed burst for you. So it's like 200 basically movement speed against one hero. It's stupid, but I like it.
Oh well. If there was ever a time for ATF or Amar to be on a team, it would have been with this single change. But then again, with the 4 bans, it's like, maybe that's the secret sauce on why Quest didn't go for the contract. They had early news about the ban changes. Like, okay, Razor's going to be good, but 4 bans? Oh, okay. We'll go for Toby instead.
Razor and...
What, it's like Slardar or...
I can't remember ATS other, like...
Sometimes it's Viper a little bit. But to be fair, though, I take that back, though, because on his, like, the tail end of his Enigma/Quest days, he was pulling out, like, so many different heroes, so he has for sure improved since the meme of the hero puddle. He, alas.
Yeah, it's a shame we're not going to be seeing him by the looks of it at the qualifiers or TI, but that's Wii U things. We're over in EEU now, so... let's have a look back at this. But of course, One Move, they're going back for the Dawnbreaker again. Now, I like this hero in some ways. I don't like it in others. Again, if you pick up this hero, just give me some throwaway initiation. Give me that Clockwork, give me that Earth Spirit. Just give me something which is going to just go in and get something done to start off the fight, to give you the information you need. If you think it's going to go well, throw down that ultimate, get involved. If you don't, then you're just going to just let them die and move on with life. For these big ultimates, I think that's really important.
Yeah. I also like seeing kind of double down on what you said, not only having the support that goes in, but have another core that will want to utilize the ultimate later down the line, because in the early game, using Solar Guardian for kills off of the setup of support feels great. It's like, my cores are farming, Dawn +1 is getting kills. And then when you pivot to late game, you kind of want that Solar Guardian to be going onto a hero that is actually doing something inside that moment. Like, if you're throwing it on a hero that's, let's say, like I don't know, some Ursa or something, it's like, it's pretty good, but it's not as explosive, right? So you need that extra core to actually want to use it. Ursa was probably a bad example because he does get into the middle of fights, but some backlining core is probably a better example. Yeah, exactly. That was probably a better example. Yeah, I take it back. Ursa would have been pretty good, but you know. I panicked in the moment. I was like trying to think of a hero, and I'm like,
Right, it's stressful. I get it.
Oh, Grimstroke, hell yeah.
Grim. All right. Okay, so again, it's going to amplify that hero that goes in. I just want to see a hero that goes in, please. I'm so scared. I'm worried they're just going to pick like too slow. It's not even like Timber's slow. Timber's just not.
10 seconds.
You want something else to go in with him. You know, he doesn't like being alone.
Yeah, I think movement is a key theme, right? As soon as certain heroes, when you look at them in the draft, you can kind of identify their main perks, right? Like, for example, like Darkseer, it's his surge, his ability to get in and out of the fight. And then, of course, Vac Wall is like a byproduct of that, right? Same thing for Razor. It's like, if Razor can move, he can own a fight. But if he can't, real struggles. So, of course, Grimstroke, yes, you have that ability to use Phantom's Embrace like the last game, the Inkswell, but also Soulbind is super high value because Razor naturally leads from the front. So if there's that secondary hero behind, he'll be kind of dragging Razor behind with that slow, right, of the two connected. So it's a soft thing to think about. We aren't really seeing, at least in the previous game, we didn't see a reason for the Aghanims to be picked up. The BKB illusion, basically, that can run around, and it dies if it takes physical damage, but then often you need the hero that you cloned can really kill it, because of course other heroes aren't strong enough to kill it because you're doing it on the carry. But there's a lot of layers to Grimstroke, I think, and if you can get it out of laning phase, because often that's the reason when we never saw it in previous patches, it's relatively weak because you push out the wave, you force all the creeps into your opponent, they hit them, they farm, and then they're so quick on the map that you're just a lost hero. But I think because of that shift in heroes that we're seeing, it might give Grimstroke that life to play out the games. And
yeah. I can see it. I can see it.
Monkey Oracle.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's not like a combo as such, but they do fit together quite nicely. You know,
flexible.
Yeah. Go in. Yeah, and could still be a support if Team Sexy want to again pull out that Uno reverse card again.
I'm just looking at Team Sexy right now, and it's like, if I didn't see game one, I'd be like, okay, Monkey is your carry, Razor's like your off lane, Oracle's your 5. Draft's very stable, but like because of that gyro situation in game one, my mind instantly when I saw this was like, okay, Monkey could be your 4 who enables the Razor off lane, Oracle's your 5, but they're keeping it a little bit up in the air. So they're going to see 2 more heroes, and then from that point they'll decide, okay, where's Razor going, where's Monkey going? And I'm not opposed to it. I think if Monkey is that supporting hero, he naturally will always just be on the trees, scouting out the engagement. Oracle, luckily his ultimate on a Razor, maybe not as potent as on a Monkey King, but still pushes the hero forward, and they naturally want to get into the middle of the fights. And
ooh, the Shaker coming out again now. This could be the position 4. It could also be the mid as well. Team Sexy banded out in the middle position last game, so good potential for one move here to flex with this one.
Yeah, not opposed to it. I'm loving seeing the Razor Shaker. Super annoying hero. A lot of damage. A lot of mobility with the Aghanims as well. And it technically can utilize Grimstroke to some degree. But I would argue one move are lacking that hero that actually stands in the front. They have a lot of heroes that can be very fluid in the fight, you know, glimpsing heroes back, you know, Dawn saving heroes, Shaker bouncing around, but there's not that hero like the Tidehunter style hero that goes, okay, you need to get past me to then fight. And for one move, that was their biggest issue in the previous game, where it was like, if Chrono wasn't used perfectly, they had no way to protect each other, so they all died. Yes, in this game, there are plenty of big spells, right? You've got Fissure to stop movement, you've got, of course, Kinetic Field, you've got a lot of ways to do that pre-BKBs, but once the tanky items come out, they might potentially have issues, and also damage issues. Like, look at these heroes. where's that big 100-0 right now? Outside of like an Echo Slam inside a creep wave, multiple heroes grouped up, there isn't that decisive, you are dead, get out of my game. And Team Sexy really want this Oracle to have a fun time, because if Monkey is a core, all three of these heroes love getting ultimated by the Oracle. And just
the buffet.
Even removing the magic damage as well is going to be insane from the Oracle. The Fate's Edict, super high value here.
I can see a lot of I can see a lot of value, and you need to kill them on the side of one move. Now you really need to make sure you kill off this Oracle, because you will find value in that ultimate if you don't do so. And they have the Dawnbreaker, they have the Earthshaker, they're pretty good at getting the backlines, but yeah, I love that point you made about no stand and fight hero. You're playing without a stand and fight guy into Razor Monkey Leshrac. Whether the monkey is position 1 or position 4 doesn't really matter. It's still going to put down that ultimate. You're not fighting into that, which makes me wonder, why Dawnbreaker? If this was a game plan for one move, why Dawnbreaker? Because you don't really want to just stand there and fight into Static Link and fight into Wukongs and fight into Leshrac with Oracle on the backlines. You're not just going to take that fight head on head and find use from that Dawnbreaker ulti. So I feel like the value of Dawnbreaker's ulti is just plummeting this game. Maybe we see some sort of different build this time. I don't know. Maybe we go like for the Blink Dagger, just get on the backlines, because I think that's what it's going to be all about for the side of one move.
It's all about the jump for them. If anything, they are going to have issues, especially because what you were kind of touching on, the speed in which Razor and Leshrac can get in and out of the fights, naturally because their heroes have good move speed. If Dawn does pop the ultimate, unless there's the kinetic or the fissure in play, they're just going to be able to disengage away from that. Dawn jumps in, and then suddenly it's pop that Bloodstone on the Leshrac, run back in. If Razor has BKB, just pop it and stand her ground, right? And yeah, I think I love the bans from Team Sexy. When I was thinking of the anti-Leshrac, it's Terrorblade, it's Drow, and now at least they're gone. They're very powerful. Of course, Drow, you just buy the Ags, you just have Hypothermia, Terrorblade can buy Skadi, and PA is a hero that we're rising up a lot. And I think this hero is bonkers. When you throw out your dagger, you get that crit ready, locked and loaded. This hero can just own games. We even saw it in the NA qualifiers. I think it was Bait. They were down like, what, 12, 15k gold? But I was like, wait a second. They're against like triple ranged core. At any minute, one bad fight, PA is just going to 1v9 and boom, it did. So yeah, I love the ban as well.
Oracle IO as your support duo?
I'm down for this. This is perfect. Like, I say perfect. I'm sure there is a pick in one move's bank to use, right? Like, it's not as if this is going to be some insane. But when we mentioned the lack of standing up front, like Leshrac amplified by the IO, amplified by the Oracle, the lack of damage that I've already mentioned for one move. Okay, all right. This is
a Skadi carry. That makes sense. That does make sense.
Yeah. When we mentioned the TB, a Drow, like these all heroes are in the same kind of archetype of anti-Leshrac style. Morph is probably like the 4th or 5th rank in that grouping. And of course, with multiple heroes banned out, you're going to have to go down that list and eventually get there. But I think this game, for me, it's like Ankrad needs to be the GOAT Shaker. Or Munkushi has to find just perfect farm and choose the one fight to enter. Like, this is such a volatile game for this draft. One wrong move and I can see the previous game just kind of replicating itself.
Yeah, this is another very interesting draft coming out from Sexy. Like, you need to kill these supports. Do they have the heroes to do it? Kind of, but like, I can see how these fights go, right? In my mind's eye, I can visualize it, right? Like the Morphling, the Shaker, maybe even the Dawn are all gonna like kind of jump in, try and get this Oracle, try and get the IO, jump through the back, and then what is a Grimstroke and Disruptor gonna do in that situation, right? Like they're gonna get absolutely blasted. I think it feels pretty easy for Team Sexy just to stay together, and it's gonna make one move's fights like really hard if they can't separate them out a little bit. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe I'm doing them discredit. Obviously, I would still say that this Morphling can win the game if he gets into a good position, as you mentioned. If he can kick off and if he hits a good timing on this Skadi, I think he owns this. I really do. So there is definitely a bigger out than there was last game for one move, I would say.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's when that first Aegis fell in the first game at around 20-minute mark, one move decided to take the fight, and at that point they lose the fight, and the game just becomes Team Sexy to control. I mean, if they can decide when to make that kind of comeback scenario occur, maybe wait for an extra item, 100% I can see Morph Shaker way down the line just punishing Team Sexy, 100%. But if they don't find that window and they do the same kind of weak moves that they did in the first one, this could just be disastrous, especially because Razor naturally likes buying BKB, Leshrac likes buying Bloodstone into BKB, Monkey second item if he really wants to go BKB, and then suddenly all the heroes on one move outside of some, Scar, like 3-item Morphling aren't going to do anything. So I think 23 minutes this game will be a real clear indicator of has Team Sexy got a real grasp on the game, or is the motions occurring? But yeah, around the 20-minute mark will really be the big tell.
Yeah, it's all about Morphling getting ahead, staying ahead. And how does his lane look as well? It's going to be Morph Disruptor versus the Razor plus the probably the IO actually.
Yeah, probably the IO. Not a lot of damage coming out from Disruptor Morphling. Also not a lot of kill potential. I would expect Morph to farm a little bit, Razor to farm a lot, and we'll see how it goes. Of course, they're trying to go for the high ground wraparound, but with the Watcher already taken, Afterlife can just reposition.
I love the change to Mischief. These speedy trees
it's so quick.
It's so stupid. Just trees just flying around the map super quickly. The first game I played against it, I literally laughed so hard because he just ran across the lane, just his position form, just a tree just shot across my lane. I was just like, all right, this is a thing now, I guess.
Especially when he becomes like Roshan or something. You're like, what the hell? What's happening? Because sometimes Roshan does bug out and like traverses the map diagonally, right? So he could roleplay that, confuse his opponent. He could he could become Roshan and fake TP as if he's bugged, and then tell that
Yeah.
Do you think any Monkey King players actually done that yet?
Question mark. Yeah. No.
Guys, yeah. Oh damn. That's yeah. Get someone to disconnect as well. Like bug. Roshan's bugged. Can we agree not to take it? And then 5 minutes later, Roshan has fallen to Team Sexy. It's like, what the hell?
The ultimate debate. I'm very interested in his mid lane, though. I feel like most lanes Shaker can kind of just get out of. He has this tool of last hitting called Enchant Totem, which just allows you to basically draw even in most lanes. But maybe Leshrac has the damage to actually put a bit of threat on him.
It's like there's a bit of chip damage from Leshrac. I think Shaker, you already mentioned, he naturally farms because with a totem, of course, in 7.34, got a little bit more range on that totem. So connecting on that range creep CS would be slightly nicer. But I would expect it just to be a trader farm. Nothing too crazy should occur. Not like in the previous game where suddenly Ember was killing Timbersaws and stuff. And,
the thing I like about this Shaker change is actually the Aftershock range as well. Like 50 bonus range on that. It just feels so much more forgiving to play. Like 25 bonus on the enchant, then 50 bonus on Aftershock. It's just...
It adds up. No. That's the beauty of like Dota patches. Like some heroes, you'll question like, why are they good now? But then when you look at the patches, it's like 25 range here, 2 armor there, 5 damage here, and then suddenly the culmination of what, like 8 months of patches have just created this like beast of a hero.
Yeah, and it's the small changes which can make all the difference, it's really...
I think Nature's Prophet is the best example of that right now, actually. Like getting the additional armor damage on your TP, and then converting each click into armor, and then suddenly your Sprout also doing instant damage, ticking through. It's like, these are changes over a span of many months, and like you take away some aspects, like even his Shard, right? It's like, you just see heroes apply a slow do damage, but it's like, when it first came out, it was a kind of whatever, but then you throw it into the mix of the Sprout damage, plus your bonus damage. Like, that is a perfect example of a hero that kind of got many little changes to then eventually get that one big change to kind of break the game.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Shaker changes are enough to make him a more viable mid regularly, because we've always seen him every now and again, mostly with the Morphling. But yeah, back in the day when it was very different.
Okay, so far, Team Sexy. I mean, everyone's pretty much just CSing perfectly fine, and the key thing, I guess, is Team Sexy doesn't really have rotation potential with their supports. Like, their supports will rotate into a lane to keep the hero alive. They're not rotating into the lane to get the kills and to threaten the map. And that's where Grimstroke...
trouble. Oh, they do actually...
there we go.
It's enough, it's enough, yeah. I thought the Jingu running out would be the death of it, but it was not. Able to bring down the kill regardless.
Yep. And that's why it's so important that teams actually get the pressure during their laning phase. So then one move, like, aren't excelling in lanes, plus using their maybe slightly more aggressive supports to rotate onto this Leshrac. And now suddenly it's like Team Sexy, they want to keep their side lanes alive and their mid, and then they don't really get online. So yeah, so far, doing a really good job. If they can stabilize the lanes and go even, that's when their draft will start popping off, because each item they buy will threaten one move. Like, there isn't an item that they need to buy that suddenly pushes them to scaling in like a 40-minute timing. Like, they really are going to be itemizing for, we all get one item, group together, and try and go.
Just enjoying Hakoda and Class. They've just been fighting non-stop down to the bottom side, but it might be turning into a bit more than that right now, as they'll just go with everything they've got for Hakoda, running to the tower, but it's not enough to bring him down. Does just about survive on a sliver of HP.
He has Plasma Field
to try and save the ward against the Io, which left him open to attack, so... Good read, but not quite enough from Sexy.
It always happens on POS 5. It's like the wards, they are your best friends. Sometimes when your teams don't respect you, the wards, they do though. So you want to keep them alive, but yeah. That's nearly died, but yeah. Yeah, I'm loving the pressure coming out from Team Sexy here. I think I've mentioned it quite a lot. There's a glimpse back. Are they going to kill Nefrit? Of course not. There's an IO in the game. If anything, Hakoda.
Yeah, the right click is there. Nefrit brings him down. That'll do. That will do. Yeah, this is pretty annoying. I mean, they just have like a couple of defensive abilities to use, which, you know, level 3 is going to probably mean that... Actually, they put 2 points in Glimpse, never mind. I feel like Kinetic Field would be really good just for stopping this Razor and IO running at you, but... Goes for the 1 and 2 instead, which is fair. But hey, another support dies, another bottle refill for the mid lane. Let's go.
And a glimpse back as well.
Ooh. Yeah, that'll help. Slam is down. Is it enough? They need a little bit more. The right click's coming through, and it will. They bring down Mirage in the middle lane. Glimpse into Slam. What a combo.
And out of the 2 supports TPing, maybe if the IO was TPing half a second earlier, he had the Lotus 2-1 charges with the overcharge. That could have probably been enough to save him, get him kind of deeper into the tower. But with the Oracle TPing first, there is no point with the IO charring. And yeah, nice little move there from the Disruptor. Very quick to see that punishment, especially when you hit 6, boom, and you go for it and denying off the... Wait, you got the Shield Rune and denied the Shield Rune.
Classic.
Yeah, that happens all the time. That's... Maybe you should get half a Shield Rune for that. Or they should share the Shield Rune. That's, yeah, that's logic. Looking to invade some stacks.
Like over a couple of times recently, Hakoda looking for the glimpse onto the IO once again here, but there's a couple more heroes coming in, both from the mid lane and from the off lane, so they make the call to get themselves back, which is probably smart. No slam available either, so yeah.
And the 2 heroes that we said one move need to succeed in the early game are currently succeeding. They're top of the CS right now, the Morphling and the Shaker. They aren't top of the net worth though, but the fact that they're having a good time in lanes is the key for them. Like, they are probably both 3 items away from packing a punch in this game. Of course. Oh, it's the Mischief move speed.
Oh, I love a bit of racing in my Dota games.
Oh, it's so good. And Sexy getting both of the Wisdom Runes then. XP advantage and... putting XP on 2 defensive supports, it feels nice for survival, but it's...
Actually in some trouble here. He's used a lot to try and take down these creeps, but that said, with the supports coming through, Unclass is going to come and help him out, and those big Healy boys are just going to come
so
and top him right off.
God. Like, this is the scary part. When you see Oracle IO behind a Leshrac, like, it's only going to get worse, right? And oh, interesting. Mirage is actually going for the Yules first. I was wondering if he'd just go straight Bloodstone to then just be so tanky, throw the BKB, maybe like a Kaya Sange from status resist plus spell amp. But instead he's just going for a Yules. Maybe to get a bit more control, he can then set up some stuns and enable his team that way. But yeah, either way, it'll be interesting to see how all 3 cores on Team Sexy do want to approach this. Monkey King only has an Orbital Corrosion right now with Tread, so he isn't really showing us if he's going for a Battle Fury or an Echo Saber. We're not really getting a lot of information right now from them in the kind of game plan. And nope, he just tapped in the Maelstrom when the Observer looked. So
Yeah.
I look like a fool.
Aincrad just really wants to get another one. He might just find it here, though. Preemptive ultimate coming down, but it's just going to bring him down regardless. Mirage has fallen, and Nefrit, he's come into the mix as well. This is double damage Shaker, by the way. This guy smacks hard, but Nefrit, he
could have got the kill.
Him, so yeah, they back themselves away. Oh yeah.
Nefrit, you had level 3 Plasma Field.
Yeah, Plasma could have killed him.
Oh. I'd have traded my life for that kill. You need to make a statement. Aincrad is having 2-3 of a game right now.
Till the end, trying to finish off Pantomime here. Needs one more little purifying flames. Not gonna find it.
I had to do the check. Like, is that Monkey King or is that actually Grimm's Courier?
Yeah. You never know anymore. Afterlife. He's got to get himself back. One thing I do want to see this game, by the way, just a little caveat.
Ooh.
Hit level 4 on Tether and you get the 120% HP transfer. I want to see them just before a fight or before the IO actually goes in, just blasting with like 3 purifying flames and then just tethering on someone and just max healing them from like
I can see it
to full.
It'll be one of those like sleeper things, right? At the end of an engagement, like, how did he survive? And then you'll get that like YouTube video of like, hey guys, welcome back to my guide on how to win with Leshrac. And it's like, we'll see the breakdown.
Oracle and die.
Yeah.
Jump in and heal you. Subscribe for more. Yeah, I think it's time for Team Sexy to make some moves here, and they kind of feel the same way, but with that glimpse, it's just going to diffuse the situation, denying the Observer Ward as well. No money for you, good sir.
It's testament to the heroes that one move have right now. This Disruptor, Hakoda, they didn't get the Wisdom Runes, but they're still making so many plays. Starved on XP, but because Aincrad has the damage and is happily throwing onto this Leshrac. Like, Leshrac's relatively squishy in the early game before, you know, she gets those 2-3 big items, especially if the supports aren't there. And yeah, you don't get the Wisdoms, but if you're glimpsing, breaking that tether, not allowing the heal to come through, plus Aincrad, like, you are doing all the damage you need, and Morphling happily sitting top of the net worth right now. And we'll see how they navigate this. They do smoke up on Grimstroke plus Shaker, Haste Rune on the Shaker plus Blink Dagger, so plenty of chase down potential. But Monkey King, I think he understands what's up. He is springing to the northern side.
Yeah,
but he doesn't. He's going to get seen.
Going camp as well.
Wait, what?
Oh! All right. Yasu.
Didn't he see him? I swear he saw him, right?
The smoke popped. Okay, he was like, he's farming this camp.
That's fair.
As he blinked. So.
We do have all the vision. They don't, but
yeah.
It felt, of course, if you go player perspective, it did feel like he saw him and just went left.
He would have seen him for like a split second, but I imagine he was just looking at himself and being like, smoke pop, don't worry.
Yeah, true.
The camp, this is what he should be doing. So yeah, I mean, going for that camp.
Can I
this is death.
But replay requests a vibe? I just want to really ascertain if he saw him, you know.
Well, there's a fight
after the fight
right now. As Afterlife just kind of jumps around, and yeah, they're going to try and take down Mirage, and they might actually be able to do it. They're so low, and they will finish them off. Although the ultimate did come out to the Leshrac inside, they need to keep pumping in damage, but he's also doing it back. But it doesn't last long enough. Level 1 on the False Promise, so they will be able to kill him off. But ooh. Yeah, that was a taste of things to come, but luckily one move were able to damage through them this time around.
I think Team Sexy are trying to make too many moves too early on. Like in the previous game, they had a Lycan, so these moves were amplified by his ability to pressure the objectives and just pressure the supports.
Yeah.
In this game,
it's owned his lane as well. That's not.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But in this game, it's like they're offering up a Leshrac who isn't tanky enough yet, and also just throwing in a Monkey King.
Should be dead. Yeah.
Yeah, that
tries to save him, but might just end up falling down as well if you can get this Jing.
Tether in one.
Pretty scary. Yeah, now it's normal Morphling. Glimpse. Yep. Oh no.
Oh.
For that. Oh my goodness.
An Oracle as well.
Till the end as well. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh. Yeah. I think for Sexy, it's like, I really loved the concept of their draft, but it was a shift in playstyle from game one. Like, the draft needed to be a defensive nature of farm for like say 15 minutes, react to engagements but don't allow them to find pickoffs. You hit your 1 item timing or your 2 items or whatever, and then you group up and then you look for that punishment. But right now they're trying to do like a little bit of fight, a little bit of not, and then there's Disruptor and Shaker. I think between the two of them, they are completely breaking apart Team Sexy's even need to go aggressive, which I don't think they should have anyways. Because again, if Tether is disjointed, Leshrak's not that tanky, and even with the Tether, Ankrad's just punching through the Leshrak anyways, so it's a really spooky time. This is, I think they've really missed the beat on their draft, and now one move, when a Morph and a Shaker and a Dawn are a top 3 CS or net worth, they are gonna happily play out this game now. No problems at all.
Yeah, I feel like Team Sexy, you know, what they should have done probably is just... Oh, hold on. I'm making a play here onto Nefrit. Nefrit, he's just blown up. Ankrad has so much goddamn damage coming out of him right now. He's got himself a Blink Dagger. He's got himself an Arcane Rune even. So using the Slam there feels so damn good. He's having a great time and heading towards that Aghanims at a terrifying pace. Until the end. I don't know why he thinks he can get away with it. I mean, he's just walking past the team like, yeah, don't kill me, guys. And they're like, no, we are going to do that. Mirage with the Yules, ready with the Soul of the Embrace. Stop, so he can't even pull it off. Monkey King comes in from the side as well, just trying to make something happen, but Iconrad, he's just melting them. Mancusi as well. He's the one who deals the finishing blow. And they're just... I mean, this is
very awkward. This is very, very awkward. For a TI qualifier game, I didn't want to say it, but this might already be close to over, and you can see it on Mirage there already, hands on his head. I think he realizes how squishy he is. Yeah, only 8 armor to his name. The Yules pickup isn't really helping him, and just seeing the Morphling complete the Manta 1000 gold, like I didn't expect Team Sexy to just give this many opportunities. Like in the draft, it was like if Ankrad pops off, one move can easily get over the weaknesses of their early game to get to this kind of dominance that these type of heroes can provide. But yeah, it's just kind of happened with ease. Like there's been no kind of real punchback from Sexy. They kind of throw bodies in, die, reset, go again, die, and there's kind of no levels to this game. This is one move just kind of on autopilot, doing really well. Hakoda and Ankrad easily battling for MVP right now.
Yeah, 100%. It's just been a bit awkward from Team Sexy, but I think they can put it back together. You know, this Yules was an interesting pickup from Mirage. It kind of says to me that he knows he can't be that guy on the front lines, just grabbing like a Kaya Sanj and into Bloodstone and just being the god of the game. So he goes for Yules instead to play either a more pick-off or more, you know, I need to save myself inside of these big silences. So that was the idea. Obviously, first usage was onto the Earthshaker and didn't look good at all, so he just got silenced before he could throw out the stun, which made it very awkward.
Yeah, and Afterlife, we didn't mention it, but he did go for the Blade Mail again, so that also helps with the early game fights. Just a lot of AoE damage coming out, and they are going to try and go on him top, but will they have enough damage? Oh, of course they do. They bring in literally everyone.
They bring in the heavy guns. Yes, the Monkey King is here, and Panama, he's going to get brought down as well. 2 kills, looking pretty good. They're going for more as well. Hakoda drops the ultimate onto himself, allowing Mancusi to come into the slam. Slam is there, Jesu, until the end. They get taken on out here. Meanwhile, Nefrit tries to TP out, does do so, and he will get himself to safety. Meanwhile, Class and Mirage run away on the sidelines as well. So one move do swoop in for the cleanup, but let's not take away from them. Sexy did find their first successful play off this game. What more can they make of it?
Utilizing the relocate, and this is maybe why I was a little bit surprised that they were being so aggressive, because like these are the moves that I would expect them to make after stable farm, because anytime Monkey finds a hero, it's a relocate in with a BKB hero plus the mech of the IO. You'd live through the static storm. Yes, you might get slammed, but you should be able to kind of just thrive in the chaos. But because of all the events that unfolded, the 14 kills you've thrown away, the 6k goldie that one move have accrued, it will make that kind of fluidity of this mid-game not as easy, and they are going to have to just wait for the opportunities. The real question is, when do they kill Morphling? Like, Leshrak doesn't 100 to 0 Morphling, unless, you know, he forgets to, you know, attribute shift. Razor naturally is a hero that plays over long fights contained in a location. Morphling obviously has waveform, so not very good. And Monkey King, he probably needs, Skadi, Basher like +1. Like he needs like a couple items to even get close to killing him as well. So this Morphling will be able to maybe just 1v9 if he gets to Skadi. Really important for Team Sexy. Make a move 6-0 and 3 on the Morphling. Just incredible.
Yeah, and you know, we both said it in the draft. A Morphling with a Skadi is just going to turn this game inside out. Like all this healing is just going to be pretty negligible. And I think this IO might be a bit dead. T.
Yeah, no, he's very dead.
Easy for Afterlife.
Have you learned your limits?
Easiest kill of his life. What a solo kill.
Oh,
1,000 gold.
God.
What are we looking at?
Oh, yeah. TP out. Pieces out of that one. I mean, he got a Disruptor blinking on his head and dropping an ulti, so he just BKBs and pieces out. Till the end, meanwhile, getting picked up elsewhere. I mean, this Shaker picks up his Agnims and just rampages around the map. They don't feel safe anywhere at the moment, Team Sexy. This is a tough one to play through.
Yeah, if anything, they are just stalling out the game. If you look at Jesus, he's 1 item into BKB, about to complete the Ograx as well. That could be a window where Shaker blinks in. Sure, you might get hit by a slam, but let's say you BKB after. That's the turnaround potential. Will you have damage? Probably not. Will you have survivability? Yeah, for sure. So it's really how they take that fight. But look at the damage on the Leshrac.
Jesus, they're trying to keep him alive. I mean, the Yules is going to go in and do his job, allows him to get off the false promise onto the Lesh. He now has that Bloodstone going, but is he pumping out enough damage? I mean, he is to heal through it, but now they just catch him on the other side, trying to bring him down. Mirage is able to back himself out. Class will not be so lucky, though, as he does get killed off. Mirage does dodge the slows, but Eikenrads is in chase. Stun is there.
Fits the visual.
He's out of mana though, does not have the enchant totem, does not have it, and with the glimpse, they're going to be able to kill him off. It's another kill going the way of one move.
And the Razor, he didn't want to TP into the fight. His BKB was still on cooldown. It's about to come back up. It just refreshed now. And like I mentioned, Monkey King, nowhere near that BKB. Still got the recipe to go. So yeah, Team Sexy, they went for the 3v5. And I guess one thing that I kind of didn't think about when I saw these heroes is when you have Io and Oracle with this many forms of jump and kind of team fight oriented heroes, yes, the Leshrac might not die, but the ability to collapse onto the defensive supports, they have to show themselves to save the Leshrac. They're instantly going to fall, right? Waveform from Morphling, the totem from the Earthshaker Ags, glimpsing them around as well, Dawn Solar Guardian on top of that. Like, it's really hard for these supports to actually live once they've thrown out a couple of their defensive spells. And that'll be something Team Sexy needs to think about or itemize towards. Because I know with the Oracle, no items. He literally has mana boots and a wand. Io, he has a mech. Like, they probably need, what, 2 glimmers, maybe a 4-staff? Like, they need something to at least go, okay, guys, I've thrown out my Fate's Edict, but now I shall live. Because, right, they just feed. It is. I do not want to be either of these players in this game right now. This is not a fun game to play.
Nah, it's a very awkward game. I mean, the death ball of one move is just completely unplayable.
Oh, another BKB.
Yeah,
we saw it off camera, but Nomad did mention that Disruptor walked up into the triangle, static stormed the Razor by himself, and he BKB left because. What Disruptor just ultimates a Razor for fun, and yeah, it's a coda.
Yep, just scared the crap out of him.
But is Afterlife playing with one ear off? Yeah, he is. He's got his headphones just half and half, so he just doesn't like anyone. That's very interesting.
He's far forward on his head as well, so
yeah, the small things. Oh wow, they are. They're like slipping off. Fair enough. Each to themselves.
Hopefully that doesn't fall off mid-fight and hit his keyboard and press a BKB or something. That'd be awkward.
Oh no, I bought Shadow Amulet.
Run till the end. Yeah.
Ooh, very close with the fissure as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So BKB...
that situation, I think he is too, but nevertheless.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
Okay, Philly Stone online for Oracle. All right, we're back in the game, boys.
Let's go!
Oh, yeah. Okay, but also Pantomime has one. Rough.
That's okay, that's okay. If a rich person gets, like, you know, a little bit of extra gold, then it's not a big deal. If a poor person gets a little bit of extra gold, then it's a big deal, you know?
Sure.
More of, oh no, they wanted the arcade and they just give it to the Shaker, immediately jumps upon him and now sets him up for an easy fight. Yules is there to try and keep him alive until the end, actually trying to heal up through the IO, and is not quite able to do so, but they come out the other side and this could actually be an engagement they can look at because Afterlife, he's caught in the backlands and he is going to go down. Jetsu, meanwhile, just sitting inside his monkey soldiers and he's going to be okay.
Morphling just isn't there.
Red could be in trouble. Yeah, the Morphling is just farming top of the moment.
He's TPing in now though.
Into this tower, they have to respect this. It's the Skadi Morphling coming on through. Class actually buying back into this one. They're turning their attention over towards the Shaker, but they've got to be careful. Monkushi just comes in, takes down one, looks towards Nefrit. Nefrit is trying to fight up into it. He just BKB TPs out. It's his signature move. Mirage now left to fight into this Morphling all by himself. I mean, if he had a Razor here, he might be dead, but Class saves him, gets him out, and that was a return on the relocate as well. So they actually survived through that. What a crazy fight.
And you have to take those as even such a marginal win for Team Sexy. The Morphling showing himself from the top tier 2, hitting on the tower, chipping it down. It gave Team Sexy free entry to a fight. It's like, guys, there's no fear of Morphling just ripping through, killing off our IO or punishing our Oracle. Let's just take the fight and see what we get. And yeah, it doesn't look great, but it's still a small little win. And the main thing here, Oracle on the steps of the triangle, just free casting his spells, keeping the IO just alive long enough that there was such a destroy. Look, the supports on the northern side kind of playing with the Monkey King. Meanwhile, the Leshrac, the Razor, killing off Afterlife. And just look at the minimap. Just look at the Morphling. He's just still hitting the tower. I don't know if he had TP available. I didn't click him, unfortunately. But now he TPs into the engagement, and it's just a little bit too late. And without the BKBs, with the fear of potential buybacks, maybe Sexy behind, they didn't want to then commit to an engagement, but potentially they maybe could have committed here at least. But maybe the Aegis respawn, maybe Morphling just kills everyone. It's such a 50-50, and you know, I'm seeing everything and I'm tossing and turning on what to do, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. I think it was a good call in the end because, as you mentioned, the Morphling Hill still has the Aegis. You know, you're not, even if you kill him once, he just comes back and kills you again. I'm not sure you get a chance to TP out because you've already used the BKBs for the fight. So
yeah,
I
think you take the dub and leave. I think now that I've tossed and turned and really awkwardly thought about it, it's like that's what. It's like if you commit for that moment, like yes, you might take Aegis, but then Shaker probably is not going to reinitiate because without the Razor TPing out, that's not Ankrad's read to then go back in. He would play on the fringe, so you probably aren't getting an opportunity to find more kills. You're just kind of baiting yourself. So no, I think that was a nice bit of discipline in quite an undisciplined game from Team Sexy, and
yeah, agreed.
It's showing that they're kind of recalibrating themselves back into this one.
One thing I like about this Grimstroke here as well, we mentioned before how much they've improved Inkswell. Now it makes the shard so value. It makes it really, really value because you can just pop it instantly and give a strong dispel to someone instantly, which is... There's not much of that in Dota, you know?
There isn't. It's nice. Any high ground wards, anything spooky? No. Okay, so we do have a dire base that is very much protected. Aegis will be expiring in 30 seconds, but Satanic is available for the Morphling if he was to get jumped.
Wow. Yeah, they're not killing this Morphling, I'll say that.
No, they're not. He is very much alive, and Monkey King is one ultimate orb away from the Skadi. So no heal mitigation in play yet. Shivers is on the cards though for Nefrit. He is only 2,000 gold away. Kind of having quite a quiet game from the Razor. Like he's BKB TP'd out a lot. He's been very defensive, but he is 6-1, and they found Afterlife.
Yeah, they're throwing everything they've got onto him, and he's out. See you later. Just Solar Guardians across to his Grimstroke. So there, buddy. How's it going? And now, look at a bit of cleaning up here. A little bit of spring cleaning, perhaps, as Clark's going to get smacked by the... See you later, buddy.
He had mech, but I was like, it doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm even going to ask him to use it against the Shaker, who's what level... Where is he? Level 18. Yeah.
SU at least is able to jump himself where there's been very cheeky here. Could have been another BKB charge if he wasn't careful, but does get himself away, so... Yeah, one move. They just want to take all these outer towers. No one's going to contest this Morphling. He is just too damn scary.
Yeah. And damage will be sorted as well, because he's going straight for that Daedalus. And then when he waveforms in, any hero that shows probably going to get put to half HP. The supports, if they show, boom, they're dead. So very spooky times now coming ahead. If he can get to that. Of course, Chrysalis is on the courier coming out to him. The Scardian Shivas aren't complete yet. They are still waiting for...
Knock, knock.
Yeah. Can you defend this?
Team Sexy, they do finally bring everyone back.
Well, they go Tormentor. Oh, no. Wisdom Rune, okay.
Tormentor, the ultimate.
No, they don't.
BMs, but no, they won't.
Yeah. Again, I feel like for Team Sexy...
No, they're going to take it.
Yeah, you can't really defend this. Like, it's a freebie.
It's not.
But it's like, keep one hero to push the wave out. Don't really defend it properly. Once you get Shivas and Skadi, that's when you go for the play. BKB discipline is super key here. Razor isn't popping it.
Wow, if he just gets some reactions from sitting here, it's going to be insane. I think he will, because they went out for a smoke play to try and go for the wraparound or something. Nefrit's doing work, throwing out the disarms, throwing out all that, and now they come through the backlines here. On Kuchi, though, he's just tethered up to the Leshrac.
Oh, the slam.
Roll back into everyone with a glimpse and gets taken on down. Beautiful ultimate coming out from the Disruptor. On Kuchi just fighting into them right now. Takes down Yesu. He's going to buy back into this game with Mirage right now. They need to try and make this fight work with so many heroes dead already. It's not looking great. Nefrit's actually the one who received the false promise in this engagement, so nothing for the Leshrac, and that just makes things very awkward indeed. And one move just come in and finish off the barracks.
Yeah, the discipline as well from one move. You see Hakoda on the map. No, it's not even... No, it's Mankushi, so it's like, nope, back out, guys. Let's reset. Back to mid, back to the mid lane. We're not going to run from bot straight away. We're not going to do any shenanigans, and you can see that Team Sexy, they're desperate to find an opportunity to fight, but like, the items don't reflect the choices they're making. Like, they don't have the Skadi. They had to use buyback. Now he's never going to have Skadi before the game concludes. Same thing for Razor. He didn't really stay out on the map long enough to then get the Shivas. He opted to try and come back and defend the base. So two big items that could have been a little bit of assistance are missing. An Ankrad beyond godlike.
He just smacks him. Oh, I could watch Aincrad just kill supports all day. It's brutal, but it's glorious. You've got to be so careful. Don't come near the Shaker. When he has his blink available, you can just blink in, double enchant totem you, and you're just toast. Yep. Oh, almost gets him again. Nine Class does pop everything to try and save his buddy, and the sports will keep each other alive. Look at him tethered to the Oracle for this fight. That is just awkward. Aincrad comes in, pops a BKB, takes down the barracks. Finally, it looks like one move are going to back themselves off, but not before putting a serious dent into the Sexy base.
All right, you want to play the win probability game? I'm going to go with 99% to one move.
I'll give him 97.
97, okay. You won. I've just checked. It's 96.
Oh, close.
Good job, buddy.
Meanwhile, support's just getting destroyed in the backlines. Jesse's going to come in and try and help out here, but the Wukong's is a little... Oh, they got the Morphling! They got the Morphling! He was Agid! Oh my goodness, that's one way to give up a godlike. Minecraft, bye-bye support, bye-bye Mirage, Afterlife to follow up as well here. How much can you do now? Nefrit trying to fight up into everybody. The tips coming out mid-fight as well. It looks like Nefrit might be in trouble, but in comes Class sliding in from the sidelines on the IO to try and give him the heals he needs. But once again, Icrat just finds him, slaps down another. The Shaker just absolutely destroys Team Sexy. What a way to do it.
We said he needed to have a good game. With these heroes, with this type of draft against a potential overwhelming run-at-you lineup they had, Ankrad had to pop off in this game. And yes, Hakoda, he amplified Ankrad to then just crush this game. And that slam at the end was just like a warm knife through butter. Tasty. Absolutely tasty. And now we get a game 3. I wanted to see some playbook from Team Sexy. This is a whole different style, different kind of way of playing Dota from game 1 to game 2, and it clearly shows that their game 1 of aggression is their wheelhouse. The game 2 of wait for an item timing, be defensive, and then break the game, maybe they're not disciplined enough to execute on that style. So I think going to game 3, we might see them kind of return to that game 1 logic. But for one move, if Ankrad gets his game, it's insane. Like that was just, it was very beautiful to watch. Just running around the map, kill after kill after kill.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen Shaker mids, but that was one of the best performances on Shaker mid I've seen in a while. It was super, super sick, and ending it like that as well. Really the cherry on the cake. Super sick. Yeah, I mean, Sexy, I don't think they were ready for it. They banned it last game, so clearly they know it's in the wheelhouse, but yeah, that was quite the performance. So something they're going to have to take with them coming into the next game, and as we go to the highlights, you can see just how strong they were. I also noticed that Monkushi was the first one to leave that game as well. Like, he died and was like, oh, okay, I guess we go again. Then the Shaker just cleans up everything, and he's like, all right, cool, guess I didn't have to do anything, bye.
See ya. Yeah, this was, I think, such a nice change up, at least from the first game, because for one move at least, it's like, you're actually seeing what the supports can do. Like, Disruptor, all of his glimpses broke apart this IO combo. Like, we never really got to see the IO Leshrac thrive, and because of that, they were always stalled out on the items, and it's just so there's nothing more satisfying. I think it's like Echo Slam, I think, is the most satisfying spell in the game, and maybe there's another one, but like
Black Hole.
But it doesn't have the same, like,
have a
dopamine hit. It's a very slow burner. It's like, ooh, they're dead, you know? But Slam, it's like, they're alive or they're dead. There's no in between. Well, there kind of is. It's like the fissure part and whatever. But, yeah, good game from them. I mean, it's obvious the MVP. I don't think there's even any debate.
I wonder who we're going to give the MVP to. I mean, Morphling was the one who was kind of like sweeping up, top of net worth. Could have been the dagger to finish the game, but he didn't need to in the end. In fact, he made one pretty crucial mistake. And Rad just says, all right, fine, I'll do it myself. And yeah, 15-0-13, absolute annihilation. Super fun game as well from him. You know, the Shaker mid's not something we see a ton of, but it is rising in popularity. And he will be our MVP for this game, to nobody's surprise.
Yep, he did more damage than the Monkey King and Leshrac combined, and he had over nearly 85% kill participation. So yeah, just one of those games that your opponent gives you an opportunity to run away with the game, and they ran away with it. Like, there wasn't like this weird mistake, like, oh, we give away a Roshan, or we give away something that allows Team Sexy to kind of just make the game awkward. It always felt like the majority of their plays were in the driving seat. So yes, Ankrad got the MVP, but I think, you know, I have to mention how important Hakoda was in this game, because if he isn't playing with that kind of aggressive mindset, I just don't know if this will all connect as beautifully. So yeah, good bounce back from them, going from game 1 to game 2, and I will conclude on saying I want to see Team Sexy return to game 1 in that regards of how they play. I don't know if they're disciplined enough to execute on a draft that needs a little bit more time to come online. I want to see them break the lanes and use that logic the entire time, rather than we must farm all heroes to this minute to then play. I think that's not their perfect playstyle.
Yeah, and you know, the support duo was weird. IO Oracle, it could have worked for sure. This was the kind of draft that could have worked in, but it's kind of a little bit of, it's a high execution draft, which I feel like just adds another unnecessary layer of complication to your game. You know, just keep it easy squeezy. You know, just go for something which can throw out a bit more damage, can throw out a bit more control, and yeah, that's it. We saw glimpses of how it could have worked, but unfortunately, and the lanes are very weak as well. Yes, there was a disruptor in the game. I guess that makes sense. But we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we will get into the third and final game of this series between Team Sexy and One Move here at the TI Qualifiers.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Hello and welcome back as we get into game number 3 between One Move and Team Sexy. As they battle it out once again, we're on to the final match here, folks, and I'm glad to see it because the previous 2 series were boring. Just 2-0s, just the expected team coming out, but Team Sexy have proven that the Division 2 friends, they've got the power.
Yeah, I mean, we saw NAVI, they were in the same position. They came first in Division 2, last in Tour 3. So they weren't a Div 1 team, and then they swept Nemiga aside. And then we get to see Team Sexy potentially do it to One Move. Not as easy as NAVI, of course. We are going to that 3rd game, but it is showing that the depth of kind of competitiveness in the region isn't just as simple as you're either a Div 1 team who should go far and Div 2s will get eliminated. Like, there is that kind of punch-up ability, and we're not seeing it across all the other regions as much potentially, or we've still got 2 more regions to go, but this could be it.
Yeah, the depth of EEU has always been stronger. Yeah, this is why they've had some really good years and actually some good results consistently for a long time. It's just reaching those tops, reaching those heights is something they haven't been able to pull off until, of course, Team Spirit were able to do it and champion the region for TI. So they're hoping to make that happen again. Of course, all of these teams, they'll be looking at Team Spirits around and be like, we could be that team, you know, we could be the Yellow Submarines. We could be those guys coming on through and getting the dubs. So let's jump into the draft for game number 3 and find out who's going to be continuing on in the upper bracket here at the EEU regional qualifiers for TI 2023. I love saying it. TI time is so exciting, man.
There's a spark to it, especially because, you know, it's like some of these players maybe haven't been at a TI before, and it's like they've not been able to get to majors throughout the year, and then suddenly you get to go to like the biggest tournament instead. And yeah, it's a special time. Like, TI is a very beautiful tournament. And Team Sexy, they have been first pick every single game so far in this series. The bans from One Move, I believe, have been pretty much the same every time. Invoker, Prophet, Beast. Okay, they flexed between a Monkey or a Gyro ban. So after the first game, they did ban Gyro out. And yeah, this time around, we get to see Team Sexy go for the Grimstroke. I think this series alone is showing the dominance of the hero and how powerful it can be.
Wow. My goodness. I mean, they pick the Dawnbreaker and then they high-five each other, so clearly...
Good job, bro.
Yeah, great job. Great drafting. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I think we've seen a really bad example of Dawnbreaker and a relatively good example of Dawnbreaker as well in this series, where it's like the first game, there was no real purpose for the hero. It was... We've already mentioned it a lot so far throughout the panels, the drafts, but like this idea of you need to have multiple heroes to amplify, be it through pick-off potential or saving important cores. And at least in the second game, One Move did answer that quite nicely, especially because the Blade Mail build that Afterlife is doing game after game, in that second one, with a Razor, a Leshrac, a lot of AoE damage just kind of passively existing, the Blade Mail looked good. And then BKB Deso Blink, of course, it speaks for itself on the hero. So I think One Move, of course, they've clearly played this hero enough in scrims where they're like, okay, it doesn't matter. As long as we see one of 4 heroes or something picked, we're just automatically going to lock it in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, and you know, when you're able to get that much value, last game I'm talking about, when you're able to get that much value out of your first pick, It's no surprise to see them keep going back for it at all. You know, it's such a abusable pick, especially with the new drafting order. When you pick this first hero, you have to have a very good idea on what you can do with it and make sure that it can't be counted out, because you only get one band to defend it with, and then you have to kind of go into the tricky areas. So, yeah.
It also doesn't feel too bad, because in this logic of being second pick, you can pick up a really strong offlaner. Let's say Afterlife, this is his best hero, right? Again, I don't really know based on the patches where he's landing in regards to hero comfort, but if this is his best hero, you enter the next phase with just some generic 5 pick in this position here, or some open flexi support, and now they go for a Rubik. You now see 3 heroes before you then pick up your next 2, right? So it could be a really logical way to set a foundation for your draft from second pick is pick a robust offlaner, see a hero, pick up some type of support, see all 3 heroes, and then round out your draft. And in game 1, I didn't really like how they approached it because it was too clunky, right? The Void, the Dawn, like, but in the second game, you could see them showcasing the logic behind it. And even in this third game, potentially, they're doing it again. So I'm not opposed to it. It did take a couple games for me to kind of vibe out why they were doing it. But yeah, it's a logical and safe approach to, I think, drafting from second pick.
Now Team Sexy, after their apparent lack of success with it in game number 2, they will be going back for the IO once again. So Grimstrike IO will be the support duo this time around, and a Storm Spirit in the mid lane is what they want to combo that up with. So what does that give you? Well, it gives you a great target for the Inkswell. It gives you fantastic catch, which you can then combo up with the Relocate. I really like this opening trio from Team Sexy, and I think it gives them a very obvious way to try and take this game, and it just makes a lot of sense, the strategy so far.
Yeah, I've said it enough times. I want them to be aggressive. I don't want them to do this, Team Tundra style of play where they're waiting for that perfect 16-minute tri-core timing to break the map and farm. I want them to be the sexy team they were in the first game. And yeah, these heroes will be able to do it, right? It's like IO Storm always have mana, always look for the kills. Storm can itemize quite cheaply because the IO is bridging the gap of your mana. You can be super aggressive as well. And then Grimstrike. It's not the cleanest of pairings, but you can technically Inkswell the Storm, throw him into the engagement with the extra duration that could maybe give that combination a little bit more life than previous patch versions. So yeah, it's nothing too crazy. And just Beastmaster's banned. But I was gonna say, throw in some Zoo hero now for Team Sexy, some type of hero to provide map pressure, and now these heroes will just love to play around it.
And here's a new one for the series coming out for the side of One Move then. We'll go with the Skywrath Mage. This will give them a lot of damage coming out from the support duo. And the pickup potential could be pretty strong. Love to see this comboed with some sort of big slow or big stun. Dawnbreaker, not really that, not very reliable when it comes to the lockdown. Oftentimes it takes so long to get up the Starbreaker that the heroes can get away. So just give me a mid with a stun or a safe laner with a stun and I'll be happy. Maybe they're pairing up for a Faceless Void again. It would give them a good way to catch out the Storm Spirit.
Okay, they go Ember. Slight Chains provide some kind of the same thing for the Mystic Flare. It's a lot of early game focus on their heroes. I'm not opposed to it because when you see Dawn Rubik as a lane, potentially even Dawn Sky, that's going to be a lane that packs a punch, which means the support should, in theory, after going even or winning the lane, losing the lane really isn't an option for this type of draft. Should pivot to the Ember. And yeah, Rubik, Sky, get an early Wisdom Rune, couple smokes. It is really good. It's going to be super aggressive. And you said it a lot of times already, Clockwork for Dawnbreaker, that vessel for the Solar Guardian to be aggressive. Ember is that replacement from the core role. He will happily get into the middle of the fight. If things get dicey, Dawn's already on top of you. He's going to buy Blade Mail, so he's going to be able to return Storm damage, return that Grimstrike damage quite nicely. Overall, super aggro lineup. Not a lot of good control, great damage and positioning. So now Team Sexy go for that Slark to punish the lack of control and say, if you initiate but do it incorrectly, we'll be able to capitalize on you. Plus, we'll be able to throw down our Depth Shroud to save whoever you jump as well.
Yeah, the Depth Shroud is a great point. That'll definitely come into play this game, that's for sure. They do have a decent amount of damage to throw down just inside the Depth Shroud and inside that ultimate from Slark as well. So the Starbreaker is going to be annoying. Celestial Hammer is going to be annoying. Mystic Flare can catch you out. Ember Spirit just with Flame Guard. And the Remnants can be pretty annoying. So it's not a free Slark game, but it has a lot of uses. And no hard lockdown on the side of One Move other than the silence to stop this this Q coming off from the Slark as well.
It's also one of the Jesus hero specialties, I believe. When I think about this player, Ricky kind of is one of them. Slark's up there, Monkey King's up there. Like, he's a little bit more in the annoying hero pool category. Yeah, he can play the traditional carries as well, but unlike other players, like he's got some fun picks, which is like, oh god, oh no. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, he doesn't mind moving around a bit. Likes getting these high mobility safe laners, which he can kind of flex his mechanical skill with. Slark is definitely going to be that. And it's a game for it as well, you know, it's not a free Slark game, so you are going to have to be playing pretty damn well on it. So, you know, Jesse says, this is my time to shine. Put me in, coach, and we'll see what he can do. Final one move is going to have to be the carry then, but
can I hit you the first with a bold prediction straight off the bat? I feel I have not made predictions yet. I'm still calibrating to the patch. It could be terrible though. I want to see either Tidehunter or Broodmother from Team Sexy.
Brood? That's an interesting one. Why do you think Brood?
Because right now they have a lot of setup heroes that if you find the hero, Io can relocate. Slark with the Ags can obviously get to the fight. He himself can be the initiator, but they need that one hero that causes the annoyance. Like, deal with me or I will take your tower. Deal with me or I will, you know, occupy the side of the jungle. And I think a Brood with spiderlings and webs, Skye can never get into the fight because she's always scouted out. Suddenly Storm's on top of you. So a lot of just like cheap vision thrown around. So I think Brood could be good, but they go for the Tide. So
hit it with the Tide. Fair.
Yeah, it's one of the two
as well.
Yeah. Nice.
You got, I mean, you don't ever want to throw Arcane Seal on Tidehunter because he'll just eventually purge it off with Kraken Shell. So, yeah, a very annoying hero, which is just going to be a big watermelon to roll into the front of the fight and for Slark and Salon to play around. It gives you the information. I mean, it looks super stable. It's not very creative, but it is very stable for Team Sexy. Everything looks how it should. You know, this is a good draft. Now let's see what one move can bring to the table.
And they need that laning counter to Tidehunter. We don't really see a lot of the... I mean, the Ursus don't really exist. Okay, yeah. Naga Siren is, of course, the anti-Slark hero. It's a very macro type game because, of course, I mentioned Team Sexy need that
is the path to wisdom.
Hero to play around to set up the Slark fight, to set up the Eye relocates, and for one move, this Naga Siren, lanes are pushed out. So creeps will always be hitting your tower. So it forces Sexy to be a little bit more just thoughtful in how they play. They can't be as run around the map, no cares. I don't mind it. It is very much a fix the problems that have been generated due to the draft, and yeah, Naga can run away with this game for sure. A lot of items she can buy. She can buy Silver Edge to break, a Bloodthorn as well to then fully combo down heroes, constantly play out the map. So for Team Sexy, if they want to win this one, it's all about lead from the front, get this Tide to just be unkillable, and then throw the Storm and Slark in this mid game. Don't allow Naga to suddenly have 4 or 5 items, dictate everything, keep you pinned inside your base. So this is going to be a really close game, I feel. It's hard to really gauge who should be ahead because of both teams and their kind of the dominance they showed in kind of game 1 to one side, game 2 to the other side.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this one turns out. I feel kind of similarly about the Naga as I did about the Slark. Like, a lot of what the hero does is going to be very beneficial for this game. You know, splitting the map, getting farm, becoming the ultra carry, being an illusion hero in this game is pretty damn sick. But at the same time, they have answers on the side of Team Sexy. Again, they have things they can do. The same way the Slark could get Ancient Sealed and caught out in that way, this Naga Siren could get caught out by the AoE stuns. You know, they have the Inkswell. They have the, like, a lot of problems for him to deal with. Soulbind can be an issue. They have Ravage as well. They have many, many ways. Later on, even with the Aghanims from Storm. And I want to point out as well, Storm, Aghanims plus Shard, that is a ton of AoE damage. It's a ton of AoE damage, and it's magical heavy as well. So
yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's really something which you'll have to think about when you're looking at timings this game. Hakoda has just walked into 4 heroes and is kind of dead.
Farewell.
Salute. It's most Evans out.
Yeah.
My king.
I like the point you mentioned though. Like, this isn't like the Naga game where it's like Naga will eventually just 1v9 this Slark type matchup. Because of the Storm things that you mentioned, on top of that, Tidehunter can go for the Act as well. So AoE gushing the heroes down, or the illusions as well. And then the Grimstroke, he can pick up an Aghanims on top of that to throw into the Naga to get some Riptide procs, to maybe beeline it towards the support. So
timings.
There is a lot of scaling for Team Sexy, and it's on them to press the advantage in the early game whilst Naga's farming, be disciplined to not give away some bad team fights, and not have to go for this backup plan of everyone farm your Ags, guys, everyone farm for the comeback plays. But this really has the making of a very competitive Game 3. I think both teams have some comforts and some ways to exploit their opponent's draft. It's really on if they can execute in the decisive Game 3. This is the upper bracket, don't forget, guys. If they are to win, they proceed. If they are to lose, they go down to the spooky lower bracket, but they still obviously have that lifeline. They aren't out yet. That would be, I believe, tomorrow the lower bracket starts. It's very quick.
Yep, yeah, the whole thing lasts not a long time, so yeah, gotta be on it. 4 days is all we've got to find out who is going to TI from this region. Only one team making it through, of course. There can only be one in this region. I think mid lanes, of course, as always, going to be very important. Last game, we did see Ankrad kind of running away with it and then was just able to dominate the whole map. Could be the same thing again. There's Ember Spirit. We haven't talked about him so much, but it's an incredible Ember game. And if he's able to just kind of roll out of control, that's going to create so much space for the Naga Siren. And their 4-man, if this Ember is farmed, this 4-man looks absolutely devastating. If the Ember Spirit's at kind of a normal level, if he's not ridiculously overfarmed, then it still looks scary.
I think it's always going to be scary. I think Ember is, even with like the cast point changes to make using Remnants feel slightly clunkier, the hero is still highly regarded, and if you get active runes, you're always looking for that pressure. You're always annoying a hero. In this game, he's not going to be looking towards the Tide, though. He'll always be looking towards Storm up to Slark. So it does give Sexy a little bit of an easier approach to the game because they know the direction of Ember's aggression. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's looking
the CS, though.
Time as well.
Yeah, Storm kind of cruising right now. 12 for 1.
Yeah, great.
Sure, Ember had a couple.
Very, very good. Have a look at some of these other lanes. Down the bottom, of course, Naga Siren versus the Tide Hunter and the Grimstroke. Pretty annoying lane for the Naga, honestly. These tank smashes plus the strokes. Going to be a lot for her to deal with, but it's a Naga Siren. You know, she can go to the jungle like minute 3 and still be the game. Oh, that catches him out. I didn't think he was going down there at all, but there you go. Spells from Afterlife and Pantomime are just too much for Class to deal with.
And this lane is so good. Like Dawn Rubik, Dawn Sky, like Dawn any aggro's ranged 4 is just a recipe for success.
Yeah,
and, I think
low to secure the Starbreaker landing, and it's brutal.
Mm-hmm. I think
they have a cancel. They don't have a cancel for it either, so yeah, that's even scarier. They just cannot stop the Stormbreaker from just rolling on them. That makes the lane really hard.
I think Nifrit in this bot lane needs to go for the Meteor Hammer build. When you have Naga vs Tide matchup, Naga naturally will play probably behind the Tide Hunter at some point just to get the waves, then look to farm jungle as well. So Tide Hunter's kind of left by himself. So if he gets the hammer, he can actually take the tower and start looking to go down the lane a little bit. If he doesn't go hammer, it will just be Naga always defends, you always hit creeps, and that kind of just a bit of a stalemate. It depends if they have a different perspective on how they want to play, if they have some aura that they might use, but I just feel like Meteor Hammer should just be the easiest way to get into this game, progressing the map slightly. And once you unlock a tower, you suddenly go to mid lane, and you're pressuring the Ember because Tide's here with a hammer, plus the Grim and Io supporting you. I think it's a really good way for Team Sexy to make just simple, easy moves. Specifically because this Slug Io that you've already mentioned can't do anything really. They're going to hit creeps, but if they start trying to chase down, they get Fade Bolted, lifted, Celestial Hammered, Starbreaker. So many ways for this offlane duo to stop them from just clicking.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised that they've only been brought down once so far. There's a lot of threat, but of course, Scarith now getting active and moving to the bottom side and trying to secure the water rune, but Ankrad's able to grab one. Mirage could be in some trouble here, actually. Yeah, I think it's just going to go down. They've got the grenade.
There's a fairy fire.
Oh, now in from the sideline, so Coda helps out as well. And Ankrad is going to be able to get that kill. And is there another water rune? No, there is not. So no bottle refill at least, but yeah, pretty big kill on the Storm thanks to those support rotations. How come Team Sexy didn't bring any supports in for that one?
Their heroes aren't the best at rotating, right? Like Io Slark, if Io leaves and suddenly Slark's going to be by himself, potentially in 2v1 situation, Yeah, same thing for Grim. Like, if Grim leaves the Tidehunter, now Naga will 100% free farm rather than farming at, let's say, 75% because of the Grim pressure. I think it's too early for them to make the moves.
Oh, the damage is there on the top lane, but it's not enough to bring down Yesu, and Class is just holding back, salving himself up, actually, just to try and heal Yesu as much as he possibly can in this engagement, and it's going to do the work, honestly. They use the entire combo, and Yesu comes out on full HP. Pretty good stuff coming out from the IO. You need to get that little ball of light. You can't just throw it on the slot. Meanwhile, bottom lane, and Kushi could be in some trouble here. There is that that ink swell, maybe being popped like a little bit high just to try and secure the kill. They need a little bit.
One more spell.
Available in 1 second. Can he land it till the end? Oh, he's very off the mark. Not even close. That's a shame.
No, I respect you for saying that. You know, some people have said, "Oh, close," but no, you say how it is. He whiffed it. He missed it.
Yeah, he whiffed.
He don't want to go to TI.
He choked. Well, despite the CS advantage in the middle lane from the Storm, of course, he did get brought down by the supports rotation, so it's actually pretty even when it comes to the net worth. Meanwhile, Hakoda looking to bring down till the end, and with Ankrad coming through as well, looking to try and finish the job here with the sleight of fist. Needs just get a little bit closer, and there we go, catch him out on the edge. That is really, really nice for this Ember. You can also pick up the bounty rune here as well. Oh my god. The supports are just making this Ember's game, like, very, very good, and that's what they needed to do.
And now he's actually moving to bottom. Rotation I didn't really expect, but because the Tide is so far up the lane, it's a relatively easy kill.
All right. Lovely bite of watermelon for Ikrad as well. My god, killing spree suddenly coming out from the Ember. Gee.
On the flip side, Storm and Grim have smoked up. They themselves are trying to get themselves onto the map, onto the scoreboard. After I've used his Celestial Hammer down the lane,
that means he's dead. In comes the damage. Right clicks are there. Mirage grabs a kill with the DD, no less. Now they can put some pressure on the tower. Let's see if one move we're able to replicate that on the bottom side. Not very likely, considering that
there's a watermelon there, boss. Yeah,
and a big old green wall.
All right, 7 minutes. Grimstroke ready for the top side. Okay, 2 games in a row. Team Sexy get both of the Wisdom runes. And they get the offlane tower as well. Like, that move into top, that smoke, it was with the catapult plus the DD of Storm. So they take the Dawn's tower plus 2 wisdom runes. Yes, Ember's having a good time, but they're kind of fixing a little bit of the issues. Yeah, they did lose mid tower actually, so it's not as good as I was expecting it to be.
Yeah, taking advantage of the fact that Storm was there. Storm just actually gets silenced immediately by Pantomim, but Ikrad and Pantomim not quite on the same page there. Or maybe Ikrad just saw the threat a bit differently, but yeah. You gotta deal with the IO when they go for these kind of plays. I think a silence on the Storm doesn't mean much because Class is just behind. I'm sure he's only got a 6-stick, but it's enough.
So I think the Shaker mid in the previous game was really fun to see because an IO into Shaker, one blink, you're always going to hit a 2-man slam. If you buy Ags, you then have that ability to also totem on top, and IO does go down, but that's because he's in the river, swarmed by 3 heroes. Yeah, even using the My Bad chat, well, he understands that wasn't probably the best place for him to be.
Yeah. Some days you just want to get on top of that rune spot, you know, deny the Ember an active rune and make your game a little easier.
And look at bot tower. He bought Hammer, what, like a minute ago, and already this tower is nearly dead.
Uh-oh.
They're rotating on him. Are they trying this?
They say.
He has Ravage this time.
Ravage just comes out immediately as well as the Dawnbreaker ulti on top of him, so both offlaners just going to be taking chunks out of each other right here. Nefrit will eventually fall, and Grimstroke also taking some heavy damage as well. Yes, he's coming in. Does land the pounce here onto the Skywrath. The Line Class comes down as well to help him out with the Overpower. Mirage trying to look for the Rubik on the sidelines. Doesn't quite connect with that one, so it does look like the Rubik's going to be able to slip away. Not much mana to work with on Mirage here, so chance of him getting a lockdown are pretty low. Said he's trying to bottle up here, and Hakoda just wants to cancel the bottle charge, which feels very, very greedy, and he is going to pay the price for it. Look at that, didn't even...
But Ember's leashed as well.
Die. Immediately looking over towards the Ember.
He has Vortex.
He has got a Remnant out, so he can just move away, and will do that. They don't quite have the lockdown to fully bring him down. Close, though.
Ooh. This is the exciting part of the game, because right now you are seeing the weaknesses of one move's lineup. It is Naga has to farm, and the other 4 heroes, if there isn't a Solar Guardian, that is the big defensive spell. Everyone else, it's like each for themselves. I Ancient Seal, I Mystic Flare, maybe Ankrad gets a nice slight chains, but if Team Sexy can kind of get in and around you, it's spooky. But supports just die.
It's very messy. It is very messy. I mean, it's TI qualifiers. It's what we expect. It's what we want. But yeah.
Bottom tower has been denied.
Some days you just walk up to a Rubicon 200 HP and die. That's how it goes.
Yeah, it happens. Well, what a banging item purchase, actually. If Tide gets this pipe relatively soon, we're going to be seeing a Diffusal Echo Saber on Slark potentially, a pipe on Tide. Like, a lot of this early game damage is magical. Rubik and Sky going to be doing the heavy lifting, and if they're nullified by, not literally, but just the descriptor word, it will be an issue for them.
Another support goes down. Not that notable. It's going to happen this game. There is a lot of kill potential on both teams, so it's hard to stay alive on a support. What is the next thing to fight over? Because this Dawnbreaker ulti is back again, so it's no longer hunting season for Team Sexy, so...
I think the next thing is... Oh, just killing the Slark.
Oh my god, Slark is just gone. Didn't expect Pantomime to just be hiding in the trees there with the Ancient Seal, and yeah, that's what we mentioned. That the Ancient Seal is going to be Slark's bane this game. I'm wondering even if he wants to go for like a Manta after this this Diffusal or something, maybe in BKB.
It's always awkward. Like, Manta on Slark, it's like, are you going to do any damage in an early BKB? Are you going to do any damage?
Yeah, you're relying a lot on your IO then to be there with the overcharges, and that's just not reliable in this game.
Pretty much. No, I feel like when you're asking about the next move, I think for Radiant at least, it's all about fighting to secure the map for Naga to farm. You're not really fighting to take that tier 2 to take Roshan. It's always make an engagement messy enough that okay, Manta's down the line, the next item's down the line, and if you get any free pickups like this, sure, you take them. But it's always move, farm, retreat, smoke, pick off, farm. Like, that's kind of like, you just continue cycling through it. And yeah, they're doing it quite nicely right now. 3k leads. They're not overexerting themselves. You're not seeing them.
That is not. Oh, actually going to survive. Okay, all right. They make the trail on supports. Terrible timing on that, as they do just get stunned up immediately by both the chains and by the Inkswell. But looks like they got away with it. And now Mirage trying to follow up here, but doesn't actually use the Vortex. I mean, it's so not super threatening. Wants to combo it up here. Oh, almost gets the timing right, but Makushi is going to fall. And now they jump in, but the chains are there from the Grimstroke there, just holding them together with a Soul Bind. Einkrad doesn't care. Takes down 2, looking for more. Nefrik.
And the IO as well.
But he can stay nearby. Not much mana left. Oh, he actually managed to get some. He's got 1, so he's able to get himself enough mana to keep on fighting here. He has the Remnant out, so Einkrad really just trying to min-max this as much as possible. And that's going to earn him yet another kill, but he's got no mana now for the Activating Fire Remnant.
Now Slark's here.
Is unfortunate, and Slark back in the mix, jumping forward onto the Dawnbreaker. This spaghetti show continues. Mirage?
Another Sky's here.
Where did he come from? He's back. Yesu just pops the ulti, gets away. They're going to call it quits. Sexy tap out, and that will give a significant portion of the map over towards one move in the end.
4k lead becomes a 2k lead. These are the scrappier engagements that Team Sexy will thrive on. And you can see Einkrad frantically drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, just why are we bottom? Just farm the entire left side of the map. We've taken these towers. We have good vision there on the mid, the top dire jungle. Let's just get ourselves to the timing where we can fight. We can annoy them, we can poke them, but we don't need to be overcommitting. And now you see here, Naga moves top. The rest of the body of the Radiant team has moved to the bottom side. Smoke
once again.
Action.
Yep, that's
no follow-up.
As before. Now, Dawnbreaker's ulti didn't really get a whole lot done there. I'm wondering if Sexy just want to go for the reset and try this one again. The amount of sentries and observers being placed in this area is insane. Why are they fighting over this triangle so much?
I think they are just creating the noise. When you mentioned about what the fight they're doing, I described the idea of poking the fight. Like, this is a good way of doing it, where you go into the triangle, you look for a kill, you retreat. Naturally, you want to protect this, so you bring more heroes, and Naga gets to farm up on the side. They even get the Mystic Flare.
Oh, silenced up though. Can they save him? The Io's doing his best to try and keep him alive, but the silence lasts long enough to get the kill. Julian jumps in. Ravage is there. It's looking pretty good. Can they finish off Minecraft? Yes, they can. It's a trade of mids, and now they'll go towards Afterlife as well. Afterlife going for the TP out and will be able to escape. They don't have the stuns. They don't have the leash. So there goes the Dawnbreaker. So it's just going to be a straight up mid for mid trade. Maybe the Slark can finally get some income coming his way, because he's been the big loser of this game so far, just unable to really find the fights with the items he's got.
Yeah. And the repercussions of these fights are, when you're naturally going for aggressive moves across the river as 4, you're going to be running into potentially 5, especially with Ravage up, layered with the Meteor Hammer and a Soulbind. Like, there's so many counter-aggressive moves, so you just need to, you know, pick and choose your battles, decide when you really want to go for that decisive one. Team Sexy continue to scale.
One big problem has been these wards. I don't know if you wanted to mention that, but Team Sexy's wards are just getting obliterated.
Yeah, it feels like one move have the Slark on their team. Not really.
Yeah.
He does have sentries in his backpack, but for the amount of vision one move have on the map, no, Afterlife is dead. Yeah, when you look at the minimap, it's quite concerning that the Slark team has 2 aggressive wards against them, and their own team has 1 very southern. Well, it's very bad. This is not a good spot to be in, especially when you're looking for pickoffs and aggressive players. It's the reason why when we saw the Naga pick, it's like, yeah, this will continue to annoy you on the map. All the lanes are pushed in, so Slark's having to push out lanes rather than run across the map. In doing so, he doesn't get his ultimate procced because he's pretty much just AFK dealing with the creeps. Yeah, it's the bane of Naga versus Slark. Slark hates it.
Yeah, it's tough. Not the kind of hero to deal with it. And now the Naga starts to pull ahead. And unless they can do something about it on the side of Team Sexy, that's just going to keep on going this way. They have not really dealt with Monkushi at all. I mean, Monkushi did have that one fight where he kind of rocked up, went a bit too deep under the tower and got himself killed off. That's a mercy, because if he didn't...
That was an Inkswell situation, though, because, you know, the buff from 3 to 5 seconds so it lasts longer? He done the mirror image thinking, oh, it should be ending roughly now. He wasn't used to it going 5 seconds, so he was kind of guesstimating. Because look, 3 seconds, that's muscle memory. 5, you're like, oh my god, this is an eternity. Can it end, please? When do I press it? So it'll take him about another week of playing into Grimstroke to really get that one honed in.
Yeah, I'll certainly getting the honing in done this series, as we have had Grimstroke every single game.
Yay! No, it's probably one of my favorite heroes, to be fair. It's like, you have defensive capabilities, aggressive capabilities, you also scale into the late game. Like, if this hero was pub viable, like, it's a very cozy hero for supports to play to, like, gain him a MR. Because, like, if your team's bad, buy an Ags, become the team, you know? Like, become the 6th man on the roster.
Yes. Dark Portrait can be very, very silly in some games. In other games, it just gets one tapped.
That's very true. I always use the logic when you're Grim is, when you create the Ags clone, normally the only person that can kill it is the person you've cloned. So yeah, don't lock that clone into a fight with the hero that you've cloned. Like, push it to run at the mid or the support or someone else. Like, sure, if you're against like double big physical damage cores, it'll be an issue, but if you're against like PL 4 protect 1, create the PL, run it on the support, run it on someone else. And this time they're running at Anchored in the mid lane. They don't have enough follow-up spells.
Yeah, still only level 2 on the Electric Vortex, so it's just not enough lockdown for them to be able to follow up with the stuns they need.
And another D-ward as well. Oh, good. They tried to get even one ward out, and it lasts, what, a quarter of its duration? And then de-warded by Hakoda Sentry. Oh, okay, this one's going to live for now.
Yes, they have ward.
Wait. And Tide, he's had the pipe for several minutes now, but really yet to see it enable Sexy in the bigger fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of just slugging his way over towards Pantomime here, but they're just going to piece out. Well, relocate.
Oh, and Mirage has like no mana. What is this?
Very weird. They're still running at them. No one's clicked on the Storm and realized quite how poor he is. Mana poor. All right.
Yeah,
shouldn't from Team Sexy, I would say.
maybe a little bit miscommunication, but then again, I don't want the Tide to be ravaging that type of initiation. If it was like a core, sure, but seeing him awkwardly chase down a Sky, not the best.
I feel like Klaas was just looking around the map, looking for engagements, and Mirage, I don't know, is that on him to keep his mana a bit higher? To be always ready for an engagement? He doesn't have the
It's between the two. I mean, he has an IO with him, so it's between the two of them to decide the distribution of fighting mana to farming mana, and now Slark gets caught once again by the Sky and tipped as well. The Sky has the blink dagger, so he's able to instantly blink in, get that silence, kill off the Grimstroke as well as the Naga sweeps on in. This could be a tier 1 tower bottom. This could be maybe looking at Roshan. They aren't the quickest team to do it, so... But I think... Oh, they have Desolator actually. Yeah, they should be able to do Roshan.
Oh, is the Deso complete on the Dawnbreak? Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
The Echo Saber this time. Interesting.
Yep.
All right, Roshan's up, and Team Sexy not looking to contest this right now. I'm not entirely convinced they know it's going on, but at the same time, I'm not entirely convinced they could fight it anyway. It's a little tough. Hakoda could just get brought down here. He's about to show himself, come out of Invis in front of 2 heroes.
Surprise!
But that said, they've got help coming through. The Roshan is just being dealt with by the Naga and the Dawnbreaker, and yeah, this distraction is going to mean there's absolutely no chance of... oh, they're leaving the Aegis for Afterlife. Interesting.
He's very much like a glass cannon with this build. Like, yes, you've got a bit of blade mail to spook your opponent, but he's the type of hero that even if he dies, when he respawns, he's going to have another round of Starbreaker. He's going to pack a punch. So I think for high value damage, give it to the Dawn. Let him jump in. He might kill a hero, die, reset, instantly impactful. So I actually kind of like this read. And yeah, we are seeing the Tidehunter go for the Aghanims. You mentioned the power of that, and it is going to be on the cards. It feels like they're playing for a losing game situation right now with their itemization. This is very much a play for the comeback, and Mirage once again trying to jump this Ember. It's the second time we've now seen it in the last window of the game, and both times it's not the easiest to layer up on.
It's not, and now jumping up on the top line as well. They want to try and bring down the Tidehunter, the big boy. I mean, it's a challenge, but it's one they're trying to take. Now, in they go. Double Vortex coming out onto the 2 of them. Akushi's getting pretty low on this. Tries to go for the song, but actually cancels it out as he sees the opportunity for his team to try and make a comeback here. The Aegis is gone. The song. Oh no, into the Starbreaker. It could be pretty damn tasty here. And yeah, the Slark's just going to get absolutely slammed down. Hakoda zaps him with the Fade Bolt to finish the job. Another tip onto Yesu here as Ankrad comes in onto the IO as well. IO's going to fall on move across immediately, looking for Nefrit as well. It's a nice Inkswell coming out onto Nefrit to try and fight up. I mean, he's got plenty of health in this Tidehunter, but they're just going to go past him and look for till the end instead, and that is a dead Grimstroke on my screen. Nefrit still looking to just kind of fight back here. I mean, they can't do enough damage to the Tidehunter, but everybody else is just dead.
Where was the Storm? Where was the counterplay? I don't think he had enough mana to really enter the fight, but...
No, I think he was caught inside that song and just zipped himself the hell away.
Yeah.
Went all the way out.
It just felt so underwhelming.
Yeah.
He zipped quite far, but... Whew. I feel like Team Sexy are like one item away from actually being able to stand their ground. Like if Slark had a BKB, if Tide had the Ags, and all the items that we were talking about earlier, they're all coming in now. Like Grim, he's queued up the Ags. Tide, he's queued up the Ags. So it's like all these like...
All right, your turn.
The game can go really long, so we can see the fun items. They're already queued in at 23 minutes. Like they're already playing for like the comeback. They're down 9k gold, and they're kind of close to actually getting the kills. But we saw the strength of Dawnbreaker having their Aghanims. The glass cannon jumps on in, dies, but as she respawns, able to then layer on top of that song to kill off the Slark with the final blow of the Fade Bolt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good moves coming up from one move.
As well, as always, you know, you need to be involved in the kills in order to get yourself into the game, especially when you're behind. But of course, when you're behind, you're very easy to kill, and they will just throw everything they've got at you every single time to make sure that you're not a factor in this game. And that's been very successful for one move so far.
Oh, and the heart coming up as well. She gonna be tanky.
She is large.
Never refuse
I mean, it is a backpack heart at the moment. Hopefully that's...
Yeah, it's not as efficient as the... there we go, yeah. Oh, the axe reveal.
All right, here we go, Monkushi. It's the Ags versus the Heart. Which will be better? I mean, they're throwing everything they've got into it right now, but in comes that Dawnbreaker, diving into the fight, just crashing down upon them. They're going in for the backlines, though, to kill off the IO. The Tide still just trying to get through Monkushi, but it's not enough. Emil, iGrad, and Afterlife, they just cleared up the entire backlines. They've got the Storms. Jetsu trying to fight up into this right now. He has no Shadow Dance available anymore, and no leap charges left, so he's committed fully to the fight, and he will die for that. Class and Nefrit, only ones left, trying to limit themselves.
Storm buyback.
Storm, though, sees the opportunity onto Afterlife here and wants to try and take it. It's desperate, but it might pay off. It's a long-ass TP. It's a lot of damage coming down onto 9 class, but they will be able to kill the Dawnbreaker at the bed.
607 physical damage in one swift blow, obviously after the reductions. That was such a fun spot, because like,
can't see it.
It's so deceptive because you see the wind up and it's like, it's not hitting me, it's not hitting me. Oh my god, it hit me. Oh. And that Naga, she was so hard to kill. It was quite a large amount of resources needed to get there, and you could argue maybe if the Storm had BKB and could stand his ground, maybe if there was a Grimstroke Ags, but there's so many factors and maybes and ifs and buts that Sexy really need to answer to even get to a point where they can kill her. I think if one move just regroup and go again, they should be in a good position. The buyback on the Storm Spirit on Mirage has delayed his ability to get to that BKB. He's 1100 gold away. I'm mentioning the Grimstroke, that's still what, 3000 gold? They are incredibly hard to kill. The Ember has Sheevers as well. Like, Afterlife is basically a carry at this point. It's like there's 3 carries on one move with 2 high damage supports behind it. Is such a strong lineup now.
The mid lane, they just go straight past the Ember. They're like, yeah, we're not getting that guy. So he just puts a BKB and just murders the IO. Okay, fair.
And the supports, both dead.
Supports getting cut down. And that's that disconnect, you know, once they kind of break apart this fight. It's a Storm needs to leave. He's got the zip away. He doesn't have much mana left, though. Has to go for the TP out. Will they be able to close the gap? They will not. Mirage narrowly escapes. Gets a well played from his IO as well, but yeah, that's making the best of a bad situation.
I shall not report you.
But yeah, back to my previous point, I feel like a lot of people will be watching their Slark and going like, what is this guy doing? He's just standing there and hitting people in the fights, but like, that's all he can do. He needs to commit something to the fights, and he's not going to be able to do that if he just jumps in and jumps out with his Aghanim Scepter. He has to commit. He has to just try his hardest to bring somebody down. It before he work, but you don't get to play it any other way.
I think we saw in the earlier fight, right? It's he can excel, especially when the IO starts to fight with the Storm, but then pivots to the Slark midway once his stacks are built up. Give him that regen, give him the ability to use, what, 30, 40 Agi stacks. He needs a long fight, and he hasn't really itemized for that right now. Yes, he has a Mage Slayer. Sure, he's got the Ags to jump in and out, but against the speed in which Sky Blink silences you, Mystic Flare, the Naga dragging you around the map, you kind of need that BKB +1 to even entertain an engagement, but then you really have no damage and rely on 1-2 minutes of clicking to even get to the point where you're actually doing the killing blow. It's a really awkward position to be in, and it's why Slark into Naga never feels good, because you always feel whatever item you buy, it doesn't pack the same punch. Like, Naga buys a Manta, you have a Diffusal. She buys a Heart, you have an Ags. Like, ooh, I can pounce, but I can't die. You buy a Mage Slayer, but it's like she then has a Butterfly or a Bloodthorn or something. Right? It really is a mismatch, and you rely on your team to kind of get you over the line, and yeah, right now we're not really seeing that from Team Sexy. It is too hard for the supports to position, whilst Ember and Dawnbreaker just cut through and rip them apart.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yesu doesn't really have eyes for the Naga. Maybe he might pounce on her just to reveal the real one, but then he's probably moving to a next target. I mean, he wants to be bringing down these Skywraths, these Rubiks, anybody in the backlines he can catch out.
We have a smoke up nomad. The lanes are relatively in a good spot. Most of them in the middle of the map. So Slark with the gem, leading from the front. Ember actually doesn't have a TP right now. So if the fight breaks out in this very moment, psych, he has a remnant. I lied.
Gotcha.
Just checking if you're paying attention.
He's in the Slark's night vision. He's going first. He sees that... Okay, he wants to get around and not bother with this Naga. They want to try and get to the back lines, but yeah, not going to happen. So now we get the standoff. Yes, he's very far in the front line. This guy has no BKB here, so he's got to be pretty careful. Shadowdance might need to be popped pretty early, and that's exactly what's going to happen, but Class is not savable, and no buyback either on this IO. I think Sexy just needs to try and get themselves away from this one. It's a lost fight, but they're actually sticking around as 4. I mean, they do have the Ravage, but now it's Move's turn to go on the hunt. They smoke up, looking for the engagement.
There's still a ward, you got to be careful. Right, Slark dewarding.
Yep.
It's now daytime.
There they go, up onto the cliff straight away on the Rubik, who's stolen that zip from the Storm. And, well, Soulbind gets thrown out and doesn't really get a whole lot done either, so... Everyone just kind of throwing spells at each other, and no one really committing to the real engagement. Yesu baiting out a couple of spells from the Skyraft as the Storm just using so much mana to try and bring this guy down, and Afterlife actually catches him out. Might be able to kill him. Mirage needs to leave, but he's being chased by this bolt from the Skyraft. Is over on the backlines of the fight. Nefrit is going to get sung up as Pantsman does finally fall to Mirage, and Song actually cancels. Yesu starts trying to take some chunks out of Mankushi here, but not really a target, as we mentioned, that he can really deal with. Very awkward, very split fight right now. No real winners showing themselves in the end. A lot of ultimates being used, but they still have that Ravage on the side of Sexy. I'm wondering if they can make anything happen with that, but it does look like one move are the ones who are going to hold the ground and maybe look towards Roshan, which has just spawned, and they can look to take it down.
Oh, what an awkward dance between both teams. It really helped because Sexy had the gem there. They were able to get a couple D-wards out, and Ember just passively doing so much damage. Storm had a lot of discipline not to BKB early in that fight, keeping it when this guy then blinked on top of him. But Dawnbreaker, it just has IO's number. Io shows instantly. Dawn jumps on top. One Starbreaker with the Deso with 14 charges, the damage. The IO's just dead. The IO needs pretty much a Ghost Scepter to even play out this game right now. But they're back at it again. They still have Ravage available. Pushing out the lanes. 18k down, but Sexy still playing as if the game's even. They are really lacking a lot, but they're posturing as if this is an entirely different game, and I respect that.
Hey man, if you believe the game is even, then the game is even, goddammit. But they're committing to the backlines right now. Aincrad just once again just beelining for the supports, wants to bring down the IO. IO pumping out as much healing onto himself as he can. Actually, they might have gotten caught out here. They'll throw down the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They have enough to bring down Aincrad. The stun is that. They will kill him off. But what's the trade going to be, as Yesu is the one who will fall. One move, take the area. Lift up onto the Storm Spirit. They have to follow up. The net is not there in time, so the Song is going to get used, and they're going to try and just surround this Storm. They know he's low on mana, and with the they can get the net off as well, and that will be the Storm.
Get the Rubik. No.
Tide on the run now. He's moving himself down below, but they're just surrounded by heroes. As tanky as he is, he will get cut open. 5 heroes dead, and no heroes lost other than Aincrad, who buys back into it for the side of one move. They take the fight, they take the Roshan, and things now looking very difficult indeed for the side of Team Sexy.
Aegis and Cheats, 32 minutes, 20,000 gold lead. Yeah, this is... You can just feel the discomfort in the engagements, right, from Sexy. Like they're doing this posturing, they're dancing around, but they realize like there's just no damage. What do? If they ravage a hero, where's the follow-up? It's a Slark carry. There's a Storm, but there's no Shard in play, there's no Ags, there's no Wombo combo yet. They're still in that kind of point of scaling. Whilst one move, there's Gleipnirs, there's Shivas, there's Blink Daggers, and Hearts, and Scardies, and Orchids, and I could list nearly every item in Dota right now, because that's exactly what they've got in their toolkit.
Just open shop and clicked Bile. Well, Class could be in trouble. Aincrad just running him down here. It's got a Gleipnir as well, so no chance of getting away, and in comes Afterlife with that big old crit from the Luminosity. That hurt.
I just feel so bad for Grimstroke. I keep clicking on him, and he's always got the same amount of gold. It's always 1,000 or 1,200. It's in that range. And at no point in the last, 8 minutes is he scaled towards an Ags. And it's just like, come on. If you're this player, you're just wishing, guys, if I get Ags, maybe we can convert the 25,000 gold of the Naga into 25,000 gold of our own illusion. But I just need 3,000 gold to get there. It's like, maybe you give this guy a couple waves, because I think that, honestly, is going to be the best way for them to take a fight back into it. Because there is no item that I see Sexy buying in the next, like, 8 minutes that gives them a, okay, boys, we got this. Like, a Skadi and a Slark, you're still probably going to die to a Mystic Flare combo, plus Naga battering on you with some Orchid. Like, I'm not seeing that get out of jail card right now in regards to itemization. It's really on one move to blunder their lead.
I'm not sure it's going to happen. They have looked like the more consistent team in this series. Like, Sexy have shown maybe a little bit more creativity in the plays they can make, you know, a bit more kind of willingness to take fights when they're behind, but One Move have looked like the more kind of calculated and strategic team. And Mirage is going to have to force a BKB. He's out of mana here, and the wards will show him. Also leads him towards Class as well. He's trying to get the TP out. Will he make it? Oh, just about done.
Wait,
Goda.
He was hexed in base. He was hexed in the base. He was a little picky in the founding. I can't confirm with my 2 eyes.
That's interesting. Didn't know that was possible.
Yep.
Relo out. Where are they going?
He just went for a... He looked for a bounty and found nothing.
Okay. Well... yeah, he's gonna do a little bit of damage to that creep wave. Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, you get that wave. Okay, alright. Slark has reconsidered his itemization. He isn't going for the Skadi. He has queued up the BKB. He understands that right now, 30k down, 36 minutes into the game, if he doesn't survive a single sky jump, like the Skyriff mate have had his number the entire game. He went first item Blink Dagger to continue going down the line of Slark, you're not going to have fun. There it is, BKB. It's not going to help though. Like he's going to live but not do damage. He needs a fight to last nearly 2 minutes of clicking for him to feel relatively good.
All right, how many Essence Shift stacks does he need to win a fight?
He needs to be alive to win a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8. What?
Yeah, 8's not enough. I'm going to say he needs like 40 minimum.
Ooh, okay.
40 minimum on top of the 8 he already has.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. But Hex out onto Io, but no detection on that.
And a song.
Jesus, doesn't like Io. Okay.
Serenading him to the lower bracket.
Does seem to be the case. Yeah, Mirage tries to help him out against the illusions. Oh my goodness, and Afterlife comes in on the side as well. One Starbreaker kills off the other support. Suddenly there's 3 heroes down on Sexy. It's... yeah, I think they're heading for the barracks, and maybe for the lower bracket, as you say. Middle lane, slowly going down. Mirage and Nefrich just watching from the sidelines. Again, that Aghanims is complete on the Tidehunter, and it's not doing enough, sadly. Again, that maybe if Storm's somehow able to pull his Aghanims out of his ass. And even then, it's not enough. You need so much more. He gets Aghanim's Shard Refresher. Then there's a chance that him and the Slark can kill the Naga Siren. Other than that, she's not dying.
You know what? I will subscribe to this blind belief. Why not?
Yeah, they have a timing. It might be 20 minutes away. Ooh, Afterlife just comes sliding on through, looking to bring down Glass, but doesn't actually get him. Could he be in some trouble now? It's a question to me. Jesse's just trying to commit to this one as hard as he can. Drops everything. Depth Shout, Shadow Dance, everything being used to try and make this fight work. And guess what? She just sings a song of her people, and Sexy are suddenly out of ammo.
He's kind of...
Okay, Storm gets the high ground. Is trying to jump down, finding the big targets, but Afterlife just heals up fully from one Starbreaker. Might have had a cheese in there as well, by the looks of it. And Sexy now have to swing it into reverse, but the Tidehunter, unfortunately, he's too slow to run away with the rest of his team. That Inkswell is going to start doing a lot of work, but Afterlife once again just through the backlines, takes out everybody. 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. This Dawnbreaker is just going absolutely insane right now. They're trying to hold up, but they're trying to hold on to their last chance of staying in this upper bracket, but it's just not happening. It's Ikarad's turn to get the triple kill now. Afterlife picks up another, and the GGs are called. Game number 3 will go to One Move, and they will continue themselves in the upper bracket as an ultra kill comes out by Ikarad in the end.
And some final tips as well. A little bit saucy to put a team to lower bracket, to tip the IO in the final moments. But no, I think for one move at least, this was a good showing of not falling victim to losing belief in a strategy. Because in game 1, this Dawnbreaker, the concept that they would bring into the hero, it felt like they didn't really understand how to get it over the line. And then game 2, game 3, it's like, oh, okay, they do. They just misdraft in game 1 and they kind of recalibrate themselves. They never lost faith in the hero. They kind of religiously just forced it into the draft every time. And if you're another team in this qualifier looking at, Afterlife and what he can do, maybe Dawnbreaker is a hero you need to consider banning because he consistently Blade Mail, maybe Echo, maybe Deso, always the blink. He's a nuisance to supports. And if you are squishy and you show for a second, he's going to start breaking you down, as you see time and time again in these highlights.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to play into because you can't really attack the Dawnbreaker, but at the same time you want to go on the Dawnbreaker first and not let it get off the ultimate. And yeah, they just didn't really have. And this is that kill on the IO. That's so silly. Yeah, really great performance though from the Dawnbreaker. Very good from the Naga Siren as well. Not that she had to do a lot, but she was just able to one missed fight in the early game and then just hit some creeps for a long time, and eventually was able to use that to come back into the game. Not that she was ever really out of it, but just not really playing for the early part whilst the team made this 4-man rotation. And I think a lot of it comes down to the supports helping out the Ember at mid in the early game and making sure he had a good game. Because he was getting crushed at mid at one point.
Yeah. I think the weakness of IO really came through in this series as well, because IO naturally can't rotate to mid lane. You're somewhat locked into your side lane. So then the mid on the opposing team gets amplified because their supports are following you. They're giving you the active runes. They're giving you that fight against be it the Leshrac or the Storm. Meanwhile, you've got an IO who's playing survival mode into a Dawn Rubik lane. The Slark didn't even get much. He kind of was, getting the creeps he was allowed to. So not only can you not help your mid, you're barely keeping your Slark in the lane. And on top of that, the supports get to get all the economy. Sure, they didn't get wisdom runes, but it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I feel like for one move, it was good to see their adjustment over the series. Ankrad has proven that if he's on a hero that can scale and not some just generic Timbersaw, he can pop off. In game 2, game 3, he popped off. But for me, I think just seeing the growth of Afterlife on the Dawnbreaker, showing how good it is, getting it first picked, and in this game specifically, he had that killer mentality. It was, yeah, it's a spooky draft concept that they have here. Second pick, lock in the Dawnbreaker. Teams are going to have to respect it, pick it, or block pick it, or ban it, I think, in the future.
Yeah, I think so. It just looked too damn consistent. The 2 games in a row after playing it the first game as well. You'd expect the team to be able to have some sort of answer for it by that point, but they didn't. And yeah, Dawnbreaker might not be getting MVP, but definitely played the hell out of that game. But 23-3, you can't not give it to Ankrad again, even though it'd be the second time in a row. Just a crazy game on this Ember, doing way too much, being all over the map. Yes, he was enabled by the supports, but he took that enablement and he ran with it.
Yeah, it's really, I think, nowadays in teams, you need to see mid laners that have these type of performances. Like when they're given opportunities to just crush a game, you need to see them with the double-digit kills. Like I think Noob is a good example in Western Europe, where he went from that active middling player to then, in recent time, thriving. And same thing here with Ankrad. Like he has a bad game on Timber, or like his team has a bad game, but then suddenly it's like, oh my god, what's happening? It's too easy, right? Like Earthshaker, Ember Spirit. So yeah, really promising stuff from him. And they are the consistently 5th place team in the region, so we expect them to be in the grand finals against Virtus.pro. That's like the script that we probably follow. So maybe an underdog down the line can beat them, but yeah, so far so good for that team.
Absolutely, yeah. They've shown up a little bit here, and certainly, teams keep an eye on, because once they figured out after that first game how to play this matchup, then they did just seem to have the number. Now we can look at the schedule, the bracket, and see exactly how things are looking right now. Of course, we're going to have that Virtus.pro versus NAVI in the round 2, and best of 3s as one move up to join them in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, Team Sexy will be forced down to play up against NAVI Junior in the lower bracket, and it gets really, really scary for this team. I think they have one of the better mentalities for dealing with it, and I'm hoping that they're able to show up in the upper bracket and put up some really good fights and maybe make a deep run there. But it is going to be one move taken in this third series, which means we move on to our next series of the day. And this one It's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be UALEIKUMNIHAO versus HYDRA, battling it out in the next best of 3. And this one, I believe on paper, should be the closest.
You'd think so, even though UALEIKUM did come last in Tour 3 Division 1, where HYDRA finished 5th actually. So actually one move in Tour 3 finally broke their 5th streak to finish 6th, but either way.
Yeah.
They kind of, so that team, they bombed out with a 0-7 record, only 2 wins, finishing 2 mapped wins to 14. Why did I say mapped? That sounds so wrong. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. 2 games they won to 14 games lost. They did change up their carry player, bringing in, I believe, Oteka from ITB or that kind of range of teams. So yeah, I think maybe a slight upgrade on carry potentially, but still, it is going to be an underdog story if they are to beat HYDRA just on their Tour 3 record alone.
Yeah, a very big mix of players here as well. Not names we're super familiar with. Meanwhile, HYDRA, you've got Dream in there, you've got Cloud, you've got Lil, of course, Happy Durara. Names we know and names we're expecting to go far in this bracket. So yeah, we'll see what happens as we move into our final series of the day. But of course, we're gonna have a bit of a break until then. So we'll see you in not too long of a time for the final match of these qualifiers for today. Hello, my friends. We are ready once again to get into the final series of the day here in the first day of the EEU TI regional qualifiers as we get into the final match. It is going to be UALEIKUMNIHAO versus HYDRA, battling it out in a best of 3. And see, you know, what should we expect from both of these teams?
An underdog story as I do that. There you go. Go me. I would like to think HYDRA should be in a very confident position here. Like, they have the better record over the stretch of the DPC. I'm going to try and pronounce this every time, but I'm going to butcher it every time. I'm going to say, I'm panicking now. Do you know, like when you second guess yourself with a name? Like you're about to say it, but then you forget. UALEIKUM? Can you say it again? I need to just remember.
UALEIKUMNIHAO.
What? Oh, you went with a whole what? UALEIKUM?
It's weird because I don't know what UALEIKUM is, but Ni Hao is obviously Chinese, so it's I don't know why that's in there.
I can say UALEIKUM. What UALEIKUM?
Okay.
UALEIKUM?
Yeah.
UALEIKUM?
UALEIKUM. UALEIKUM.
Okay. So Ni Hao is in a really oh god, I will learn to pronounce one day. It's so
That'll
awkward.
be your challenge for the series. You know, these guys they're trying to win the qualifiers to get through to TI to win multiple millions of dollars. Meanwhile, you're trying to figure out how to win people's hearts by pronouncing UALEIKUM properly. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
The draft is getting underway, so hopefully we can jump into that pretty quickly for this first game of the series. As I want to see the bans, because already it's looking a bit different from the previous series, and that doesn't surprise me, because everyone seems to have their own take on this meta at the moment, which is very exciting.
Yeah, in the previous series, the team that was second pick, they were thinking about Invoker, they were thinking about Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster, and yeah, that might shift. We are seeing a... oh, there it is. So 2 of them just appeared out of nowhere.
Great. Okay, great thing then. Just avenge.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What's the final ban going to be then for HYDRA?
Dire team pick.
Yeah, asymmetrical banning, by the way. What's your take on that? How does that affect things?
I like it a lot in regards to, I think before, when you only had the 2 bans, it was quite tunnel visioned for strategies. It's like, let's say there's 8 meta heroes, you ban, between the 2 teams you ban 4. It's then like, I take, you take, I take again, now you take, okay, cool, great, good job, you know? It's like, there wasn't a lot of room for creativity, but again, it's early days with this new format, but let's say I have a really good concept for flexing a hero. I now have so many more bans to cover it, and then you have that kind of like quick intermediary ban phase in between your first pick, right? So I think it's a lot of room for creativity, where of course both teams, by the time you enter second phase, have 5 bans total with 1 pick. It's just really fun to see, because yeah, again, it's too early to really gauge the perfect recipe for it. Of course, we're in the TI qualifiers. By the time we get to TI, there'll be some very cool strategies with it, but it's very refreshing.
It is, and I think one thing it's going to result in is very fresh games for a long time. Like, I think it gives more longevity to the patch, because with all of these bans coming out, you know, it's going to force different things. You don't just have to decide the 2 things you want to get rid of, which if you're playing against certain people are just going to be targeted bans. But actually, you can ban some targeted stuff, and you can get rid of some meta picks as well, and then obviously still just only have 1 pick in the first phase as well. So yeah, I think it's going to create a much more variation, and we'll see how that does come about. But opening picks are going to be Keeper of the Light for HYDRA and Pangolier for UALEIKUM.
Well, the Keeper of Light as well, we've seen it in North America still being run in the mid lane. I think if it's paired in the off lane, Legion Commander is heavily on the rise due to the fact that Blade Mail, Blink, you get Jaws, you're really hard to just kind of pressure. It's weird that the hero just kind of, I think it's one of those indirect buffs where because other heroes are getting better, Nature's Prophet, Sven, the annoying heroes that are high-paced are falling off, the lane dominators falling off, Morphling not as prevalent. Suddenly Legion's really just kind of rising the ranks once again, but this Cotton easily could be mid, easily could be enabling some type of offlaner. Very open right now.
Matreshka has arrived.
Ooh, and that's the one we haven't really seen so much, but I was expecting this hero to gain a lot of popularity due to the changes to Bedlam, which I think are really cool. You can basically just throw it on someone now, so it doesn't have to be spinning around you. It can spin around someone else. It's very cool for heroes like Legion Commander and other heroes which want to get all up in your grill. Possibly Pangolier, but probably will have a cooler combo than that.
Yeah, Panga's a weird one because he's going to like roll past you, and then you kind of either need to stop it to use it. And because Shield Crush now is you get a additional kind of all damage buffer based on heroes that you hit. So rather than it just being a flat percentage, you're just getting, let's say, 200, 400 damage block. It's not as good. It's still good because at least in Eastern Europe, we're seeing it picked up by Nemiga. Sure, they lost. UALEIKUM is now picking up as well. Like,
good job.
It's been, thank you. It's been nerfed, but it's still clearly enjoyed because the key concept of the hero is still the same. High team fight control, annoying lane pusher, can buy Diffusal to burn mana or Maelstrom, always go Ags, Basher, like it's super potent. It's just not as tanky, so you just need to respect that a little bit.
Okay, Grimstroke's going to come out for HYDRA. Obviously, we talked a lot about this hero already. We've had it picked up 3 times. So probably don't need to go about it. The one thing I would say I don't like about this as much this time is that it is very abusable. You know, it's not a high mobility hero, so Pangolier, it gives him a very obvious target on who he can catch if they show themselves in these fights.
It also relatively shows what HYDRA's doing with their draft because Ember will be most likely the mid lane, which now forces Kotal to be your 4 position. If they want to be quirky, it could be a 3, but it's, you know, it's there. The Nature's Prophet, insanely good right now due to the Sprout changes. But when you look at Pro Tracker, at least when I looked about, I think it was like 4 or 5 days ago, the only role that had a negative 50% win rate or below 50% win rate was in carry. Every other role was, let's say, 55% mid, 60% on 4, 53% on 5, but when it was on carry, it was like 32%. Because, of course, Naga is still good, Sven's very good, still Terrorblade, still very good. Like, all these heroes that were anti-profit. So it'll be interesting to see where this lands. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Nature's 5, Centaur Willow as your offlane combo, and your Pangolier mid. That looks like a clean draft and a very stable setup.
Yeah, I agree. I think it looks all very well put together for UALEIKUM at the moment. Maybe a little bit lacking in the damage area, I'd say. I mean, admittedly, I see Nature's Prophet and my brain still doesn't immediately go damage hero when it kind of is at the moment. But you still want some sort of burst. So, yeah, a high damage carry, and I think I'm pretty happy with what they've got down here. HYDRA, meanwhile, they do have damage in spades. I think what they need is a bit more initiation for me. Something for the Ember to just create some chaos for the Ember to unleash. But, oh, TA, all right. So going for their carry pick.
Very strong laner. Centaur, even though he's got high HP and high HP regen, relatively, or it's pretty low armor. So a meld striking TA in a safe lane will be able to actually take the fight to Centaur. Sure, there'll be some Bramble Mazes and some Nuisance, but it's more TA should farm. If you dive me, I can meld strike you. If I have an opportunity to kill you, I can go for it, but it's a nice pickup. And I love, against Nature's Prophet, having cores that naturally can buy Hurricane Pike, because you can either Hurricane Pike yourself out, and like relying on Quelling Blade to be your consistent anti-tree is kind of cringe, especially when he starts applying slows to you. Other stuff comes into the mix, but I think just having that like Hurricane Pike, just fully leaving the Sprout, mischance at level 20, etc. Like, it's very good. So yeah, I like seeing this.
Also want to say some phenomenal wallpapers coming out for the side of UALEIKUM here. I mean, some lovely roses behind Mary. We got
it's very Eastern European for sure. It's
Eastern European wallpaper.
Yes. Yeah. I think I had so my time in Ukraine, I think I had maybe top left, maybe middling. They're the kind of the vibe I was going for. It's like a cream, but with like an accented floral type of vibe. It's very homely.
Yeah, very cottage. Well, it looks like they're in the level up boot camp over on the side of HYDRA, judging by the level up logos passes all over the wall. Very cool.
This is.
And happy Dura with the ultimate Giga Chad camera angle. I look down on my enemies.
Yes. Wait, is enemies of the viewer? Oh no.
Everyone's his enemy. The people he's playing with.
What's the final ban? You've already banned Terrorblade against TA. Naga's already banned on the other side. Basically, any high armor hero is your nemesis. I know this is one of those moments where Nature's Carry could be okay, just because of the fact that you will always TP with the Centaur Willow. So there's a lot of kill opportunities, and then Nature's Prophet can like overwhelm that. On the flip side, even a 5-position Prophet can replicate the same level of threat, can even itemize with a high armor focus, going for like Solar Crest to deal with the TA as well. So they could just go for a more traditional carry in the current meta to have the same impact. And that's kind of what Hydra's thinking. They're banning out the carries and boom, take a Lycan.
All right. A lot of damage coming out from this Hydra squad, has to be said, and 2 very scary heroes to Wolfbite as well, if that's something they want to go with later on. But more than likely, we'll see this Lycan just itemize for himself. And finally, EEUALEIK, I'm going to go for this CK. I really like this pick, actually. I think this is super, super good. What do you think, T?
It's an Attacker specialty. When he was an ITB, it was one of the heroes that he would play quite consistently. He's like the Terrorblade player, and then 2 heroes down the line, it's Centaur. It's win the lane. And with a Nature's Prophet, Nature's naturally buys Blightstone to then build into Medallion. So it's all about get kills, accelerate the Nature's Prophet, getting quickly to that Medallion timing. You can then TP to top, like I already mentioned, utilize the Centaur and the Willow to just keep looking for those kills. And it's a really cool way to bring your draft together. It's a lot of... I think lanes are so important for what EEUALEIKUM. I was just gonna say it like that.
So well earlier.
I panicked. It's because I looked at the name, you know? Like,
don't look at the name. It's a trap, okay? It's very easy to remember. It's not that many syllables, but the name is just an all caps mess.
I need to just type it out on my hand so I can just look at it and be like, it's phonetically. I think you actually sent me the phonetic breakdown, actually. I'm gonna reload that up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, just scroll a sticky note. Just place it on the middle of your screen. There's something important to look at there.
Where is it?
Let's get into it.
Yes.
Yeah. But the one thing, you know, this CK, what we were saying about this draft is good. It kind of gives you some control, nice team fighting, but you do need that damage coming out from your carry, and CK definitely gives you that. You've got illusions to rip through that refraction as well, so if you do get on top of this TA, she doesn't stand a chance of really surviving through it. Yeah, they've got some nice things. They've got Slight, they've got the Inkswell, and also the Coddle can be very annoying with Blinding Lights, so they have tools. It's not free, but, you know, no last pick is usually free with a decent draft. And more importantly than that, it's a hero speciality. It's a player speciality, and I always like seeing that, especially in these qualifier games. So let's get into it. Game number 1.
And already, Mary's showing the specialties of modern-day Prophet. He used the TP to early place a ward in the dire triangle, so they're walking up with confidence, but Lil, under the cover of smoke and good positioning, isn't falling victim to that move. But yeah, this ward already positioned much earlier.
We'll see it. They're gonna sniff this one out. No, not just yet.
He actually planted both. Yeah, he placed one on the top in the middle, and then just south on the high ground on the dire side, he placed another one. So using that TP, because no other hero in the game can get to mid lane this quickly, because he just TPs there straight away.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay, well, looks like no one's gonna sniff out any other ward just yet, as because chasing a wolf.
He's feeding a wolf. No. It's 21 gold.
Oh my god, the gold difference right now is insurmountable.
Economy is shattered. Everything is going to... Wait, it's TI qualifiers. What's the rules on swearing?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
All right, we'll use it next time.
Yeah. Probably not my call.
Look at you. Look at you reserving yourself there. You can do it, but I won't.
Yeah.
All right, so Nomad Express. Just going to get plowed by it. Oh well. Pushed under the bus. Oh, they're laning the Kotal with the TA, actually. Yeah, I think I actually favour the Radiant lanes a lot more. It just feels... it plays itself. You know, stomp into root, into clicks. Super easy to apply that pressure.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. It's I always like easy lanes to play as well. You can sometimes get baited by like, oh, I've used my spell. That means I must use my spell. And then you're left defenseless afterwards. But overall, it's yeah, it's a much more straightforward situation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's the calm before the storm. And all these lanes are just going to happily hit creeps in the first couple waves, and as soon as you hit level 2 Centaur, double edge and a stomp, bot lane, suddenly there's a reality rift dragging you back.
You understand that, right?
Yeah.
It really is going to be at the XP.
Hope Observer's done his finger stretches this morning. Mr. Patrick, you've got them nice and limbered up, ready to go.
Yeah, he told me he does stretch them.
He's fast. Yeah, it's fast. Well, here we go. A little bit of aggression onto Cloud here. Ooh,
nice sprout
as well. Yeah, just taking a ton of damage, actually. One more right click. They're going to kill him. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, Mary is going to die for this. Lil's able to just stay upon him, but along with the wolves, still great little first blood. And yeah, Prophet, definitely a great hero to get first blood on as well.
Now there's a window. Lycan's going to have to TP back into the lane on cooldown for 78 seconds. Will he just walk down the lane and get aggressed on instantly? That is a window for Mary to apply pressure, but instead he just TPs to mid, takes the water rune. What a pesky hero. It's why Prophet is also so annoying, because as long as you don't take an engagement pre 7 minutes, he will always just TP onto the wisdom rune. He can sprout block paths, so you can't walk up into it. Like, there's a lot of just small plays he can make in the first 10 minutes of the game that annoy you. Of course, nowadays you don't really level your treants, so you're not sending treants to block camps or to prevent stacks or to deny stuff. You're just playing on your TP yourself, but that's maybe a refreshing way to see the hero played nowadays, because it's all about maxing that teleport, having that 30-second global presence, and putting Sprout all around the place.
Be everywhere. Do everything. Get all the XP. Get the wisdom runes. Punch God in the face. That's how you play Nature's Prophet. Also got to be a little bit careful as well.
Oh, and TA's getting punched in the face right now. Top only 108 hits. One more click.
Oh, Joran actually backs away from it, and yeah, they can't quite close the gap down for the last hit. And now South comes out from Kami. It's gonna be okay. Very, very close. Meanwhile, mid, they're just kind of trading. I mean, this is a pretty boring mid, I would say. Like, I don't think either of them are going to be able to kill each other just due to their spells. Maybe the Pango gets caught out by rotation or something, but...
Yeah. Ever since we saw Pango just destroy the DPC scene in the last, 3 tours, we've seen Ember Pango a lot of times, and both heroes have that lane pushing ability. Ember goes for the Syrian chance for Sleight of Fist, just to have some minor kill threat. But once again, due to the supports of HYDRA, we're not probably going to be seeing any, oh wow, Pango's died type scenarios. It's all on Mary to be that guy. And once again, just TP straight on in, takes the water rune.
Obnoxious.
It is so annoying.
And you know what the worst thing is? As a mid laner, you can't even cry at your side lanes and be like, you didn't say he was miffing, you know? It's Prophet. He's just going to TP. You've got no one to blame but yourself, and that's the worst, because...
You have to already be at the rune, right? That's basically what we're saying, yeah.
And, you know, that's when you have nothing to blame, then what? You have to admit you were wrong? Not in my Dota games, no thank you. But of course, it's professional players, and the only reason they're as good as they are is because they're very good at self-criticism and improving. So, you know, there's also that.
Never giving up in a Dota. So anyways, yeah, the repercussions of the Prophet thinking about mid lane water runes is they're not TPing to top. So this TA potentially could have died, I think, maybe once if the Prophet TP'd up here, due to just the positioning of her, the stomps, the roots. But instead they're focusing more on him, but they're realizing maybe we don't need to overwhelm the TA. But he's actually TPing up this time.
He's TPing in as well, yeah, he's joining the mix, and with the Shroud, they're going to be able to bring him down. Sprout getting it done. Providing a little bit of extra damage, bit of lockdown, and giving them vision for the right clicks. Very nice.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And because you start with Blightstone and Prophet, you're able to get to Medallion ever so quickly, because the Blight is, what, 33% of the build-up, give or take. So, yeah, 1 kill here, 1 random bounty rune, and suddenly you've already got Medallion. And, well, it's an extra 1,000 or so gold to get to that Solar Crest. An early game for Prophet, where you dictate the tempo. You can have a pre-12-minute Solar Crest, and it's too much for some heroes to handle. Especially in this game where they have plenty of follow-up damage, with the CK and the Pangolier.
And also, look at the heroes they're playing against as well, as they tries to go for the Rolling Thunder, but gets chainsed up by the Ember Spirit. But yeah, look what they're playing against. You know, it's TA, it's Ember Spirit, it's Lycan. Every single one of their cores only deals physical damage, except Ember, who can deal a little bit of both. But it's still mostly physical. So Solar Crest just is so value this game. If you want anyone to have a good start, it's definitely him. But there might be some trouble in the mid lane, actually, as Chira's sudsed up, cannot kill the bug from this. And he just cannot kill that pesky little Phantom's Embrace. TP out from the Willow. She's going to be all right. Thank you very much, Shadow Realm.
I think that was on Mary there. I think between the two of them, they needed to coordinate hitting the bug, but there was so much just stuff in the engagement that it was easy. I think Mary might have maybe misclicked the creep, probably Pango A-clicked as well, and they just weren't hitting that bug when it came through, and in doing so, you weren't able to get away from it.
It's not a bug. Why did you calling it that?
It's because it's Phantom Zero. It's a bug thing. It's just a bug thingy.
Do you know what it actually is?
Isn't it? Yeah, some like relation to Grimstroke, right?
Yeah, it's Grimstroke's wife who he killed and turned into a.
All right, well, okay, we can just say kill the wifey then. Sure.
Yeah.
So they had to kill the wifey, but they couldn't do it, right?
Yeah, somehow worse than bug, but sure. Accurate at least.
It's gonna double down. I mean, but it's like Misery. But like,
say it.
The issue is, I pick up these habits because when I used to coach, and Misery would call like acid spray cloud. Like, we just need to throw this cloud on the ground and tower's defended. I'm not going to do the Danish accent, don't worry. It's too early in the day. I've not had my stiff cup of tea yet, so.
Oh, bottom lane, Mary getting caught out and will be brought down. That's the damage from Cloud and Lil to just right-click him to the ground. Getting caught out a little bit there without his CK to back him up. HYDRA just wants to get this armlet online as quickly as possible. Yeah, doing pretty well on this CK so far. Thing is, he doesn't have, like, he looks more farm than everybody else in the game because he's just gone power treads into the armlet. He hasn't stopped for a bracer or anything like that. Any weak baby items.
No, I don't think you need to, especially with how relaxing the lane is. Like, ooh, bye Willow.
Yeah, they will get the Willow here. Looking for the return kill, though, onto this Templar. I mean, if they can get this TA here, which it looks like they might be able to, it's a great place for a Pango. Actually breaks the Rolling Thunder early to make sure they get that kill before the refraction comes back online. Very nicely done. But now, Auric looking to turn around.
He has a swash.
And kill off Shira. But Shira just blows him up with a swash. Yeah, great call. As Happy and Lil just have to back themselves up empty-handed. Crazy engagements and going very much in UALEIKUM's way for the first couple of fights here.
And the difficulty that's going to rise for HYDRA is Cloud's had a very passive bot lane. This Lycan v CK, both heroes just hit creeps equally, but you need an extra hero to kind of join you in that mid game, and often Ember is that hero. Because Ember's been shut down, Mary taking pretty much every rune, is Cloud going to be able to do it by himself? He's stunned up, 4 heroes around him. And he's just dead as well, yeah.
Jesus, it's killing off inside the Metamorphosis is no easy feat, but they made it look exactly that. They're trying to get a bit of revenge here, HYDRA, but I don't think they can. Actually, Shira's just coming in immediately, a TP in from Mary as well, and all of a sudden, they're gonna lose.
They're just dead again?
What? The pacing from UALEIKUM is absolutely breakneck at the moment, and HYDRA are not respecting it.
Mary's just doing absolutely everything for his team right now. Completely shutting down the Ember, getting that sort of like the first blood onto the Lycan bot lane, then applying a little bit of pressure top, but not too much. Yeah, he's just really doing beautiful stuff. Higher net worth than the Ember. Yeah. Solar Crest coming out. This is exactly why Nature's Prophet is one of the most contested heroes across all the regions so far. It is absolute filth. And he's not even doing the meme build of just 4 points in TP and Sprout. He's just playing so methodically around the higher cooldown of level 1 teleport, focusing on the Nature's Call and the Sprout to have both map pressure through vision of the trees whilst also getting that cheeky bit of Sprout damage. Yeah. And Pango clearly looks perfectly fine as a hero. In the games where you can swash and get kills, sure. In the harder games where you need to be that kind of frontliner a little bit, yes, it will look a lot worse. But right now, equally the same as old school Pangolier pre 7.34.
Oh, they're coming in though for the CK. HYDRA.
Will he?
For a bit of revenge.
He has the illusion, so if he is sensing it, he might run the illusion left to tank it, but yeah, he's not aware.
He is absolutely not aware, and that might get him killed off. But look at the TPs coming. Everybody's coming on in here. They want to keep Monica alive at any given chance. Oryx still trying to fight up into this right now, but they're just going to drop everything on this Ember. They want to force him out. Meanwhile, Chiri's just killed a Happy Diorara in the backlines here. And the Spirit, he's going to get beaten down as well. Goodness gracious me. I mean, you come carry and you leave with nothing.
You're not aware, but it doesn't matter. Like, level 9, armlet, treads. Where is the damage with Hydra's smokes? Like, Ember's gonna walk over and slipe. There's no Sky, there's no big punchy hero to utilize it. Grimstroke's a hero of a time. He's like the Slark of the supports. You know, he needs to free cast multiple spells over multiple times, and Slark, of course, right clicks multiple times of multiple times. You get the point. It's like they're not very good at smoking and killing things. And I think they just need to accept the fact that they just lost the lanes very handedly, and they're in mode recovery. I mean, they can't cross the river. Like they don't have the heroes for it.
No, they do not. This river is might as well be a brick wall for HYDRA, lest they smash into it once again. It feels like the side of UALEIKUM as well. Like, they know they're ahead, and they are playing so tight. Like, the moment they went on that, it felt like there was just like a big red button, which the carry has next to him in the practice room, where he just alarm goes off. Everyone instantly TPs in, just like jumping down the fire poles in the station. Like, it was quick. They
rebound. So one key on the carrier's keyboard rebinds their camera positions to him. So if he wants his team, click, boom. Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
I think for HYDRA, if Cammy can get out here, it'd be good, but it does look like she's very dead.
Yep. And that was the bedlam being used on, I think it was on Mary. It might have been on the Pangler. I didn't quite catch it, but
it's
either way.
13 minutes, and Ember's just dying. Wait, he could have got the kill. He just didn't press Stampede.
Ooh, unlucky. Hello? No, they didn't see him. Oh, they got him! Yo! What a catch! Vexen, man.
7,000 gold lead at the 13-minute mark. How often do you see Ember not even have phase boots at the 13-minute mark?
He is so goddamn poor. Jesus.
Like, he's only 700 gold above the Willow. He could be lower net worth than the entirety of UALEIKUM.
Yes, if Willow stops warding, I think that might happen, or maybe get some other big kill, but
I thought I'd just, set the scene, it's just one of those.
No, it could happen if they keep going down this route.
Ooh.
So, keep it alive. Yes, get the deny. Easy.
More gold, the Willow grows closer. Mary.
All right, this might be a little bit more than you can.
Go for the kill, Mary.
With the just fighting. Oh my God, one's even coming in for this one.
The blinding light.
Click, get it. One more. Oh, it does get down. I mean, if he came out of that with a kill,
but look at top now. Centaur has blink. This is going to be the reveal.
Does just about catch it. That was very, very close. Has he managed to catch it correctly? Yep, there we go. The brambles are perfect from Vexen as well. Vexen. Yeesh. Dude, these guys are so in sync with one another.
I said they were the underdog coming into the series based on their Tour 3 record. Like, they finished 0-7. They made one roster change coming into this qualifier, bringing in a taker. But clearly they are a brand new team. This is refreshingly aggressive, and when they met in Tour 3, it was a clean 2-0 for HYDRA. It wasn't too close of a series. Just farming so methodically punish them. I think for HYDRA now, their main game plan is wait for the Deso on the TA, wait for the Lycan to get the Helm of the Overlord, and hope to get some pick off into Roshan. But once again, TA shows for a split second.
He's taking too much damage here. He's actually going to fall to Cammy. Cammy holds his ground very, very well and kills off that Centaur into the tier 2. They might have found the line of aggression here in UALEIKUM, but how hard will they be punished? Oryx trying to come in on the sidelines here, looking to cancel the TP, and will be able to do. Now Vexen in some trouble as well. Chira just needs to get out, but I'm not sure that's possible. Actually misses the swash even onto Warwick as well, but Mary's on the side.
Wait, now Ember's too deep.
He's got clicks. He's got clicks for days. They're going to be able to bring down the Ember. Did not have the support from his team because they didn't have the resources to keep on chasing up there. And Cloud, nowhere to be seen. No shapeshift, which means no Lycan in that fight. And Ariel's just get the kill on Ember again. He gets pushed down once more, and Tiga, it's getting close. Vexen continues to come out on top. Meanwhile,
is it taking just solo down to Cloud?
Yes, T-Governor, he is. All right, interesting. I mean, he did just pick up the helm of the Overlord, so I guess that was kind of a pretty monstrous timing.
That's a very good timing. And it proves that CK has farmed for 16 minutes and isn't the strongest of heroes. He can perfectly assist his team, but in the 1v1, with the damage reduction of the Howl plus the whatever creeps available, it's going to be annoying. It will be a thorn in his side. I feel, if anything, this game, there is massive comeback potential for HYDRA. I feel like they scale better into the late game, mainly because this Ember is a support Ember right now. Like, the Grimstroke actually is going to overtake the Ember. It wasn't the Willow, it's the Grimstroke. Grimstroke's 200 gold away. Well, ish. 300 gold now. But still, it's like, even in the top fight, if Ember had the Javelin, the Pango's already dead. We're not even questioning it. So now it's, okay, they've died top and CK's died in the mid lane. They're back. But because of how bad the Ember game has been, because of Mary shutting him down, plus Pango's natural moves, they are biding their time. But I feel like Roshan will be the key thing. If HYDRA can get a kill, take it themselves, they're back in. If UALEIKUM go just yoink it, see ya, no Roshan for you, this 6k lead can become 10, 11, 12, if not more. But they just need to utilize all their heroes at the same time. They've been very spread on the map.
Yeah, and the one thing to say about the way UALEIKUM have played, you know, it's been all about the fights, it's been all about getting the kills, the aggression. It hasn't been that much about objectives. And yeah, we're only 18 minutes in, but with the net worth advantage they have, some other teams, I would have expected them to take a few more buildings, at least all the tier 1s by now, but haven't even done that UALEIKUM.
Roshan time, and yeah, Taker, he's just rushing the heart. Just getting some raw HP, and gonna have an Aegis as well, most likely. But then again, maybe giving the Aegis to Pangolier could be good. It's the same logic as the previous series. Dawnbreaker, quite a glass cannon hero with the Deso build. In this game, Pangolier, get that additional swash in knowing that you have the Aegis to keep you alive, or a Taker takes it just to hit the buildings. Okay, no, Shira does go for it. Yoink. Mine, sorry. No, I like this a lot though.
You're stunned. I mean, he did have a slot for it, Otaka, so yeah. Hard to say what the comms were there.
CK is one of those do I have ultimate, do I not type heroes, right? And we call it light switch heroes on and off, of course.
We do.
And Pangolier, on the other hand, is just a constant stream of light. So you don't need to be on or off, you just go, go, go. No, I do like the Aegis on Pangolier, it's pretty good.
Absolutely, and we'll see what he's able to do with it, but I imagine a ton of aggression is what we'll be looking at. Kind of finally coming for this final tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Should be pretty easy for him to take. No one's going to come and challenge this, as yeah, Taker getting pretty quickly towards his heart as well. Just straight up armlet, Echo Saber, heart is the build up. People seem to really be liking heart this patch, huh?
Yeah, it's get tanky, get in the face of your opponent, and not opposed to it. CK, of course, having your illusions, having more strength, more damage, it all kind of translates to just being good for this specific hero. And if you can survive the jump, right, if you can survive the liking going on him, if the Ember, of course, had a better game, he's brushing him off, TA blinks, you meld strike some CK with a heart, yeah, he might not have as much armor, but it's like you have to eat through what, 3,500 HP, 4,000 HP. It's not a clean go, especially when you have Stampede to enable the CK sprouts and Solar Crest. It's
kill the Thunder Hide, kill the Thunder Hide.
250.
Yes. Easy plus 250 for a Taker.
HYDRA are doing a very good job at like silently farming. Like this was a 6,000-7,000 gold lead with Aegis, and now it's 4,000 gold. The TA has completed BKB. Ember, surprisingly, is only like 1,000 gold away from his own BKB. So there will be a timing for them to kind of punch their ticket back into their game. The question is, will UALEIKUM provide them that opportunity? As they are going quite aggressive now in the bot lane.
HYDRA might be losing this Aegis pretty damn quickly, and now Soulbind comes through as well, but they're just going to use that ultimate from the Sentinel to back themselves away. Stampede on out of there. Well,
oh, he's high ground, he's cliff!
How does he get on the cliff? That's
the Reality Rift.
For him? Oh, well.
No, it's not, he's just dead.
Back himself away. Yeah, it does get beaten down. Terrible for him, I lied. HYDRA just taking chugs out of Warwick on the front lines. Meanwhile, in the Ember, well, he's going to be able to get off the slide, and now the jump away, but the Shograt is back on him in a flash. Meanwhile, Mary gets killed off. There comes a meld strike from Cammy. It's going to get them another kill here. I don't know how they've done it, but HYDRA actually fairly successful out of this engagement.
I have never seen a CK cliff a Lycan due to Reality Rift. It was like the only way that you stop him from running onto your backline, and it gave HYDRA just a little bit of life. And of course, TA with the BKB that we mentioned, she was able to stand her ground, get, I think it was like 5,000 damage off in that fight, and yeah. They need to be super careful. Like, with their draft, as we see the replay here, it's super easy for them to try and make an engagement, but already on the disengage, Chira, what, a quarter HP to his name? Yeah, sure, Cloud's cliffed, but it's like a clear bubble of aggression, and Tia just able to free cast, click down, get a couple of those
just
meld strikes off, and side blades through as well.
It's kind of sick. Yeah, she played that fight nasty.
Yeah, HYDRA, after quite a terrible start, about to draw even on net worth. UALEIKUM not really exerting their lead as well as they probably could be right now.
Yeah, and it comes down to a few small mistakes, you know.
Oh, Cloud
getting caught out. This could be big, though. Getting on top of Cloud. They need to slow him down, though. The ball, it's not quick enough. The Rolling Thunder is trying to close the gap, but the stun finally connects, and they even get the bash back there. Very nice use of the shield crash to just force him into the enemy team. That is a good kill, and they're going to be able to get the Helm of the Dominator creep as well. It's another plus 250, this time for Chira Junior.
That's where if there was like a 7.34C where shapeshift move speed was like 575 or something, or 580, he would have lived. Yeah. That's the beauty of a patch being the marginal changes, moments like that. But yeah, Lycan does eventually go down.
They're looking for a bit of aggression on their own here, and this is onto Bexon. Bexon, I mean, he's got the Shadow Realm, but unfortunately, death shall be coming his way pretty shortly. Heals, yeah, make him work for it, you know? Make him take their time. He even tries to go for the Terrorize, but that's not going to happen.
Ember's done it. He's got his BKB. He had to go for like the most...
First item.
Yeah. It doesn't feel good in any way. Oh, he didn't have mana because of the swash. God. I would not want to be, I can say Warwick. It's like a place in England. Spelled very differently, but still.
It's written so differently, yet pronounced exactly the same, and it's really catching me off guard every time. Like, I'm saying it wrong. I'm not saying it wrong.
HYDRA just under the tier 1 tower. This Centaur, fake tanky.
Yeah, he's getting beaten down pretty hard here. It needs some help. He's not going to find it. Cammy just from the sidelines, whacking away with those. I mean, he's got a Desolator, he's got Side Blades, he's got Refraction. Too much damage. Cheer's coming in, but he's pretty slow. Let's see what they can do here. BKB pop from Cammy as he just chases off the Pangolier. Pango actually has to back himself, and Cammy's still chasing. He wants his Pango dead, but he might find it. Meld Strike not enough to finish the job. Cammy will be standing. Oh, Willow trying to finish it here, but might not be able to do so. And now in comes a Meld Strike. Annika trying to deal the job, finally finishes the deal onto Cammy. Now looking for more. Who can he see? Lil in the trees. No, doesn't actually catch him. It gets out. Once again, scrappy engagements. Annika finds his best friend and does bring down that dragon.
Like, Cammy's playing his own little mini game of I'm gonna just have to do everything by himself, because like every time you look at the breakdown, he's 5,000 damage, 4,000 damage. He's all the way up there. The rest of his team is like it's a little bit. So if TA isn't making these aggressive plays, there is no way they're even getting 1 or 2 kills. So I respect the aggression, but TA will always be that hero. If you ever blink poorly, if you ever slightly out of position, you are going to get punished. You are going to get brought down. You are a hero that needs to blink correctly and BKB correctly. If either of those things are slightly off the mark, you're instantly swarmed upon, be it the Stampede, the Reality Rift, or the Rolling Thunder. There are plenty of ways for them to punish a overextending TA.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for HYDRA, she has to overextend to kind of claw themselves back into this game because no one else is doing anything. I don't want to look at the Ember. It is a 9,000 net worth compared to everyone else. The profits, pretty much the entire game, has been creeping past and just on like equal to the net worth.
We're not looking at the Ember. Ooh.
This will be a game he would want to forget potentially down the line, and he will be banning out Nature's Prophet in the next game, or he's requesting it to the coach. He's like, boss, I didn't get to play any Dota.
He will Spartan kick the drafter off their chair. He will sit down and will ban the Prophet.
And then he'll get back up. My work here is done.
Yep, that's all he's doing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, looks like it's HYDRA's turn once again to go for the aggressive plays. Kami, you know, he's the one we're looking at in these fights, and pop the BKB, running for the Pangolier in the last engagement. Yeah, it was cute, but unfortunately didn't get you the kill, and that's what makes.
Oh, they got Kami?
No, they don't though. BKB actually still able to come out. 4-staff in, 4-staff out, shake it all about.
Axel Lycan, Nature's.
Yeah, and Shira just bouncing around everybody, but the Soulbind connects him to the Centaurs, also on the front line, so the entire Rolling Thunder duration is just going to get wasted. But that does give Audica enough space to just bring it down that Lycan in the back, who tried to make a sneaky wraparound, but yeah, Audica was ready to protect his supports like a true homie. Never leave a man behind.
And another value thing of Nature's, with the Agnums pickup, Lycan doesn't really want to buy BKB, so as soon as he shapeshifts into the middle of the fight, you can instantly click on, you know, the Lycan portrait on the top, on him on the map, instantly get a 2-second route minimum to then enable the CK to follow up, or the Centaur to get that stomp. And with how Kami's playing, I feel like he's just more on the Radiant side than the Dire side, providing so many chances just to die. And yeah, they're getting punished.
Okay, alrighty.
They farmed for this, yeah.
They found their way back into the game, only to fight their way out of it again. And now Roshan is looking very, very tasty. There's that BKB finally coming out from the Ember Spirit, and it is a GTFO BKB, unfortunately.
But he has a Remnant top, so maybe he goes back to the Remnant, hugs the tree line, goes for a big snap, and also, I didn't know,
okay,
there's a team logo in the top left-hand corner of the map. What? Did you know that?
What was that doing there?
Wait, is there one on the bottom right as well? There's not. What?
Whoa, that's a huge Radiant buff.
Yeah, what the hell? That is unacceptable. Valve. I know there's a big TI around the corner, but my immersion.
Now sponsors are going to be like buying that, and they're going to be like, right, you pick Radiant every time. You get one extra slot for your logos, so.
Imagine actually branding the Roshans. Like, this is Dire's Roshan. Why is there a Radiant logo at it?
It's a lot of questions, and I don't think we're getting any answers. I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what that's doing there.
Someone's like, here's an Easter egg. No one's gonna find it because they're not idiots. And then me and you are like, oh, look at that, there's a logo. Yeah. It's like, that's the first thing I found. Oh, there's small things in life.
Indeed. Anyway, time for some pushing, methinks. Okay, Audica is an absolute beast now. He's got a heart, he's got an Aegis. If you want to kill him, you're going to have to do, at the very least, 8,000 damage to him in total. And that's not even including the regen the heart's going to be giving you, that armor's going to be giving you. It's going to be a tough old turkey.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower.
What's the play? Going for all tier 2s? Yep, that seems to be the call here.
Yeah, you don't really want to just go straight high ground. Like, TA is a ranged hero with plenty of damage, so respecting her high ground defensive capabilities, positioning is key. And yeah, instead, kill off the Ember.
Didn't want to use his BKB for that one.
It was quite a... I don't know, actually I didn't catch the start of the jump, but it did look like a hoof stomp into a fear route and many things that prevented him.
Oh, was he feared?
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
It was beautifully layered.
Like an excellent sponge cake. Middle lane? Not just yet. I mean, this is my one criticism of Wild. I'm like, yeah, you want to get your lanes out, but like, there doesn't seem to be much urgency with them about playing with this Aegis. You know, last Aegis they got, they were just like, all right, let's hit the showers, boys. Get some farm, and we'll meet back up in 20. This time, It's kind of the same. There's no real like conceited effort. They just want to get their lanes out, and I get it. Like, get the map in a good place to take a fight, to make a real push happening, rather than kind of half-heartedly going for multiple lanes at once. But I do feel like other teams would just be charging it right now.
Yeah, maybe they have some respect to the vision game of HYDRA. Some random traps they don't want to run over. They just want to go back down the lane, do it properly, move together, and yeah, they're going to be taking the bottom tier 2. Tormenta is available if they want to snipe that away, or they can just go ahead and poke at the tier 3. They are looking to do that.
They were trying to set up for the high ground push, and Odika's just eating these creeps which the Lycan's feeding him. You gotta keep them away, man. Odika has shown you many, many times that he has no considerations about just blasting down that ancient creep, so it's pretty real.
He does lose HP awkwardly quickly, though. He has 4,000 HP, but only, what, it's 17 armor with Solar Crest. He has 10 armor by himself.
Yeah.
So, like, 1 meld strike is 8 armor, sorry, plus corrosion, which is how much armor? 3. So he goes to -1 armor without Solar Crest. Oh, and Deso, actually. Yeah. So yeah, he's minus many armors. He doesn't have a single armor to his name. Yeah, so this 4,000 HP is kind of like fake HP, especially against plenty of clicks that could occur, but time isn't HYDRA's friend in the fight. They are dying a little bit too quickly.
Soul Bind is also really annoying when you're just trying to be that guy on the front lines pushing towers. And here we go, Ember Spirit. He's going to be fed into the meat grinder. Bye-bye, Warwick. As they're going to look for, well, just the buildings here, actually. Once again, the Soulbind is very annoying for the Pangolin, who just has to sit here tanking hits from the TA. Locked back himself out now. Does just about catch out the TA, though. TA might be forced to BKB here. The 4-staff away to try to find the space she needs. She's not going to get a chance to BKB because she's stunned up for infinity. But now the response comes in, but it's just not enough. Cloud being beaten down as well, just being chased back into his fountain by a barrage of spells. Warwick's back in the mix. BKB pop, trying to do something, but even inside his BKB, he's just getting turned into a fine powder. Back to the barracks, back to work. While they want to get what they came for. Creeps will be coming in just a second. Do they want to stick around and keep on finding this one? You betcha. They've got everything they need. They've got a heart, they've got an Aegis for another 30 seconds. They want to get at least a barracks with this. And there is no defense, not without your TA. It's just not happening.
He went fishing again?
More, oh my goodness. The catch, it's too much. The blink dagger, the stun, the swashbuckle. Centaur is there too. Warwick, he's got no BKB this time around. This is another tragic death for this Ember Spirit, who has just been absolutely manhandled all game.
I mean, CK just went fishing time and time again. You Reality Rift, you take away 7 armor. It was always perfectly laid with a swashbuckle on top. He went for the plus 350 swashbuckle range on 10. So at any minute, if you just get clipped by Reality Rift, you're getting double, mid and carry, throwing in plenty of physical damage on top of you. And yeah, this Ember, he had a non-existent game this entire time. Not a single point. He's 0-11-6.
Jesus Christ.
He has been, I mean, Nature's Prophet completely removed him from the game. And then the entirety of UALEIKUM have decided to make sure he doesn't have fun.
You don't get to play this game. You specifically do not get to play.
If we could ironically give MVPs, this would be the game.
That would be toxic, and
and I'm not gonna do it.
Fans of positivity.
This is true, and it happens. And I do look forward to how HYDRA navigate the bounce back for game 2.
Well, here we go. You got to do something. Melee barracks down, 1 range barracks remaining for HYDRA. It seems so hard. It seems impossible. Once again, just trying to bring down that ice gem, and they nearly do it with just the illusions, but...
Ooh, okay. Right. Range barracks alive. Not Megas yet.
Dream.
And this is the another annoyance of Nature's Prophet. You buy Solar Crest plus armor. You get AC plus armor. You go Ags for control. Like, there's a lot of just random items that you just passively get because you... Oopsie, I stole farm with my ultimate. That's a shame. I got enough kills. Like, this is probably going to be banned in the next game, I feel. And this is why other teams, at least in the previous series, always banned it out. It does so much on the map. And the first party hat potentially that I've seen in the series. Mary sporting the TI hat. Also, it would work on all his treants, but yet to use it.
Oh, they've got them. They've got them.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, let's go.
Looking amazing. HYDRA?
Oh, there's a fight happening, mate.
Yeah, he's just kind of in the fountain killing both the supports. Does get one of them, doesn't bring down the other, but now could be in a bit of danger as Cammy starts unleashing onto it. They're going to be going to the Bangalore. Might not be the ideal start. They're looking for a beautiful terrorize coming out onto 2. They need the follow-up damage though, and they're not quite going to find it. Soulbind coming out onto Otaka on his illusion. Warwick now taken to the front lines, popping that BKB and trying to chase off the side of EEU and maybe even look for a bit of a kill here, but that's going to be hard. But on to Mary. He gets away. That
follow the wife. Huge. It's currently over the top invisible rune. And dead. No, get off me. Yeah, well.
Get embraced. Still has the helm, by the way. Absolutely beautiful.
This is like really single-handedly one of the best things that Valve has ever made, because it's like you're like the logic behind this is clearly just
why is it so big?
We've got a hat and we're just going to throw it no matter on any model, no matter it doesn't matter how it looks. We're just going to auto place it at the same position on all heroes. You know, like
brilliant.
And I love them. I love the jankiness. Like this is like someone's afternoon work, and they're like, you know what, I'm going to put hats in Dota. And they're like, yeah, you know what, do it.
I feel like they were like, oh, can you put hats on people? And the guy was like, yeah, sure. And then he just disappears for a week. And they're like, hey, Jeff, where's the thing with the hats? Oh, yeah, I did it. All right, so all the heroes. And he was like, oh, no, I put them on everything. And now...
yeah, literally, yeah.
Sorry, what? All right, ship it.
But slightly offset. So it's kind of like not great, but so not great that it becomes great. Yeah, that'll do.
Genius. I want to see Lycan use it. I'm guessing the wolves get hats. Everyone gets.
The best one is Shadow Shaman, because like his serpent wards all get the hats, yeah. But they're at a 90-degree angle to the left. So they're not even on their heads, they're just randomly offset. But either way, Mega Creep 4.
Snakes wear hats.
They do, actually, yeah. How did you know? Do you have a snake?
I don't have to answer that.
But you are a snake. Damn. Only the British people wouldn't understand what I mean by that.
38 minutes on the clock. Roshan just about respawned, and it is time to take it and try for that final push. The Mega Creeps are flooding the base already for HYDRA. I mean, they have okay Mega Creep defense. It would be better if Ember Spirit had... Oh, he actually did pick up the Maelstrom. He went back for it. BKB, Maelstrom, Kaya. Okay. It's something. They can defend against Megas pretty indefinitely now, so there will have to be an effort made from EEU to finish this, but it won't be hard. Unless they start diving Fountain and getting real spicy with it, all they have to do is sit behind Otaka and watch him kill people. Help out with Grimstroke here and there. Stampede if need.
200 gold away from Aghanims and Grimstroke. Unfortunately, with the hero, I feel like every time I spoke about the Ags, it's always been as Mega Creeps have been taken. Like,
I got it.
Here it is.
It's not gonna
so he's going to want to try and put it on the CK, but then navigate the illusion away from CK because he'll be able to just right-click it.
Die.
Yeah.
All right.
And does he have the BKB pierce wrist? He does. Okay, go on.
Press 1 if you think that the illusion is just going to immediately die. Press 2 if you think it's going to do something other than immediately die. We shall find out. Dark Portrait.
7.
Don't press 7. That's not an option.
So there it is.
Your 1k MMR. Oh, okay, all right. 2 presses, looking pretty good right now. Although it is just chasing around a Bangalore. Meanwhile, Cammy taking heavy hits on the front lines here. The TA just trying to fight this, but unable to do so. Actually, Aika, he's gone. He's going to go down. His own illusion. It gets it done. But now, what can they do on the turnaround here? The BKB is out and the damage is coming into...
Has buyback.
The buyback comes out. She needs to get back into the front lines and help out her team. EEU, or actually, while they're going. But Warwick, he is looking for the chains here. It's not going to set up for much, though. I don't think they want to leave their base, especially with the Mega Creeps flooding on in here. In fact, they have to be very careful. They've got no BKBs, and honestly, EEU not really relying on cooldowns too much.
They got the Ember.
Down onto the big boy. The Ember Spirit's taken down once again. By big, I mean 4th poorest hero in the game, unfortunately. They're going to go for the tier 4s. HYDRA, they're going to wait for their coddle, and then they're going to make their final hurrah. Little 25 seconds on that Dark Portrait. because he's just used it. Gotcha. But it's not really doing a whole lot. It's just trying to chase some heroes on the backlines, and meanwhile he's getting thumped in the face by the real thing. CK takes down another. Heals is out, just trying to control him up and trying to give the team a bit of time to get in position to try and take him down, but it's also going to give him time to get a Phantasm once again and go for those tier 4s, forcing HYDRA into doing something about this, but they do have to fortify. No Aegis, remember, no BKB. Let's go, is this a risk he actually wants to take? The answer is no. The game continues. Well,
they're respecting it.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically for them, they just have to wait for CK Ultimate again and then just go. They don't have large cooldowns. You've got Stampede on 75-second cooldown. Rolling Thunder's only 80 seconds. It's by the time the fight ends, it's what, a 30-second window to wait, to then go for another one. CK only 34 seconds away from the ultimate. I would be surprised if he doesn't go in. And of course, a reason why Grimstroke Ags against CK doesn't feel as good, you have that BKB piercing rift on your 20 talent. So any of the other carries don't really have BKB piercing abilities, but then CK, he can drag the clone in closer to quickly kill him off to then reposition. Doesn't matter either way. HYDRA down 26,000 gold, technically defended, but now looking to try and get something, and already the creeps are in. It is incredibly obvious that they are not home right now, as they are
when they leave.
Okay, not losing a tier 4.
They start a timer which has about 2 minutes, probably not even that, probably more like 1 minute 30 on it. If you're not back by that point, then you're going to have some structural issues. You'll have to. Oh, here we go. Stampede being used here. They want to catch out this wow. Kotl just gets absolutely stomped. Jesus, no one can tell who he is after that stomp, but he's going to bite back. He has it at least. And we'll be able to throw his body back into the mix here as the December once again gets off the BKB in time, so we'll be able to keep on surviving. Kami just trying to bring down the Pangolin. Pangolin might actually be in some trouble. The BKB, the blink across from Kami, just trying to get the kill, and will kill off the Pango. So it is a mid for a mid. Cloud, meanwhile, just fighting up into the CK, holding his ground pretty damn well, but now the BKB ends, the stuns come out, the damage comes in, and they will kill him off. It's another big kill. Buys back, but with no shapeshift, cannot really commit much to this fight. It is now all up to Kami, who has to commit, but blinks away as the Ancients just being blasted. The blinding lights doing what they can to delay the game. Well, they're backing out, but not entirely. They're still on the high ground. They're still asking for high fives. They're still hanging out together. When is it time to commit to the end? Oteka onto the TA. TA in some trouble, backing herself out. She could be in some trouble here as the stomp does come through. No BKB available, but 4 stars are there. They need to keep her alive by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the Ancient is getting very, very low indeed. They kill off Cloud, and the Ancient will fall. And game number 1, it does go to EEU.
And quite a clean game. Like, for the team that had a disastrous Tour 3, getting demoted, coming into the qualifiers, looking like potentially the underdog, they just put HYDRA in a position where, how did they get eliminated last tour? Like, this was a clean game. This is a good draft, great play. Mary on this Nature's Prophet is going to have to be banned from here on out, I feel, unless you have a better way to defend those river runes, because it was this Ember Spirit. I didn't get to see Warwick play a single drop of Dota. Like, let me just double check his final score. It was 0-13-8 on this Ember Spirit. He had no water runes at like minute 2, 4. He didn't get the 6-minute rune or the 8. He didn't get any real major help. He didn't have any stacks to come back, any kills to play on, mainly because of Mary and, of course, the overall aggression from the team. So, what a one-sided affair coming into this best of 3.
And it's not like he was on an uncomfortable hero, you know. This is one of his specialities. Ember Spirit's something he loves to play. He's level 30 on it in pubs as well, so this is a hero you expect him to excel at and be well within his comfort zone, but not when this Prophet's just coming in, taking your runes, bullying you, taking your tower. It's still, though, I think there's no excuse for a scoreline this bad, though. Like, you can blame the Prophet all you want. Ultimately, though, you do have to say, like, how did things go this bad? You know, there needs to be a mental reset after this first game, and that's going to be hard to do from this position.
Yeah, there's layers to HYDRA as well, because when you think about how HYDRA came back into the game, it was they played around Cloud just pushing out lanes, Kami just farming the jungle, they hit a BKB timing, it looked relatively promising. They even took away the Pango Aegis, like that top fight, kind of around their own Tormentor side, or bot fight, sorry. But then suddenly Cammy went from, oh wait, I can kind of fight, to throwing himself into the top fight, throwing himself in mid, just dying without BKB. So even when there was a moment for HYDRA to get back into the game, I think, you know, stereotypical TA player trying to do a lot more than you need to in the game, and that also was the undoing. So it was like Warwick had no game because of Mary. Cammy got back into the game, but then unfortunately didn't grasp it well enough. Again, really hard to do. And of course, the entire time, UALEIKUM just non-stop aggression, chipping them down. A Taker fishing with Reality Rift. Chirajuna hitting all the swashes on top of that. Centaur doing stellar work. But MVP, I've said it enough times, has to be Mary. The way that Mary, he just single-handedly broke the game because of mid lane having nothing, just allowed everyone else to have such a pleasant time.
Yeah, absolutely. Just great itemization as well. You know, it's not exactly unusual to see on the Prophet these days. You buy what your team needs. The team needed armor. You're against 3 right-clicking cores, which all deal physical damage. All right, let me get myself a Solar Crest. Let me get myself an AC. Let me get myself a Heaven's Halberd, even, for God's sakes. Like, just buying whatever his team needs. You know, the hero doesn't need anything to enable you, so that's what you can do. And that's exactly what Mary did. Just absolutely turn this game inside out. And yeah, also shout out to Otka as well, of course. Pretty sick game from the CK. He had one really weird... He solo died once to the Lycan and then didn't die at all. That was his only death of the game. So just don't put him in a 1v1, I guess, and you win the game. But yeah, after game 1, I'm kind of starting to enjoy saying UALEIKUM. I kind of want them to go further just so I can say their name more. UALEIKUM. It's satisfying.
And I can't pronounce it, so I'm going to go to a break so that I can learn how to pronounce it. I think that's the play, Nomad, right? Is that the play?
That is the play, yeah. We'll throw it over to a break and then we'll be back with game number 2 just around the corner. We'll see you in a second. HYDRA get defeated in game number 1 of this best of 3 series here in the upper bracket of the EEU TI qualifiers, and now it's on them to come back into it right now. Their Prophet just absolutely destroyed them as we get into game number 2, and well, one thing we can predict is the Prophet is probably getting banned here.
Yeah, I think it should be. So Welcome was second pick, and they didn't even pick the Prophet until they saw 3 HYDRA picks. It was on the 16th position in the draft, right? So after all the bans and picks, it's like, it wasn't even early. It wasn't even if it was like, you know what, we care about Prophet, boom, lock it in. And that alone does HYDRA value this Prophet higher than the Earth Spirit ban they did in the first phase, or the Dawn, or the Faces of Void. It'll be interesting to see the adaptation. Some teams will jump on the ban straight away. Others will go, sure, it was cute, but how about we now pick a mid laner that doesn't need the water rune as much? So now if they do want to make these plays, they're punishing a mid hero that doesn't really care. So I think there's many ways to approach this. Maybe they don't have to ban it, but just be respectful that they can just obliterate you from the game if you require the river runes against a Prophet.
Absolutely, yeah. So let's jump into the draft and see exactly what is being picked and banned for this second series. Of course, we start with our ban avenue as the new drafting phase dictates. And to start things off, there it is. The Prophet is going to be banned out by Team HYDRA. Part of me wanted to see if HYDRA had any ideas on how to answer it, but definitely makes way more sense, especially in this position, to just get rid of it.
Yeah, especially because Welcome is now first pick. There could be the scenario where they're like, you know what? Let's just pick it. Who cares? You know, we were so good on it. Let's just go for it again. So that could be the logic as well behind it. But yeah, it's removed now. We're seeing Treant Protector and Io banned out. We didn't really see Io do too well earlier today. It was honestly, I think, at a detriment to Team Sexy. I think they could have probably won the series if they picked a different hero other than Io. But yeah,
possibly.
HYDRA respect it.
And Treant isn't a hero I've been seeing a whole lot of, to be honest with you, so that might be a targeted ban at UALEIKUM, or maybe just something they feel could do similar things to the Nature's Prophet. It's a green tree guy, basically the same hero, right?
Kinda, yeah.
And Venge will be the first pick coming out for UALEIKUMNIHAO. Interesting start to the draft. Not a hero we've again seen a whole lot of, but that's kind of what's been going on recently. There is still not a very defined meta, other than a couple of heroes which just seem a little bit stronger than the rest. Beastmaster, Invoker, and Nature's Prophet, I would say. Those are the 3 which we see banned out the most. Probably Gyro as well.
And we get to see a first pick Venge. Just double checking the previous series, if that was a hero that was considered in the first phase. I don't think it was. No, yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't even touched in the second phase, or in either of the bans, so yeah. Well, Avenge at least. Rising up, I guess, because of the... Oh, it was banned by one move in one of the games. Okay, I knew I saw it somewhere. But because of the Aghanims, of course, it's still the same. It's like, it's not as if anything's too crazy. You've got a bigger stun duration in 7.34B. So once you get that double stun with the shard, you're able to obviously stun someone else for 1.7 seconds. And of course, you do reduce the enemy damage with the Wave of Terror. So that's the biggest change. So it's that late game Aghanims becoming a clone of yourself, taking away damage as if you're some scuffed Lycan. Yeah, it makes this hero pretty damn good.
I'm excited to see what's coming through the second phase of picks, you know, because I feel like these guys are going to be taking things in a slightly different direction, especially HYDRA. They need to, right? Opening with a Coddle, fine, okay, that's something you're comfortable with, but let's see them bring out something new in the middle phase.
I don't know if I'm a fan of this Keeper of the Light. I'm really excited to be proven wrong and to see some really cool combos, but I like Coddle from the mid lane or the 4 position. I think the 5 role, it's like... You play too distant from the lane because you're either using Illuminate to push the entire wave in, therefore the lane equilibrium is never good for you. You either have Blinding Light and it's like, shoo, go away, it's like kind of whatever, and then that's about it. But then if you're a 4 position, you're pushing the wave into your enemy carry, so you're constantly getting XP for your offlaner. And naturally XP equals more aggression, so it's good for the construct. And if you're mid, you're buying Boots of Travel, maybe Vessel, some Orchid, and you're playing kind of outwards, always about the map. So I don't know if I like this 5 position coddle. We'll see how it goes. Sure, you pick up the Pangolier. Now, if it is 5, you at least have the Chakra on the Pango to pump out more swashes, more shield crashes. But still, you're not really secure in your lane. The game, though, yeah, the draft looks fine.
10 seconds remaining.
It feels like, you know, just, okay, you just beat me with it, and I'm sure I can do the same thing. You know, it's something we can be safe with. Interesting that WALEIKUM actually banned the Ember Spirit. Oh no, they're 0-13 us again. That's crazy.
They're actually showing respect towards Warwick, because like, we don't want you to go 0-13 again in the game. We'll ban it for you, so you don't have to go and have a, you know, back-to-back.
Yeah, that's hype.
Queen of Pain. Sure.
Okay, interesting. Did you see the Queen of Pain in the China finals?
I did not. Tell me more.
No, he went for the full right-click build with Witchblade, and then going for a Skadi, AC. It was very hype.
Oh, cool. Did they win?
Yeah.
Nice.
Somnus qualified.
Oh, it was actually, okay, cool. I didn't know if it was Somnus building it or if it was their opponent. It's like, I saw the right-click build. Yeah, they didn't get to TI with it. I was like waiting for the
yeah,
the caveat.
Last, but it was there. No, it worked. It looked pretty sick.
Yeah. No, I'm not opposed to it. I think, of course, Queen of Pain, natural lane dominator against melee heroes. Pangolier. I mean, we've seen this matchup so many times throughout the last year, at least. You can dagger spam the Pango, you can blink away from the Rolling Thunder. You're never really isolated in the river, unlike other mid laners. You have plenty of smoke ganking partners now, because the Venge or the Willow, either of them with the Quap, should be enough damage to get them over the line to kill them with Sonic Wave. So, yeah, I like the aggression once again. WALEIKUM really just going down the same kind of playbook, but obviously different heroes. And now for HYDRA, the answer is, or the question is, sorry, do they match the aggression, or do they start looking to go more the defensive route, where it's like, yeah, you might be wanting to run us, so we'll let you, but then we'll slaughter you because we have all these area control heroes potentially.
Yeah, I could see something like that going on with maybe a Naga Siren pick, something along those lines. Just give yourselves an out in the late game and a very clear strategy to play into.
They are using quite a lot of their reserve time too. 40 seconds left. I don't believe they received any penalties. They did turn on webcams and do all the good stuff. We shall see.
Just waiting for this decision to be made. I mean, they just want to decide on the strategy and then pick the 2 heroes into it, and yeah, commit. This is when you decide the lion's share of the strategy.
They go for Naga.
There you go.
Good call.
Thank you. Now,
no, I like this.
Probably just a support pick here, right?
They do have ultimate last pick in the draft, so I would like to see it go to a core, and yeah, they go for the Queen of Pain. That's the Skyroth Mage. Sorry. Imagine that. Imagine if we were such a scuffed game that you could pick the same hero, but on 2 different
both
teams.
Sides. Yeah.
Wait, can you do that in the alternative game? The weak one?
I don't know. I only watched it a handful of times. It was
I've never watched it in my life.
Consider yourself lucky.
But no. Interestingly enough, though, for HYDRA, this Sky pick, very good for early game Quap aggression, but as the game goes longer, Avenge with an Ags, swapping away the targeted hero who Sky's trying to kill. You then, if you go on Avenge, you will obviously just respawn if you get to that kind of level of economy and itemization. So it isn't like the perfect Sky pick. And yeah, you throw a Darkseer in the mix as well. You know, to punch that Naga, create a clone, run it at the other heroes. Yeah, I don't mind it.
Very cool. Yeah, I like it. I like what both teams are doing. Honestly, both teams have their ideas, and both of them are sticking to it. Neither of them are kind of buckling to the other. We did see this Skyroth being picked up alongside the Naga Siren in the last series as well, which I thought was kind of cool. He's just a hero which gives you enough damage to brawl with your other heroes. You know, you don't need to bring your carry in the early game because the Skyroth is going to provide that damage for you. So you can kind of look at other things to do. The only thing I would say as well is that this Pango is going to be pretty lonely on the front lines with a Coddle and a Skyroth as the 2 heroes. And that does kind of also screw over the Coddle and the Skyroth quite a bit as well, because you've got 2 backline supports, meaning that you're really going to need an offlaner that can absorb a lot.
Yeah.
You need a sponge.
It's kind of like you either go for the Tide again. Actually, no, Legion was a good ban as well, because you could just put Sky 5, Kotal Legion. That's pretty potent. And for a Taker, it's like, I love the bans like from HYDRA. I think Bloodseeker with some Aghanims would have dealt with Naga nicely, plus the buff of Darkseer. Sven, of course, vacuum into Stormhammer, big explosive damage. Even though Naga's high armor, you're still going to be able to rip through them. So yeah, love the bans, and yeah, we get PA. I think this hero is going to be easily one of the most busted carries once we actually get to TI. I think people are going to take a little bit longer to kind of calibrate her power spikes, how to really get her into a draft. But when you see just the fact that her blur, and everyone can feel the same pain I'm about to go through as I describe this, but PA with her bloody blur, when you literally are in like spitting distance of her, you can see her.
Stupid.
But it doesn't break. And then she kills you, and she has axe, and she goes, bye! And then she disappears, and she goes another one. And now she can like actually have her like crit ready and locked and loaded. So it's a bonkers hero. Yes, it has scaling, but it always has that comeback potential, right? Like, oh wait, she's got Battle Fury. Don't worry, guys. Oh, we lost that one fight. She now has Deso.
Ooh.
Oh, now we have BKB. And Brewmaster, not too shabby of a hero. Got a Dispel. Yours overall, it's pretty fine, but not the best for the PA in the ultra late game. But early game, it's going to be quite disruptive.
Well, I mean, talking about underutilized heroes, I think Brewmaster is definitely up there. This hero has received buff after buff after buff, like patches in a row now. Yeah. He has some crazy stats going on. You know, he can just run down supports in the laning phase. Of course, you know, will always have that weakness of if you can kill him before split, then he will be dead, which I guess you can kind of apply to most heroes. But if you do get that split off, then you're just not really killable in most cases. But that said, they do have a lot of damage. You know, if you just want a Sonic Wave and then let a Taker just blast down those Brewlings, there is a chance they can catch him out like that as well. And obviously a Taker will have a Battle Fury this game as well.
Yeah, so I think you touched on the point with the Brew being relatively tanky with his items. He's super annoying at pushing his own team forward. Like, I think there are some games where he can go like a Vessel and then like AC kind of route and just keep pushing and keep going. I think that's what I want to see from him, where it's like, I look for fights, Pango plus Brewmaster. If you ever think of two chaotic heroes, there's either a Primal Split or a Rolling Thunder. Like, these are probably two of the more chaotic spells in the game, outside of like Spectre Haunts and stuff. And then you throw a Naga always pushing out lanes as well. Like, I could see them, if they get a lead, it being so annoying. But when I see PA, I see Darkseer, there's that one opportunity, the vacuum into the blink strike into crits, like, oh
yeah,
this is going to be a game about scaling and taking the correct fights for sure.
Yeah, that's what it all comes down to, and we'll be keeping a close eye on Cammy and seeing what the first fight he decides to join is, because that's going to be a big deciding factor as to the tempo of this game. Can you shut down the Naga Siren? Can Naga Siren find the right entry to the fight? Is a Taker just going to turn over and destroy everybody? I mean, these are all the questions, so we will find out. Let's get into game number 2.
HYDRA, turn off. Okay, we'll do.
Turn off live. Rude.
Okay. Such a bad British joke, actually. Jesus.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, looks like UALEIKUM are a little less aggressive this time around, as last time they did get first blood just by running at them.
Mm-hmm.
Time they won't.
They also had the Natures who double TP'd warded, so that helped out a little bit.
Oh, more gold. 2 gold for Bexon. You love to see it.
Just too easy.
All those illusions.
The battle
Oh, we are going to have a bit of fighting over topside here. And I think I would give the advantage to HYDRA. And yeah, UALEIKUM there, they read that very nicely. They just say, nope, we are not overcommitting to that rune. You have too much damage. Enjoy it.
Like, sometimes, do you ever think, Nomad, that like some spells just do too many things? Like, I'm referring to Venge here. Because, like, Wave of Terror, it's always been the vision obtaining spell with minus armor. And now suddenly it's like, obviously it does damage. And it's like, now I'm going to take away damage. And it's like, why does it need to do, like, 5 separate little things? Which are very good. I'm not complaining, I'm a 5 player, I'll happily play Venge. But it's just, just funny when you see a spell not be perfect until it's like kitted out.
But then it's balancing all things, because then you get Vengeance Aura, which is just base bonus damage 10%, 16%, 22%, 28%.
That's true.
You know, it's like Raid as well. You got Plasma Field, which is like, wow, look at all these cool things it does. It's a big circle which expands and slows and damages, and then you go faster.
Woo! Speedy!
Wee.
Yeah. I think this is a game where Mary will be hoping for the Philly Stone. If there's ever a hero, Venge Philly Stone is like the 2 you want. Because then you know you'll get like a 35-minute Aghanims, even in a harder game. Alas, the lanes have started. Everyone equally trading. Nothing too crazy, of course. Quap with a slightly early lead in the mid lane due to the fact that she can't dagger spam and be a thorn in Pango's side.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups where, you know, I mean, Queen of Pain doesn't really have any matchups. She out and out loses, but she can be very, very annoying towards this Pangalia. Pangalia just likes to brawl and trade, and then Quap just likes to dagger and walk away. Doesn't really like to get involved in the nitty-gritty of trading.
Also, I'm pretty sure the flat 100 damage barrier is a lot worse than the percentage reduction, because like against a Quap, getting 20% off probably feels nicer than just a generic block, and now you probably have to put way more levels on Shield Crash to actually eat through the 3 points of dagger that's probably going to get thrown into him consistently. Because even just a level 1 dagger alone will break the barrier.
Counterpoint, you can bottle now when you Shield Crash.
True.
One of the most important things. I think that change alone is probably makes it feel better.
I don't know. I'm seeing more kind of away from the creep wave here.
Yeah. Look,
I'm looking at the barrier now. So.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Ah, yeah, full bottle usage. A rare thing indeed against a Queen of Pain, an annoying hero. How's our Nagasaran gonna do this game? Let's see. She's against a Darkseer, which is pretty annoying. Against a Willow, which is pretty annoying. Yeah, it's probably gonna be early jungle time, but there's a lot of hype around this. I can't remember his name now, but people were getting very excited over this.
Yeah.
Crazy win rate on Nagasaran in top MMR games.
I'm trying to remember what his name was. It was started with an S.
Is it Satanic?
Yeah, Satanic. There you go. Yeah. I take it wish he had a Satanic right now. Christ, he just died.
He did, but Lil is going to trade the kill, and now Mary is going to TP away. The clap is available, but Cloud realizes the damage won't be enough. But, yeah, it's just going to be that.
Yeah, Bruce Guy's super aggressive lane, right? When you throw down the Cinder Brew, apply some move slow, plus the ignite damage on top of that, like the concussive shot. So a lot of slows. Sure, PA can jump out, but if you're out of position, you're gonna get slowed down and just clicked out of the lane. And yep, I respect the aggression, but you can't give away a Brew Sky lane cheap kills. Because once that Brew hits 6, die one more time, you lose your tower. That's when it's very awkward. And this is why most PA games, it's the first 15 minutes is, can we keep her alive? And then once she gets to the items, you're like, hell yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested in this Brewmaster, you know. When he hits level 4, usually you see the point in Drunken Brawler, but they might be tempted to go for Cinder Brew here just because he's playing with the Skywrath, and yeah.
Yeah, he does, yeah. Nice.
That's really cool because obviously the Skywrath is always going to be able to ignite that for him, so yeah, that's cool.
Oh, Warwick.
So much damage. Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. This time it's Bexon giving him the once-over, catches him behind the tower. Those daggers just whittling him down over time.
And top lane as well with Taker actually dying.
One more hit will be required, and Cloud will land it. Blur, not leveled, no misses happening, and Mary could be in some trouble as well here. Cloud just look at the run, another one down, they'll get him. Now, ignite out onto Bexon, so...
Concussive in 5.
Hits here regardless, yeah, and they've got the concussive, could even arcane if he wants, yeah, he's gonna throw out the arcane instead. And with the ignite, it's just too much damage, just cooking anybody that comes to this lane. Another one dies. And look at their health, they doesn't even look like they've just dived a tower for like a minute straight. This is ridiculous.
And they're only like 300 gold away from a Pervis on Sky. Like the pre-7-minute Pervis potentially. Vessel complete in 900 gold. Like, these are some insane timings coming out from the HYDRA off lane. Like, their Pango, he's not having a game, but yeah, this off lane, completely different story. shutting down this PA beautifully. I expected though, PA is such a bad laner. Like, unless she is with some GOAT 5 position, like Undying, Clockwork style hero, that can just do everything by himself, and she just throws out the situational dagger to help out the lad. But in this lane with a Venge also incredibly weak laner. You need the core to be your friend. Put them together, you're going to be feeding a little bit.
Ooh, very nice blinding light from Happy Durara there, and that's actually going to keep him alive and maybe look for a return kill. Bexon being chased down. Warwick, though, won't be able to chase any further than that. Well, I mean, the mid lane is kind of suffering for HYDRA once again, but yeah, that safe, that off lane is more than making up for it at the moment. But that said, Sugaret is having a great time on this Darkseer as well. It's can't be understated that this Naga Siren does not like playing into Darkseer. She's still sticking around, you know, she's kind of surviving in this lane. Just
Cloud just hit 6.
Alive. Okay, immediate slams that R button. There's no hesitation at all, and we'll just chase down these freebie kills now. It's so crazy.
Corp's like, guys, can I help? Brew has 600 HP when he leaves the split, but already disengaging, getting earned up by himself. Yeah, I love the fact that Brewmaster's by this vessel. I think there was a window where Brews would always be, oh, maybe I go for Midas or straight Blink, but this vessel really gives you just ways to play the game outside of split. And yeah, beautiful stuff.
Mid lane, wrapping around. Warwick, once again, going to be the target. Swashbuckle through, but he does clip the bush on the way past. And now, with the Sonic Wave coming through as well, Bexon will be able to finish the job. Another death for the Pangolier in the middle lane. It's
not his series, that's for sure. It's really he's been shut down like no tomorrow. And yeah, unfortunately, that sometimes happens. Certain teams, their supports, they focus more towards mid lane engagements rather than side lanes, of course. Warwick has felt the brunt of that for now 2 games in a row.
Yep, Lil turned up to the mid lane just for this fight, probably for the first time we've seen him. He was like, well, this is cool. Pulled out his little camera, started taking pictures. Never seen this
cool lane, yeah.
Very interesting.
I guess for me at least, my eyes are on Cammy, because Cloud's having a great time top, but how will Cammy enter this game? Playing Naga Siren into PA, I feel like it's relatively deceptive, this matchup, because I've seen PAs 100-0 Svens when they have just Warcry active, and Naga's probably down the same realm where even though she has armor, PA will be able to eat through it, be it through her Deso minus armor, or even just the raw crit she does. It upsets me when I look at it, actually. So yeah, I feel like for Naga, she needs to either play on her illusion macro game really well to not offer PA that perfect jump, but that should be relatively easier because of Cloud having such a great game. Like, there's going to be that Manta Orchid timing on Naga, whilst PA potentially only has Battle Fury to her name.
Yeah, there are definitely timings, and you know, as you say, like, Naga can do a little bit more, but neither of them can do much for the first half, so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, who do you think is going to enter a fight first?
I feel like HYDRA should be, because you have Brew split plus Pangolier split against the damage of Leikum. It's like, kind of non-existent.
Which carry do you think?
Oh, carry, my apologies. Yeah. Naga Siren for sure. She'll pick up Manta and she'll like maybe poke her head in to offer some assistance, and then maybe 1 or 2 kills down the line it's an Orchid and really entering the fray. To be fair though, a well-positioned PA with some Iron Shell and some like dagger spam, I could easily see her joining a fight as well, but I just don't know the mindset of a Taker in this game. With how bad the lane went, if he tries to join a fight and it fails, then it's like you're basically asking to call GG, because your carry's actively fighting without any farm, no Battle Fury. So, really just depends on the mindset a Taker has going into a second game.
Well, we shall see exactly how this carry versus carry matchup goes down, but right now all eyes on Cloud as this Brewmaster has just been commanding the top lane and will likely spill that over into commanding the game as well. The one thing to say is, like, you know, at least the hero has downtime, you know? It sucks when there's a hero which is really, really strong and they just have 100% uptime, but generally Brew won't be playing super active whilst Primal Split is on cooldown, so it's small, but it's something for UALEIKUM to try to play around.
I think the reason why Cloud is so confident in this game is that there isn't that Sky on the enemy team, that continued control, so he can just happily play around his Drunken Brawler states to be a little bit more, you know, magic resist or damage or evasion. Like, he can really decide how he wants to be tanky. That just puts him at the forefront of farming in the dangerous spots. And sure, even if he doesn't have split, let's say he dies, the resources required to kill him will probably be, what, minimum 3, maybe probably 4 heroes. So he's got all the confidence in the world to do as he wishes.
Otaker, you know where they are, don't do it.
Yeah, Cloud not hiding behind the tree that well. He is a very large panda, and he just kind of kung fu pounded it, where he just kind of awkwardly stood behind a single branch and got seen.
Oh, did he get spotted there? I mean, they have these wards over at the twin gates on the bottom side, and they just saw them travel through the gate and then back across the gate together. So they're Cloud very obviously. Yeah.
Where did they go?
Not very surreptitiously traveling this map at the moment. Running from tree to tree. Like Sasquatch.
And because of how well, I was gonna say, because of top, this Queen of Pain matchup into Pangolier, we've not really seen, like, Warwick's died twice, but he's the one to take the tower first, and it's because they've just freed up the map to throw the supports into him. Yeah, it's not been the best game from him so far, but he's still on a pretty reliable path towards Diffusal Blade. And all 3 of the cores of HYDRA are now top CS. 6.4k to the Brewmaster, and then both the Naga and the Pangolier about 1,000 gold behind.
This is the kind of performance people were probably expecting coming into the series for Game 1. UALEIKUM, you know, they're not a strong team. We were expecting HYDRA to be the ones taking control, but, you know, they turned up in Game number 1 on UALEIKUM, and, well...
I take it, they can see you. Look at that, look how dumb Blur is. Look at that. He's literally CSing next to them. He should die for this.
A really long cooldown and will
Thank you.
Here. Yeah, split gets used, and they'll get the kill onto the PA.
I speak for everyone in Twitch chat. That is just unacceptable. What this hero... I mean, he's also had a pretty bad game so far, but it's like every PA game. This is like the standard PA game right now.
True.
You're about 20 minutes away from PA just owning.
Long way off this Battle Fury still, though. Meanwhile, Kami, he's already got the Yasha, looking to go for a really nice timing on his Manta. Like, he's having the dream game at the moment, honestly. Snowzone completely uninterrupted as the fight goes on in the middle lane. Warwick now going for the Rolling Thunder, trying to connect onto the Queen of Pain. Not bouncing up the tower, though, instead choosing to get some information, sees who's here, and decides, yeah, we don't really want this. We've got no split. Let's relax. And that would be the call. Well, the Brewmaster went for the Spirit Vessel and then went back for a Midas, by the way, so that's very interesting.
It's really good insurance.
Yep. He knows his team will take it late, or tries to get off the slam, does do so, and that'll put an end to Bex in there. The Swashbuckle finishes the job, and Mystic Flare out onto the Queen of Pain. The sword comes through, it's pretty late. Will it be enough? Swashbuckle through onto 2. They will lose Mary, but they will not lose the Queen of Pain. She gets herself up to safety and will survive this engagement.
And this is why the early Vessel feels so good for Cloud, because even if he doesn't have split, he can contribute to the fight. He's bodying for his Sky and Kotal to free cast their spells, and Warwick with the Diffusal Blade Corrosion, super potent. Just there is no damage on the dire side. Like, there is no clean way for them to take that fight. And you see the Darkseer, he's got a Vanguard, he's going for Mech, trying to go for Greaves. It's a lot of auras and scaling and waiting, and I will happily say there will be a massive comeback in this game potentially if HYDRA are to, you know, slip up, but they need to keep getting the kills and potentially Mech.
Or Mech coming through. Surge as well turns around with the vacuum swaps there.
Nice.
Wow, Sugarhead actually gets away from this. Swashbuckle off the mark as well. So
Wisdom. Ooh, didn't get it. Kami yoinked it.
He steals it away as if this Nagasara needed any more from this game.
All right, quick update on PA. 1,350 gold away from the Battle Fury. It's just mode. Wait, it's how much can HYDRA get in the next 10 minutes? What? No matter what.
The Prospect is following Utica around. Oh my god, it's huge.
That's so much gold.
Yeah,
That's an extra 20 GPM.
it's ridiculous.
Do you think he went shovel because of how bad the game was? He was like, I just need the casual salve to stay in the jungle longer, the random mango. Like, the logic is the game's so bad the carry PA needs his own shovel. That's kind of a cool concept to think about, I guess. Most carries are just default for actual
this
items.
Isn't a shovel. This is a Midas, okay? He got the kobold for the prospecting. He just dug up a bounty rune. The taker is...
He's printing money.
It all. Yeah. It's broken.
Okay, now EEU are kind of grouping up themselves. They do have a smoke available, but I don't know if they have the damage. They would need Pango to swash in to then get the kill. Win probability heavily favoring HYDRA right now.
Oh, he did, but Mary wasn't quite ready with the swap there, unfortunately. Even going for the Tumbler's Toy to get forward, but not enough. Meanwhile, Kami just continues to flood at the bottom side of the map with illusions, farming up beautifully. Doing a very, very nice job on this Naga Siren. And due to all of this, Warwick's actually able to, once again, overtake the Darkseer and cement himself in the top 3 of net worths. Yeah. Still haven't seen this big team fight from EEU, and it doesn't look like we're going to see it here either, as the swap will come through to try and save the Darkseer, but it's so much damage and finally gets finished off by the Rolling Thunder. It's absolutely ridiculous, the combo of spells they have to throw on heroes, and Vexen will fall as well.
No, this is
Swashbuckle.
Yeah, beautiful bounce back from HYDRA. This is a really refreshing game to see them play. I think they are demonstrating Brewmaster beautifully. They're positioning in such a way that Naga can just free farm. If they are to jump Naga, I think she is unkillable. There's not enough real control to kill her pre-song. So yeah, HYDRA just play as 4, kill everything else on the map. Cop shows, nearly dies, yeah.
Yeah, and also wasn't TPing to the base, so almost died when he finished his TP as well. Because he didn't know there was anyone there. He just
big moment coming in. Hold. PA.
Fury.
Hold.
Going for the Ancients before...
There we go. All right, 17 minutes, 2 seconds. They even found the Naga. Wait, they've actually fully comboed. What the? Oh my...
Oh, okay.
How did that happen?
A major shift in momentum. That
she got rooted and then instantly feared half a second later into perfect stuns. I don't think she should be dying there with the mirror images plus the illusions. An excellent pick off. The PA gets Battle Fury. Classic PA game. Oh, it happens every time.
The comeback starts here. I mean, we're asking for a lot from Taker, to be fair. Like,
we are.
The hero is not that busted. It's still
whoa.
to play them. So no,
she's busted, bro.
You're a support player, okay? You just get annoyed because you get one shot.
Yeah, you're a core player. Do you not play PA?
I actually don't. I don't like that hero.
Oh. Also, to be fair, she does have 48% win rate in pro pubs. It's not as if she's actually nutty or not, but I've had way too many 1500 crit jumps where I'm like, yeah.
I mean, we've seen it do a lot of work in these qualifiers as well, right? Like, this isn't coming from nowhere, but yeah, this is a tricky situation to play themselves back from.
Yeah,
they have
it's a lot of time.
Magic damage. You'll need a BKB, and then once you have your BKB, you'll probably still want to go back for the Deso to get yourself some more damage online, because...
I think, though, the saving grace is HYDRA doesn't really siege high ground that well. Yes, they can use Brewmaster with the Earth Panda to hit down the building, but it's not as if Naga Siren, hundreds of zeros and very quickly. It's a lot of chip, a lot of poke, so that could be the saving grace. If a Taker can get to BKB, play the wider map, you give up some time, you give up some map control to HYDRA, but then you play for that big moment. Like, if right now, if EEU, I can't pronounce it every time. If they said 30 minutes is their game plan, like if they said that, I could see them having a chance. If they've all subscribed to like one time in the game where Darks is like, I need these 2 items. If they've all mapped out the fight, then I can see them winning. If they haven't mapped out that fight and they're just kind of playing as the game progresses, just in the moment, I think HYDRA for sure, super commanding position. So this is all about how the underdog team that finished with 0 series wins in Tour 3, eliminated from Division 1, if they can, find that entry into this game with a good, clean plan.
Is not looking so hot. That's what will be on cooldown. I'm wondering if they see this as an opening on Wellicum. I mean, the problem is there's still this primal split. This brew is still very, very annoying.
We haven't actually been able to mention Cloud too much, right? He picked up this pipe, but there's not really been the opportunity for him to pipe his team, split, take the big fight. It's been a very passive click around, bide your time. And I take it he's fully checked out of this game. He's on the Radiant side, still with his shovel in the backpack. Got another Prospector.
Oh yeah, prospecting. That's the GPM we're looking for. That's it. Now level 2, by the way, so it has the 25 GPM instead of 20. Holy.
And yeah, he's just
an improvement.
I feel like in these types of games where teams are playing for a comeback, you need to have that one ward kind of deep on the side just to check if the enemy carrier is doing this. Like being able to do that sweeping motion from the far top side of the map on the Dire side or in the Radiant, it's just kind of too easy. And Naga is going to maybe scout out the PA with her illusion.
Man, where are my camps as HYDRA does get absolutely dropped like a rock outside the tier 2.
Sorry for baiting you there, Observer. My apologies. But he skipped the wave anyway, so there's still a wave actually.
I would really like to see a Blink Dagger coming up on Darks here, but he's going for the pipe, which is also good, I suppose. Need more of that meaty.
Yeah, but also I'd like to see the Axe. Yeah, I'd love to see Axe blink in this game, because it's like he jumps the Naga, PA jumps maybe the Sky or the Kotal or the Pango, and you should be able to put both of those cores on HYDRA in a defensive position from the get-go. But still, ways away. The net worth is slowly building for HYDRA. 10k several minutes ago, now just creeping up to 14k.
Radiant are scanning.
Naga about to complete the heart. And Pangolier about to complete the Aghanims.
Well, she's about to come into contact with the PA as well, but Blur.
Yeah, she needs to be... Well, she has to be in high five distance.
Yeah,
to break. And Skyroth Mage, if you stay here for too long, Lil, you will get killed. But no, he's going for the Wisdom Rune.
Okay, it would have been nice for the Taker to get something on this map. Right, I think it's 0 and 3. It's not the ideal KDA you're looking for.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, the chance of getting a kill around here is very thin.
He's just waiting 20 seconds for Blur.
No. Oh, he came out.
He's on the ward. Oh, and Quap's dead as well on the other side of the map. No, we're on about the bigger kill here.
No, we're watching
the roll coming in, gets the courier kill.
Hello.
Bye-bye.
You waited all that time, and then you leave 10 seconds before Blur is ready.
He just
unlucky. Meanwhile, oh dear, they just got solo pummeled by a brewmaster. Okay.
Just look at all the instances of damage. It's pretty hilarious. It's a lot of little instances because of course the split. Look.
Did he punch and then throw up into the... No, didn't even bother throwing.
No, literally just one single stun into many clicks.
Yeah.
And a little bit of Vessel. Just a smidge of Vessel. What a great hero. Yep, so we're in that phase of the game where we need to talk about the farm, the chill. Is there anything? Okay, so we've fully exercised the idea of another Prospector, but anyway, a Taker just needs to create. So Roshan should be on the cards for HYDRA. I'm really interested to see how they are going to navigate the high ground. Are they going to play that slow game with Brew splits? He is going for an AC on Brew because he identifies the fact that their siege isn't great. But they are still missing that gotcha piece of the puzzle. BKB now complete on the PAU.
HYDRA are looking to complete that puzzle with an Aegis that should slot in quite nicely into Cami, or maybe even throw it over to the Pangolier. Depends. Do you want to?
I think it needs to go on Naga.
High ground push.
Ooh. So okay, so the previous game, I think the game state was in a position where fighting was better, but in this game, maybe the Naga having the Aegis to survive the Naga jump, the eventual PA jump, to go and look at that high ground and actually threaten some structures. It might be a little bit better on her. Argument, of course, could be she's already tanky enough with the heart. PA is slightly under farmed, so that threat isn't as existent. But we'll see if it pays off. I think this is going to be the decisive Aegis, because the window of comeback for Dire is going to be in the next fight. Like, you can see how they've just been dodging for nearly 9+ minutes because they are waiting for that opportunity. Maybe the Darkseid even goes for a Blink Dagger. He's got the gold for it. He's not buying it. He's looking for a Lotus, but could be an option.
Well, in they go. Mystic Flynn, a little bit off the mark as a swap comes out from Mary, and well, they're eyeing up Cammy a little bit, but of course this is a Heart Naga Siren. She is pretty damn tanky. And now Split comes out. All right, well, I mean, 2 ultis for a kill onto the Dark Will. If this is all it is, then Waileikum can cut their losses quite happily, but of course their tab has been as well, and actually moving out. Did Mary take out? No, she didn't.
I think Ataker's made the call. He's like, guys, I want to fight with Deso and Deso alone. So if you can do anything you can to keep this alive, like one wrong TP, one wrong move from PA, she enters the fight, BKB reveal, of course not a reveal, but first usage. If he doesn't get a couple kills, we're going to be calling GG. It is a 20k lead, so they are trying to be so clinical with this one. BKB also complete on Queen of Pain, but Bloodthorn now on Naga Siren. Many big items coming into play here.
Yeah, and again, when, like, you don't have the damage to make the fight last, be quick enough for your BKB timing to work, especially now there's this Bloodthorn online. Like, you cannot survive when your BKB is down. You need to win the fight inside that 9 seconds. So,
do they even have time? It's 1300 gold to Desolator. Like,
HYDRA are not giving them the time.
They're just losing 2 sets of racks.
He's got the shovel. Come on, dig up a Prospector.
What's happening?
Very silenced up. Bloodthorn's there. The Vengeful Spirit is down. The spike as well. The fight is taking place, and she comes back in. Ataker gets some big hits off. 2 heroes dead. Finds the supports on the backlines, but BKB is about to run out, and that means we're going to be in some trouble. Tries jumping in. Tries jumping everything onto Cammy right.
Desolator complete now.
Cammy's taking nothing. Ataker doesn't find it. It's all about the crit. If she can charge up another crit with these daggers, and maybe she finds someone, but Cloud just comes bumbling back in. He's going to have another split in 15 seconds, but even without it, the Spirit Vessel plus the Cinder Brew out of
AC complete
with no BKB, it's too hard to fight into. The middle barracks will now fall.
Oh,
Cammy, what is he threatening?
It's a little bit too late. The item's just not in time for the pressure HYDRA are applying.
The Deso is there, but the BKB is not on cooldown. And HYDRA, they're just looking to finish this. They've got the split as well. They're going to use it just onto Ataker here. Ataker, though, can blur, but actually, Joe goes back in on this one. Still just being chased around. Is he just going to die to Brewlings? I think he might.
Don't worry, he's got so many cells.
The Blink over continues to stay on top of Ataker now as Tira gets brought down, and Cloud just trying to deal with the PA all by himself, and will be able to do so. It's not the ending they were looking for in Waileikum, but I think it's the ending they're gonna get. The tier 4's being besieged right now. Sure, okay, a bit of fountain diving even coming out from the Pangolier as well. Is it gonna be enough? I mean, they've got the root inside the fountain, but he buys a Ghost up through the fountain. Baller move, but had plenty of time to do it since he was dead due to the Aegis. And yeah, HYDRA just say, hey, you know what? Let's just get the top barracks. I mean, 20 seconds, top barracks. Might not die in time. Oh no, they're just going for the Queen of Pain again. She has got the BKB. Is gonna have to use it though. Not really what you want to be doing here. 9 seconds before the PA is back.
Oh, back wall.
Yeah, there you go. Not bad, not bad. Terrorized to follow as well, but the final barracks has gone down. So they're fighting into Mega Creeps regardless now, and the Pangolier is just doing so much work on the backlines. The Taker actually TP's in on the back, trying to find Cloud, trying to get the backlines
Wait,
killed.
go for Cloud.
Oh, there's a Ghost Scepter, and GG's called. That's it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so we saw how PA isn't that strong if you just don't have the time, for sure. Unfortunately, PA is probably one of the greedier carries, I'd argue, right now in the patch. It's one of those, yeah, in an ideal world, if you can get to 3 items, you're going to be one of the best heroes in the game. But if you can't get there and you're always chasing the farm, then it's going to look pretty miserable. And yeah, this was, HYDRA fully dismantling that. I think Cloud played an absolutely stellar game. And Cloud and Lil, their laning phase just did everything. It just did wonders. Because of their laning phase, this Keeper of the Light could just pivot around and help this Pangolier with no issues. Of course, Naga Siren playing into Darkseer, they trade farm. I'd argue that Avenge Willow double support duo, unless you're playing together and smoking to get kills, it doesn't sound very good. And unfortunately, because of how good HYDRA did in the lanes, these supports could never really make those moves, could never really smoke, and it was just everyone was trying to play catch up. There was no piece of the puzzle that could, take the brunt of force for a little bit to alleviate time and pressure. It was just everyone playing, the economic game, and it wasn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game which EELEIKUM never wanted to play. That's a problem. They never wanted to go into this and be like, yes, we'll farm the map better than they will, because they know they won't. They're never trying to do that. But the problem is they're forced into that position. I think mostly because this Pangolier was just ended up being such a menace. I mean, I think people would be hard pressed to believe it's the same player from game 1 to game 2 on Warwick, but it's it is going from 0-13 to 5-2. Everyone has off games though, and this certainly looked much more promising from their mid player.
Yeah, I mean, he still had the same issues of the support rotations. I think EELEIKUM are very mean on their anti-mid lane logic, because they just completely destroy his laning phase and kill him off a couple of times. But yeah, in essence, HYDRA, Cloud, and I think Cloud and Lil have proven to be the strongest laners, I think, in the team. And if they can get that over the line in the third game, I think they should be favorites. But the volatility of the series that we've cast today is anyone's game. I think we've seen, a stomp in one game, a stomp in the second game, and then it'd be a little bit questionable going into the third one. Maybe HYDRA carries the momentum. It's like, okay, first game Blues, a little bit awkward, and now we're calibrated for our opponent. And yeah, I will emphasize that Cloud, incredible game from him. Got to see Brewmaster and how unkillable he can be in the right hands, and how potent he can be in laning phase. So yeah, I believe a well-deserved MVP.
Yep, absolutely. Brewmaster will be receiving the MVP award for this game. No deaths, absolutely destroyed the lane, and then just rocked up around the maps. I love the Midas as well. It was just kind of, even though he was already really far ahead, he was just like, yeah, screw it, we'll just get even further. Vessel Midas, always a cool little combo just to scale you up into the game. And yeah, not really a whole lot which EELEIKUM could do about it. We mentioned several times that they didn't have the capabilities to lock this Brew down long enough to stop him getting off the split. So it was really just on Cloud. The only way he could have died this game is by overextending without having that primal spell on him, or being caught out and ganked when he didn't have that on him. And that was never an opportunity for them. Like, Cheerio didn't have a game. The supports weren't heroes which could go around and kill people. So yeah, pretty tough second game here for EELEIKUM, but they'll always have game 1, I guess, and that's what they're going to have to rely upon, and try and find the mentality to recover in this series, because that one was an absolute stomp.
Yeah, I feel like at least the teams that we've covered, some of the drafts are great ideas with the start of the hero, but then they don't fix the weaknesses. Like, they've got the hero's good part, but not but why can it be bad? And at least in this game, PA could be great, but the supporting cast, not so great. So yeah, they need to refix some stuff going to game 3, see how they adapt, and yeah, probably Prophet will be banned once again. That was the OP hero of game 1, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Alrighty, well, I hope you have your silver edges ready, because it is break time, as we will be throwing it over, and then we will be back with game number 3 and the final game of the day here in the EEU TI qualifiers. We'll see you in a bit.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Hello and welcome back to the TI regional qualifiers for the EEU region, as we are getting into the last game of the last series of the opening day upper bracket matches. This one is UALEIKUMNIHAO versus HYDRA, battling it out at best of 3, and we are all tied up 1-1, meaning this is the last hurrah. And I have to say, you know, after seeing both the games, HYDRA's win, it was just much cleaner than UALEIKUM's win. So I am going to be leaning on their side for this third and final game.
I think it's a combination of, will the mid get shut down? Will Warwick have a difficult time? And will Cloud pop off? I think if Cloud pops off and Warwick isn't shut down, HYDRA, I think strategically, probably are the favorites. But if you find that recipe, they've just demonstrated in game 1, like Cloud not doing well, Warwick getting completely removed from the game, there's no substance to HYDRA's game, I feel. So it's like, yes, I favor HYDRA, but there's like a clear path to the upset, to doing that run, and it's just, it boils down to, can they replicate that in the draft and the play? The first 15 minutes are so crucial in getting this over the line for them, because it's kind of just, the main things. Do well in lanes, but make sure these two kind of components go your way.
Yeah, of course. It's both games have really come down to the laning phase and how both teams come out of it. I think UALEIKUM, they could definitely use with just picking themselves some really strong laning supports, and it just makes things a little bit easier. They proved what they can do with it in the first game. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of a easier thing to rely upon for them. Meanwhile, HYDRA, I think they just want to keep it on the rails as much as possible, and don't go super defensive on the supports. They did double pick Kotl, and it did work out much better in the second game.
Yeah, I think it honestly reminds me of the series earlier with this Dawnbreaker. The game 1 Dawnbreaker, it felt so underwhelming with one move. Like and then game 2 and 3, it's like, oh wow, this hero is really good for them. And I think it's the same thing happening here with Kotl. Like game 1 Kotl, they didn't pick heroes for Kotl to enable, and it was just like a random Kotl. In game 2, it's like you just see plenty of combinations. Like anyone who gets Chakra is probably going to have a good time. The value of 4-staff is high. The ability to push your team forward, and maybe it takes a game for them to understand why they're first phasing the hero. Will the Kotl get respect banned though coming into this game? Like, was it the key piece of the puzzle? I don't know. I'm down to debate that one, but we'll see in the heat of the moment. Going into, what was it, like a 15-minute break? What do they decide on the issue? And HYDRA is going to be first pick. So yeah, maybe they just instantly throw their hands for the Kotl. Will UALEIKUM ban it out?
Let's go take a look. Let's jump into the draft for game number 3 and see exactly what each team are going to be doing in this one. And yeah, to start things off, it's once again going to be the double tree bans, the Nature's Prophet and the Tree Protector. HYDRA just hate nature, I think.
Of course, we haven't seen Tree Protectors today, but the fact that your grasp acts as trees is super easy in laning phase now to connect yourself from one tree line to another, not losing the bonus move speed of the being inside the tree line. So yeah, it was a very small change, but just for the laning phase, it is so important. And I'm mentioning how important laning phase is for a team like UALEIKUM. So yeah, happy with these two bans, very potent laners. Also, I think Mary, one of his specialties is the Tree Protector. So yeah, show some respect, ban it out.
Radiant team ban.
Definitely some respect being shown here as well, especially the Venge ban as well is pretty interesting. I just like seeing what everyone's reads are, what they don't want to play against, what they do want to play against.
Yeah, Venge is one of those interesting bans because it's like, there was like several swaps which were like, ooh, cool. If the game was closer, this Venge would be like MVP worthy in that regard. But the game was so lost, it's like, it didn't really matter. Mary's positioning, it was pretty good. We didn't get to see like any Mystic Flare's 100-0 hero. He was always ready, always in time, but also maybe the drafting scenario, the fact that UALEIKUM could enter the second phase with just a casual Venge pick, forcing HYDRA to then pick 2 more heroes. I could see it being just we don't want to mess around with this hero, because if they're a little bit better, we know this hero is conceptually very good, just execution last game wasn't their friend. You're finally get to see Beastmaster.
I think it's good for a team to be able to say, like, okay, we didn't execute well on this hero. We don't want to try and do that again in this situation. We'll practice and come back to it. However, we still recognize that they are better than us on this hero. Therefore, we're going to ban it out. And I think that's like a kind of good, shows a correct ego state for this team, which I think is kind of promising for the future development of these players, or at least for this drafter. So yeah, we'll see what that leads to. Beastmaster going to make it through the draft for the first time, so we'll get to see him being played up.
Of course.
Received some interesting changes.
Yeah, the key thing with the change is the Hawk, now you don't place where it goes, it just circles around you pretty much. And if they go within proximity, it will then dive down onto you and do the dive bomb. For me, that opens up questions like, is Night Stalker now even better? Like, the argument of Night Stalker for Beastmaster was always, Beastmaster can raw the BKB of Night Stalker. So if you have some like TA type hero, Morphling, you'll be able to kill off inside that raw. But now that Beastmaster doesn't have the Hawk vision to maybe try and combat the Night Stalker, you can never buy your Helmet of the Overlord because Night Stalker just eats it, and you don't have the vision. Yes, you have the raw, but like one of your big components has been decreased. So I'd love to see this hero maybe be picked into it at some point. I'm not saying for this game, but I can see that matchup maybe swaying slightly more Night Stalker potentially. And we saw it in North America, this hero do absolute work. I think this hero,
it did bits,
is incredible, but again, a greedier hero needs a lot of time to farm and dictate the game.
Yeah, you need to have the right team dynamic to make it work, where you're not really relying too heavily on your offlaner to kind of make moves, and that'll either come from your mid lane or from your position 4 to kind of pick up that slack in the early game, because you can't just not have an active player in the early mid. It just feels too bad. So, but yeah, I think the hero is really good. I think that especially the changes to the refreshing his abilities just unlocks a lot of potential for him as a core.
Ooh. Potentially monkey mid into Ember. Always got to keep that open, but the main thing here is just picking that Sky, comboing it with the Beastmaster. I use Raw, I use Mystic Flare, you're dead. Simple.
Yeah, just like that.
You are the voice actor of Dota 2, correct?
Yep, I did every ability.
Sunstrike.
Jump in. Choo! See, couldn't tell the difference. Play them, take the clips, play them side by side. You wouldn't know.
Super confused. I thought Invoker was banned.
Yeah, we didn't realize we were in the game yet. So, the CK coming out for UALEIKUMNIHAO, and they'll
filthy lane
with a disruptor as well.
Yeah, super filthy lane. Like disruptor, you just glimpse the Beastmaster back, you then stun, Reality Rift. Very easy to kill. Scarif Mage as well. You step out of position one time, well placed kinetic field. Like, you don't even need Thunderstrike in this lane. It's just glimpses in kinetic fields, and CK should do the rest. And yeah, very in your face draft. Replicating game 1 a little bit, and HYDRA will need to find some ways to have some counter aggression, because I think they don't really have a way to stand their ground right now. It's like, yes, they can kill a hero, but they don't really go, this is our place to fight. Wukong, sure, but there's nothing to contain the Wukong. Or heroes in the Wukong, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They need quite a lot right now. They need some AoE lockdown. And they also need a little bit of AoE damage for this Chaos Knight as well to stop him just running away with the show. So, need a lot from this final pick, from this second to last pick, HYDRA. And Undying will be it. So it's not something I hate. I kind of like the idea into the Chaos Knight, just to kind of take the fight to him. Don't give up on your lanes and keep fighting for them. And this will certainly give you either a safe lane, or you could even bring it up top. But I'm pretty sure you just run this 5 and win your safe lane with it.
Yeah, of course, Undying, the Tombstone changes. Now you have to target on the actual hero, of course. So you're not having that free control at least, but it's still very good. Like, CK jumps a hero, you save them. Static Storm, you can save them. Wukong, like, imagine Monkey King inside Wukong, but then he suddenly gets thrown into a tombstone. So not only do you have to either leave the Wukongs, but now you have to kill the tombstone, then the Monkey King. Yeah, if you kill the tombstone, you get stunned for 3 seconds, but there's some cool plays to make, and yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to execute on it. Both teams seem to be going all out, try and fight in the lanes, try and be aggressive, try and just dictate the game, and I love to see. I'm pretty sure some teams in this position will go more defensive potentially, like take away the nerves, have the better scaling. But yeah, both of these teams are going to be going toe for toe in the draft right now.
And while it comes to read, is that this is a mid lane Monkey King. It's not going to be the carry, as they ban out 2 carriers instead. Both the TB and the Medusa are going to be taken out of the mix.
Warwick just wants to win 1 lane today. That's why. It's like, boys, we have, you know, absolutely ruined his day. So we're going to give him Monkey into Ember. It's like, also there's a Houseguard ban into the Ember. Like, they've really tried to make sure Warwick didn't have fun. Yeah.
And, oh, okay, I didn't get a chance to say it. Sven's going to go. So the 2 options I saw, the stable one was going to be Sven.
Yeah.
The cool one could have been Muerta. It's a pretty sick Muerta game.
Yeah, maybe.
They go for the safer option, and probably the better option in all fairness.
Yeah,
But
not opposed to it.
One thing which is really cool, which I would have loved to see, is Muerta plus Skyrath is super cool with the Ancient Seal, because you're basically just like amplifying her right clicks. If you Ancient Seal and then ulti on Muerta, you just cook somebody. It's pretty sick.
Is this not Night Stalker here? Maybe actually the lane's too bad into Undying probably.
Yeah.
But Sven's very weak as a carry in lane, because it's not that carry that kills. Like, he can throw out Stormhammer, but that's it. He doesn't click. He needs God Strength. He needs items to be... Yeah. So that's where maybe you can bridge the... Yeah, Undying will be annoying, but we're still going to get through the lane because the Sven is relatively non-existent. I just feel like they need that one nuisance factor now with this final pick. Like, this offlaner has to cause issues where it's like they can't simply win lane with Undying, get kills with Mystic Flare and the Beastmaster, and Monkey King beat Ember. Like, UALEIKUM need that
Razor
spice.
You may now select.
Is Razor spicy enough for you?
I mean, Lycum was the spice they went for, so
fair enough.
To be fair, it is a Shergarat specialty. He is one of the zoo players from Eastern Europe, and it's all right. Into Sven, you will probably do okay early, but then you're like all zoo against Sven, you fall off. Undying in the late game, a well-placed Tombstone can be super annoying for all your little summons, but it will give UALEIKUM map pressure post-fight. So if they do one in lanes and suddenly Ember CK running away with the game while Sven's farming, Lycum will be that insurance of, we won the fight, get the tower, won the fight, get the Roshan, won the fight, go get the racks. Quickly, Sven's still catching up. So I don't mind it for that regard, but they need to execute on it. And yeah, we'll see if they can.
Man, I'm not so keen on the Lycan pick, you know. I think Howl is a really good ability versus Sven, obviously, but
yep.
And you're also looking at like a lack of control, a lack of go in. This puts everything on the Ember to have a good lane and then be the playmaker through the mid game.
Yep.
I'm not super keen on it, but I mean, we'll see how it works out. Obviously, as you say, he's a specialist. So if he's calling for it, then you can bet that it will be a good Lycan game and that he can survive this lane against the Undying and the Sven. So we'll see what he's able to pull off. I'm looking forward to learning a lot about Lycan and how the hero functions, because how I picture it in my mind doesn't fit into this draft. So we'll see if it can work out for them in this situation, or whether they're just going to say like, screw it, you know, this lane isn't going to go well, so we'll just take this Lycan to the jungle nice and quickly. Could also be the call as well. You never know. But either way, Rat's got a read here, and the team are behind him.
It does feel like everyone for themselves with UALEIKUM's draft in that regard, where it's like, Lycan needs a good game, for Ember to have a good game, CK must have a good game, they must all equally farm at an even rate to evenly distribute the damage, and if anyone falls off, then suddenly that kind of camaraderie of Hydra's lineup will just shine in the fights. And yeah, we'll see if they can execute on it. We currently have technically smoke on smoke action, but not really any connection on said smokes.
Did they catch a glimpse? Yes, they did, because they've got the Watcher. And Cammy takes hit from the tower. Didn't even know that could happen. Well, now they know that the Watcher's here. Wait, it didn't... Oh, because he did. He was doing some science. He was like, I deactivate the watcher, then go to the same place again. If it sees me, and they'll have a ward somewhere here, and we can get some money.
I do love how Cammy has just progressively got tanky on his heroes, right? It goes from a relatively fragile TA to then a Naga to a Sven. Unfortunately, I don't think he can go much higher than this. Like, there's like maybe Wraith King territory, but he has scaled up.
Vexen, he's been peppered here. I don't think they get this kill, but I could be wrong. He's got the Fairy Fire available, so under the tower they will go, and yeah, on a commitment to get this Coddle nice and low.
Ooh, love the change up actually. I was mentioning the Disruptor CK being super strong. You just throw the Undying into the lane, so now Skyroth can't potentially feed in the bot lane. You then also have a laning partner that Sven can enable, because Sven Undying sounds pretty whatever. Throw a Sky into the mix, that's some damage now. That Stormhand is going to have value. So I really love the HYDRA lane swaps here. It's just going to bring a little bit more punch to the laning phase compared to what probably would have been relatively underwhelming.
Yeah, I agree. That's pretty sick. I'm surprised, you know, with the twin gates, I'm always surprised that people don't try and switch lanes more. But I guess being away from a lane for like 30 seconds whilst you swap is just as bad as it was before to run across the map.
I think we saw it.
Still bad.
I think Gaming Gladiators tried doing it, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I remember one of the tier 1 teams trying to use the twin gates in that fashion, and it ended up with just the hero being level 1. People were constantly chasing, stunning them at the twin gate. Like, it wasn't really Dota, when if you just played the bad lane, you still would have got a little bit from it, and you weren't starving. So I think one pro team's tried it, and that might have warned everyone else where, maybe it's not the best idea. Because like, the reason why lane swapping was good was because if you were the ones to start the lane swap, you'd have TP advantage, so you'd always have the lane control. But nowadays, it's like, if everyone has access to the same TP, when are you really gaining that advantage? Because they'll just mirror you non-stop.
Yeah, true. Unless your heroes are better in a 1v1 then you want
to. True.
Strike the support long enough too, but yeah.
Oh, Lil had to TP to base.
Yeah, that's going to leave Cammy on his own for a bit, but he's got a big wave coming in under his tower, so I don't think he's too worried about that. So that's
already a point in the Great Cleave, actually. He doesn't care about his Skyroth mage. He's like, it's all about me, boy.
Oh, even Stormhammering to try and secure that range creep, and gets him one. I think he was hoping for both, but didn't quite have the damage to kill them both. Yeah, very awkward laning phase up at top here. These Skyroth, you know, having a better time than he would have bottom, but still being scared. But of course, now he comes back to lane on full mana. Hopefully he'll hit level 2 one day as well. That would be nice.
I just realized why it was so uncomfortable, because like, we can be calling Cammy, of course, Cammy. It's the pro name that he's registered with, but this is just Dream.
This is Dream, yeah.
Like, Dream is like, it's like a very well-known name within the scene, but I've been saying Cammy like he's some like fresh lad, but I'm like, wait, it's just Dream. He's just rebranded. He's just hidden under the guise of Cammy.
Yeah,
sure.
And of course, his face reveal was very impactful as well.
That's very true.
Defense.
But then he had to delete all the videos, and he had to. That's maybe why I did it, because if
his name, yeah,
he's a really big Dream fanboy, but once he then unface revealed, he's like, I can't be Dream anymore. I don't believe in him. I'm going to Cammy. So just in case any of you were wondering, who are watching, Cammy is Dream, who used to play on teams such as Gambit, and.
Nailed it.
Yeah, Gambit and Empire. They rebranded, so I was like, wait a second.
It was Empire, of course, yes. Not so much the case anymore because they don't exist, but I remember when I used to do like a lot of EEU casting moons ago, I used to just say as a joke every single time we were talking about a player, oh yeah, and he used to play on Empire because everybody used to play on Empire.
Yeah, that's true.
Literally churned players like no tomorrow, so it was just my cheat for casting EEU.
But what if you one day said, yeah, he played on Empire. Like, actually, I played on Empire. I hope not Empire. Like, I got you.
Doesn't matter. This is you can still caveat it, which is why it's so strong. Cammy just gets balls here as well. This is not looking so fresh for the for Lycan. I mean, he's getting something from the lane, but Cammy is just hitting. He's just got his big sword and he's just hitting things.
I think HYDRA are doing pretty happy in the lanes. You pick a CK to get some kills. Kills aren't occurring. You pick the Lycan to just, you don't kill, but you just awkwardly pressure. Again, not really happening, it's all chill. Of course, Sven never going to get pressure out of this lane, so perfectly fine. And mid lane, whew, here we go.
Yeah.
Good old Warwick on his Monkey King. Just finally getting a taste of success. It took him 3 games, but he is now up in the CS, doing his work. And also I realized I misworded what I meant out top. I meant Sven is picked just to evenly do well against Lycan. Of course, Lycan would never beat a Sven in lane. Peace. Thanks. Undying. Got a kill.
Lane, the tombstone is dropped and the kill comes in. Mary is going to be the first blood at 5 minutes off this game. Taker, meanwhile, not really too bothered about the tombstone. He's absolutely fine. Just going to keep on farming. They'll even know his support died, to be honest.
I love the Hawk because it just randomly, out of context, you walk past a small camp, it's like, I hate you, and just hits a troll priest for no reason. Like, no reason. There's like heroes just slightly further out of range. He's like, nah, I hate this troll priest. This one right here. And it's just thudding sound.
Does it as well.
Yeah.
It's very good design. I think the Hawk needs some help. Just wants to dive bomb kamikaze anything it sees, you know, someone needs to talk to it. Make sure it's okay.
Just got a really bad headache the entire time.
Taker could have had the Lotus, but cancelled the click. Happens.
Yeah, we're kind of in that state of farming, of course. Both teams are relatively greedy with their heroes. The only ones that can really break open the map would be Ember and Monkey King. Lycan, of course, with Shapeshift can make those moves, and I expect him to maybe make 1 or 2, maybe even hit this mid tower if he wants to after taking top, but it's how does Monkey itemize? Maybe Chira Junior gets an active rune to suddenly go bot lane, especially with how far HYDRA are playing down up the lane. Ember will always be in that TP range, but no resources, as you see on the top bar, no real mana available on Ember to do that punishment yet. And the 7-minute wisdoms are coming up. No real contest is occurring. Lil backing away from it, and
first rotation from a mid laner, though, is where it comes down onto Sugarat and gets off the Jingu, goes for the bonk. And Sugarat, they need a little bit more.
Big wand.
A wand. He's going to survive. Chira comes in, looking for the response. Doesn't have the mana, though, to keep on fighting this one, but just wants to chase him back and make sure his offlaner survives. So,
a sentry.
Common to see the counter rotations.
Look how awkward that sentry is. It's just out of range, but it doesn't matter because Coddle getting slapped. The other sentry.
But Ember is back. Once again, he had a remnant down the whole time, but once again, still has no mana. Finally gets matted up by Beksan here, so
collect them all.
Be able to keep on fighting, and there comes the bonk with the Jingu, and finally, Warwick connects and gets himself a kill for his rotation.
Ooh. Oh, he just keeps going.
Hello?
Where's the damage? I mean, Ember, I said he had no mana, and you can kind of see it in this fight. He's just awkwardly slicing, that's about it.
Sven comes in from the sidelines, gets off the Stormhammer, and that will be enough to finally bring down the Lycan. Warwick going to continue trying to heal up with the max point in Jingu here, and yeah, you're just going to keep your distance from the Monkey King once he's got this Jingu online. He's looking for one more bonk, isn't he?
Yeah. If they all walk up in a conga line, he could technically do it, but no, he's going to respect them. Sees the haste rune top. Lil has no mana, so 1 concussive is all he has to his name.
That's all he needs.
Oh!
Yay, gets it. All right. What?
Is he going back in?
No, you've done what you needed to do. Leave, my friend. All right, well.
This is like watching a
haste rune Monkey King. Very cool.
Gets Eastern European tops in here. Warwick finally unchained from the aggression, able to play out his own game.
Yes, sir. Showing no signs of stopping either, just constantly getting on top of this this Ember Spirit. Very bothersome. All right, well, 8 minutes in, 4 kills for HYDRA. Very, very secure early game for them. And with the heroes they have, kind of scary start, honestly. Like, we're not going to see any crazy kind of tempo taking over the map from them, but they can farm this map so damn fast, and yeah.
There are stacks being made, yes. In the dire triangle, there's at least a quad stack made. That's a lie, it's a triple stack. Undying. He ventured across the river.
Yeah, he throws down the tombstone, actually, and Warwick's going to come and help out as well. Throws down the Wukong's command. Chira, he's not sure what to do. Tries to kill off the tombstone. Doesn't quite get the last hit off, though, so it's still alive for now, and Happy will just come in and deny it. Well, tombstone...
He still has Primal Springs
used, and...
he's hunting.
Really achieved. He wants another bonk, doesn't he?
He does.
Not going to find it, though. Bonkless.
He's one tour away from joining Team Sexy.
No one's, no one to grab. Wait. Hey, he gets it. That's what we wanted to see.
Very underwhelming though. You kind of hyped me up as if you had like Deso Rapier or something. Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's on you then. We come for the simple things, okay? We're simple minds.
Monkey you stun, me cheer. Yeah, okay.
Monkey has big stick. Monkey hit with big stick.
Just the perpetual ogre roleplay that you do. Can't keep up.
It's not a role.
Oh, they're silencing it. Cosplay or whatever you want to do. I don't know.
It's just
same thing.
Themselves. Yeah, Cheer is just trying to hold back this monkey from the middle lane. You know, it's a thankless job, but he's kind of got to do it. Just make sure he doesn't get completely run over. And yeah, his net worth ain't looking too pretty at this point, but I mean, at least Taker and Sugar aren't looking too bad themselves. But what can they really achieve on this map is the question. Armlet finished for a Taker. Maybe that's something they want to play around. I mean, sure, he can get kills if he gets on top of the right heroes, but if he gets on top of the wrong heroes, then it could all go wrong very quickly. And of course, there's always the threat. The Monkey King jumping in, the Sven jumping in. Both of these heroes can clear through him pretty easily if he's not careful.
Yeah. And something that we haven't mentioned, Cloud, he's going for the Axe build with the Vanguard. So he's able to easily clear through the illusions of the CK in the late game, the Lycan with the summons. It's a lot of noise that Beastmaster can just absorb, which will further amplify both the Sven and the Monkey King to just pop off in the fights. So this is going to be one of the games where Beastmaster Axe is just the pick.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that because I haven't seen it in such a long time, but very, very strong this game. You're absolutely right. Sugarite is able to fill his role as a Lycan, takes the tier 1 safe lane tower. Whilst everybody's out on map, Sven in the jungle doesn't really want to lane into this guy anymore. Can come in whenever Warcry is available and just try and clear through his creeps, but would rather just hit creeps and AFK.
The dream. So, oh, glimpse black onto Cloud.
Yeah, they're trying to bring down Cloud here, but Cloud, he's just not really taking too much damage. Happy Daira throwing out the decay, the Soul Rips as well to try and keep alive. Now the return comes through. Roar's out onto a Taker. He's taking the damage, and Warrior's going to bring him down. Moving across, immediately looking for more. Shit, that's a lot of damage coming down onto both Vexen and Mary. They both get taken out. That's a bonk we wanted. Shira on the run now as well. Warrior's still chasing, but his tree gets cut. Very nicely done on the Quelling Blade, and that will diffuse the situation. But the tower is gone, and a lot of kills being gained. By the way, just want to point out, not a single kill being gained from ULK at the moment.
It's incredibly awkward. Nearly 30 minutes into the game, 7 kills, 6,000 gold lead towards HYDRA. Very methodical gameplay here. The way in which they just hit the creeps in the laning phase, they shut down the Ember because of course the natural Monkey King counter. They exploited the fact that there is limited damage on Radiant's lineup, so Monkey King could just get into the deep on the Radiant side to force just bad TPs. That just unlocked everyone else to further hit the creeps and do what they need to do. And you're trying to gank a Beastmaster with an Ogre Axe, a point booster, and a Vanguard. Like, you're not going to do that with the damage you have right now, all the heroes. Kotal Disruptor, they've probably done less than a couple thousand damage on a good day right now. It's mode farm for Radiant, and for HYDRA, it's just be efficient. Get the sights off the invisible Mystic Flares, and off you go.
But Jira gets himself away. Jira Junior will survive for now.
I think that's what HYDRA's
Junior, by the way.
Yeah, it probably is. Maybe in Twitch chat. Yeah, I love the fact that Monkey went to Fusel Blade. These heroes like CK and Ember, they are very mana dependent, even though because they spam their spells, right? They need that extra reality rift, that next slight. Inside the Raw, inside of Wukong, if you keep burning that mana, you're going to really prevent the time in which CK can take a fight. Especially when Monkey isn't the carry. Like, he's just buying a casual Diffusal, knowing that the Sven is the true carry in the game. Yeah, really big fan of how HYDRA's playing this game out. It feels like they've really woken up from the first game.
Yeah, we don't talk about that first game, especially for
Blink.
who's now owning. Here we go, middle lane. They are going to be able to take down HYDRA in a matter of instances there. That Ancient Seal comes out, and he's in some real trouble. Can we catch him off with a blink reveal as well?
We are two.
Going on though, might be the first kill of the game for you. And they come as they bring down Happy Diorara. They're on the board. And I like over to Monkey King as well. He's taking some heavy hits here. He might be falling as well. Yes, he certainly will.
There's so many zombies.
But Cammy's there as well. What is going on? What are all these units? Shorash is going to run away. What's happening? There's Day of the Dead up here as Shorash is being chased by a billion zombies.
I lost 90 frames during that engagement. He wishes he had the boundary strike there. That was like they were all lined up, but yeah, had the Jingle but nothing else. They can do the damage. It kind of was a rare scenario. HYDRA were like what, 2 heroes versus the world type of thing. It was a moment of lapsed engagement, and this is where Cloud, he is the unit on the dire side now. Vanguard complete, Axe complete. Crimson going to be finished after that. Where will be the damage when he completes that Crimson Guard? These melee heroes just don't want to get in range of him. Paired with the fact that Sven at any minute could level 2 God Strength, completely delete your heroes. This is an impeccable timing for HYDRA.
I'm not sure how you answer this on UALEIKUM other than delaying the game and trying to find some later timings, because that's the thing, that they can't farm the map faster either, so...
Yeah,
I mean, they can do it by splitting waves and stuff. I think that's probably your best bet.
They can do it relatively well. All 3 of their cores can skip waves in a nice way. Lycan is going to get picked off in the top lane, but CK has his ult, Lycan has Wolves, Ember has...
Lil?
Oh, Lil? Is Lil dead?
Yep. No, he's okay.
No, he's fine. He's all good. It was kind of awkward, but it was fine. But it's like, when you pick CK to get kills in lane, and then to kind of fall back on that farm. Like, you get kills, get armlet, echo, blink, continue killing. He didn't get kills in lane. He was laning into an Undying. Beautiful lane swap. And then now he's just an awkward core. So, yeah, whoever decided that lane swap was like the game-winning call potentially. If they are to win this game, that call alone of swapping Undying and Sky was a really beautiful call to make.
Yeah, that was sick. And Lil able to get the last hit on that Ancient Black Dragon there, securing himself the 250 gold. Now straight into the Roche Pit for the side of HYDRA. They want to claim this Aegis. I wonder who grabs it. I imagine the Monkey King, right? You don't really want it to spend anyway.
Hold?
Yep,
nah, it should be Monkey. Yeah.
Peace. Warwick's gonna grab it. He's now got an Aegis to play with as well, so he can be even more aggressive. Oh, Chevron actually turns up to this fight. Hello, friends.
Oh, yeah, Sven TV'd out.
Yeah, they don't have a Sven to fight into this. Lil's already dead as well, and inside of that Static Storm, Cloud could be in trouble, but he managed to get off the Roar, and now look at the Zaganim's going to work. Will it be enough to keep him alive? No, it will not, but a Taker still taking a ton of damage. No.
He's like 1 HP. Oh, Sven's back.
It comes out, but here he comes. Cammy's back in the mix, comes through the portal, and brings down the enemy carry, and now looks to take down the Dragon as well, and will be successful in doing so. So, damn, what a fight. I mean, amazing kinetic field and Static Storm coming out from the Disruptor, which almost set them up for an amazing fight, but they weren't quite able to bring down the Beastmaster in time. If they were, I feel like they would have just wiped everyone there, but the Beastmaster gets off the Roar and is able to keep himself alive significantly longer, get off a decent amount of damage, and yeah, kind of changes things.
What a call to make though. Like, they just do Roshan. You see Sven bottom for a brief second, instantly just go for the fight, go for the play, and you're down what? 10,000 gold, and yeah, Sven's showing on the creep wave bot lane, so this is like the best opportunity because Sven, he kills the creep wave, he's then darting his way all the way down to the twin gate to get into the engagement. The blinding light as well, pushing Warwick to the side. If that blinding light doesn't connect, that's a dead CK. Of course, he eventually does die to the Sven, but still, just the small plays to just elongate the fight, and yeah, fair play for trying. Unfortunately, is potentially a little bit too late, but they've still got a little bit of fight in them. They're not backing down yet.
Yeah, the post-Roche fights can always be awkward ones, that's for sure, but you gotta take the opportunities you get. You see the Sven TP away and you're like, screw it, we've gotta go for it, lads.
Especially when you know in a matter of minutes Sven's got BKB, Beastmaster's got the Crimson plus a cloak. Like, these aren't heroes that are gonna be easy to kill. Like, what's your initiation? Like, CK hitting the level 2 Chaos Bolt. Team fights aren't going to be on the cards for Radiant soon.
Yeah, it's going to get harder and harder. I mean, your only option is to hope that HYDRA mess up with their initiation and you can kind of fight back when God Strength and BKB is on cooldown. But that's an opportunity which HYDRA are hyper aware of and are not going to give up that opportunity easily. So it's an issue you need to force some way, somehow. But this is cute, going for a little bit of a play onto the Skywrath Mage. Of course, that silence comes out, forcing the Ember back, and Warwick, he's waiting on the sidelines here, manages to get off the Wukong's command, but immediately backs himself out. He's like, oh, did he get glimpsed, or?
Yeah, he got glimpsed out.
Yeah, I think he did.
Very awkward, but only supports lost, so, you know.
Yeah,
CK ult down.
Shapeshift forward as well, CK ult as well. Some big commitments.
No tombstone for 60 seconds, though, so that will be the saving grace, potentially. But if you're HYDRA, maybe you rally the lads once again. You look for a quick scuffle. I think this is the call Cammy's making. It's like, is he strong enough by himself to take the fight without Wukongs, without Tombstone? If he thinks it is, he's getting the guys grouped up and they're punishing the no shapeshift. If he's like, yeah, it's not worth it, I can keep hitting creeps, we can just wait, don't worry, then yeah, they'll go mode farm. And yeah, does look like it is going to be relatively farm based. Yeah, the levels, Sven, it's pretty filthy, sitting at level 18 compared to, what, the even split of 13 for Ember CK Lycan. It's good old Sven Dota.
Hey, you said they were going to be same net worth, same level through the whole game.
That is true.
EEUKUMNIHAO are like, yes, we will take
yes.
that to heart.
Stop watching the stream, guys. You got a game to win. You are currently losing then. Just for the record, they aren't watching the stream. That was a joke, just for the legals.
I'd get done for defamation.
Yeah, exactly.
Strong legal team on EEUKUMNIHAO.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rotation up to the top side here on HYDRA. I'm wondering if they want to go in and make a deep play, or maybe just push this tower and force the issue. I feel like they could, but I also feel like it's a risk which they might not be willing to take just at the moment. They can just slow play the area.
Are you a risk taker, Nomad?
Yeah, that's why I lose so much.
What, friends or MMR?
Mostly MMR. I don't have any friends to lose in the first place, so.
That's fair. We're not friends, we're colleagues.
Indeed. I think... No, it feels like more than a 9k gold advantage, honestly. And... Wow, okay. Just jumps in, Bob's God Strength to hit a tower, gets glimpsed down. A very awkward waddle back to the tower, but we'll get straight back to work in dealing with this building. Yeah, I guess that's fair enough. Gets the tower down fast. They have no plans on taking any big fights, but does give a window perhaps for UALEIKUM to take advantage of. That hurts.
He's fine, all good, all good.
I don't know, Taker's coming in, he wants a freebie.
Oh, the freebie is gonna...
Sven, he's gonna have to BKB this, and he does.
Yeah. No freebies today.
No,
and the smoke up, they see the Sven BKB on cooldown. CK using ultimate. They're so desperate, but...
I mean, it's BKB and God Strength, right? Like, Sven is not a hero at the moment, but it's only 30 seconds, and not going to be able to force anything that quickly. That's the thing. With his 15 talent, you can do stuff like this, you know, the God Strength cooldown is very nice.
Yeah, they're continuing the smoke. They're gonna kill. Oh, nice little kill. Again, for EEUKUM, it's all about the longer fight, right? It's utilize that howl during the night time. Make sure you're getting that Sven to reduce his damage. Then you're getting the CK with some heart, maybe even a blink or some AC, like his own form of gotcha itemization to do the damage. And Ember, I think Ember needs to be a bit more sacrificial when the bigger fight occurs. Ignore the Beastmaster, but like locate this Skywrath Mage and just non-stop go. Find Undying, non-stop go.
Yeah, I can get behind that. It has felt a little bit slow from HYDRA, you know. I mean, I guess they get the tier 2 tower, but dropping everything, dropping the God Strength just to bring it down, it's not the big impact plays, but I guess they're kind of just chilling until Rosh is up. Just
I just don't think they have any concerns, because if you're Cloud in this game, you're always telling your team, guys, if you fight around me, they can't fight. Like, that is like a constant call he's making. So they're kind of installing that discipline throughout the game, which is like, let's go for the objective, reset, wait for like the big picture to kind of present itself. Should Roshan be the path? Are we going for a smoke play? And if everything aligns, then they make that move. I mean, in this type of position, it's very easy to feel like every God Strength needs to be that next kill, and right now he's using his God Strength with the Silver Edge, hoping to find little old Mary.
Only just to press one button, he's like, oh, guess I died.
Oh, technically, Mary did have a little lamb there, because they did die together. The little Alpha Wolf plus the Disruptor died just for the...
They call baby wolves lambs, but...
I was really reaching there.
Yeah, it's a stretch.
I've been thinking of that. Every time I've cast Mary, my brain just says, has a little lamb. And it's been about 3 years. I finally said it. It really annoyed me.
Just then.
No, honestly, it's been pent up. I just remembered. I just was like, wait a second. Mary does have a little lamb.
Warwick looking in the trees. Actually, he's finding a CK. He's really far out here. The team will not be able to come and help him. I mean,
so much damage.
Never gonna work. Yeah. Jeez. I mean, they have like this whole line of wards through the enemy jungle. They've had it for ages, so I guess it was only a matter of time until they kind of started hooking up on that area. Ooh, Jira. Good timing on the sleight of fist there to get himself away.
They don't have a creep wave though. So they are going to go back to hitting creeps.
I mean, Roche is now up, so I feel like they got bigger fish to fry at the moment.
Yeah, this is true.
Head up to the top side, get Roshan, get yourself a nice tasty cheese to go along with it.
Real question, who did they put Aegis on this time? Last time they put it on Monkey King because he was being more active, but then Sven's still that, you know, light switch hero. I'm going to keep saying it just for fun of it. Where ultimate or not, do you want to give him the Aegis just to utilize the ultimate on the towers? Even if he dies, sure he's dying, but he's now blinking out, resetting? Or do you want it on Monkey King where he can just really get into the middle, Wukongs, and just stand his ground? Be interesting to see how they approach that one. Of course, Beastmaster is another